My life changed the moment I activated my enlightenment system.
With just one function, enlightenment, it promised to overcome any obstacle I faced.
Struggling with an ordinary physique? Enlightenment grants me the chaos body. Finding cultivation difficult? Enlightenment of perfection is at my disposal. Supernatural powers eluding me? The answer lies in enlightenment once more. If there's something it can't solve, I can always enhance it further. Zhou Continent, Chaos Holy Land. Once the most powerful Holy Land, it has gradually fallen into decline since the Chaos Emperor ascended to immortality.
Today marks the opening of the Chaos Holy Land for new disciples. Talented individuals from nearby kingdoms and noble families have gathered to join. Despite its decline, Chaos Holy Land remains one of the foremost powers on Zhou Continent, drawing countless eager learners seeking wisdom.
Finally, I've entered the Chaos Holy Land. I've completed the first task set by the system.
After much effort, I, Xiao Yun, made my way through the crowd and stepped through the grand gates of the Chaos Holy Land, entering the expansive square within. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, I quickly closed my eyes to check the system within me.
Enlightenment system. Function, bestows enlightenment upon the host.
Number of enlightenments, 1, can be activated at any time by reciting in my mind. Mission, enter the Chaos Holy Land, completed.
A new mission will refresh soon.
Seeing that the mission status had changed to completed filled me with overwhelming joy. I nearly cried.
It hasn't been easy. After 16 years in this world, I finally accomplished the first mission issued by the system.
This mission was truly challenging.
Even though Chaos Holy Land is in decline, it's still a revered place, not easily accessible to everyone. I hail from a noble family in a small kingdom, and our influence was insufficient to secure an early entry into the Chaos Holy Land.
So, I waited patiently for 16 years until the day arrived when the Chaos Holy Land opened its doors to new disciples.
Now, I've successfully entered and completed my first mission. Ding! New mission, join the Chaos Holy Land and earn 3 enlightenments as a reward.
The mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in my mind. I immediately realized that my second mission was here, and this time the reward was even more generous, enough to grant me 3 enlightenments. Sudden enlightenment occurs when a cultivator unexpectedly resonates with the great Tao while trying to comprehend it, allowing them to enter a mysterious realm. The chances of this happening are incredibly slim. Even a genius might experience sudden enlightenment only once in their lifetime.
Monsters and super geniuses may only have it happen 2 or 3 times throughout their lives.
This highlights just how rare such an opportunity for sudden enlightenment truly is. So, despite my system having just this one function, I have no complaints about it at all.
Join the Chaos Holy Land? I read my latest task and couldn't help but smile. Well, since I'm already in the Chaos Holy Land, of course I need to join.
Even though the Chaos Holy Land has seen better days, it's still a formidable force. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Being able to cultivate there undoubtedly gives me a better chance to become a peerless powerhouse. With that thought in mind, I pushed through the crowd and focused on the high platform before me.
Sitting cross-legged on the platform was a kind-looking old man in a gray robe.
His eyes were incredibly deep, reminiscent of the starry sky, making it difficult to look directly at him. I am Elder Jiayin, responsible for guiding you through the assessment, he said with a warm smile, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I couldn't help but wonder if this session would attract a few exceptional talents or immortals. At the very least, it would be great to see a couple of super geniuses. Elder Jiayin pondered for a moment before addressing the crowd again, saying, "All right, enough of the formalities.
Here in the Chaos Holy Land, we don't have many rules.
The only criterion for accepting disciples is to ring the Chaos Bell." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Jiayin snapped his fingers, and a massive rift opened up in front of him. A brilliant golden light burst forth, and from the crack emerged an ancient gray bell that gracefully descended onto the square. Buzz, the moment the bell touched the ground, it emitted a thunderous sound, resonating like the harmonious chants of deities and the melodies of angels, sending shivers through everyone present. This is the Chaos Bell, a legendary divine artifact of the great emperor. It is said that long ago, the great Chaos Emperor wielded this bell, conquering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, dominating the realms with unmatched power. Even among all the emperor's weapons across the heavens and worlds, this bell stands proudly in the top 3. A buzz of excitement filled the square. Those gathered to participate in the assessment hailed from prominent families in small countries, each possessing remarkable abilities. I stood among the crowd, gazing at the Chaos Bell, feeling a pang of envy. If I could wield such a treasure, where couldn't I go in the world? Unfortunately, this was an emperor's weapon, far beyond my current reach.
Now, line up.
One by one, place your palms on the chaos bell. If you can make it ring, you will become a disciple of our Chaos Holy Land, Elder Jiayin announced once more. Hearing this, everyone began to line up and touch the chaos bell one by one. But the chaos bell not only did not ring, but it released a golden light, teleporting away the people who touched it.
Everyone was in a panic. Elder Jiayin said loudly, "Don't panic, the Imperial soldiers have spirits.
If they can't ring the chaos bell, they will be sent to your home by the chaos bell, which will save you the time of returning." After hearing the words of Elder Jiayin, everyone calmed down and continued to touch the chaos bell one by one. Xiaoyan secretly laughed and said to himself, "I didn't expect that the chaos clock has this function. Even if you fail to pass the test, you can still get a plane ticket to be teleported back for free, hee hee." However, Xiaoyan did not want to be sent home by the chaos bell, he must join the Chaos Holy Land. "I just don't know how to ring this chaos bell." Xiaoyan stared at the boys and girls who were touching the chaos clock in the distance, but after looking at them for a long time, he couldn't figure out why. Because as soon as these people came into contact with the chaos clock, they closed their eyes and were teleported away by a golden light. Obviously, these people who were teleported away must all be losers. In this way, the test speed is very fast. Time passed bit by bit, and still no one could ring the chaos bell. Everyone in the square couldn't help but worry. When, not long after, the chaos bell finally rang, and the loud bell spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land. Everyone suddenly became energetic and looked towards the chaos clock in the distance. I saw a young man standing in front of the chaos clock, his face full of excitement and excitement. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin said calmly, "One bell rings. You are barely qualified to join our Chaos Holy Land, but you can only become an outer disciple."
"Where is the outer disciple? Take him to the outer gate."
"Yes, Elder." A man in black robes suddenly flew from the sky, grabbed the young man next to the chaos clock, and flew away. Everyone present could not help but be stunned when they heard that this young man was only qualified to become an outer disciple. In their opinion, being able to ring the chaos bell is already very remarkable.
But he can only become an outer disciple. The assessment in this Chaos Holy Land is too difficult. Someone asked, "Elder Jiayin, how many times can one person ring the chaos bell at most? What does the number of bells ringing have to do with the treatment after joining the Chaos Holy Land?" This is the key question. Everyone looked at the Elder Jiayin on the high platform in unison. Elder Jiayin smiled slightly and said, "The chaos bell has 9 rings, and if it rings once, it is an outer disciple. If you ring twice, you can be an inner disciple. If you ring 3 times, you can be a true disciple. If you ring 4 times, you can be an elder's disciple. If you ring 5 times, you can be the disciple of the Supreme Elder. Ring 6 times and you will be my holy son of the Holy Land of Chaos." As for the 7, 8, and 9 sounds, they have not appeared for many years. Once they appear, they will immediately become the sons of God in our Chaos Holy Land. Listening to the words of the elder, everyone in the square suddenly felt yearning. The assessment is still going on. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer people in the square. What shocked Xiaoyun was that even if hundreds of thousands of people were tested, only a few hundred joined the Chaos Holy Land. This chance was too low. Moreover, among these hundreds of people, the one who made the most noise was only 3 times. Xiaoyun obviously found that the face of the elder who was leading the audience on the high platform was a little ugly. He no longer had the kind look on his face, only a gloomy look on his face. Obviously, no genius was found, which disappointed the elder. Each session is worse than the last. Is our holy land of chaos really going to decline? Elder Jiayin looked at the young people below who were taking the test one by one and couldn't help but sigh sadly. However, he also knew the reason. Any genius will burst out with powerful talent in the early stages, and will be recruited away by the other 5 holy places. But their Chaos Holy Land has a strange rule that has been passed down since ancient times. That is, if you want to join the Holy Land of Chaos, you are absolutely not allowed to practice any techniques before the assessment. Therefore, the young people who come to take the assessment are actually mortals who have not practiced. And those geniuses have already embarked on the path of cultivation, so they have no chance to join the Holy Land of Chaos. Unfortunately, this is a rule passed down from our ancestors, and no one dares to change it. Finally, it's my turn. In the crowd, Xiaoyun looked at the chaos clock in front of him, his face filled with anticipation, and he walked over excitedly. After waiting in line for so long, it was finally his turn. I wonder if I can ring this chaos bell. Xiaoyun stretched out his palm and touched the simple bell wall in front of him. Boom, suddenly, Xiaoyun's mind trembled, and a golden text appeared in his mind, evolving all things in the world and explaining the avenue of chaos.
At this moment, Xiaoyun suddenly understood how to ring the chaos bell. It turns out that the purpose is to understand these golden words, and as long as you get started, you can ring the chaos bell. And the more you comprehend, the more the chaos bell will ring.
Thinking of this, Xiaoyun suddenly felt certain and said silently, "System, use one epiphany." Boom!
Hearing a roar in his mind, Xiaoyun's thinking suddenly became clearer and clearer, inspirations emerged in his mind, and the golden words in front of him turned into symbols and entered his eyes. It turns out that this scripture is called Chaos Introduction. Once you master it, you can borrow the power of the chaos bell. The stronger the strength, the stronger the borrowed power.
If you can reach the realm of a saint, you can refine this chaos bell.
Xiaoyun was immersed in the mysterious realm of sudden enlightenment and immediately understood the profound meaning of the scripture in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoyun didn't know that the outside world was already in a frenzy because of his test. Ding, when Xiaoyun just used the epiphany, the chaos bell had already rang. Suddenly, those teenagers in the square who had not yet taken the test could not help but look at Xiaoyun with envy. Obviously, they also knew that Xiaoyun had passed the test. Even if there was only one ring, it was enough to join the Chaos Holy Land. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin glanced at Xiaoyun and shook his head lightly.
He did not see any amazing physique in Xiaoyun. Obviously, he was not a genius. He was probably only able to ring once.
But at this moment, ding, another ring sounded, and the chaos bell trembled, releasing bursts of golden light. Those who had not yet taken the test in the square could not help but look at Xiaoyun with envy. 2 rings were enough to become an inner disciple. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin looked at Xiaoyun with some surprise. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary teenager could actually make the chaos bell ring twice, which made him misjudge.
Ding, the 3rd ring sounded.
Now, not only the teenagers in the square were shocked, but even the Jiayin elder on the high platform was surprised.
What's going on?
He doesn't seem to have any special physique, and his own spiritual energy is not enough. It's already surprising that he can make the chaos bell ring once, how could it ring 3 times?
The Jiayin elder was puzzled.
In fact, at his level, he didn't need the chaos bell test at all. His pair of wise eyes were enough to see the talent of a mortal. In fact, the talents of the teenagers who were tested before were all within his expectations. He also calculated who could ring the chaos bell and how many times it would ring. But only this ordinary teenager in front of him made him miscalculate. Logically speaking, this boy can't even ring the chaos bell once, how could it ring 3 times?
The Jiayin elder was puzzled.
At this moment, dang, the 4th sound rang. The whole square was in an uproar, and everyone was stunned. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin was also slightly moved, and his eyes towards Xiaoyun became more serious. It was the 4th time. According to the rules, this person could become an elder disciple. Such a person could be called a super genius. But what puzzled Elder Jiayin was that he could not see any extraordinary in Xiaoyun.
What's going on? Did I use my wisdom eyes too much before and have them covered with dust?
Elder Jiayin could not help but wash his wisdom eyes with spiritual energy. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he stared at Xiaoyun's body again.
However, in his eyes, Xiaoyun still looked very ordinary and ordinary, not like a super genius. Dang, the chaos bell rang for the 5th time. Everyone in the square was numb with shock. Elder Jiayin could no longer remain calm.
He could not help but stand up, with a blazing divine light in his eyes, staring at Xiaoyun closely. At the same time, inside the Chaos Holy Land, there were also several powerful divine thoughts that crossed the void and came to investigate. Obviously, the Chaos Bell rang 5 times, alarming some masters in the Chaos Holy Land.
Dang, the 6th sound rang.
Xiaoyun, who was standing next to the Chaos Bell, floated up, and his ordinary body gradually released bursts of light golden light.
This is a blessing. The Chaos Bell actually blessed him. How is this possible?
In the sky, powerful divine thoughts came from the Chaos Holy Land, and ancient whispers continued to sound in the void. Obviously, the 6 rings of the bell have completely alarmed the Chaos Holy Land. After all, according to the regulations, such a genius can already become the son of the Chaos Holy Land. If he is lucky, he may become the lord of the Chaos Holy Land in the future and control the powerful force of one of the 6 Holy Lands.
I was wrong. I really was wrong.
I didn't expect that an ordinary boy could make the Chaos Bell ring 6 times.
On the high platform, Elder Jiayin looked at Xiaoyun next to the Chaos Bell, and his face was full of surprise and excitement. 6 rings, this talent is comparable to a demon. Even if there is no more genius next, Elder Jiayin will not be disappointed. After all, one demon is worth thousands of geniuses. Dang, however, before Elder Jiayin was happy for long, the seventh ring of the chaos bell rang. Suddenly, Elder Jiayin's face changed drastically. The chaos bell on the square suddenly released golden rays of light, illuminating the whole world. And Xiaoyan closed his eyes, sat cross-legged next to the chaos bell, and was constantly washed by the golden light of the chaos bell. A huge white light shield gradually enveloped Xiaoyan, making him look like a baby in his mother's belly. Cleaning the tendons and changing the marrow, returning to the mother's womb, on the high platform, Elder Jiayin stared at Xiaoyan with a look of shock. The seventh sound. The chaos bell actually helped this boy to cleanse his tendons and change his marrow, wash away the acquired qi, and return to the mother's womb state like a baby before it was born. It's actually cleaning the tendons and changing the marrow. The chaos bell has rang 7 times. Such a monster has not appeared in our Chaos Holy Land for a long time. God bless my Chaos Holy Land. Ha! I just came out of retreat, and such a monster has come to worship in our Chaos Holy Land. I have decided to accept this kid, and no one can compete with me for him. Undying Ancestor, you are still far away from being able to snatch my Thunder Ancestor's apprentice. I'm not afraid of you. In the void, with the 7th ring of the Chaos Bell, a series of terrifying divine thoughts swept from the Chaos Holy Land. Especially the 2 terrifying auras, like the awakening of the prehistoric beast, exuding a monstrous momentum, tearing the clouds above the sky. The space above the Chaos Holy Land was also shattered like glass fragments by the collision of a black fist and a purple lightning. Hiss, even the Undying Ancestor and Thunder Ancestor who have been sleeping for many years were alarmed. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin felt the 2 terrifying auras and was immediately shocked. Those 2 ancestors were super strong men in ancient times. They have been sleeping for thousands of years, but they were still awakened. This shows how rare it is for the Chaos Bell to ring 7 times. Check quickly, what is the name of this boy and where is he from? Elder Jiayin looked at Xiaoyan not far away and sent a message to the deacon below. Dang, the Chaos Bell rang for the 8th time. Elder Jiayin trembled all over, looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief, and his eyes were full of shock. The 8th ring. It has been many years since the Chaos Bell rang 8 times in a row. It has been many years since such a monster appeared in their Chaos Holy Land. Now those old monsters are going to come out to snatch disciples. Elder Jiayin murmured. It seemed to confirm Elder Jiayin's words. In the depths of the forbidden area of the Chaos Holy Land, the coffins of the coffins were blown open, and old and pale hands stretched out from the dark coffins. At this moment, the bone fossils in the Chaos Holy Land all crawled out of their coffins, summoned the fighting spirit from the dark abyss, and burst out with powerful soul fluctuations. This is my disciple. If anyone dares to snatch him, I will suppress him in the toilet for 10,000 years. A domineering word resounded throughout the sky, and thousands of avenues trembled with his words. The coffin lid could no longer hold down the horrible divine thoughts, which swept from the depths of the forbidden land of the Chaos Holy Land, carrying a powerful aura. Many fossil bones whose names they had forgotten woke up from their coffins and looked towards Xiaoyun. In the void not far away, powerful figures appeared one after another, like gods and demons, standing proudly in the sky and shaking the 9 heavens. These were all the strong men in the Chaos Holy Land. Dang, the Chaos Bell rang for the 9th time. The entire Chaos Holy Land was completely boiling. On the square, those young men who had not yet participated in the assessment were already stunned. On the high platform, Elder Jiayin could no longer stand, and immediately landed, standing next to the Chaos Bell, looking at Xiaoyun in front of him with excitement. After the 9th ring, the Son of God stood up. A Son of God was finally going to appear in their Chaos Holy Land. In the Chaos Holy Land, the status of the Son of God is comparable to that of the Holy Lord, one level higher than their elders, and even higher than the Supreme Elders. Therefore, Elder Jiayin had to stand respectfully beside Xiaoyun and protect Xiaoyun, even though he was not needed in the Chaos Holy Land. With the ancestors and the Supreme Elders not far away, and the fossil bones hidden in the void, no one could hurt Xiaoyun here. But Elder Jiayin still had to show his attitude. What's more, looking at Xiaoyun in front of him, Elder Jiayin was completely willing. Ha! I didn't expect that a Son of God would appear in this session hosted by me. If this Son of God can ascend to the throne, I will also be written into the Emperor history of our Chaos Holy Land, and thus be famous for eternity. Elder Jiayin felt extremely proud. This is the Son of God, more powerful than those evildoers, comparable to the sons of the great Emperor, and at worst, he can become a quasi-emperor, with a high chance of coveting the realm of the great Emperor.
If their Chaos Holy Land can have another great emperor, then their Chaos Holy Land can rise completely, and will no longer be the bottom of the 6 Holy Lands.
After so many years, I finally waited for this day.
Elder Jain looked at Xiao Yun in front of him, his old face trembling with excitement, his eyes moist, and he was about to cry.
Boom boom boom.
At the same time, the Chaos Holy Land was completely boiling, and countless strong men ascended to the sky, flying in the sky, looking at the direction of the square from afar. Whether it was the bone fossils that had been buried for many years, the ancestors who had been sleeping for thousands of years, or the supreme elders who had been in seclusion for many years, as well as the elders who held great power, and the holy sons and Tenjo of the Chaos Holy Land, all looked towards the Chaos Bell. Xiao Yun, who was next to the Chaos Bell, was the focus of everyone's attention at this moment.
However, Xiao Yun didn't know all this. He was bathed in golden divine light at the moment, and looked extraordinary, as if he had become a saint on the spot.
9 rings, the Son of God is established, and a Son of God finally appeared in our Chaos Holy Land.
It's incredible.
If you want to make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, you must thoroughly comprehend the Chaos Induction.
This is something that some powerful people who have practiced for many years cannot do.
He, a mortal, can do it in such a short time.
What kind of understanding is this?
For many years, the other 5 holy places have had sons of God, but only our Chaos Holy Land has never had a son of God. Now it has finally changed. It's time for our Chaos Holy Land to rise. I didn't expect that I could see a son of God born in our Chaos Holy Land in my lifetime.
I have no regrets when I die.
It is rumored that once a son of God appears in my Chaos Holy Land, it will be invincible in the contemporary era, and it will be just around the corner to prove the throne of the emperor.
This boy has the potential to be an emperor.
There was a lot of discussion about the Chaos Holy Land. The elders were all very excited and in tears.
The younger generation looked at Xiao Yun with great curiosity, wondering what this seemingly ordinary person had, and why he could cause such a sensation.
You know, some saints can shine in their bodies and overflow with spiritual energy when they are ordinary, and you can tell at a glance that they are extraordinary.
But this Xiao Yun looks very ordinary.
However, it was such an ordinary person who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times and directly became the Son of God of the Chaos Holy Land.
This can't help but make people curious.
It's so comfortable, it feels like a big healthcare. At the same time, under the attention of everyone, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body comfortably. He felt very relaxed, and some of his previous minor ailments disappeared. Xiao Yun suddenly felt creepy, because he felt that many people were staring at him. He couldn't help but look around, and immediately saw the Jain elder next to him, and those powerful figures in the distant sky.
What's going on? Why are they all staring at me?
Being stared at by so many people made Xiao Yun feel a little scared and very nervous. Especially the gaze of the Jain elder in front of him, which was as bright as light, so hot that Xiao Yun thought he was gay.
Jain elder.
Xiao Yun looked at the Jain elder in front of him with some embarrassment, and couldn't help but take a few steps back, for he was afraid that the elder would find him gay. Xiao Yun, congratulations on joining our Chaos Holy Land, and you made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, so you are already the Son of God of our Chaos Holy Land. The Jain elder stared at Xiao Yun with a hot face, as if he was staring at a rare treasure.
Xiao Yun was stunned. 9 rings? Becoming the Son of God?
I have to say that this news really shocked him. He expected that he would ring the Chaos Bell, but he did not expect that it would ring 9 times.
This is so awesome.
Xiao Yun was very excited in his heart. Even a fool knows how many benefits it would be to become the Son of God in the Holy Land of Chaos. It can be said that he will definitely be cultivated by the Holy Land of Chaos, and becoming a peerless powerhouse is just around the corner.
Gotcha.
At this moment, the space next to it split open, and a golden figure walked out of it, exuding a vast aura, making people feel like they were worshipping. When Elder Jiaying saw this person, he quickly bowed and saluted. I have met the Holy Lord. He turned out to be the Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun was startled and was about to salute respectfully when he heard the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land in front of him say, Xiao Yun, you don't have to salute. You are already the Son of God of our Chaos Holy Land, and your status is equal to mine.
I've met the Holy Lord.
Xiao Yun was a little confused.
Is he on par with the Holy Lord?
This was like becoming an emperor all of a sudden, which caught him off guard. The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land smiled slightly, and then said to Elder Jain, I will take the Son of God away first. Those ancestors and bone fossils are still waiting to accept disciples.
Farewell to the Holy Lord. Farewell to the Son of God. Elder Jiayin quickly bowed and saluted.
The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land waved his hand, and a golden avenue immediately extended from under his feet, leading to the depths of Chaos Holy Land.
Son of God, please.
The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land looked at Xiao Yun and extended his hand to invite.
Holy Lord, please.
Xiao Yun also said politely, and then stepped onto the golden road. The two immediately entered the Holy Land of Chaos side by side. Standing on the golden avenue, Xiao Yun looked surprised, because this thing was just like the conveyor belt he used to ride at the airport. As long as people stood on it and didn't move, they could automatically go forward, and the speed was very fast. After a while, the two entered the depths of the Holy Land of Chaos. Xiao Yun stood on the golden avenue and could clearly see countless immortal caves and exquisite palaces on both sides of the surroundings. There were many powerful figures there, respectfully saluting him and the Holy Lord.
This feels so wonderful. Xiao Yun was secretly excited.
He thought that after joining the Holy Land of Chaos, he would have to start from the grassroots level. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became the Son of God, with a status equal to that of the Holy Lord.
It was so satisfying. Son of God.
The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land suddenly said, "Next, let's go to the Chaos Hall first. There are already many ancestors and bone fossils waiting there. They all want to accept you as their disciple, but who to choose is still it's up to you to make your own choice. We won't force you."
Yes. Xiao Yun nodded, but he asked curiously, are the ancestors and bone fossils strong? How are they compared to those supreme elders? Ha ha.
The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land couldn't help but smile when he heard this, but he also knew that Xiao Yun was still just a mortal with little knowledge, so he explained, the Supreme Elder is only in the extraordinary realm, not even as good as me, and those old ancestor, the worst ones are saints.
As for the bone fossils, they are even more terrifying.
They are the powerful ones of the previous era, and they have already entered the realm of great saints, and some have even become quasi-emperors. At this time, the two of them had arrived in front of the Chaos Hall. An old voice suddenly came from the hall, the Holy Lord is joking, we old immortals are just a group of losers on the Imperial Road. After hearing the words of the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun was shocked. He did not expect that the powerful people here were all saints. Although the other party mocks himself as a loser in the imperial path, the strength of those who can compete with the emperor, even if they are losers, is unimaginable.
With excitement, Xiao Yun followed the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land into the Chaos Hall in front of him.
Suddenly, pairs of eyes looked towards Xiao Yun. The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land stood aside respectfully. Even though he was the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land, he was just a junior here and had no right to speak. Xiao Yun looked at the hazy shadows on both sides of the hall with some curiosity, and it was not clear what they looked like.
I don't know who is stronger.
Xiao Yun secretly guessed in his heart that since he wanted to become a disciple, he would of course want to become his disciple with the strongest person. Not to mention the powerful people, their cultivation techniques must be powerful, and with such a strong backer, they can go sideways in the future.
It's strange. The Son of God seems to be very ordinary.
He doesn't have any special physique, and he doesn't look like the reincarnation of some great power. The body is ordinary, but the soul is slightly stronger than ordinary people. It seems that it is not as good as some outer disciples.
The chaos clock will not detect errors.
It should be that we are not strong enough to see through the Son of God. After all, the person who can make the chaos clock ring 9 times is the only person in the history of our Chaos Holy Land who can do it. While Xiao Yun was sizing up these masters, they were also sizing up Xiao Yun. These people were all saints, and each of them had already opened their holy eyes. In their eyes, Xiao Yun looked as if he was naked, and even every cell in his body could be seen clearly. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not see the enlightenment system in Xiao Yun's body. Therefore, Xiao Yun seemed very ordinary in their eyes.
He didn't even have any qualifications.
If he hadn't rung the Chaos Bell, he wouldn't be qualified to join the Chaos Holy Land. The strong men in the hall discussed for a long time, and the last lay ancestor came out, looked at Xiao Yun and said, once my Thunder God technique is cultivated to the Deshang state, I can summon the heavenly tribulation to bombard the enemy.
The power is infinite, and the Son of God can. Would you like to become your teacher?
As soon as Lei Zhu finished speaking, another person came out next to him. I am the immortal ancestor.
Once my immortal demon art is perfected, my body will become immortal. I am the sword ancestor. By practicing my bad sword, I can be invincible. I am the ancestor of boxing. By practicing my dragon fist, I can transform into a dragon and travel across the universe.
In the main hall, each strong man introduced himself, hoping to accept Xiao Yun as his disciple. But those bone fossils did not speak, because they could not see what was so extraordinary about Xiao Yun. Therefore, these bone fossils are very cautious. Because these bone fossils have a limited lifespan, they usually sleep in coffins and do not have much time to teach their disciples. Therefore, once you choose a disciple with poor talent, it is simply a waste of life. Therefore, the bone fossils are very calm, and they will not open their mouths to accept disciples until they see what is special about Xiao Yun.
These guys sound very powerful, who should I choose to be my disciple?
At this moment, Xiao Yun was also hesitant, not knowing who to choose to be his disciple. After all, these people are all powerful, and I really can't tell who is stronger. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land stood aside and watched with a calm expression, but suddenly, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he immediately walked out and said to the powerful men in the hall, "Ancestors, bone fossils, Supreme Emperor Dituen the Elder is outside asking for an audience."
Ditien? Is he not dead yet? He is a small extraordinary person. What is he doing here? Does he still want to accept the Son of God as his disciple? Let him in first. Everyone in the hall discussed for a while, and then allowed the Supreme Elder Ditien to come in. After a while, an old man with white hair came in. He looked really old, and he was trembling when he walked, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Xiao Yun looked at the old man in surprise. Is this the Supreme Elder? He should not be as old as those ancestors and bone fossils, but why does he look like he is about to die? At this time, the Supreme Elder Ditien bowed to the ancestors and bone fossils, then looked at Xiao Yun with a smile and said, "Son of God, although my cultivation is not good, the Chaos Sutra I practiced is the supreme treasure of our Chaos Holy Land. Once it is cultivated to the perfect state, it can be cast into the first holy body in the heavens and the world's the Chaos body, and then it will be just around the corner to prove the throne of the Tao." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Chaos body. Even if he was ignorant, he knew that this physique was invincible in the world. Once cultivated, it would definitely be possible to become a great emperor. Moreover, Xiao Yun knew that his aptitude was very ordinary. If he did not cultivate a strong physique, he would probably not be able to become a strong man. With the chaos body, everything could be solved. In an instant, Xiao Yun decided to worship this Ditien as his teacher. Perhaps, this person's cultivation and status are far from comparable to those of the ancestors in the hall. However, as long as he possesses the chaos body, doesn't Xiao Yun still have to worry about his strength in the future? What's more, he is the Son of God, and his status is equivalent to that of the Holy Lord. However, although Xiao Yun thought this way, the ancestors and bone fossils in the hall obviously disagreed. Ridiculous. A cold snort sounded in the hall. The lay ancestor sneered and said, "Emperor Tian, don't you know how difficult it is to practice the Chaos Sutra? Since ancient times, except for the Chaos Emperor who created the Chaos Sutra, has anyone else mastered it? Has it reached the perfect state of cultivation? If you cannot cultivate it to the perfect state, you will not be able to create a chaotic body. You are wasting the talent and time of the Son of God." Hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly realized that this technique was difficult to practice, but it didn't matter. He had the help of enlightenment. What technique couldn't be practiced? Is it difficult to practice? An epiphany is all it takes. Not once? Then twice, 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Yun had many epiphanies. Speaking of epiphany, Xiao Yun couldn't help but check his system. Epiphany system. Function, grant the host enlightenment. Number of epiphanies, 3 times, recite it silently in your mind and use it at any time. Mission, join the Chaos Holy Land, completed, the mission will be refreshed soon. After reading the system, Xiao Yun suddenly grinned. The previous task of joining the Holy Land of Chaos had been completed, and he had 3 more opportunities for enlightenment. Just when Xiao Yun was secretly happy because he had completed his task, Ditien next to him looked up at Lei Zhu not far away, with a solemn expression and said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, "Let me tell you, Lei Zhu, it is because of the extraordinary talent of the Son of God, so I think that the Son of God is more suitable for practicing the Chaos Sutra." Perhaps, the 9 ringings of the Chaos Bell remind us that the Son of God is the master of the Chaos Sutra. After hearing this, all the ancestors and bone fossils in the hall started talking about it. Although no one has been able to master the Chaos Sutra for so many years, it has to be said that the temptation of the Chaos body is too great for them. If Xiao Yun can really create a Chaos body, then the rise of their Chaos Holy Land will be just around the corner. A great emperor is also a great emperor who is enlightened by the body of chaos. Even if we look at the long history of all heavens and worlds, he is still the leading emperor, enough to rank in the top 10.
The temptation is too great. However, the training of Chaos Sutra is also very difficult, so these ancestors and bone fossils are hesitant. Xiaoyun saw that they had been discussing for a long time and could not decide, so he took the initiative and said, "Dear ancestors and bone fossils, my disciples are willing to worship Elder Detian as their teacher and practice the Chaos Sutra." Xiaoyun's words attracted the attention of the ancestors and bone fossils in the hall. The lay ancestor frowned and said, "Son of God, you are still just a mortal, and I'm afraid you don't understand the difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra. In the history of our Chaos Holy Land, countless geniuses have been born, and some of them have made the Chaos Bell the sons of God who sounded 7, 8, and even 9 sounds, but without exception, they were unable to practice the Chaos Sutra to a perfect state." Xiaoyun solemnly said, "Disciple is willing to give it a try." At this time, the immortal ancestor also spoke, "Son of God, you may not know the origin of the supreme elder of Emperor Tian next to you.
His talent is very strong.
He once made the Chaos Bell ring 6 times and became our Chaos Holy Land. The strongest saint of the previous generation. But unfortunately, just because he practiced the Chaos Sutra, he was unable to practice other techniques, thus wasting time and energy. He is still stuck in the extraordinary realm, and even the chance of entering the heavenly realm is slim." But the saintly sons of his contemporaries had already become saints. When Xiaoyun heard this, he couldn't help but look at Tian next to him. He didn't expect that this person had such a great background and was actually the strongest holy son of the generation in the Holy Land of Chaos.
Son of God.
Seeing Xiaoyun looking at him, Tian looked serious and explained, "I can't practice the Chaos Sutra, but it doesn't mean that you, son of God, can't do it either.
Moreover, although I am not good at cultivation, I can be invincible in the same realm."
If the Son of God practices the Chaos Sutra, he will also be invincible in the same realm.
Not far away, Lei Zhu coldly snorted, "It's a joke. What's the use of being invincible in the same realm?
Others have become saints, but you are stuck in the extraordinary realm. It should be noted that all saints are ants." The immortal ancestor also agreed, "If your cultivation level cannot be improved, then being invincible at the same level is just a joke." Xiaoyun nodded, he also agreed with this point, but he still insisted, "Ancestors, bone fossils, disciples still want to give it a try." Everyone in the hall couldn't help but fell silent for a while when they saw Xiaoyun insisting on practicing the Chaos Sutra. Immediately afterwards, there was another discussion. The Son of God has extraordinary talent and has been recognized by the Chaos Clock.
Perhaps he can be given a try. It's too risky.
Our Chaos Holy Land has not given birth to a Son of God for a long time, and it is the Son of God who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times. This is a genius who has a high chance of being able to prove the great emperor.
We cannot let it go to waste.
That's right. Once we miss the Son of God, our Chaos Holy Land will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse if we want to rise again.
But what if the Son of God can create the Chaos body? Then wouldn't we be sinners in the Holy Land of Chaos? I still feel that it is too risky.
The difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra is well known.
We cannot take this risk. Chaos body, once you create a chaotic body, you will be invincible in the world.
From the initial discussion to the heated argument at the end, there was no end to the quarrel in the hall.
Xiaoyun was speechless. Why didn't he believe me? But he didn't know that his physical talent was so ordinary that these ancestors and bone fossils couldn't have any confidence. However, I have a system.
Xiaoyun couldn't help but look at the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land who had been watching the excitement beside him, and said, "Holy Lord, I have decided to worship Elder Detian as my teacher, and I ask the Holy Lord to make it happen." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land frowned when he heard this. He wanted to say that although I am the Holy Lord, I have no right to speak in this Chaos Hall.
No!
At this moment, the lay ancestor shouted, "I will never allow the Son of God to practice the Chaos Sutra, because once our Son of God fails to become a saint, then our entire Chaos Holy Land will be laughed at.
If the dignified Son of God cannot become a saint, he will indeed be laughed at."
The immortal ancestor also said in a deep voice. Xiaoyun was about to speak, but the voice of the system sounded in his mind. The latest mission, give up the identity of the Son of God and reward 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Listening to the voice in his mind, Xiaoyun was speechless. Mard, I have just become the Son of God, and my butt is still hot, so you ask me to give up my identity as the Son of God.
Isn't this a lie?
However, the reward for this mission was too generous. There were 10 opportunities for enlightenment, which made Xiaoyun jealous.
Forget it, just give up. System, you are the biggest, okay?
After thinking about it, Xiaoyun looked up at the ancestors and bone fossils, with firm eyes, and said loudly, "Dear ancestors and bone fossils, I still insist on practicing the Chaos Sutra. For this reason, I am willing to give up my identity as the Son of God, become an ordinary disciple of the Holy Land of Chaos. In this way, even if the disciple cannot create the Chaos body, it will not bring shame to the Holy Land of Chaos." Hearing Xiaoyun's words, everyone in the hall, including Di Tian and the Holy Master of Chaos Holy Land, all trembled and looked at Xiaoyun with shock on their faces. Lei Zhu also looked at Xiaoyun in shock and said loudly, "Son of God, what are you talking about? Do you know what the identity of Son of God means? It represents the strongest inheritance of our Chaos Holy Land and will be cultivated by our Chaos Holy Land. You actually want to give up?" The immortal ancestor also said in a deep voice, "Son of God, you'd better think carefully. With the status of Son of God, you will have the most training resources in our Chaos Holy Land. But if you give up your status as Son of God, you can only become an ordinary person. The treatment of the elder disciples is much worse than that of the Son of God. Son of God, you must think carefully and not be impulsive." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land next to him also reminded him with a serious face. Son of God, Di Tian didn't know what to say. He only wanted the Son of God to practice the Chaos Sutra and create a chaotic body. However, the price of giving up the identity of the Son of God was too high. That is the Son of God. How many disciples long for a position? Only a fool would give up this identity. Xiaoyun sighed in his heart. He didn't want to give up his identity as the Son of God, but for those 10 opportunities for enlightenment, he had no choice but to give up. After thinking about it, Xiaoyun said with a firm face, "My ancestors and bone fossils, I am willing to give up my identity as the Son of God. If I can practice the Chaos Sutra and create a chaotic body, then it won't be long before I can still become the Son of God. On the contrary, if the disciple cannot create the chaos body, then the disciple is not qualified to become the Son of God." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were overwhelmed by Xiaoyun's heroic spirit. It takes so much courage and perseverance to give up the position of the Son of God and become the Son of God again. I'm afraid you won't be able to find such a person in all the world. Unconsciously, the ancestors in the hall looked at Xiaoyun with admiration. Even the bone fossils looked at Xiaoyun with admiration and admiration. After a moment of silence, a bone fossil slowly said, "Since the Son of God has such heroic spirit and perseverance, how can we fail to fulfill it? Just follow the words of the Son of God." After everyone heard this, there was no objection this time. Then, each of the bone fossils and the ancestors sighed and turned around to leave. Suddenly, only the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, Di Tian, and Xiaoyun were left in the hall. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land looked at Xiaoyun with some complicated eyes, then sighed softly and said, "God. Xiaoyun, since this is your choice, then we will respect your choice. From today on, you are the disciples of the Supreme Elder Deity and have the same status as those of the Supreme Elder's disciples." "Thank you, Holy Master." Xiaoyun saluted respectfully. The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land nodded, then turned around and left. "Disciple Xiaoyun, pay your respects to the Master." Xiaoyun then bowed respectfully to Di Tian. Di Tian said with a bitter smile on his face, "I didn't expect you to give up your identity as the Son of God. After all, it was me who harmed you. Master, there is no need to be like this. It is the disciple who insists on practicing the Chaos Sutra and it has nothing to do with the Master." Xiaoyun said solemnly. Di Tian was moved when he heard the words, and then said in a deep voice, "In that case, I promise you that in the remaining 100 years of my life, I will do my best to cultivate you, and I will never hold anything back." Xiaoyun was stunned when he heard this and said in shock, "Master, how come you only have 100 years to live? This is not okay. I have just become a disciple and you are about to die. Then after you die, who will I look for as my backer?" Xiaoyun immediately felt extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would not have given up his identity as the Son of God just now. Alas, this harmful system. What I don't know, my disciple, is that in our extraordinary realm, we only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. My master is already 900 years old this year, so he only has 100 years left in his lifespan. Di Tian sighed. Xiaoyun frowned and said, "Then how can master increase his longevity?" Di Tian shook his head and said, "Only by breaking through the realm and stepping into the heavenly realm, can the lifespan be increased to 2,000 years. However, what I am practicing as a teacher is the Chaos Sutra, and every step of advancement is very difficult, so I am afraid it will be difficult to break through." Heavenly realm. Xiaoyun suddenly realized what he said, and immediately asked, "Master, I know nothing about cultivation.
What are the realms of cultivators? Ha, since I am your master, of course I have to tell you this. However, let's leave here first and go to my master's cave.
After Di Tian said this, he summoned a white cloud and carried Xiaoyun flying into the distance. On the way, Di Tian said slowly, we cultivators have a total of 14 realms, from low to high, namely body refining, energy gathering, divine bridge, cave heaven, spiritual worship, awakening, out of body, nirvana, transcendent, heaven. Realm, saint, great sage, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Xiaoyun sighed after hearing this realm is too much, no wonder his chief master has only cultivated to the extraordinary realm after practicing for so many years.
The scenery in the Holy Land of Chaos is very beautiful.
As the Supreme Elder, Di Tian, the place where his cave is located is naturally very spectacular. There are waterfalls flying down 3,000 feet, and there are also thousands of rare birds. The mountains are bathed in the golden sunshine, with an ethereal fairy atmosphere, showing the style of the fairy family. On a mountain with strong aura and beautiful scenery, Di Tian and Xiaoyun rode down on a white cloud.
Disciple, this is the Emperor's Peak, which is my master's training cave. You will practice here from now on. Di Tian introduced. Xiaoyun looked ahead. This mountain was very huge, with many exquisite palaces, which showed its former prosperity.
But strangely, there seemed to be no one in these palaces now, making the whole mountain seem quiet and lifeless. However, Xiaoyun did not ask much, but followed Di Tian to the largest palace. The name of this palace is Tiandian, which is the most exquisite, luxurious, and largest palace on this mountain. This was where my master lived before, and now my master will give it to you.
Di Tian took Xiaoyun into the hall and said.
Xiaoyun hurriedly said, how dare I offend you?
Di Tian waved his hand and smiled, my master has not lived here for a long time. Now my master is comprehending the avenue by the river.
This place has been empty for a long time, and it is just right for you to live. Xiaoyun did not refuse after hearing this. At this time, a white-haired old man came in front of them and bowed respectfully to the two of them, greetings, master, and young master. Di Tian pointed at the white-haired old man in front of him and introduced him to Xiaoyun, this is my follower.
You can call him Uncle Fu. He will take you to get familiar with dipping first.
When the star power is strong at night, I will pass on the Chaos Sutra to you to help you embark on the path of cultivation.
Yes, master. Xiaoyun nodded, and then watched Di Tian leave. Uncle Fu.
Xiaoyun looked at the white-haired old man in front of him and saluted respectfully. Uncle Fu quickly hid aside and said with a wry smile, young master, please don't offend this old servant.
Xiaoyun was a little helpless.
After all, he was a good young man who respected the elderly and loved the young. Judging from the other person's age, he could probably be regarded as his ancestor. Of course he had to respect him.
However, in the world of cultivation, the hierarchy is obviously extremely strict.
Xiaoyun could only try his best to adapt, and immediately said, Uncle Fu, please help me get familiar with this imperial peak. This is where he will live in the future, so of course he needs to get familiar with it, otherwise he won't be able to find a toilet when he wants to poop. This place is so beautiful, you can't just poop on the roadside, that would be too unethical.
Young master, you don't have to be polite. This is the duty of this old servant.
Uncle Fu said with a smile, looking at Xiaoyun with eyes full of joy. After so many years, the old master finally accepted a disciple, and I heard that he was from their Chaos Holy Land. Son of God, this is a peerless genius. At the moment, Uncle Fu respectfully took Xiaoyun to visit the entire Emperor Peak. Along the way, he saw that the palaces were all empty.
Xiaoyun finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked, Uncle Fu, why are so many palaces built here but no one lives in them?
Uncle Fu couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, and said with great emotion, in the past, the old master was known as the strongest holy son of the Holy Land of Chaos. There were countless people who followed him, so naturally many palaces were built here. However, over the years, the followers either died of old age or left their master, leaving only the old servant. Hearing this, Xiaoyun suddenly realized that Emperor Tian was 900 years old, so his followers would probably all die of old age as well. Those who have not died of old age may have surpassed Di Tian in cultivation, so naturally they will no longer be able to follow Di Tian. Following Uncle Fu as he continued to visit the Emperor's Peak, Xiaoyun also saw many immortal birds and beasts, as well as some golden rice, which added a lot of vitality to the Emperor's Peak. Just listen to Uncle Fu's introduction, the young master has not yet made a living. These immortal birds, spiritual beasts, and spiritual rice will be the young master's food from now on.
Xiaoyun was greedy after hearing this. These are all good things.
I have to say that joining the Holy Land of Chaos is really wonderful. You know, in the outside world, it is difficult to find these rare treasures. Moreover, despite the fact that those fairy birds and spirit beasts are very well behaved now, they are actually very strong, and even 100 current Xiaoyuns are no match for them. Therefore, Xiaoyun has not eaten these good things in these years, and now he can finally feel good.
Emperor Peak is very big. In the evening, Xiaoyun finally finished visiting Emperor Peak.
Afterwards, Xiaoyun followed Uncle Fu back to the Heavenly Palace. As soon as he entered the Heavenly Palace, Xiaoyun saw his chief master, Emperor Tian, playing with a large bronze cauldron, which was as tall as 3 people. At this time, Tian was releasing the 3 flavors of true fire to worship and refine the cauldron.
Waves of refreshing fragrance came out from the cauldron, shocking Xiaoyun's spirit. Disciple.
When Tian saw Xiaoyun coming back, he couldn't help but smile and said, "This is the foundation building liquid prepared by my master for you. It contains the treasures of heaven and earth that my master has accumulated over the years, and even the blood of dragons. It can definitely make the disciples you created a powerful treasure body." Uncle Fu on the side also explained to Xiaoyun, "Young master, the first state of cultivation is body refining. For us cultivators, the physical body is very important.
Only with a powerful physical body can we have a good journey in your future cultivation." Xiaoyun nodded as if understanding.
Tianzi said with a serious face, "Disciple, as the saying goes, tall buildings rise from the ground, so the foundation of our cultivators is very important. This first state of body refining is when we build the foundation. Only by the stronger the foundation you lay, the greater your future achievements will be." Xiaoyun nodded very understandingly this time. If the foundation of a building is unstable, it will collapse if it encounters a slight earthquake.
Therefore, the foundation is very important. "Ah Fu, come here and help me perform the sacrifice." Tian waved to Uncle Fu, and then handed over the task of performing the sacrifice to Uncle Fu.
He took Xiaoyun and sat down cross-legged on the futon next to him. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and countless stars were shining in the sky. Starlight was shining brightly, and star power was projected from the sky, making the entire Emperor Peak look beautiful and hazy. Tian looked at Xiaoyun who was sitting across from him and said with a serious face, "Disciple, I will teach you the Chaos Sutra now, but you must first swear that you will never use the Chaos Sutra without the permission of the Holy Lord."
Chaos Sutra. Xiaoyun nodded.
He also knew that this technique was the supreme treasure of the Holy Land of Chaos and must not be leaked. At that moment, Xiaoyun swore with a serious face. After seeing Xiaoyun swearing, Tian smiled slightly, and then pointed at Xiaoyun's eyebrows, "Disciple, keep your mind close and study the Chaos Sutra seriously." Xiaoyun quickly closed his eyes, and because he was worried that his talent and qualifications were not enough, he immediately used an enlightenment. The universe has a perfect principle, which is difficult to understand with the eyes and ears. All things are not all things, and they are one with me. The verses of the Chaos Sutra clearly emerged in Xiaoyun's mind, just like when he first comprehended the Chaos Ein.
Moreover, after entering the state of enlightenment, Xiaoyun's thinking became very clear.
When he meditated on the Chaos Sutra, inspiration continued to sprout in his heart. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would immediately feel a sense of enlightenment. It can be said that in the state of enlightenment, Xiaoyun and the Chaos Avenue were very compatible, so he did not encounter any difficulties in comprehending this Chaos Sutra, which is as easy as eating and drinking water.
Next to him,
Tian looked at Xiaoyun with a smile on his face, while Uncle Fu, who was refining the cauldron, stared at Xiaoyun nervously. Don't worry, with Xiaoyun's qualifications, he should be able to comprehend the first level of the Chaos Sutra in 3 days at most.
Tian saw that Uncle Fu was very nervous and couldn't help but smile.
Uncle Fu whispered, "Master, you spent 7 days to comprehend the first level of the Chaos Sutra that year, which is already the fastest record. If the young master cannot surpass this record, then he will not be able to surpass you in the future." Tian said confidently, "Don't worry, Xiaoyun can make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, so he can definitely comprehend the first level of the Chaos Sutra within 3 days. However, at this moment, suddenly, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly rioted, like a long river, converging towards Xiaoyun who was sitting cross-legged. In an instant, Xiaoyun was wrapped in spiritual energy, and his body floated in the air, releasing white light.
How is it possible? Tian suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyun in shock.
Uncle Fu on the side took a breath and said in disbelief, "Spiritual energy fills the body.
Young master has comprehended the first level of the Chaos Sutra? Oh my God, how long has it been? Only a quarter of an hour. The talent of heaven is just like this." Di Tian's eyes glowed, staring at Xiao Yun in the air, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Is it difficult to practice Chaos Sutra? It is difficult. But after Xiao Yun used sudden enlightenment, he immediately mastered the first level of Chaos Sutra naturally. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and poured into Xiao Yun's body, making him look more and more sacred, and his physical body became stronger and stronger. When Di Tian saw this, he said with excitement, "In just a short moment, you can master the first level of the Chaos Sutra." My calculation is indeed correct. Xiao Yun is the most suitable person to practice the Chaos Sutra. He will definitely be able to create a chaotic body in the future. Uncle Fu said with an expectant look on his face, "Chaos body, the invincible holy body. If I can see the day when the young master becomes a chaos body, my old servant will die without regrets." Di Tian also nodded. This was his biggest goal before, and now he pinned this goal on Xiao Yun. At the same time, Xiao Yun is still comprehending the Chaos Sutra in the midst of enlightenment. However, the time for enlightenment is also very limited. After the first level of understanding, the time for enlightenment has passed. The difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra is indeed extraordinary. Even the Chaos Induction only took me one epiphany to fully comprehend it. But this Chaos Sutra is only the first level. An epiphany opportunity for me. Xiao Yun thought to himself. What shocked Xiao Yun even more was that this Chaos Sutra had a total of 108 layers. Only by thoroughly understanding the 108 layers of Chaos Sutra could a chaotic body be created. The first level is so difficult, let alone comprehending the 108th level. It is simply impossible to succeed in cultivation. No wonder no one has been able to create a chaos body for so many years. Sure enough, a perverted physique like chaos body is not so easy to master. Xiao Yun sighed in his heart. However, this is not a big problem for him. If one enlightenment doesn't work, then do it 100 times. If it doesn't work, then do it 1,000 times. He has a system, and there will be many opportunities for epiphany in the future. At that moment, Xiao Yun thought to himself, let's go on to enlightenment. Anyway, there are still 12 opportunities for enlightenment. Originally, Xiao Yun completed the mission of joining the Holy Land of Chaos and got 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Later, he gave up his identity as the Son of God and got another 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Therefore, minus the one epiphany he just used, Xiao Yun can now have 12 more epiphanies. In order to become stronger as soon as possible, Xiao Yun continued to use sudden enlightenment to comprehend the second level of the Chaos Sutra. In the outside world, the aura filling the body is still continuing, and more auras are gathering around him. In the sky, there are also countless stars pulling down and gathering towards Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Yun floating in mid-air with a shocked look on his face, and wondered, what's going on? The young master is still continuing to comprehend. Does he still want to take the opportunity to comprehend the second level? Di Tian was also shocked and said in disbelief, it took me a year to comprehend the second level of the Chaos Sutra. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the entire Emperor Peak shook. What's going on? Di Tian and Uncle Fu were both shocked. This is the Holy Land of Chaos. Who dares to invade? However, they soon learned that they had guessed wrong. Because golden lotus flowers rose from the ground and bloomed with dazzling light. Countless petals flew up and swirled around Xiao Yun. Between the heaven and the earth, thick spiritual energy poured down from the sky like a flood that burst the embankment. It was like it was free of charge, and it kept pouring on Xiao Yun. Countless stars in the cosmic sky also erupted with dazzling light at this moment, and thick pillars of star power shot down from the sky, enveloping Xiao Yun's entire body. The successive visions shocked Di Tian and Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu said in a daze, this is the earth emerging golden lotus. Di Tian also widened his eyes, there is also star power for body training. The two then looked at each other and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Because this kind of vision means that Xiao Yun has comprehended the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra and entered the realm of first glimpse. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Looking at Xiao Yun floating in the air, Uncle Fu couldn't help but spit out the fragrance. Di Tian also stared at Xiao Yun in a daze, and murmured, it took me 30 years to comprehend the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra, which has already broken the previous record. The two of them were completely shocked by Xiao Yun. It took Di Tian 30 years to comprehend the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra, but Xiao Yun did it in just a moment. The gap is really huge. You are worthy of being the monster who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times. Master, you really made the right bet this time.
Maybe we can really see the birth of an invincible chaos body in our lifetime.
Uncle Fu stared at Xiao Yun in midair.
He said with excitement.
Tian was extremely excited when he heard this.
Looking at Xiao Yun in midair, he said excitedly, "This sun cannot become a chaotic body.
It is simply unacceptable. Our Chaos Holy Land is finally expected to rise."
At the same time, the vision of the Emperor Peak also attracted the attention of many cultivators in the Chaos Holy Land, and their eyes converged on the Emperor Peak. However, the Emperor Peak is protected by a formation arranged by Emperor Tian, so no one can use spiritual power to visit it. Everyone could only see golden lotuses emerging from the ground on the Emperor Peak, and endless star power descending on the Emperor Peak from outside the sky.
Strange, what happened to Emperor Peak? Emperor Peak? Isn't that the cave of the Supreme Elder Tian?
I heard that he accepted the Son of God as his disciple.
What Son of God?
I heard that the boy has given up the position of the Son of God and is now a disciple of the Supreme Elder. That guy is so stupid that he actually gave up the position of the Son of God.
Some disciples of the Chaos Holy Land were talking about it.
In just one day, the news that Xiao Yun gave up the position of the Son of God and became a disciple of Tian had spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land. These disciples originally envied Xiao Yun, but now they all laughed at Xiao Yun.
This is also a normal human thought.
Seeing that the person who once stood on their head suddenly fell down, everyone felt gloating.
Golden lotus emerges from the earth, refining the body with star power.
On a mountain peak, the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land looked at the direction of Emperor Peak from afar and couldn't help but sigh. "Emperor Tian, I didn't expect that you would spend so much energy for this child and build a peerless foundation for this child.
Is it worth it? In this way, it will be even more impossible for you to break through to the heaven realm."
The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land felt that these strange phenomena were caused by Emperor Tian. After all, Xiao Yun is still just a mortal now. Even if he has a high talent for cultivation, it is impossible to make such a big fuss.
Other people in the Chaos Holy Land also think so. Emperor Tian really invested a lot this time.
The difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra is too great. Emperor Tian is wasting energy and time in vain. It's a pity that our Chaos Holy Land finally gave birth to a son of God, but he chose this impossible path.
The big figures of the Chaos Holy Land looked at the direction of Emperor Peak and sighed deeply.
Soon after, countless stars disappeared in the night sky, and the sky turned white.
The night passed in the blink of an eye. Emperor Peak, Heavenly Palace.
Xiao Yun, who was floating in mid-air, was now enveloped in a golden light, making him look like a bronze figure, filled with golden light. Tian looked at Xiao Yun in front of him blankly, and said with shock, "The golden light of the physical body is a sign of reaching the extreme state of body refining."
Uncle Fu, who was still smelting the bronze cauldron next to him, was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a look of astonishment on his face, "So, young master, he has already created a supreme foundation, and there is no need to use foundation building fluid at all?" Tian nodded and said in amazement, 9 levels in one day. What an unparalleled talent!
Just filling his body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refining his body with the power of the stars has pushed his body to the extreme state of body refining. Naturally, there is no need to undergo acquired foundation building fluid training.
Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but look at the bronze cauldron in front of him with a depressed expression, and couldn't help but say, "So, all my work this night has been in vain?" Because he spent so long activating the 3 flavors true fire sacrifice, all his love was in vain. Tian smiled slightly and said, "How can this acquired foundation building liquid compare to the supreme foundation forged by the power of heaven and earth? Xiao Yun has such a foundation, and the future is unimaginable." Uncle Fu looked at the foundation building fluid that had been refined in front of him, and said with a wry smile, "The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this are all prepared by you, Master, for 100 years. They are simply priceless treasures. Are you just wasting them like this? It's useless to keep it anyway." Tian said nonchalantly, and then he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I'll give it to you. Your lifespan is running out, so why not also accept a disciple? Xiao Yun is my companion." Uncle Fu was a little moved when he heard this.
Like Tian, he had also reached the limit of his lifespan, and indeed he had long planned to accept a disciple.
Practitioners are all the same.
When they are about to die, they all want to take on a disciple, hoping to pass on what they have learned throughout their lives, which can be regarded as a sustenance.
That's fine. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment and felt that it was a pity that such a good foundation building fluid was wasted like this. So, he nodded and said,
It just so happens that the Holy Land of Chaos has opened its doors to recruit disciples this time and has recruited a group of new disciples, so I'll go and pick one.
Ditian nodded. Uncle Fu then left Emperor Peak on a cloud.
At this time, Xiaoyan just opened his eyes and looked at Uncle Fu leaving.
He couldn't help but curiously asked, Master, why did Uncle Fu leave?
Ditian looked at Xiaoyan happily and said with a smile, Disciple, it only took you 1 day to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 9th level, and directly used the power of heaven and earth to reach the ultimate level of body refining. In this environment, naturally there is no need for these foundation building fluids. Fu felt that it would be a pity to throw away these foundation building fluids, so he planned to choose a disciple among the newly recruited disciples so that he could inherit what he had learned throughout his life. Xiaoyan suddenly realized what he said, but when he lowered his head and looked at his body, he felt a little unbelievable.
Has he reached the limit of the body refining realm?
According to what Master said, once you reach the extreme state of body refining, you will be able to possess 100,000 kilograms of strength.
Do I have such great power now? Xiaoyun couldn't help but look forward to it. He would become a Superman in 1 day.
At this moment, he indeed felt that there was endless power in his body, and his whole body was full of strength. Ditian didn't know that Xiaoyun was thinking wildly, so he continued, Disciple, now that you have reached the ultimate state of body refining, the next step is to comprehend the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra, and begin to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and step into the next level of cultivation.
Realm Chi Gathering Realm.
Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard this, and said confidently, Master, don't worry, I will be able to understand the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra in less than 3 days. He now still has 4 opportunities for enlightenment, which is enough for him to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 13th level.
Ditian, looking at the confident Xiaoyun in front of him, Ditian was speechless.
It took him 50 years to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 10th level, but the other party wanted to complete it in 3 days. Of course, after witnessing Xiaoyan's 9 levels in 1 day, Ditian had no choice but to believe in Xiaoyan's confidence. However, Ditian still shook his head and said to Xiaoyun with a serious face, Disciple, you have misunderstood. My master wants you to suppress your cultivation and not rush to comprehend the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra.
Master, why is this? Aren't cultivators supposed to be brave and radical?
Xiaoyun couldn't help but be filled with doubts after hearing this.
Ditian said with a bitter smile, That's what I say to people with poor talent, so that they can practice hard, but you are different, my disciple.
A genius like you can practice very fast, so in order to build a stronger foundation, you need to constantly suppress your cultivation so that every level of cultivation you reach reaches the theoretical limit. Xiaoyan suddenly realized that it was still to build a foundation, and immediately nodded and said, Master, I understand, then I will not make a breakthrough for the time being.
Ditian was speechless when he heard this.
His disciple was really confident. As expected, people are more infuriating than others. He continued to say to Xiaoyun, Disciple, although your cultivation is temporarily suppressed, you can practice some combat skills. Continue to discover the potential of the physical body to transcend the extreme realm and enter the legendary Forbidden Realm.
Beyond the extreme realm? Forbidden Realm?
Xiaoyun was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a puzzled face, Master, is the extreme realm of the body refining realm not the limit?
Can we continue to transcend it? What is this Forbidden Realm?
Emperor Tian explained, 100,000 gene of strength is only the theoretical extreme of the physical realm, and it is also the limit that super geniuses can reach. However, some monsters with special physiques can still surpass this extreme and reach 110,000 gene of strength, 120,000 gene of strength, or even higher.
This is the forbidden area. Xiaoyun asked curiously, Master, in the history of the cultivation world, how many gene of strength can the limit of the physical realm have?
Emperor Tian smiled slightly and said, 100,000 extremes, double is forbidden, 1 forbidden is double, 9 forbidden is God. The ancestor of our Chaos Holy Land, the great Emperor Chaos, once reached 1,000,000 gene of strength in the physical realm and entered the 9 forbidden areas. This realm is also called the God Forbidden Area, which means that only God can step into the realm.
Xiaoyun was speechless after hearing this.
It turned out that after all this time, the physical realm can reach 1,000,000 gene of strength. He has only completed 1/10 now, and is still far from the peak. He didn't know that ordinary people can enter the Chi Gathering realm when they can reach 70,000 to 80,000 gene of strength. Some super geniuses can only reach the extreme realm of 100,000 gene. Only those monsters with special physiques can explore the forbidden realm. Moreover, the physical realm is only the first realm of the cultivator after all, and no one is willing to waste too much time in this realm. However, since Xiaoyun knew this, he must reach the peak of the physical realm. At this moment, Xiaoyun looked at Tian with a firm face and said, Master, since the chaotic body of the ancestor can do it, then I can do it too.
However, how should I continue to improve my strength next? Tian smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with Xiaoyun's ambition.
Although he did not think that Xiaoyun could reach the level of the Chaos Emperor, it should not be a problem to surpass the extreme realm. So, Tian smiled and said, if you want to continue to improve your physical strength, it is not enough to rely on the practice of the technique.
This is already the extreme realm.
Only by practicing combat skills can you continue to tap your potential. Moreover, your current strength is only strength after all. Only through combat skills can you transform your strength into combat power.
Combat skills?
Hearing this, Xiaoyun looked at Tian in front of him and asked, Master, please teach me combat skills quickly.
Tian shook his head and smiled. Combat skills cannot be practiced casually.
They need to be customized according to each person's talent and physique. In our Chaos Holy Land, there is a Star Pavilion, which contains all the combat skills of our Chaos Holy Land. You only need to enter among them. Xingqian Pavilion will take the initiative to select combat skills for you.
So magical?
Xiaoyun was surprised when he heard this, and then said quickly, Master, please take me there quickly.
Tian smiled and said, Disciple, you are too anxious. You should know that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You have just stepped into the path of cultivation for one day, so there is no need to be so anxious. Besides, your Uncle Fu will be back soon.
When the time comes, his apprentice will also choose combat skills. You can go together.
That's fine.
Xiaoyun immediately calmed down after hearing this, and then continued to understand his own situation and become familiar with his suddenly increased power as soon as possible. After all, his strength instantly became stronger, and he was still a little uncomfortable with it. If he were placed in the mortal world, he might have trampled the ground to pieces by now. Fortunately, the ground of the Temple of Heaven was protected by a formation, which blocked his powerful power.
Call out. Not long after, Uncle Fu came back in the clouds.
Moreover, behind Fu Bo, there was also a quirky little girl, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a green dress and 2 pigtails. She looked a little cute, and she looked very upright and handsome. Young Master, congratulations, young Master, for creating the Supreme Foundation. Uncle Fu couldn't help but smile and congratulate him when he saw that Xiaoyun had woken up from trance. The little girl behind him looked at Xiaoyun with curiosity. She had already gotten to know Xiaoyun when the chaos bell rang in the square yesterday. After all, Xiaoyun was so eye-catching at that time that he was so dazzling.
Uncle Fu, there is no need to be polite. By the way, is this your apprentice, Uncle Fu? Xiaoyun also looked at the little girl behind Uncle Fu with some curiosity.
Uncle Fu smiled slightly, pulled the little girl behind him, pointed at Xiaoyun and said, Xiaoya, I haven't seen your senior brother before long. Lin Xiaoya blinked her 2 big black eyes, stared at Xiaoyun with curiosity, and said with a smile, Lin Xiaoya has met senior brother. Senior brother, I heard that you gave up your identity as the son of God.
Is this true?
Uncle Fu's expression changed, and he quickly scolded, Shut up.
Don't talk nonsense.
Lin Xiaoya was so frightened that she flattened her mouth, tears welling up in her big black eyes, looking pitiful and aggrieved. Xiaoyun smiled, waved his hand and said, Uncle Fu, you don't have to be like this. I gave up my identity as the son of God on my own initiative, so how can I make others talk about it? What's more, one day, I will personally take back the position of son of God. Hearing this, Uncle Fu also thought of Xiaoyun's amazing talent last night. He couldn't help but smile and nod, that's right. With the young master's unparalleled talent, sooner or later, he will regain the position of the Son of God. After saying that, Uncle Fu took Lin Xiaoya to visit Tian again. Tian looked at Lin Xiaoya in front of him, smiled slightly, and asked, the talent is pretty good.
It should have made the chaos bell ring 3 times yesterday, right? Yeah. Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently.
Tian then looked at Uncle Fu and said with a smile, with such talent, coupled with the foundation building liquid I have prepared for many years, it should not be a problem to enter the extreme realm of body refining in the future.
This girl is lucky.
Uncle Fu said with a smile. Lin Xiaoya blinked her big eyes, a little confused.
Could it be that she will be able to reach the extreme realm of body refining in the future not because of her talent, but because of luck?
Seemingly seeing the doubts in Lin Xiaoya's heart, Uncle Fu pointed to the bronze cauldron in front of him and said with a smile, this is the foundation building fluid that the master has prepared for the young master for many years. It is a fusion of many heavenly materials and earthly treasures.
It is better than those used by the saints in the past. The foundation building liquid is not bad at all. Unfortunately, the young master has entered the extreme realm of body refining and does not need these foundation building liquids, so this is a great opportunity for you. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya looked at Xiaoyun next to her with shock on her face, her two big black eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "Senior brother, has he entered the extreme realm of body refining? Didn't he just join me in the holy land of chaos yesterday? It's only been one night, how could he practice so fast?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu said proudly, "Your senior brother is extremely talented. Yesterday he practiced the Chaos Sutra and broke through 9 levels in one day. He directly let the power of heaven and earth help him build a supreme foundation and step into the ultimate realm of body refining. This is much better than using foundation building fluid to enter the extreme body refining realm." Breaking through 9 floors in one day, Lin Xiaoya looked at Xiaoyun next to her and couldn't help but take a breath. She also came from a big family and knew how difficult it was to practice the Chaos Sutra. She didn't expect that Xiaoyun could break through 9 levels in a day. Such talent, not only is it unparalleled. Uncle Fu was so complimentary. Xiaoyun said humbly from the side. Uncle Fu slapped Lin Xiaoya on the head and shouted, "Okay, don't waste time. Enter the cauldron immediately and use the skills I taught you. The young master is still waiting to go to Xingchen Pavilion with you to choose combat skills. Don't keep him waiting." "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded after hearing the words, and then was waved by Uncle Fu. Her body involuntarily flew to the top of the bronze cauldron, and then slowly fell down. Xiaoyun was also watching. Because the power of heaven and earth helped him build the foundation, he missed the step of using the foundation building fluid to build the foundation, so he seemed a little curious. After Lin Xiaoya entered the cauldron, she suddenly screamed, "Wow, it's so hot. Master, I'm about to be cooked. Did you accept me as your disciple because you want to eat me?" Uncle Fu's face darkened, and he quickly scolded, "If you can't bear this little pain, why should you practice? Stop talking nonsense, run your skills quickly, and try to absorb these medicinal liquids. These medicinal liquids are priceless treasures. Waste a little and sell them. Your entire family cannot afford to pay for it." "But it's really hot," Lin Xiaoya continued to scream. Xiaoyun watched with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had an epiphany to help him, otherwise he would be the one suffering from this kind of crime now. Moreover, Lin Xiaoya cooked it for 3 hours, and it was not until noon that Uncle Fu took it out. Uncle Fu waved his hand to steam dry Lin Xiaoya's clothes. The latter had screamed all morning, but now she was more energetic. She was looking at her body curiously, and her 2 dark eyes were full of excitement. What a powerful force. I have at least reached the level of body refining now. I should have a strength of 50,000 kilograms. Uncle Fu couldn't help but scolded. What is there to be proud of? Your senior brother does not use these foundation building fluids, and now he has 100,000 kilograms of strength. You are still far behind. Senior brother is a pervert, I can't compare with him. Lin Xiaoya curled her lips. Xiaoyun's face turned dark. Okay, Fu, you can send them to Xingchen Pavilion to choose combat skills. Di Tian said with a smile beside him. Uncle Fu nodded, then summoned a cloud, which carried Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaoya out of the Imperial Peak. Star Pavilion is located in the outer gate area, very far from the inner gate area where Emperor Peak is located. Even if Uncle Fu takes Xiaoyun and others to fly, it will take an hour to arrive. However, along the way, neither Xiaoyun nor Lin Xiaoya felt the slightest bit impatient. Because the scenery in the Holy Land of Chaos is so beautiful. The peaks below are covered with mist and mist, surrounded by fairy spirit. The scenery is beautiful, and the beauty of heaven and earth is Zhongling. Wow, this place is so beautiful. When I can fly, I must take a good tour of our Chaos Holy Land. Lin Xiaoya was chirping at the side, like a happy lark. Uncle Fu smiled and said, when you enter the 3rd realm of cultivation, the Divine Bridge realm, you can gather your spiritual thoughts and fly with your sword. While talking, they had entered the outer gate area. There were very few masters here. None of them could fly in the clouds and mist like Uncle Fu. Instead, like Uncle Fu said, they flew with swords one by one and shuttled through the void. Whoosh whoosh, the sword light crisscrosses the sky and the earth, free and unrestrained. Lin Xiaoya's face was full of envy, and her big black eyes were full of yearning. Xiaoyun also looked yearning. I have to say that it was so refreshing to see the disciples from the Chaos Holy Land flying freely in the sky with their hands on their backs and flying swords on their feet. Aha! Suddenly, the clouds and fog in front dispersed, and a huge square appeared in the sight of the 3 people. Xiaoyun also saw a huge attic in this square,
filled with fairy light, towering into the clouds, majestic and magnificent, with extraordinary momentum.
This is Xingqian Pavilion.
Uncle Fu laughed, and landed on the square with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. There were a lot of people in the square, thousands of people, all queuing up to enter the Star Pavilion.
Uncle Fu frowned, shook his head and said, "Normally, few people come to Xingqian Pavilion.
This time it is because many new disciples were recruited yesterday, so many people come to Xingqian Pavilion to choose combat skills.
Let's get in line first, I'm not in a hurry,"
Xiao Yun said with a smile.
Fu Bo nodded.
However, at this moment, a lively noise came from the front. It's 50,000 kilograms of strength, and the realm of body refining.
This boy is a new disciple who just entered the door yesterday. He actually reached the realm of body refining in one day.
With this kind of talent, he is expected to become a quasi-holy son in the future. An envious voice came from the front.
Lin Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up.
She liked to watch the excitement and couldn't help but said with excitement, "Master, senior brother, let's go over and have a look. Someone seems to be testing his combat power there." Uncle Fu smiled faintly and said, "There is a stone tablet in front of the Star Pavilion to test the combat power, which is specially used for new disciples in the body refining realm. However, with the strength of the young master, there is no need to test it."
"Master, senior brother, he doesn't need to test, I can go for the test."
Lin Xiaoya pouted and said, then she pulled Xiao Yun and ran forward.
Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly and could only follow.
After a while, the three of them saw a huge stone tablet, filled with light and runes, like an ancient beast, standing next to the Star Pavilion. Under the stone monument, a young man's face was full of triumph and he looked very proud.
Because on the stone tablet, the number 50,001 is revealed.
The people around were amazed and praised the young man under the stone tablet repeatedly, making him even more proud.
Lin Xiaoya curled her lips, her pretty face full of disapproval, and she murmured, "Isn't it just 50,000 caddies? If it's any big deal, I can do it."
Hearing this, a middle-aged man next to him couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiaoya and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't be so boastful. With 50,000 kilograms of strength, you have already reached the realm of body refining. Only some geniuses can do it after building the foundation.
Have such power. That's right, little girl doesn't understand anything, so don't talk nonsense. Where did this little girl come from? She has no knowledge at all."
It's true that long hair means short knowledge. People around him also criticized him. Lin Xiaoya's face turned red with anger, and she bared her teeth at everyone, with two cute little tiger teeth exposed.
However, she looked cute and had no intimidation at all.
The young man under the stone tablet was also alarmed at this moment.
He looked at Lin Xiaoya and said with a sneer, "I recognize you, your name is Lin Xiaoya.
Yesterday the chaos bell rang 3 times, but I rang 4 times. Your talent, you are not as good as me, but you still dare to talk shamelessly in front of me.
You really don't know what to say and are extremely arrogant."
Lin Xiaoya was not one to swallow her anger.
She couldn't help but walked up to the young man and said angrily, "Isn't it just 50,000 caddies? What's so great about it? I'll test it for you. Please."
The young man stretched out his palm and stepped aside like a gentleman, but his face was full of ridicule. He obviously didn't believe that Lin Xiaoya could hit a figure exceeding 50,000 kilograms.
"Humph, open your eyes wide and watch."
Lin Xiaoya snorted angrily, then walked towards the stone tablet, waved her small fist, and hit the stone tablet in front of her hard. Everyone also stared at the stone tablet curiously. On the stone tablet, following Lin Xiaoya's punch, a burst of silver light suddenly filled the air and enveloped the entire stone tablet.
"It's silver light. How is it possible? Only when the weight exceeds 50,000 kilograms will the silver light appear. Did this little girl also reach the realm of body refining?"
When everyone saw the silver light on the stone tablet, they were shocked and their faces were full of disbelief. The boy next to him also looked in shock and disbelief at this moment. He saw clearly yesterday that Lin Xiaoya only rang the chaos bell 3 times, so her talent was definitely not as good as his own.
How could she reach the realm of body refining after building the foundation?
Just when the young man was filled with doubts, the silver light on the stone tablet in front of him dispersed, and a series of numbers were revealed: 58,000. Although he is still at the stage of 50,000, he is 7,000 kilograms more powerful than the boy just now. Everyone was amazed and praised Lin Xiaoya one after another, making the little girl very happy. As for the young man, after seeing the numbers on the stone tablet, he had already hid in the crowd in despair, shameless to see anyone. Lin Xiaoya came back with a proud look on her face and smiled at Uncle Fu. "Master, my disciple didn't embarrass you, did I?"
Uncle Fu scolded him sternly. How can we, monks, show off? You are so unstable. When you go back, write me 10,000 words of stable. Oh.
Lin Xiaoya suddenly curled her lips unhappily. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xiaoya and discovered Xiaoyun next to them, and they suddenly screamed in surprise.
It's the Son of God. What the Son of God is? It's Xiaoyun. He is no longer the Son of God. Did he give up his identity as Son of God? He looks very ordinary. Could it be that the Holy Lord discovered his ordinariness, so he was expelled from the position of Son of God? It's really possible. How can you, the dignified Son of God, just give up? I think he may have cheated during yesterday's test.
That's why he rang the chaos bell 9 times, and was later discovered by the Holy Lord.
He's here too.
He should have established a foundation. I don't know how much power he has. I think it's difficult to even reach 10,000 kilograms. After all, the training of Chaos Sutra is very difficult. I heard that it takes a month to get started with the first level. Following a burst of discussion, Xiaoyun felt a pair of eyes looking towards him, some curious and some mocking. Hearing those mocking words, before Xiaoyun could say anything, Lin Xiaoya, who was next to him, suddenly became unhappy. She quickly stood up and shouted, "Shut up, all of you. My senior brother gave up his identity as the Son of God on his own.
He didn't. Cheating. Little girl, do you know how well treated the Son of God is? No one with a sane mind will give up his identity as the Son of God. Do you think your senior brother is an idiot?" Someone joked with a smile.
Lin Xiaoya glared at him and said, "Of course my senior brother is not an idiot.
If that's the case, then why did he give up his identity as Son of God?
In my opinion, he must have rang the chaos bell by cheating, so he was expelled from the position of Son of God by the Holy Lord."
The man sneered.
Xiaoyun stared at this person coldly. The other person targeted him again and again, while the others only gloated a few words at most, not like this person who continued to ridicule. The other person was obviously specifically targeting him. Young master, this man was also a follower of his master back then. Later, he was expelled by his master because of his improper conduct. Therefore, he hated his master very much. For this reason, he even took refuge with one of his master's enemies. Suddenly, Uncle Fu's voice rang in Xiaoyun's heart. Xiaoyun suddenly realized that Gongqing was his master's enemy, no wonder he was so targeted at him. At this moment, Uncle Fu stood up next to him. He looked at the man opposite him coldly and shouted, "Zhu Ping, the Holy Master has issued an edict. It is the young master who voluntarily gave up his position as the Son of God.
You are so by slandering the young master, are you questioning the Holy Lord's decree?"
Zhu Ping snorted coldly when he heard this. "I can't afford to wear such a big hat.
However, I don't want to pay attention to a cheater. Unlike my young master, he is the real talent."
After ringing the chaos bell, he entered the realm of perfect body refining and now has the power of a holy sun. As he spoke, Zhu Ping stepped aside, and a young man in brocade clothes came out. He looked young, but his eyes were deep, like lightning flashing in them, exuding an extraordinary aura.
It's Chu Jingxiao.
Apart from Xiaoyun, he was the only super genius who made the chaos bell ring 5 times yesterday. I heard that he has become a disciple of Supreme Elder Tianyi, who is the second-ranked Supreme Elder in the sect, and is about to enter the heavenly realm. I didn't expect that Chu Jingxiao has already completed the body refining process. It seems that within a few months, he will reach the extreme state of body refining and will definitely become the Holy Son in the future.
People around were amazed.
Xiaoyun glanced at Chu Jingxiao indifferently. He did not recognize this person, and there was no genius who rang the chaos bell 5 times before him yesterday.
Obviously, this person was tested after him.
Chu Jingxiao was also looking at Xiaoyun, with a flash of jealousy and hatred in his eyes. Yesterday, he rang the chaos bell 5 times and should have ranked first among everyone, thus becoming famous and attracting everyone's attention. However, because Xiaoyun's 9 voices were in front, everyone's focus was on Xiaoyun, and even he, the 5-voice super genius, was directly ignored. Therefore, Chu Jingxiao had some hatred for Xiaoyun, but more of it was jealousy. After staring at Xiaoyun for a while, Chu Jingxiao suddenly felt something in his heart. He smiled slightly at Zhu Ping next to him and said, "Butler Zhu is so complimentary.
Master said that senior brother Xiao has extraordinary talent.
If he hadn't practiced the Chaos Sutra, he would definitely be able to travel in one day.
I'm still far from reaching the ultimate realm."
Even so, after Chu Jingxiao finished speaking, he walked towards the stone tablet in front of him. Everyone knew that he was about to test his combat power, and they all stared at him. Chu Jingxiao quickly arrived in front of the stone tablet and punched it hard. Boom! Following an explosion, blazing silver light suddenly spurted out, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky, and the light was extremely bright. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They knew that the silver light was so blazing, so Chu Jingxiao's combat power must be very amazing, far beyond the 50,000 stage.
Sure enough,
as the silver light dissipated, the number 90,000 appeared on the stone tablet. Suddenly, there was a cry of exclamation all around. It's 90,000 combat power.
The realm of body refining is complete. To reach the realm of body refining and reach perfection in one day, what a blessing this is. The onlookers were amazed and full of disbelief.
Chu Jingxiao stood under the stone tablet, a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes.
He was a young man after all. Although he was a little calm, he couldn't help but show off. However, Chu Jingxiao obviously has a deep city. He listened to everyone's praise, waved his hands, and shook his head humbly. You are ridiculous, I just rang the chaos bell 5 times, which is far better than not letting anyone know. The chaos bell has rung 9 times, Senior Brother Xiao, let's take a look at Senior Brother Xiao's performance. After saying that, Chu Jingxiao left the stone monument and returned to Zhu Ping, looking at Xiaoyun opposite with a smile on his face. With Chu Jingxiao's words in front of him, everyone else present also turned their attention. Uncle Fu sent a message to Xiaoyun and said, Young master, at a young age, this boy knows how to manipulate the opinions of the public. The city is very deep. You must be wary of this person in the future.
Uncle Fu had lived for hundreds of years and had pooped more rice than Chu Jingxiao had eaten.
He could see the purpose of Chu Jingxiao's actions at a glance.
This is forcing Xiaoyun to test his combat power. If Xiaoyun did not dare to test his combat power, he would leave an impression of cowardice in everyone's mind. However, Uncle Fu was not worried because he was very confident in Xiaoyun. After all, Xiaoyun can reach 9 levels in one day, and God can help him reach the extreme state.
Who can compare with him?
Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping thought that Xiaoyun would not be able to comprehend the Chaos Sutra in one day after practicing it, so naturally he could not have much combat power.
But unfortunately, they greatly underestimated Xiaoyun's talent. Brother, go and let these guys who look down on others have a look.
Lin Xiaoya urged from the side. She felt very aggrieved. Her brother was obviously very powerful, but these people dared to question his talent.
They were really ignorant.
Xiaoyun smiled slightly and was about to step forward to test his combat power. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Latest task, make people around exclaim, cause a sensation, and reward 3 times of enlightenment. Attachment, this task can be stacked without limit.
Finally, the task is here. After hearing the voice of the system, Xiaoyun was immediately excited. He didn't have many times of enlightenment.
The system sent a task at this time. The timing was simply too good.
Moreover, this time the task could be stacked without limit. Wouldn't he take the opportunity to brush up many times of enlightenment? Xiaoyun couldn't help but glance at the latest task of the system again, making people around exclaim? Cause a sensation? Isn't this forcing him to show off? In short, pretend to be cool. Isn't it a good opportunity to test the combat power right now? Xiaoyun smiled in his heart and couldn't help but thank the system for its consideration. This is a chance to gain enlightenment.
At this moment, Xiaoyun walked towards the stone tablet in front of him under the gaze of everyone. Humph, the Chaos Sutra is recognized as the most difficult practice in the cultivation world. In just one day, he didn't even comprehend the first level. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a strength of 10,000 pounds.
Not far away, Zhu Ping said with a sneer on his face. Chu Jingxiao smiled slightly and said, Butler Zhu is wrong.
Others may not be able to comprehend the Chaos Sutra within one day, but Senior Brother Xiao is a peerless genius who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times.
I believe he can do it. Uncle Fu glanced at the two coldly.
One belittled and the other praised.
The two cooperated really well.
It's a pity that they underestimated the young master's talent.
This time, you will be surprised. Boom!
At this moment, Xiaoyun had already punched the stone tablet fiercely.
Oh, my hand hurts.
Xiaoyun suddenly rubbed his fist and shouted deliberately.
Ha ha!
Everyone laughed at once, and Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping also showed sarcastic smiles, but their smiles soon froze. Because a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the stone tablet, as if a sun suddenly rose, the light was blazing and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky.
It's golden light.
Only when you reach the extreme state of body refining can golden light appear.
How is it possible? He actually reached the extreme state of body refining in just one day. Oh my god, What kind of unparalleled talent is this? Is he the reincarnation of an ancient saint?
In the square, exclamations were heard everywhere, and there was a sensation.
Golden light gushed out from the stone tablet next to the Shingshan pavilion. The rich golden light bathed the entire square, making the world a dazzling place. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock, exclaiming and gasping.
During the test, if golden light appeared, it meant that the person had entered the extreme realm of body refining.
As expected.
As the golden light slowly dissipated, a shocking number appeared on the stone tablet: 100,000. 100,000 pounds of strength. It is indeed the extreme realm of body refining. Oh my god, Xiaoyun has just built his foundation, but he has already reached the extreme realm of body refining.
This is definitely the qualification of a saint's son. What saint's son?
He is the son of God, but he voluntarily gave up his identity as the son of God. He is indeed the peerless genius who made the chaos bell ring 9 times. The onlookers exclaimed, and when they looked at Xiaoyun, there was no longer any mockery, only amazement and shock. After building the foundation, he immediately reached the ultimate state of body refining. Such qualifications are rare even in the Chaos Holy Land, and only those few saints can do it. Therefore, Xiaoyun's talent is beyond doubt, and no one doubts it anymore.
Damn, how could this happen?
Not far away, Zhu Ping looked up at the shocking number on the stone tablet. His face was extremely gloomy, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. Chu Jingxiao next to him also stared at the number on the stone tablet in a daze. He had just teased Xiaoyun before, but he didn't expect Xiaoyun to really reach the ultimate state in one day.
This was a great irony for him. Hee, I knew my senior brother was the best.
Lin Xiaoya cheered excitedly when she saw the number on the stone tablet.
She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Zhu Ping and Chu Jingxiao with the other hand, mocking, "You looked down on me and dared to slander my senior brother for cheating. Now you have seen how powerful my senior brother is. Let's go." Chu Jingxiao blushed. Feeling the eyes of the people around him, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was too embarrassed to see anyone.
Zhu Ping also followed Chu Jingxiao and fled from here in disgrace.
Ha, senior brother, look at how they are running away.
Lin Xiaoya felt a burst of joy in her heart. She hugged Xiaoyun's arm and shook it, very excited.
Xiaoyun smiled.
He was checking his system now. Just now, he successfully caused the exclamations of the people around him and caused a sensation.
He completed the system's task and got 3 opportunities for enlightenment.
At this time, he still had 7 enlightenments in total.
It's still not enough. The number of enlightenments required to practice the Chaos Sutra is too many. I have to continue to accumulate them. Xiaoyun thought secretly.
Fortunately, he will not lack tasks in the future.
He just needs to continue to pretend to be cool. Every time he pretends to be cool, he can get 3 opportunities for enlightenment. It's really cool.
But in this way, I can't practice in a low-key manner.
I have to keep looking for opportunities to show off.
Xiaoyun thought in his heart.
The purpose of pretending to be cool is to make people exclaim for you.
In this way, it is naturally impossible to practice in a low-key manner.
You have to stand at the wind outlet of the cultivation world all the way.
Fortunately, Xiaoyun is not disgusted by this. After all, he has made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times and has long been famous in the Chaos Holy Land.
Even if he wants to be low-key, he can't be low-key. Next, I have to break through the extreme realm as soon as possible and step into the forbidden realm. This should continue to cause their exclamations. Xiaoyun has begun to consider how to pretend to be cool next.
After all, as long as he pretends to be cool, he can get the number of enlightenments.
He has to do this. Brother, it's our turn. Let's go into the Star Pavilion and choose our fighting skills.
Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya's voice came from the side. Xiaoyun raised his head and looked at the team in front of him, and found that they had arrived at the door of the Star Pavilion. The gate of the Star Pavilion is very large, and it can accommodate more than 10 people at a time, so the queue is also very fast.
At that moment, Xiaoyun and Lin Xiaoya walked into the Star Pavilion. Wow, as soon as she entered the Star Pavilion, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed.
Xiaoyun was also shocked. Because the Star Pavilion contains the space of all things, the stars are shining above the head, and the pillars around it stand in the sky, as if at the edge of the universe. The scene is very spectacular. What's more surprising is that the stars above the head are constantly moving, and occasionally they fall down and fall into the hands of a person next to them, revealing an ancient book. You all close your eyes, keep your mind, and wait for the Star Pavilion to choose fighting skills for you. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in everyone's ears. Xiao Yun knew that this was a Chaos Holy Land expert guarding the Star Pavilion, so he quickly closed his eyes. At this time, Xiao Yun didn't know that because he showed his extreme level of physical training, he had attracted many Chaos Holy Land experts to the Star Pavilion to pay attention to him. Even Xiao Yun's master, the Supreme Elder Di Tian, came. At this time, a Supreme Elder looked at Di Tian opposite him and said with a smile, Di Tian, I believe that with Xiao Yun's talent, he should be given super combat skills by the Star Pavilion this time.
Di Tian smiled slightly and said, it should be so. After all, he can make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times. The Star Pavilion should rank him as the highest level.
Humph. Not far away, a cold shout came, and a hazy figure sat cross-legged in the void, wrapped in a sea of fog, exuding a terrifying breath.
Di Tian glanced at this person and sneered, Tiani, aren't you in seclusion to impact the heaven realm? Why did you come out? Did you fail? Boom!
After Emperor Tian finished speaking, the hazy figure suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, causing everyone present to exclaim in surprise.
It's half a step into the heavenly realm.
It seems that Tiani is not far from entering the heavenly realm. A group of supreme elders and elders exclaimed.
Emperor Tian's eyes also became solemn.
The hazy figure named Tiani snorted coldly, Di Tian, although you have amazing fighting power, it's a pity that you can't step into the heavenly realm after all. After 100 years, you are still just a handful of yellow earth. The same goes for your disciple Xiao Yun. No matter how talented he is, he will be just a meteor in the end. On the contrary, my disciple Chu Jingxiao will step into the heavenly realm like me, and it is not impossible to covet the realm of saints in the future.
Di Tian's face was ugly, and he retorted, no matter what, you are also defeated by me, and your disciple will also be defeated by my disciple. A temporary failure is nothing. I will step into the heavenly realm and my lifespan will increase by another 1,000 years, and you will turn into ashes. In the future, people will only know that I, Tiani, am a strong man in the heavenly realm, and no one will know you, Di Tian. Tiani said coldly.
The surrounding supreme elders and elders saw them arguing and hurriedly persuaded them, why do you two have to confront each other?
We are all from the same sect and should work together.
At this moment, in the Star Pavilion below, a dim star fell towards Xiao Yun's hand. Everyone noticed this scene and was stunned, with disbelief on their faces.
Is this a third-rate fighting skill? An elder was stunned and his face was full of disbelief. That was a monster that made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, how could the Star Pavilion give him the lowest level fighting skills? It was so surprising. All the supreme elders and elders did not expect that Xingqian Pavilion would grant Xiao Yun the lowest combat skills. Did Xingqian Pavilion think Xiao Yun's talent was ordinary? Isn't this ridiculous? How can a monster who can make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times be a person with ordinary talent? What's going on? Di Tian also widened his eyes and said with disbelief, did something go wrong in Xingqian Pavilion? How could Xiao Yun be given the lowest level of combat skills? Not far away, Tiani felt a little surprised, but he didn't mind taking the opportunity to ridicule Di Tian. It seems that my disciple is right. I am afraid that he deceived the Chaos Clock and let Chaos do it by cheating.
The bell rings 9, and his true talent is actually ordinary.
Di Tian snorted coldly, Tiani, what do you think the Chaos Bell is? It is the Emperor's divine weapon. Even a saint cannot deceive the Chaos Bell.
Unless there is a quasi-emperor standing behind Xiao Yun, it is possible to deceive him.
Chaos Clock. Who knows?
Tiani said with a look of gloating, you and I can actually see clearly that Xiao Yun's talent is very ordinary, and those ancestors and bone fossils also think so. Now, Xingqian Pavilion also thinks so. Maybe this person there is something special about him that makes the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, not his talent.
All the supreme elders and elders nodded one after another.
They felt that this reason was more convincing.
After all, the Chaos Clock cannot be fooled.
Perhaps, as Tiani said, Xiao Yun did not rely on his own talent, but relied on something else to make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times.
Impossible.
Di Tian heard the words and shouted coldly, that's nonsense, Tiani. My disciple Xiao Yun is extremely talented. He studied the Chaos Sutra last night, and he reached 9 levels in one day. He attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fill his body, and the star power refined his body. If you step into the extreme realm and build a supreme foundation, how can you become an ordinary person?
What? 9 levels in one day?
That is the Chaos Sutra, which is the most difficult technique in the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, all the supreme elders and elders exclaimed.
Tiani was also shocked, but then he sneered, Di Tian, this is just your one-sided statement.
Maybe you spent your own energy yesterday to help Xiaoyun reach 9 levels in one day.
Otherwise, it will be like Chaos Sutra. How could such a top-notch skill reach 9 levels in one day?
If I remember correctly, it took you 30 years to reach the 9th level, which already broke the previous record.
After everyone heard this, they all looked at Detian suspiciously.
After all, 9 levels in one day is really shocking. It took Detian 30 years to cultivate the 9th level Chaos Sutra, which had already broken the previous records and caused a sensation in the Holy Land of Chaos. But 9 floors in one day was so shocking that it was unbelievable.
Detian was actually very shocked.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it, so he understood these people's doubts. However, he absolutely could not allow his disciple to be questioned. He shouted at everyone, "I, Emperor Tian, can swear to Dao Dao that what I just said was definitely not a lie." Everyone was shocked and swore to Dao Dao that this was not a joke. If you violate your oath, it will be difficult to understand the great path in the future, and there will be no possibility of further improvement in your cultivation. Could it be that Xiaoyun really reaches 9 levels in one day, and God helps him reach the extreme level? This is a bit shocking. Not far away, when Tianyi saw Detian swearing, he couldn't help but sneered and said, "Detian, you only have 100 years to live. There is no possibility of entering the heavenly realm. Even if you lie and violate the oath, there will be no consequences." After hearing this, everyone looked at Detian with some doubts, because what Tianyi said made sense.
Asshole. Detian became angry from embarrassment, glared at Tianyi across from him, and said coldly, "Since you don't believe it, I don't bother to say more.
My disciple will prove his strength in the future. He has proven himself." Tianyi sneered, looked down at Xingshan Pavilion below, and mocked, "Third-rate combat skills.
TSK, this is the lowest level of combat skills."
It seems that in the eyes of Xingshan Pavilion, his talent is the worst and he belongs to the ranks of ordinary people.
Detian looked ugly, but he couldn't refute it.
After all, Xingshan Pavilion had indeed given Xiaoyun third-rate combat skills. At the same time, he also felt very confused. At the same time, in the Star Pavilion, Xiaoyun also looked at the Kaishan fist in his hand with a confused look on his face, and the third-rate combat skills sign next to it.
Third-rate combat skills? Does Xingshan Pavilion look down on me so much?
It only gave me third-rate combat skills.
Does it think that my talent can only be used to cultivate third-rate combat skills? Xiaoyun felt very unhappy, very unhappy.
Before coming, his master Detian had already told him that combat skills were divided into 6 levels, namely third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-level, super, and ultimate.
Third-rate combat skills are the lowest.
Only those with ordinary talents and the most ordinary qualifications will be granted third-rate combat skills by Xingshan Pavilion. Xiaoyun couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaoya next to him, and saw a bright light in Lin Xiaoya's hand, and an ancient book appeared, which revealed the first-class combat skill Thousand Shadow Whip.
Xiaoyun's mouth twitched.
His junior sister actually had first-rate combat skills, but he only had third-rate combat skills.
This was too embarrassing. Brother, what combat skills have you acquired? It must be a super combat skill, right?
At this moment, Lin Xiaoya also opened her eyes. After seeing her own combat skills clearly, she quickly looked at Xiaoyun. After seeing the third-rate combat skills in Xiaoyun's hands, Lin Xiaoya immediately exclaimed, "How is it possible?
Senior brother, you only obtained third-rate combat skills? This is absolutely impossible." "What? Xiaoyun has acquired third-rate combat skills? Oh my god, is this Xingshan Pavilion a mistake?
With his talent, he should have obtained super combat skills.
What on earth is going on? How could Xiaoyun be given a third-rate combat skill by Xingshan Pavilion?"
The people around him immediately looked over when they heard Lin Xiaoya's voice, and then they all exclaimed. Xiaoyun was actually given a third-rate combat skill by Xingshan Pavilion. This was a complete surprise to them. According to Xiaoyun's talent, he should be given super combat skills. Even if they are not good enough, they are still top-notch combat skills. Ding, the host once again caused exclamation and caused a sensation, and was rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xiaoyun's mind. Xiaoyun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This reward made him very unhappy. However, when Xiaoyun checked the system, he found that he had a total of 13 epiphanies, and he couldn't help but feel strange. You know, before entering the Star Pavilion, he only had 7 epiphanies. Now adding 3 times, it should only be 10 times. How could it become 13 times? Xiaoyun didn't know that in the sky above Xingshan Pavilion, those supreme elders and elders had already exclaimed for him once, and they were also counted by the system. Standing in the Xingqian pavilion, holding the third-rate fighting skill Kaishan fist in his hand, Xiao Yun looked unhappy at the moment. Especially the strange looks of those people around him made him feel even more unhappy.
Lin Xiaoya next to him comforted him. Brother, don't be angry, maybe Xingqian Pavilion made a mistake.
Someone next to him smiled and said, Lin Xiaoya, Xingqian Pavilion has existed for countless years and has never made a mistake. Lin Xiaoya glared at the man and shouted, my senior brother reached the extreme realm in one day, do you think his talent is not good?
The man was speechless. This is also the confusion of everyone.
How can someone who can reach the extreme realm in one day be an ordinary person?
It's really full of doubts.
Xiao Yun sighed in his heart. Only he himself understood that he could make the chaos bell ring 9 times and reach the extreme realm in one day, all because he relied on the system to let himself enter the state of enlightenment.
His talent.
Oh, I won't say more, it's all tears.
Damn, I have a system anyway, so what if I have poor talent? I will still rise.
Xiao Yun quickly cheered up, looking at the Xingqian pavilion in front of him, he suddenly got angry.
Xingqian Pavilion, listen to me, I don't need you to judge my talent. My fate is in my own hands, my own fighting skills, I have the final say, you quickly bring out the strongest fighting skills for me, let me choose.
Xiao Yun then shouted to the sky. Lin Xiaoya next to him was distracted for a while, looking at the domineering look of the senior brother in front of her, her pretty face was slightly red, and her big black eyes were full of little stars, senior brother is so handsome like this. Above the Xingqian pavilion, a group of supreme elders and elders heard Xiao Yun's words, and couldn't help but smile.
This kid is still not convinced. This is also normal.
He is in the extreme realm of the day, so naturally he doesn't believe that his talent is not good.
I don't know how the supreme elder guarding the Xingqian pavilion will choose. These people also looked curiously.
A place as important as the Star Pavilion naturally has a supreme elder guarding it, known as the Star Supreme Elder. Just as everyone was talking, the stars in the Star Pavilion shone, and dozens of the most dazzling stars suddenly fell down and appeared in front of Xiao Yun. Obviously, the Star Supreme Elder decided to let Xiao Yun choose his own combat skills.
The Star Pavilion actually let him choose his own combat skills.
In the Star Pavilion, everyone else also widened their eyes, full of shock, and then looked at the starlight in front of Xiao Yun. At this time, these starlights had slowly dissipated, revealing dozens of ancient books. 9 Turns Tyrant Fist, Tai Chi Divine Palm, Slaughter God Sansho, 9 Sky Divine Power, 8 Diagrams Jotian Palm, Divine Wind Step, 10,000 Swords Gathering Sea, 1 Sword Across the World, Heaven Slaying Sword Style. Dozens of combat skills, all of which are super combat skills, shocked everyone, and their eyes were full of hot light.
Of course, everyone was just envious. If they really had to choose, they would not choose.
After all, the higher the level of the combat skills, the more difficult it is to practice.
The body refining realm is only the first realm of the cultivator.
They don't want to waste too much time in this realm.
It's really not worth it.
Even if you are invincible in the body refining realm, the masters of the God Bridge realm can still kill you in seconds. Only those geniuses, who practice very fast, will constantly tap their potential in the body refining realm and build a supreme foundation for a promising future.
Ordinary people will not do this.
At the same time, Xiao Yun looked at the many super combat skills in front of him, and he couldn't help but look up and asked, Xingqian Pavilion, why are there only super combat skills?
No ultimate combat skills? Everyone was speechless when they heard this.
You are not satisfied with the super combat skills, and you still want the ultimate combat skills.
Xingqian Pavilion didn't seem to expect Xiao Yun to ask this, and couldn't help but be silent for a while.
At this time, above the Xingqian Pavilion, the Supreme Elders and Elders also smiled and shook their heads. This kid, it turns out that he doesn't know the meaning of the ultimate fighting skills.
Dtian, you are not qualified to be a master. A great elder couldn't help but tease Dtian and said jokingly.
Dtian's face turned red, and he looked at Xiao Yun below, and couldn't help but remind him, disciple, the so-called ultimate fighting skills are called ultimate fighting skills because they are created by oneself, more suitable for one's own practice, and can burst out the strongest power of oneself. These super fighting skills in front of you are actually the ultimate fighting skills for the masters who created them. And they can only exert the power of super fighting skills in your hands, unless you can create higher level moves based on them, that is your ultimate fighting skills.
In the Xingqian Pavilion, Xiao Yun heard Dtian's voice, he was immediately surprised and asked, Master, why are you here? Dtian said, choose your fighting skills quickly. Don't be greedy for too many and choose just one. The body refining realm is only the first realm of a cultivator. There is no need to waste too much time.
Xiao Yun was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He said loudly, "Disciple just wants to let the Xingqian Pavilion see if my talent is good enough." After that, Xiao Yun directly grabbed the 6 super fighting skills in front of him, including 9 turns Tyrant Fist, Tai Chi Divine Palm, God-Killing Sansho, Divine Windstep, 10,000 Swords Gathering Sea, and Heaven Slashing Sword Style. In the Xingqian Pavilion, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Yun as if he was a madman. After cultivating 6 super combat skills, do you want to stay in the body refining realm for hundreds of years? This is simply idiotic behavior. In the Xingqian Pavilion, Di Tian was speechless when he saw Xiao Yun's actions, with black lines on his face. The Supreme Elder Tianyi on the opposite side laughed and said, "Di Tian, let's not talk about this kid's talent for now, but his brain is probably flooded. You will have to teach him more in the future. 6 super combat skills, even if they are, it will take hundreds of years for the Holy Sun to practice." Di Tian's face turned ugly. Inside the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun glanced at everyone and sneered in his heart. He really thought he was an idiot. He just caused everyone to exclaim and caused a sensation through such actions, thereby gaining rewards from the system. Sure enough, when Xiao Yun checked the system, he found that the number of his epiphanies had increased to 19, an increase of 6 times. Obviously, he had just asked Xingqian Pavilion to hand over his super combat skills, which shocked everyone. Later, he once again selected 6 super combat skills, shocking everyone again, and completed 2 system tasks. This number of epiphanies is simply too good to obtain. How can I continue to make them exclaim for me? Well, I have it. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up and he thought of a way. He immediately took out the 9 Revolutions Hegemony Fist in his arms and opened it to read. Whoa! When he opened 9 Turns of Hegemony, the book suddenly turned into golden words and rushed into Xiao Yun's mind. Suddenly, the cultivation method of 9 Turns Hegemony Fist appeared in Xiao Yun's mind. System, I want to use an epiphany. Xiao Yun thought silently in his heart. He was preparing to practice the 9 Revolutions Hegemony Fist to a perfect state in public, thus making everyone exclaim again. At the same time, the people around him, as well as the supreme elders and elders above the Star Pavilion, also looked at Xiao Yun's actions curiously. What does he want to do? Why did he close his eyes? Is he preparing to practice combat skills here? I'm just kidding. It's very difficult to practice super combat skills. Even the Holy Sun would have a hard time practicing it successfully without more than 10 years. Is this kid going to practice super combat skills in public? He's just trying to impress the public. How can a combat skill of this level be mastered in just a moment? The people around him, as well as the supreme elders and elders above Xingqian Pavilion, were not optimistic about Xiao Yun and shook their heads. Only Di Tian's eyes narrowed and he stared closely at Xiao Yun below. He had witnessed with his own eyes that Xiao Yun could level 9 levels in one day. He could even practice the difficult skills of Chaos Sutra 9 levels in one day. Practicing these super isn't combat skill a piece of cake? Di Tian's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. In the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun closed his eyes tightly and began to understand the super combat skill 9 Revolutions Hegemony Fist. After entering the state of enlightenment, his mind became clear, his inspiration surged rapidly, and he became in harmony with the Great Road, forming a state of resonance. The originally obscure 9 Turns of Hegemony Fist became very simple in Xiao Yun's eyes. It's like what was originally a college test paper has now become a primary school student test paper, and the difficulty has been reduced to the lowest level. I see. Immersed in the epiphany, Xiao Yun quickly understood that 9-turn hegemony fist, then opened his eyes and began to use the super combat skill. Call out. When Xiao Yun opened his eyes, 2 golden lights suddenly appeared in his dark eyes. In the dark pupils, there was a faint scene of the Great Road running and the stars in the universe. He moved. Have you learned super combat skills? This is absolutely impossible. Some people around were staring closely at Xiao Yun, and in the sky above Xingqian Pavilion, the supreme elders and elders were also staring closely at Xiao Yun. They wanted to see whether this kid had real abilities or was just trying to impress people. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Yun swung out a punch. The terrifying power traveled through the space, making a harsh whistling sound that made the air explode. At the same time, a golden light suddenly appeared on Xiao Yun's body, enveloping his entire body and exuding a powerful aura. It's the golden light body refining. This is the sign of the first level of 9-turn hegemony fist. How is that possible? How long has it been since then? He has already mastered the first turn. This is a super combat skill. Even if the saints practice it, it will take a year to reach the first level.
Oh my god, is this his talent? Such understanding, this is too scary.
The people around him suddenly exclaimed. Seeing Xiao Yun practice the first turn of 9 turns hegemony fist in a matter of seconds with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts was unimaginable and they couldn't believe it.
In fact, it's not their fault, because it was so shocking.
Even the supreme elders and elders above Xingqian Pavilion had shock on their faces, and they were all stunned by Xiao Yun's performance.
This is the first turn, it's too scary. An elder smacked his face. With such understanding. I now kind of believe what D. Tian said just now.
Maybe he can really master the Chaos Sutra 9 times a day.
A supreme elder murmured. Not far away, D. Tian touched the beard on his chin with a smile on his face.
Xiao Yun did not disappoint him. Looking at the supreme elder Tianyi in the distance, his face became much gloomier. He stared at Xiao Yun below, feeling a little regretful in his heart. If he had known that D. Tian could succeed, he would have gone to the Chaos Hall to give it a try and accept him as his disciple first.
Inside the Star Pavilion.
After Xiao Yun mastered the first turn of 9 turns of hegemony fist, he continued to practice the second turn.
Anyway, in the state of enlightenment, it was very easy for him to practice. It was as simple as eating and drinking.
It was a matter of course.
Boom!
Soon, Xiao Yun had mastered the second turn. When he punched out, it was like a thunderous explosion, the void trembled continuously, and the air in front of him exploded one after another.
The momentum was very terrifying. The people around were shocked again. Boom!
As time went by, Xiao Yun had cultivated the 9-turn hegemony fist to the 9th stage of perfection.
He waved his fist, and endless golden light gathered, making his fist as bright as a sun. Moreover, this time was different from the previous one.
When Xiao Yun performed the 9th turn, his body suddenly released scorching flames. The divine radiance transpired, the fire was dazzling, and the colorful clouds rolled and surged, turning into golden symbols.
Entered his body. The people around were completely shocked.
The supreme elders and elders above Xingqian Pavilion also showed shocked eyes. He has cultivated the 9 revolutions hegemony fist to a perfect state.
This is the 9-turn body refining.
It is said that after cultivating the 9-turn hegemony fist to the perfect state, it will be tempered into steel and the body will be recast.
He has already entered the extreme realm of body refining. After this time, he may enter the forbidden realm. Such a talent is really terrifying. I just don't know how many limits he can reach in the end. I heard that the true dragon's nest is about to be opened. Our Chaos Holy Land has never dared to send disciples there before.
Maybe we can let Xiao Yun go in this time to show off the prestige of our Chaos Holy Land. Amid everyone's exclamations, in the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun's fists became more and more fierce and domineering, almost invincible. He had a domineering momentum that could compete with the heaven and the earth and sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And Xiao Yun's body was like an eternal furnace at this moment, emitting hot flames, forging his body and nourishing his blood. The pores all over Xiao Yun's body were dilating, and every cell and every drop of blood in his body was painted with golden symbols, breathing in and out of divine light, like a god singing. With the 9 rounds of body refining, Xiao Yun's physical body became stronger and stronger. His body erupted with divine brilliance and rays of light. Dense golden symbols clung to his body, forming wisps of golden flames and began to melt him.
Body.
The Supreme Elder and the elders above the Star Pavilion all had their eyes shining, because in their eyes, they could clearly see that at this moment, every bone in Xiao Yun's body was glowing white, and his flesh and blood turned into the golden one.
This is golden muscle and jade bone. He has indeed entered the forbidden realm. A great elder sighed.
It has been a long time since a genius of this level appeared in their Chaos Holy Land.
D. Tian was even more excited.
Such a peerless genius was his apprentice.
He was so excited. Boom!
In the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun had begun to slowly close his fist, but inside his body, it seemed as if a god was beating a divine drum, causing his body to rumble and burst into dazzling and brilliant light. But when the drum sound disappeared, all the golden symbols rushed towards Xiao Yun's body, turning into the most dazzling divine light, illuminating the entire Star Pavilion. Everyone around couldn't help but cover their eyes with their palms because it was too dazzling. Until the golden light disappeared, everyone put down their palms. At this time, they found that Xiao Yun had returned to his original state. The only difference is that Xiao Yun's temperament has changed.
He has become more domineering than before. His dark eyes are faintly golden.
His domineering eyes are full of aggression, which makes people afraid to look directly at him. Moreover, Xiao Yun's body has become more perfect, and he has become much more handsome.
Brother, you seem to be more handsome.
Next to him, Lin Xiaoya stared at Xiao Yun with infatuated eyes, like a little fan of a star. Xiao Yun smiled, but at this moment, he only felt that a volcano that had been dormant for many years was activated in his body, and powerful forces continued to erupt in his body.
I wonder how much stronger I have become now.
Xiao Yun was going to test the stone tablet outside the Xingqian Pavilion. In the Star Pavilion, Xiao Yun was about to leave, but he suddenly remembered something.
When he walked to the door, he suddenly raised his head and said to the starry sky above, "Next time I come back, you don't need to give me a choice, just take it out for me. Just be the strongest."
When everyone heard this, they looked at him blankly.
Was he threatening Xingqian Pavilion? It's so treasonous. However, what made everyone even more stunned was that they actually saw a large character composed of countless stars in the starry sky above their heads. Suddenly, everyone was speechless. This was the first time they heard that someone dared to threaten Xingqian Pavilion and could succeed.
Xiao Yun nodded with satisfaction, reaped 3 more opportunities for enlightenment, and couldn't help but walk out of Xingqian Pavilion happily. Of course, Xiao Yun is still prepared to continue pretending. As he went out, he said to himself, "I should step into the taboo realm. Let's go out and test it." As Xiao Yun's words fell, everyone in the Xingqian Pavilion was shocked, and then rushed out of the Xingqian Pavilion, preparing to watch Xiao Yun's performance. Because they are also curious about how far Xiao Yun's strength can reach after he develops super combat skills. The crazy outpouring of these people also aroused doubts among everyone outside Xingqian Pavilion, but with their explanation, the entire square was shocked. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed in frantically and surrounded the stone tablet next to Xingqian Pavilion several times. Xiao Yun stood under the stone tablet, his eyes suddenly gleaming. He used the 9 Revolutions Hegemony fist and punched the stone tablet in front of him fiercely. When the punch was blasted out, 9 fists of light and shadow appeared around Xiao Yun's arm, and then they all converged into his fist, bursting out with a burst of bright golden light. Boom! There was a deafening sound. When Xiao Yun punched, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The powerful force was like a volcano erupting, and explosions continued to make sounds in the air. The stone tablet hit by Xiao Yun's punch also released an even more dazzling golden light, like a burning sun, illuminating the entire night and eclipsing the stars.
I wonder how high it will be. It will definitely exceed 100,000. In taboo areas, any limit exceeding 100,000 is considered a taboo.
Everyone around them was staring at the stone tablet, and in the sky above Xingqian Pavilion, the supreme elders and elders were also staring at the stone tablet.
Under the spotlight, a series of numbers finally appeared on the stone tablet. 200,000.
Such figures were truly shocking, causing everyone in the audience to exclaim.
Sure enough, we have stepped into forbidden territory. This is a forbidden state.
Only the Holy Sun can reach this level. It can be said that Xiao Yun is already qualified to become the Holy Sun. Xiao Yun is the Son of God, he just voluntarily gave up his identity. With his talent, he should have become the Son of God. Perhaps he will return to the position of Son of God in the future.
Everyone was amazed. Xiao Yun also looked happy.
His strength of 200,000 kilograms had fully doubled.
This should be regarded as entering the forbidden realm.
I wonder if I will gain another 100,000 kilograms of strength after practicing the second super combat skill.
Xiao Yun thought to himself.
However, he is not going to continue to practice super combat skills here.
After all, sometimes you go too far and make people think you are a monster. What if you attract the attention of some masters and cut him into slices for study?
Xiao Yun felt that it would be better to test here again after some time. Anyway, the number of epiphanies he had accumulated now was enough, so he was not in a hurry to pretend to be B for the time being. At the moment, Xiao Yun checked his system.
Epiphany system. Function, grant the host enlightenment.
Number of epiphanies, 24 times, recite it silently in your mind and use it at any time.
Task, 1, latest mission, will be refreshed soon.
2, unlimited tasks, causing people around you to exclaim and causing a sensation. You can get 3 enlightenment rewards. Xiao Yun checked it and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This system might as well be changed to System B.
Disciple, we should go back.
Just when Xiao Yun was checking the system, Emperor Tian fell from the sky, and then left with Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu, and returned to Emperor Peak.
However, even though they left, Xiao Yun's series of deeds in Xingqian Pavilion soon spread throughout the entire Chaos Holy Land as everyone spread the word. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's name resounded throughout the Chaos Holy Land again.
This time no one dared to question Xiao Yun's talent, and they no longer regarded him as an idiot for giving up his identity as the Son of God. Instead, they thought he had courage and perseverance and admired him endlessly.
Emperor Peak, Heavenly Palace. Uncle Fu was grilling a huge spiritual beast. The golden fat was filled with an alluring aroma.
Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya were drooling as they watched. They have not yet edged themselves, and still need to eat. Moreover, Xiao Yun felt very hungry, as if he could eat 10 cows. Xiao Yun looked at Di Tian and asked with a strange look on his face, "Master, why has my strength increased but my appetite has also increased?" Di Tian smiled when he heard this. The increase in strength means that your physical body is also stronger, so it needs to absorb more nutrients. You now have a strength of 200,000 kilograms, which is comparable to 20 elephants, so the food intake should be equivalent to that of 20 elephants. Xiao Yun smiled bitterly when he heard this. Isn't this a waste of
money? It's good if you can eat it.
This means your body is getting stronger and stronger.
Di Tian said nonchalantly.
Uncle Fu, who was having a barbecue next to him, smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master, you don't need to eat so much. The spiritual beasts we have here contain huge energy, and eating one a day is enough for you." Xiao Yun looked at the spiritual beast that was as big as a small mountain in front of him, and couldn't help but ask speechlessly, "Master, what level do we cultivators have to reach before we can live without grains?"
He doesn't want to continue to be a loser.
Di Tian said with a smile, "If you want to live without a grain of rice, you have to reach the 4th realm of cultivators, the cave heaven realm. After reaching this realm, you can open up the cave world and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every moment, which is enough to nourish your powerful body, and you no longer need to absorb nutrients from food." Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was only the 4th realm, so it shouldn't be difficult for him. In fact, he has now accumulated 24 opportunities for enlightenment. If he is willing, it will be easy to break through the Qi-gathering realm immediately and enter the 3rd realm, the Divine Bridge realm. However, Xiao Yun wanted to be like the Chaos Emperor, possessing 1 million kilograms of power in the body refining realm and reaching the true limit of the body refining realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask Di Tian again, "Master, I previously practiced a super combat skill in Xingqian Pavilion and increased my strength by 100,000 kilograms. Does that mean that as long as I practice 8 more super combat skills, I can increase my strength by 800,000 kilograms and reach the limit of 1 million kilograms of strength?" Lin Xiaoya next to her couldn't help but look at Xiao Yun longingly after hearing this, her 2 big black eyes full of splendor. As expected of his senior brother, he actually wants to master 9 super combat skills.
Such talent is unprecedented and unprecedented. Di Tian and Uncle Fu also looked at Xiao Yun speechlessly. Do you want to practice 8 more super combat skills? Do you think it is easy to practice super combat skills?
Well, not to mention, it is indeed very easy for Xiao Yun. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes how Xiao Yun had perfected a super combat skill in just a few moments in the Star Pavilion. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at each other and both smiled bitterly. Immediately, Di Tian looked at Xiao Yun, shook his head and sighed, "Disciple, you cannot reach 1 million kilograms of strength just by practicing super combat skills, because super combat skills can only transform your body 3 times. In other words, if you practice super combat skills, you can increase your strength by up to 200,000 kilograms. No matter how many super combat skills you practice in the future, your strength will not increase anymore."
Xiao Yun heard Di Tian's words and couldn't help but continue to ask, "Master, how can I continue to improve my strength?"
Di Tian explained, "Practice 3 super combat skills, which can increase your strength by 300,000 kilograms. And then push these 3 super combat skills to the ultimate combat skill level, and you can increase your strength by 300,000 kilograms again."
Strength.
Hearing this, Xiao Yun silently calculated in his mind, then looked up at Di Tian again and said, "Master, even so, it can only give me 700,000 kilograms of strength.
How can I increase the remaining 300,000 kilograms?" Di Tian was silent for a moment after hearing the words, and then sighed, "This is already the limit that a mortal physique can reach.
In this realm, the Chaos Emperor can only reach this level. The reason why he can have a power of 1 million kilograms, 300,000 kilograms of the strength is brought by his chaos body."
Xiao Yun was stunned when he heard this. Then wouldn't it be impossible for me to reach 1 million kilograms of strength in the body refining realm? He doesn't have any special physique. He is immortal. Di Tian smiled slightly and said, "If you can reach 700,000 kilograms of strength, that is enough.
There is no need to dwell on 1 million kilograms of strength. In fact, looking at the entire cultivation world, even among those monsters with special physiques, there are very few who can exceed 500,000 kilograms in the body refining realm, and even fewer who can weigh 700,000 kilograms.
Tian was right.
After all, not everyone can achieve enlightenment all the time like Xiao Yun. Even if those super geniuses can practice super combat skills, it will take them several or more than 10 years to master them.
Skills.
Therefore, they can practice at most one super combat skill, coupled with their own special physiques, even the legendary ancient holy body, Xingtian hegemon body, etc., which are comparable to the chaos body. With the amplitude of a super combat skill, the body refining realm can only reach a strength of 5 to 600,000 kilograms. However, Xiao Yun was not satisfied with the strength of only 700,000 kilograms.
He looked up at Tian and asked with firm eyes, "Master, is there no other way for me to continue to increase my strength?" Tian was silent for a while.
He knew that his apprentice was extremely talented and would definitely pursue the strongest limit. It would be difficult to convince him to give up. Thinking of this, Tian pondered for a moment, then looked at Xiao Yun and said slowly, "It's not that there is no way.
In fact, what is missing between the ordinary body and the special physique is the innate foundation. As long as the innate foundation is made up, it will be fine. Let the mortal body catch up with the special physique. How can we make up for the innate foundation?" Xiao Yun couldn't help but asked hurriedly. Tian sighed, "This is not easy.
If you want to make up for your innate foundation, you have to take those very rare treasures of heaven and earth. If you were still the Son of God, then our Chaos Holy Land would definitely obtain these treasures of heaven and earth for you at all costs, but now you are no longer the Son of God." Having said this, Tian said with a look of shame, "In the final analysis, I am not strong enough as a teacher. If I have the strength of a saint, then I can go to some dangerous places and seize these heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you."
"Master, please don't say that. You taught your disciple the way of cultivation and you have already shown your disciple a great kindness."
Xiao Yun said quickly after hearing this.
It's just that Tian still blames himself a little. At this time, Uncle Fu suddenly remembered something and said to Tian, "Master, won't the real dragon's nest be opened in a year? Maybe you can let the young master go in and give it a try." Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, I almost forgot about the true dragon's nest. In the past, our Chaos Holy Land would not send people to the true dragon's nest. That was because there were not many people in our Chaos Holy Land who could step into the forbidden realm and the body refining realm. In the realm, entering the true dragon's nest is just a matter of death, but it's different for you, my disciple." Tian looked at Xiao Yun excitedly and continued, "Disciple, if you can have 700,000 kilograms of strength in 1 year, you will be the strongest one even if you are placed in the true dragon's nest. By then, you can obtain those treasures of heaven and earth by your own strength." Xiao Yun heard this and said with confusion on his face, "Master, where is this real dragon's nest?" Tian smiled slightly and said, "The true dragon's nest is a secret realm that is opened every 100 years. Only practitioners in the body refining realm can enter it. But it is precisely because of this that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the true dragon's nest have not been plundered by the majority of practitioners. Therefore, my disciple, if you can enter the true dragon's nest, you will have the opportunity to seize the treasures of heaven and earth that can help you make up for your innate foundation." While speaking, Tian also took out a book and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at the cover, which had the words "Secrets of the True Dragon's Nest" written on it, and opened it with curiosity. Later, Xiao Yun suddenly realized that this contained the origin of the true dragon's nest. It is rumored that a true dragon once lived in the true dragon's nest. Later, this true dragon became feathered and ascended. However, before it ascended, the true dragon's nest was sealed and only practitioners in the body refining realm were allowed to enter. For countless years, many cultivators have wanted to discover the secrets of the true dragon's nest, but due to the existence of the true dragon seal, powerful cultivators cannot enter at all. And those cultivators in the body refining realm are too low in strength, so they are unable to discover too many secrets about the true dragon's nest. However, there is a secret that was discovered. That is the dragon raising plan. This dragon raising plan should have been arranged by the ascended true dragon. It left many relics in the true dragon's nest. Every 100 years, 10 relics will be resurrected. Although these relic species are all very powerful, they still need to be tempered to evolve into the body of a true dragon. How to temper? Of course, fighting. Only by rebirth in blood, tempering oneself in killing, surpassing the limit, and sublimating the essence of life can the body of a true dragon be forged. However, there is no danger in the true dragon's nest, and those relic species cannot fight. But if they are released, without the care of the true dragon, they are still very weak and will definitely be abducted by those cultivator masters.
and then they will sign a master-servant contract and become slaves of the cultivators. Therefore, the true dragon arranged the true dragon seal and only allowed cultivators in the body refining realm to come in. In this way, these cultivators who come in are in the same realm as those relic species. The fight between the two sides depends only on talent. The true dragon wants to use these geniuses in the cultivation world to sharpen its relic species, which is the dragon raising plan. The cultivation world is also very supportive of this. Every 100 years, when the true dragon nest is opened, the major sects will send some geniuses in to fight with the true dragon descendants.
There are many benefits to doing this.
1. There are many natural treasures in the true dragon nest, which can allow these geniuses to evolve, and they can also be brought out and fed back to the sect. 2. Fighting with the true dragon descendants and bathing in the blood of the true dragon descendants will also allow these geniuses to evolve and surpass their own limits. The true dragon wants to use the geniuses of the cultivation world to sharpen its descendants, and the major sects also want to use these descendants to sharpen their geniuses. 3. The potential of each descendant is very huge, no less than those super geniuses with special physiques. If you can capture a descendant and make a master-servant contract, you will have an extra super fighter around you in the future. Because of the many benefits, every opening of the true dragon nest will be a grand event in the cultivation world. And there is exactly 1 year left before the next opening of the true dragon nest. After reading the secrets of the true dragon's nest in his hand, Xiaoyun immediately looked at Ditian with excitement and said, "Master, I have decided to go to the true dragon's nest in 1 year."
Ditian muttered, "It is very dangerous inside the true dragon's nest. You must have at least 500,000 kilograms of strength to be safe. If you cannot reach this level, I will not let you in."
Xiaoyun heard this and said confidently, "Master, please rest assured, I will definitely reach the level of 700,000 kilograms of strength before entering the real dragon's nest."
Ditian heard the words and smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I won't stop you, just practice well. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Uncle Fu and my teacher." "I know."
Xiaoyun nodded, and then sat next to him happily eating the spirit beast meat. At this time, Lin Xiaoya next to her raised her head, looked at Uncle Fu and asked, "Master, can I also go to the true dragon's nest?"
"No."
Uncle Fu shook his head without hesitation. "With your little strength, after entering the true dragon's lair, I'm afraid you will be killed within a few days."
"Do you really think that the danger in the true dragon's nest is those 10 relics?"
In order to snatch some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, practitioners from various sects will also fight each other.
With your current strength, you are far from qualified to enter the true dragon's nest. Ditian on the side also nodded and said, "Yes, every time the true dragon's nest is opened, countless geniuses enter it.
Among them, geniuses who have reached the extreme realm of body refining can be seen everywhere. There are also a very large number of geniuses who have entered the forbidden realm. The ordinary cultivators of the body refining realm who enter these realms are just cannon fodder to die."
Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but look pitifully at Xiaoyun opposite, and said expectantly, "Isn't there a senior brother here? Senior brother, you will definitely protect Xiaoya, right?"
Just when Xiaoyun was about to nod, Uncle Fu next to him scolded him with a stern face, "Shut up, the young master went in to go beyond the limit. If you follow him, you will drag him down and put the young master in danger."
Lin Xiaoya curled her lips, but did not continue to talk back. Xiaoyun smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, it's actually okay to let Xiaoya go in. If we are just facing practitioners in the body refining realm, I am still sure to protect Xiaoya." Uncle Fu shook his head and said, "Bringing this oil bottle will eventually implicate you, which is a bit risky."
"I'm not a dragster," Lin Xiaoya muttered beside her.
After being glared at by Uncle Fu, she lowered her head and dared not speak. Xiaoyun smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, don't you still believe in my strength?"
"According to Master, even those with the strongest special physiques can only have a strength of 400,000 kilograms after entering the extreme realm. Even if they develop one super combat skill, they will only have a strength of 500,000 kilograms. Even if they develop 2 super combat skills, they will only have a strength of 600,000 kilograms.
But I have a combat strength of 700,000 kilograms. Not to mention that it is possible. Sweep them, but you can definitely defend yourself." Uncle Fu was a little hesitant when he heard this.
It would indeed be beneficial if Lin Xiaoya was allowed to enter the true dragon's nest. After all, if you follow Xiaoyun, you can always get some treasures from heaven and earth. Not to mention that you can set foot in forbidden areas, but it shouldn't be a problem to reach the extreme realm of body refining. However, Uncle Fu knew that Ditian had invested a lot of money in Xiaoyun and could not let Xiaoyun be in any danger. At this moment, Tian next to him said with a smile, well, if Xiaoyun can really have 700,000 kilograms of power before entering the real dragon's nest, then let Xiaoya go in with him. Seeing Tian speak, Uncle Fu naturally wouldn't stop him anymore. Yeah. Lin Xiaoya next to her cheered when she saw this, and saluted Tian happily, thank you, Supreme Elder, for your support. Tian smiled. Uncle Fu next to him scolded, don't be too happy too early. Since you want to enter the true dragon's nest, in order to prevent you from dragging down the young master, in the next year, the teacher will continue to hone you and let you become a master as soon as possible. Your strength becomes stronger. Ah, Lin Xiaoya suddenly put her head together, her face full of worry. She knew how miserable she would be in the next year. Seeing Lin Xiaoya's pitiful look, Xiaoyun and Tian both laughed. Chaos Holy Land, Tianyifeng. This is the cave of Elder Tianyi. At this time, in a magnificent hall on Tianyi Peak, Supreme Elder Tianyi was refining an alchemy furnace. The fire was burning, the furnace was dazzling, and there was a faint refreshing fragrance coming out. Next to them, Zhu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping were waiting respectfully. After a while, Elder Tianyi successfully made the sacrifice and opened the alchemy furnace. 3 golden elixirs floated out from it and fell into his hands. Zhu Jingxiao immediately looked longingly at the 3 golden elixirs in the hands of Supreme Elder Tianyi. The Supreme Elder of Tianyi looked at Zhu Jingxiao with a smile and said, Disciple, this is the enlightenment pill that was refined by my master at the cost of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can help you step into the world within 1 month. The ultimate realm of body refining, entering a forbidden realm within 1 year. After saying that, Supreme Elder Tianyi handed the 3 golden elixirs in his hand to Zhu Jingxiao. Zhu Jingxiao took the golden elixir, bowed to the ground with gratitude on his face, and said loudly, Disciple, thank you master for your cultivation. After I enter the true dragon's nest, I will definitely obtain the holy elixir for you, master, and help you be sanctified later. Elder Tianyi nodded with satisfaction when he heard this, and said with a smile, You go down to practice first, my master will continue to refine the armor and sword for you to increase your combat power. Thank you master, I will not disturb you for now. Master, please don't overwork me, and take more rest. Zhu Jingxiao was very grateful after hearing this, and then bowed respectfully before exiting the hall. Watching him leave, the smile on Elder Tianyi's face suddenly disappeared. Xu Ping next to him hesitated and said, Master, the young master's qualifications are limited. Even if he steps into the first forbidden realm, he will not have an advantage in the true dragon's nest. What if, Elder Tianyi snorted coldly, if you die, you will die. If your apprentice is gone, you can just accept it next time. But if he can bring me a holy medicine, the return rate will be tens of millions of times. After all, the enlightenment pill he refined for Zhu Jingxiao only consumed some low-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which was far behind the holy medicine. In Tianyi's eyes, apprentices are no different from his subordinates. They are just pawns to increase profits and can be given up at any time. In Tianyi's heart, only his own strength is the most important. I am invincible, this is the foundation. Tianyi sneered secretly, that idiot Tian only has a lifespan of 100 years, and he doesn't know how to seize the time to practice in seclusion. He actually recruits disciples. It is simply suicide. So what if the apprentice is great? 100 years later, you are still nothing but a piece of dirt. What good will it do you if your apprentice is great? It's just a nice posthumous name. 3 days later. Emperor Peak, next to a spiritual lake. Xiaoyun held a fishing rod and lazily lay on a recliner, staring at the calm lake with a comfortable look, waiting for the fish to bite. Ah! Senior brother, help me, not far away, Lin Xiaoya's shrill screams came, which made people feel distressed. Xiaoyun glanced casually and couldn't help but feel numb. I saw Lin Xiaoya in the distance being whipped by Fubo with a whip. Every time the whip hit, Lin Xiaoya's skin was torn and flesh was exposed, which was shocking. She screamed in pain and was very painful. Of course, Fubo did this not to punish Lin Xiaoya, but to help Lin Xiaoya exercise her body. Fubo's whipping was not a casual whipping, but a special method. Moreover, before whipping Lin Xiaoya, he had already given Lin Xiaoya some elixir medicine. Now he was just helping Lin Xiaoya refine these medicines, accelerate the stimulation of the body, and strengthen the body. After all, if Lin Xiaoya had to refine these medicinal powers by herself, it would take too much time and Lin Xiaoya would not be able to strengthen quickly. So, Uncle Fu was doing this for Lin Xiaoya. Good. Hiss. Xiaoyun couldn't help but take a breath, and quickly turned around and started to use an epiphany opportunity. He didn't want to be beaten by Tian like this. Boom, as Xiaoyun entered the epiphany state, he immediately began to practice the second super combat skill Tai Chi Pom.
In the epiphany state, he quickly understood this Tai Chi Pom. Then, Xiaoyun began to perform Tai Chi Pom by the lake.
As his arms danced, two yin and yang fish condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to rotate around his body, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram.
This strange phenomenon was very amazing, attracting Uncle Fu and Lin Xiaoya who were not far away.
Lin Xiaoya endured the pain in her body and looked at Xiaoyun by the lake in the distance.
She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is senior brother doing?" Fu Bo's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "Young master is practicing the second super combat skill, Tai Chi Pom."
Look at the Tai Chi diagram covering him, which means that he has practiced the super combat skill Tai Chi Pom to perfection. Lin Xiaoya wanted to hit her head on the ground when she heard this. She was beaten by her master here and suffered so much. Until now, she has not even reached the extreme state of physical training. However, senior brother has easily practiced a super combat skill and increased his strength by 100,000 pounds.
This person is really infuriating. Xiaoya, this is the difference between mortals and geniuses. If you want to keep up with the young master, you have to continue to suffer.
Fu Bo immediately looked at Lin Xiaoya and raised the whip in his hand.
Lin Xiaoya was speechless.
After a moment, Lin Xiaoya's shrill screams came again, which made people feel distressed. At the lakeside, Xiaoyun had slowly finished his training and continued to fish leisurely.
I have mastered the second super combat skill. I should have 300,000 gene of strength now.
I have to find time to test it at the stone tablet so as to attract people's exclamation, cause a sensation, and get 3 chances of reward enlightenment.
Xiaoyun lay on the recliner, thinking to himself. Alas, it's different with a system. Cultivation is so easy. This life is so comfortable. Help! Senior brother. I don't want to go to the true dragon nest. Master, please stop.
Ah, not far away, Lin Xiaoya's voice became more and more miserable.
Xiaoyun shook his head. This is the end of not having a system. A month passed in the blink of an eye.
On this day, Lin Xiaoya ran to find Xiaoyun excitedly and said excitedly, "Senior brother, I have refined those medicinal powers.
Now I should have reached the extreme state of body refining. Let's go to Xingqian Pavilion to test it."
Xiaoyun was about to go there to pretend to be cool, and he smiled and nodded when he heard it.
Afterwards, the two of them went to the Xingqian Pavilion under the leadership of Uncle Fu.
However, when they arrived at the Xingqian Pavilion, they found that there were already many people around the stone tablet, and there were also exclamations.
It seems that there is another genius here for testing. Lin Xiaoya was eager to try. This time she stepped into the extreme realm and wanted to show off. Young people are like this.
When they have made progress, they want to show off. What's more, Lin Xiaoya has suffered so much in the past month, so of course she has to show off at this time.
Uncle Fu also knew that Lin Xiaoya was aggrieved, so he did not stop her and took Lin Xiaoya to the test.
After the 3 of them passed, they found that there was an acquaintance standing at the stone tablet, and it was Chu Jingxiao, the apprentice of Tianyi Taishan Elder. At this time, Chu Jingxiao seemed to be in high spirits and full of pride. Because the number 100,000 was revealed on the stone tablet, it meant that Chu Jingxiao had entered the extreme realm of body refining.
Xu Ping, the lackey at the side, smiled proudly and said, "Young master is indeed a natural talent. He has entered the realm of physical training in just 1 month. He will become the Holy Sun in the future."
The people around him also exclaimed and praised Chu Jingxiao repeatedly, which made Chu Jingxiao feel very happy and full of smiles. However, Chu Jingxiao's smile soon froze because he saw someone who made him very unhappy. That was Xiaoyun. In the distance, Xiaoyun, Lin Xiaoya, and Fu Bo came over. When everyone saw them, they immediately recognized them and made way for them. Lin Xiaoya looked at the number on the stone tablet and said with disdain, "It's just entering the realm of physical training.
What's there to be proud of? My senior brother has already entered a forbidden area a month ago." Chu Jingxiao's face turned dark when he heard this. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but he could not refute it. Although, he only took 1 month to reach the extreme state of body refining, which was already very powerful in the Chaos Holy Land, and was definitely the second person among his peers. Unfortunately, there was always Xiaoyun above him. Xu Ping, who was next to him, also had a very ugly face. He glared at Lin Xiaoya and snorted coldly, "No matter how powerful Xiaoyun is, what does it have to do with you? How much power do you have, a little girl? 60,000? Or 70,000? After that, Xu Ping looked at Uncle Fu behind Lin Xiaoya and sneered,
"Affu, you should take your apprentice back quickly, don't let her embarrass herself here." Uncle Fu crossed his arms and ignored Zhu Ping, just looking at him with a mocking face.
Lin Xiaoya walked forward and snorted coldly, "Isn't it just the extreme state of body refining? What's the big deal? I have also reached the extreme state of body refining." After that, Lin Xiaoya approached the stone tablet and punched the stone tablet in front of her fiercely. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst out from the stone tablet, revealing a series of numbers, exactly 100,000. Physical refining extreme.
I didn't expect Lin Xiaoya to have reached the physical refining extreme.
When did the physical refining extreme become so easy? It actually appeared one after another. Is our Chaos Holy Land going to rise?
The people around them exclaimed. Lin Xiaoya seemed very proud, and looked at Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping with a mocking face and said, "How is it?"
Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping's faces were gloomy.
They didn't expect Lin Xiaoya to have reached the physical refining extreme, which really made them unhappy.
"Brother, it's your turn to show off."
Lin Xiaoya ignored them and shouted to Xiao Yun. Everyone immediately looked at Xiao Yun, full of expectations.
"I don't know how much Xiao Yun's strength has increased after a month."
Xiao Yun smiled slightly, walked towards the stone tablet in front of him, and punched it.
300,000.
As a burst of blazing golden light dissipated, a shocking number appeared on the stone tablet.
Everyone exclaimed again. With a strength of 300,000 kilograms, this is entering the second forbidden realm. He is truly worthy of being the one who voluntarily gave up his position as the Son of God. In just 1 month, he broke through another taboo realm. Looking at the entire cultivation world, he is also the #1 evildoer. With Xiao Yun in our Chaos Holy Land, we will definitely rise again in the future and rank first among the 6 Holy Lands. Xiao Yun has such a talent and will definitely regain the position of Son of God again in the future. The people around looked at Xiao Yun with expressions of wonder and praise. As for Chu Jingxiao, they had already completely forgotten about him. This is how the world of cultivation is, people always only remember the #1, and no one cares about the #2. What's more, compared with Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao was far behind. Looking at Xiao Yun being praised by everyone, Chu Jingxiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said to Zhu Ping, "Let's go." Zhu Ping's face was also ugly. He didn't want to stay here any longer and suffer Uncle Fu's ridicule, so he immediately took Chu Jingxiao and ran away in despair. The Holy Land of Taichu.
A splendid and majestic temple, towering into the clouds, exudes a simple and vicissitudes of life, as if there is a great emperor sitting there, filled with spiritual energy, shining divine light, and thousands of auspicious beasts worshipping it. In the main hall, there are terrifying existences, wrapped in the mist, only showing hazy figures. These are the supreme elders and elders of the Holy Land of Taichu. In addition, there is a golden figure sitting on the throne above the main hall. This is the Holy Lord of Taichu Holy Land. At this time, an elder reported, "Holy Lord, according to news from the Chaos Holy Land, it is said that the Chaos Bell of the Chaos Holy Land has rang 9 times. When everyone in the hall heard this, they immediately started talking. The Holy Lord of Taichu Holy Land on the throne pondered, not long ago, it should have been the day when the Holy Land of Chaos opened its doors to accept disciples.
To be able to make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, could it be that some extraordinary evildoer appeared? The Chaos Bell rings 9 times. I haven't seen it for many years. It seems that Chaos Holy Land has received a super genius this time. This person will definitely be our great enemy in the Holy Land of Taichu in the future, so we must be vigilant." In the main hall, one by one the supreme elders discussed. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Taichu pondered for a moment, and then said loudly, "First, send someone to test 1 or 2. Let's say that our Holy Land of Taichu heard that their Chaos Holy Land has recruited a group of peerless geniuses, so we want to have a discussion and exchange, and first test who can the person who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times says something special about him. Let's make a plan." "Yes, I will obey the Holy Lord's decree." A supreme elder nodded. Chaos Holy Land, Emperor Peak. After returning from Xingqian Pavilion, Lin Xiaoya continued to be tempered by Uncle Fu, while Xiao Yun began to prepare to practice other super combat skills. However, after knowing that only 3 super combat skills were useful for improving strength, Xiao Yun did not want to practice any more super combat skills. After all, this would waste his opportunity for enlightenment. However, when choosing combat skills, Xiao Yun had a headache. He didn't know which combat skill to choose as the 3rd combat skill for training. Fortunately, he still has a master. Therefore, Xiao Yun went to Ditian for advice. After referring to the 9 turns hegemony fist and Tai Chi divine palm that Xiao Yun is currently learning,
Tian pondered for a moment and then said to Xiao Yun, disciple,
your 9 turns hegemony fist is a deflection attack. Tai Chi divine palm is more defensive.
Once these two combat skills are combined, you only have one more speed increasing combat skill. When Xiao Yun heard the words, he felt like he was enlightened, and his heart suddenly became enlightened. He nodded quickly and said, Master is right, attack plus defense, plus speed, then you will be invincible. He has already thought of what combat skill he wants to practice, and that is the divine wind step. This super combat skill is designed to increase speed.
Once you practice it to a perfect state, you can run as fast as teleporting.
Disciple, as the saying goes, it is difficult to defeat the power of weapons with bare hands. If possible, you'd better practice an offensive combat skill like weapons.
Tian suggested again.
Xiao Yun nodded, and then said, disciple, I understand, that I will practice the two super combat skills of divine wind step and return of 10,000 swords to the sea. Tian smiled and nodded when he heard this. Yes, these two super combat skills are very suitable for you. By the way, I also have a sword here, which I can give you to practice 10,000 swords return to the sea.
After saying that, Tian waved his hand, and a simple black knife appeared in front of Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun stared closely at the black knife in front of him. This black knife was about 1 meter long, with a broad and thick blade. Mysterious runes were carved on it, and it looked extremely extraordinary. But what puzzled him was that the blade of this black knife was very rough and blunt, as if it hadn't been sharpened yet.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but raise his head, looked at Tian and asked, Master, this knife is not sharp at all. Can it kill people? Tian smiled and said, Who said that a knife must be sharp to kill people? Are fists sharp?
Now that you are using 9 revolutions hegemony fist, you can kill an ordinary practitioner in the body refining realm with one punch. Therefore, as long as the knife is strong, it is not the blade that really kills people, but your strength. As long as you are strong, you can unleash the true power of this black sword.
Xiao Yun nodded as if understanding, and then asked, So, this knife is very hard? Tian smiled and said, Pick it up and try it.
Xiao Yun nodded, then grasped the handle of the black knife, and then prepared to lift it, but... Xiao Yun suddenly frowned, looked at Tian in surprise, and asked, Master, how can it be so heavy? You know, he now has a strength of 300,000 jin, and theoretically he can lift objects weighing 300,000 jin. However, he couldn't lift this black knife, which means that the weight of this black knife has exceeded 300,000 jin, which shocked Xiao Yun.
I only heard Tian smiling and saying, Disciple, this black knife is made by the master with 1,000-year-old black iron.
It is not only extremely strong, but also weighs 360,000 jin. It is the weapon used by the master in the Qi condensation realm and the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun was very shocked when he heard this. This black knife actually weighs 300,000 jin, which is really terrible. If it is swung, it can kill a cultivator in the extreme realm of body refining with one knife. However, it is not easy to use such a heavy knife, at least Xiao Yun can't do it now. After all, this is the weapon that Tian used in the Qi gathering realm and the divine bridge realm, and Xiao Yun is only in the body refining realm now, so it is naturally difficult for him to use it. Disciple, you can't use this black knife now. When you have 700,000 kilograms of strength, you should be able to use this black knife with difficulty.
Tian said with a smile.
Xiao Yun nodded, looking at the black knife in front of him. He secretly thought in his heart that it seems that he has to improve his strength as soon as possible.
Emperor Peak, Heavenly Palace.
After returning from his master, Xiao Yun began to practice the two super combat skills, Divine Wind Step and 10,000 Swords Return to the Sea. Before practicing, Xiao Yun checked his system. He found that he still had 26 times of enlightenment. The reason why it increased again was that he and Lin Xiaoya went to Xingqian Pavilion to test their strength before, and completed another pretending to be cool behavior, so he was rewarded with 3 enlightenments.
26 enlightenments are enough for me to use temporarily.
Xiao Yun immediately used an enlightenment, entered the enlightenment state, and began to practice Divine Wind Step. After a while, the hall was full of Xiao Yun's afterimage. Obviously, he has practiced this Divine Wind Step to the perfect state. After practicing Divine Wind Step, Xiao Yun spent another enlightenment opportunity and began to practice 10,000 Swords Return to the Sea. Soon after, Xiao Yun used his palm instead of a knife and chopped it out. Countless knife shadows gathered and turned into a shocking divine knife, slashing forward, cutting the stone pillars in the hall in half, with amazing power. There is no doubt that he has also cultivated this 10,000 swords returning to the sea to perfection. It has only been a day, and Xiao Yun has cultivated 2 super combat skills to perfection. If it is spread out,
the entire Chaos Holy Land will be shocked.
I still have 24 epiphanies now, but I can go to the Star Pavilion to test my combat power first and earn another chance for 3 epiphanies. After practicing 2 super combat skills, Xiaoyun checked his system and thought secretly.
But he didn't go to the Star Pavilion immediately. He planned to go there in a month. After all, he had just finished pretending to be cool, so he had to take a break. What's more, he has practiced 2 super combat skills in 1 day today.
This is too shocking.
People can't help but slice him up for research. Let's wait a month. 1 month later, 3 uninvited guests came to the Chaos Holy Land. They were a gray-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face, a girl in a red dress, and a young man in a white robe. The gray-robed old man looked at the Chaos Holy Land mountain gate in front of him, smiled slightly, and said loudly, Wan Yanghui of Taichu Holy Land, in accordance with the order of the Holy Lord, came to visit the Chaos Holy Land. Boom! The void cracked, and a figure like a god or demon stepped into the air and said to Wan Yanghui, "It turned out to be fellow Taoist Wan, I haven't seen you for many years, and your demeanor is still the same." The person who came was the Supreme Elder Tianyi. The reason why he, the second-ranked Supreme Elder, came to receive the guests was because the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land noticed that Wan Yanghui was very powerful and had reached the heavenly realm. If other people came to greet him, it might damage the face of the Chaos Holy Land. Only Tianyi, who was half a step into the heavenly realm, could barely keep the Chaos Holy Land a bit of face.
As expected, Wan Yanghui couldn't help but smile when he saw the Grand Elder Tianyi, so it's fellow Taoist Tianyi. Judging from your power, you may have already achieved the half-step heavenly realm and will soon be able to step into the heavenly realm. It's really a cause for celebration.
You are worthy of being the second-ranked Grand Elder of Chaos Holy Land. Tianyi's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said modestly, "Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. Compared with fellow Taoist Wan, I am still far behind." Just then, a girl in a red skirt behind Wan Yanghui muttered, "The second-ranked Grand Elder is only half a step into the heavenly realm. He can't even rank in the top 10 in our Taichu Holy Land. The Chaos Holy Land is indeed in decline."
Although her voice was very low, Tianyi and Wan Yanghui were so powerful that they heard it immediately.
Suddenly, Tianyi's face turned dark and his expression was extremely gloomy. Wan Yanghui pretended to scold, "Shut up."
The girl in the red skirt immediately lowered her head.
Wan Yanghui looked at Tianyi, who had a gloomy face, and couldn't help but say apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Tianyi, I am still young and ignorant, please don't blame me. Children's words are innocent."
Tianyi said lightly, but he felt very aggrieved in his heart. He swore that he would go into seclusion immediately after returning and would never come out until he reached the heavenly realm.
"Fellow Taoist Wan, please, I will take you to see the Holy Lord now." Tianyi led the way in front, and had no intention of talking to Wan Yanghui anymore. After the group entered the Chaos Holy Land, they arrived at a hall soon.
In the hall, there was the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and several Supreme Elders, who had been waiting there for a long time. At this time, several Supreme Elders were talking to the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land.
"Taichu Holy Land inexplicably sent people here. I wonder what they are doing. I'm afraid the true dragon nest is about to open, and they invited our Chaos Holy Land to attend the appointment. They have bad intentions."
In the past, we did not have any disciples qualify to enter the true dragon nest, but this time, our Chaos Holy Land has a Xiaoyun. It is said that he has tested 300,000 kilograms of strength in the Star Pavilion a few days ago and stepped into the second forbidden area. He is definitely qualified to enter the true dragon nest. The second forbidden area is a bit reluctant. Our Chaos Holy Land is different from other sections. As one of the holy places, our every move will be watched by the world's practitioners. Once Xiaoyun enters the true dragon nest, he will inevitably be targeted by those top monsters.
Compared with those top monsters, the second forbidden area is still far inferior.
There was a lot of discussion in the hall. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land suddenly said, "Enjing, they are here." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyi came in to report. Afterwards, Wan Yanghui led the 2 young men into the hall and bowed to the Lord of Chaos Holy Land, saying, "Wan Yanghui meets the Lord of Chaos Holy Land. May the Lord ascend to the throne soon." When these words came out, the faces of the people in the hall were not very good.
This was originally just a compliment. If it was said to the Supreme Elders, they would definitely be very happy and smile.
But it was different when the target of this sentence was the Lord of Chaos Holy Land.
As everyone knows, the lords of the other 5 holy lands have already entered the realm of saints. Only the Lord of Chaos Holy Land is still trapped in the heavenly realm. This sentence was said to the Lord of Chaos Holy Land.
On the surface, it was a good word, but secretly pointed out the fact that the Lord of Chaos Holy Land was not as good as the other 5 lords, which made everyone in Chaos Holy Land lose face.
However, although they were angry, the Lord of Chaos Holy Land and several supreme elders restrained their anger.
After all, the other party was complimenting them.
If they insisted on entangled in the meaning, it would be too petty.
The Lord of Chaos Holy Land looked at Wan Yanghui below and smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist Wan, there is no need to be polite.
I wonder why you are here this time.
Wan Yanghui clasped his fists and then said, Wan, in accordance with the order of my lord, came to invite Chaos Holy Land to participate in the True Dragon Nest next year. The Chaos Holy Land high-level officials in the hall heard this and sneered in their hearts.
Sure enough, they were right.
At this time, Wan Yanghui continued, in addition, Wan also brought 2 juniors from our Taichu Holy Land this time to exchange ideas with the disciples of Chaos Holy Land, so that they can see the world. Listening to Wan Yanghui's words, everyone's eyes immediately looked at the pair of boys and girls behind Wan Yanghui.
At this sight, everyone's face suddenly became gloomy.
Because with their keen eyes, they could see that this pair of boys and girls were extraordinary. They were afraid that they would not be able to find many people in the same realm in the Chaos Holy Land who could compete with them. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land pondered for a moment, and then said, Send someone to ask Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya to come. The supreme elders in the hall nodded. Now, among the body refining realms in their Chaos Holy Land, only these 3 people have entered the extreme realm. If they were to come, even if they could not win, at least they could save face. What's more, with Xiao Yun here, at least they could win a game, and it wouldn't be too ugly to lose.
Emperor Peak, Di Tian, Xiao Yun, Fubo, and Lin Xiaoya were watching an elder leave.
This elder was sent by the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land to summon Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya to communicate with the disciples of Taichu Holy Land.
Watching the elders back as he left, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, Master, why did the Taichu Holy Land send people to discuss and exchange with us?
Before Emperor Tian spoke, Uncle Fu next to him snorted, Every time before the True Dragon Nest opens, they will send people here. On the surface, they are inviting us to the True Dragon Nest, but secretly they are mocking us for not being able to send disciples to the True Dragon Nest. Emperor Tian looked at Xiao Yun and said in a deep voice, The relationship between our 6 holy places is not as harmonious as it seems.
There is constant competition in secret.
Especially the Taichu Holy Land, which competes most fiercely with our Chaos Holy Land. If you meet someone from the Taichu Holy Land outside in the future, you must be extra careful.
Xiao Yun nodded.
It seems that the Taichu Holy Land is a hostile force to their Chaos Holy Land, so they really need to be careful. Okay, don't keep the Holy Lord waiting for too long.
Ah Fu, send them over now. Emperor Tian said immediately.
Uncle Fu nodded, and then took Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away on the cloud. Emperor Tian watched them leave with a sneer on his face. The True Dragon Nest has not yet been opened, and the Taichu Holy Land has come to test it. But this time, our Chaos Holy Land will never let you succeed again. Let's see how my disciples will destroy the many geniuses of your Taichu Holy Land.
In the magnificent hall, Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya entered the hall and first paid a visit to the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and the Supreme Elders.
Then, they looked at the 3 people from the Taichu Holy Land. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land pointed at Xiao Yun and the other 2 and introduced, Fellow Taoist Wan, these 3 people are called Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya, and they are the best in the body refining realm of our Chaos Holy Land. Wan Yanghui had already been looking at Xiao Yun and the other 2. As for Chu Jingxiao and Lin Xiaoya, he just glanced at them. After all, with his wisdom, he could instantly see that these 2 people were just ordinary people in the extreme body refining realm. On the contrary, this young man named Xiao Yun, who looked ordinary in talent, had already cultivated golden muscles and jade bones and entered the forbidden realm.
However, even so, Wan Yanghui was still full of confidence in the 2 disciples behind him.
He smiled and said, as expected of the disciples of the Chaos Holy Land, they are all extraordinary talents. Yulong, Miaodong, why don't you meet these 3 disciples of the Chaos Holy Land? A man and a woman behind him immediately stepped forward. The young man in a white robe looked at Xiao Yun and the other 2 opposite him and said lightly, I am Jie Yulong, and I am ranked 9th in the body refining realm of the Taichu Holy Land.
The girl in a red dress looked arrogant and looked at Xiao Yun and the other 2 with disdain and said, My name is Fu Miaotong.
In the body refining realm of the Taichu Holy Land, I am only ranked 10th. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and several supreme elders in the hall all looked depressed when they heard this. They were not angry at the bad attitude of the 2 young men. After all, They had lived for hundreds of years and it was not worth it to bother with two teenage boys. What made them feel bad was that these two young men who looked very powerful were only ranked 9th and 10th in the body refining realm of Taichu Holy Land. On the other hand, Xiao Yun and the other two were already the top 3 geniuses in the body refining realm of their Chaos Holy Land.
There is no harm without comparison. This comparison is enough to show that their Chaos Holy Land is far inferior to Taichu Holy Land.
Therefore, their faces were not very good. However, now it was the juniors below who were talking, and they, the elders, could not interrupt. Everyone gave the venue to the 5 juniors below. Xiao Yun glanced at the 2 geniuses of Taichu Holy Land opposite and said nothing. Seeing Fu Miaotong's bad attitude, Lin Xiaoya, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but get angry and said sarcastically, "You are only ranked 10th, but you are still so proud.
People who don't know you would think you are ranked first."
Fu Miaotong looked at Lin Xiaoya and said proudly, "Although I am ranked 10th in the body refining realm of Taichu Holy Land, I am ranked first in your Chaos Holy Land." Lin Xiaoya couldn't stand it when she heard it, and immediately shouted, "You are so shameless, let me test your weight and see if your skills are as powerful as your mouth.
Since you are looking for shame, I will fulfill you."
Fu Miaotong was still very arrogant, raised her head, showing her snow-white neck, and she hooked her finger at Lin Xiaoya with disdain.
Ah!
Lin Xiaoya was furious, waving a fiery red whip and swinging it at Fu Miaotong. Xiao Yun, who was standing next to him, shook his head secretly. Junior sister is still too young, and she was angered by just 1 or 2 words. Having said that, Xiao Yun did not stop her. After all, sometimes it is a blessing to suffer a loss. If Lin Xiaoya suffers a loss once, she will grow up next time.
Moreover, this is their Chaos Holy Land, and Lin Xiaoya's safety is absolutely guaranteed.
At most, she will suffer a little. At this moment, Xiao Yun watched the battle in front of him seriously. He also wanted to see how the genius of the Taichu Holy Land was. Zhu Jingxiao, who was standing next to him, was also paying close attention, because he knew that he would also appear later, and he didn't want to lose.
1,000 shadows.
In front, Lin Xiaoya shouted, and the whip in her hand turned into a dense network of cables, covering Fu Miaotong's entire body. This is the first-class fighting skill that Lin Xiaoya has practiced, and she has practiced it to perfection, with extraordinary power. Everyone in the hall nodded in appreciation. Compared with Lin Xiaoya's talent, she has only been in the door for 2 or 3 months, and she has achieved such an achievement, which is already extraordinary.
However, the Taichu Holy Land disciple named Fu Miaotong is obviously stronger.
The opponent holds a sword and shuttles through Lin Xiaoya's network cable, like a fish that is unrestrained.
At the same time, the opponent's sword energy is radiating, making Lin Xiaoya's network cable unable to support it.
One sword separates the world. Suddenly, Fu Miaotong shouted in a low voice, holding the sword and shooting forward, like a flash of lightning, instantly aiming at Lin Xiaoya's throat. Lin Xiaoya's hand waving the whip suddenly stopped in mid-air. She looked down at the sword in front of her that was against her throat, and her pretty face turned pale and cold sweat dripped. If the sword had moved half an inch forward, she would have died miserably.
Obviously, she lost.
Lin Xiaoya was not someone who could not afford to lose. She gritted her teeth and looked at Fu Miaotong across from her unwillingly. "I lost, but you are definitely not my senior brother's opponent." Fu Miaotong put away her sword and stood, looking at Xiao Yun and Zhu Jingxiao behind Lin Xiaoya, and said disdainfully, "Which of them is your senior brother?
Let him come over, I will defeat him anyway."
Lin Xiaoya was furious and hurriedly said to Xiao Yun, "Senior brother, please teach her a lesson for me. You were too impatient just now, otherwise you wouldn't have lost so quickly." Xiao Yun pointed at Lin Xiaoya and then walked forward. As a senior brother, of course he had to stand up for his junior sister. Xiao Yun looked at Fu Miaotong across from him and said lightly, "I won't bully you either.
If you can make me take a step back, you win." What a big tone. Fu Miaotong was immediately enraged, just like Lin Xiaoya just now.
At that moment, a sharp sword was stabbed at Xiao Yun by Fu Miaotong. The sword light flashed, the sword edge was sharp, and it made people feel cold. However, facing this extremely sharp sword, Xiao Yun just slapped forward with one palm, and a huge Tai Chi diagram appeared.
Following Xiao Yun's palm, Fu Miaotong was shocked and retreated. Tai Chi divine palm.
Not far away, Wan Yanghui, the supreme elder of Taichu Holy Land, looked at Xiao Yun with a serious look.
Boom boom boom.
In the hall, Xiao Yun used the Tai Chi palm to dissolve Fu Miaotong's attacks one by one.
His Tai Chi diagram showed a perfect absolute defense.
No matter how Fu Miaotong attacked, she could not break Xiao Yun's defense, and she could not even get close to Xiao Yun's body, let alone force Xiao Yun to retreat. The white-robed teenager Xia Yulong next to him saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly became more serious. He said to Fu Miaotong, "Sister Fu, he has practiced the super combat skill Tai Chi Palm to perfection and stepped into the forbidden area. And your one sword separating worlds is still in the great perfection realm, and you are not his opponent." Fu Miaotong was unwilling and shouted at Xiaoyun opposite, "I want to defeat him today, maybe I can make my one sword separating worlds reach perfection." After she finished speaking, she abandoned all distracting thoughts, and only the sword in her heart, and a pair of eyes burst out with terrifying sword intent.
"I am the sword, and the sword is me."
At this moment, Fu Miaotong had faintly reached the realm of unity between man and sword. She thrust her sword forward, as if the sky and the man were separated, and the void was destroyed. Xia Yulong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he exclaimed, as expected of junior sister Fu, "She has really surpassed the limit, breaking through in the battle, and stepping into the forbidden realm." Wan Yanhui on the side also showed a satisfied smile. At this moment, a golden light appeared on Fu Miaotong's body. She held the sword in her hand, and the man and the sword were united, like a golden sword that broke through the fog, shooting towards Xiaoyun. The faces of the high-level officials of the Chaos Holy Land in the hall were all very bad. Because Fu Miaotong really surpassed the limit and stepped into the forbidden realm. Such qualifications are almost second only to Xiaoyun in the body-refining realm of their Chaos Holy Land. And this Fu Miaotong is only the 10th in the body-refining realm of Taichu Holy Land. Is the gap between their Chaos Holy Land and Taichu Holy Land so big? The eyes of the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land were full of worry. He looked at Xiaoyun in the field, and his heart was full of expectations. "I hope this boy can really make our Chaos Holy Land rise." Boom! At the same time, Fu Miaotong, who was in the state of unity between man and sword, burst out with terrifying power and stabbed Xiaoyun fiercely with a sword. And Xiaoyun still chopped forward with a palm, and the Tai Chi diagram emerged, showing a terrifying defensive power. Boom boom! Fu Miaotong's sword was very powerful, reaching a force of 200,000 pounds, but it still couldn't break Xiaoyun's Tai Chi defense. Instead, he was shocked by Xiaoyun and flew back. "Sister Fu, you should retreat. I'm afraid he has already stepped into the second forbidden area." The white-robed boy Jie Yulong next to him looked more serious and stared at Xiaoyun opposite him. Fu Miaotong was still unwilling in her heart. She raised her proud head, glared at Xiaoyun with anger on her pretty face, and shouted, "Can all the people in Chaos Holy Land only defend? If you have the ability, defeat me, otherwise I will not admit defeat." Xiaoyun said lightly, "Okay." Before the word "okay" fell, Xiaoyun's legs were like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot, but his real body had already appeared in front of Fu Miaotong. Bang! Xiaoyun used the 9 turns tyrant fist and punched over. The domineering fist, with the terrifying momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers and being invincible in the universe, blasted Fu Miaotong away fiercely. Puff! Fu Miaotong fell to the ground, spitting out blood, her pretty face pale. "Sister Fu!" Xia Yulong exclaimed, and hurriedly helped Fu Miaotong up, checked her injuries, and immediately looked at Xiaoyun opposite with a gloomy face. "It's just a sparring, your attack is too cruel." Xiaoyun said lightly, "I didn't attack, she said that our disciples of Chaos Holy Land can only defend." "I attacked, but you said I was cruel. Is this the way you treat people in Taichu Holy Land? It's really amazing, you have taken all the credit." Xia Yulong was speechless. It was indeed Fu Miaotong who forced Xiaoyun to attack just now. Now that he was injured by Xiaoyun, it was no one's fault. Wan Yanhui next to him also opened his mouth and scolded, "Okay, our Taichu Holy Land is not unable to lose. You must know that there are mountains outside the mountains and there are heavens outside the heavens. Remember not to be arrogant and arrogant." "Yes." Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong both lowered their heads and responded. But then, Xia Yulong looked up at Xiaoyun on the opposite side and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Xiao is amazingly powerful. I am Xia Yulong. Please teach me something." Xiaoyun said lightly, "I just fought a battle. I am tired. Let me rest first." You Taichu Holy Land can't use such a despicable strategy as a round-robin battle. Everyone in the hall was speechless. "Are you tired? You just won easily." Having said that, Xia Yulong couldn't force Xiaoyun with a round-robin battle. He turned his head and looked at Chu Jingxiao, who had been playing soy sauce next to him, and said, "In this case, I will first learn from senior brother Chu's high skills." "Chu Jingxiao, why are you looking for me? It was Xiaoyun who injured your junior sister. What does it have to do with me?" Chu Jingxiao is not an idiot. He has seen that he is not Fu Miaotong's opponent, let alone Xia Yulong, who is stronger. But with so many Chaos Holy Land high-ranking officials present in the hall, he dared not fight, otherwise they would think he was timid, and he would not be able to hold his head up in Chaos Holy Land in the future. This damn Xiao Yun, he must have done it on purpose. Chu Jingxiao cursed Xiao Yun fiercely in his heart, and then stood up unwillingly to spar with Jie Yulong. Xiao Yun was also watching the two people in the field with a smile. Lin Xiaoya whispered in his ear, "Brother, you are too insidious. You deliberately harmed Chu Jingxiao."
Even a fool knows that Xie Yulong is now full of anger and will definitely vent it on Chu Jingxiao.
Chu Jingxiao is probably in trouble this time.
Xiao Yun whispered, "Do you know how smart your brother is? I just used Chu Jingxiao to test Xie Yulong's strength, so don't rush up to people in the future.
You must know how to use wisdom."
Yes. Brother is really smart. Xiaoya thanks you for your advice. Lin Xiaoya nodded quickly. Everyone in the hall was speechless again. With their strength, no matter how low Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya's voices were, they were heard by them. The Tianyi Supreme Elder next to him gritted his teeth in anger, his face gloomy. The Lord of Chaos Holy Land smiled, thinking, "It's good this way. A wise and scheming son of God is more worthy of training." In the field, Chu Jingxiao looked at Jie Yulong opposite him as if he was facing a great enemy. Jie Yulong was much more relaxed. He looked at Chu Jingxiao opposite him calmly and said, "You go first, otherwise if I do, you won't even have a chance to do so." Arrogant.
Chu Jingxiao admitted that he was not Jie Yulong's opponent, but hearing the other party's extremely arrogant words, he was also aroused with anger in his heart, and immediately used his fighting skills to attack Jie Yulong. Jie Yulong narrowed his eyes, and a blazing lightning burst out from his whole body. He was the first to arrive, like a flash of lightning, and punched Chu Jingxiao away.
It's actually a lightning body.
It turns out that he is a monster with a special physique, no wonder he is so strong. This boy has a lightning body and has cultivated a super combat skill to perfection. His strength may have entered the second forbidden realm. In the hall, the faces of the supreme elders of the Chaos Holy Land suddenly changed.
Puff!
Chu Jingxiao was knocked away by Xie Yulong's punch, and immediately fell to the ground with serious injuries, spurting blood from his mouth. His injuries were obviously 3 times more serious than those of Fu Miaodong before. He looked at Xie Yulong fiercely, but his heart was full of despair. The other party had a special physique, and he also cultivated a super combat skill to the perfect state.
No matter how hard he tried, he might not be able to catch up with him in the body refining realm. Waste.
In the hall, Tianyi Taishan Elder saw Chu Jingxiao being defeated in one move, and his face was extremely ugly.
He waved his hand and sent Chu Jingxiao out of the hall.
Outside the hall, Zhu Ping, who had been waiting here for a long time, saw the seriously injured Chu Jingxiao, immediately picked him up, and flew away in disgrace. Uncle Fu next to him saw this scene and couldn't help but gloat over it. Inside the hall, the Lord of Chaos Holy Land looked at Jie Yulong below and praised, "It is rumored that the lightning body can naturally control lightning, with a very fast speed and strong attack power.
Combined with your Taichu Holy Land's unique lightning fist, the power is indeed extraordinary."
Wan Yanghui stroked his beard and said modestly, "The lightning body is just a king body. It is not considered a genius in our Taichu Holy Land.
Our generation has produced several god body and a supreme body. In comparison, the lightning body is much worse." What a statement. In the hall, the high-level officials of Chaos Holy Land all had gloomy faces. In their generation of Chaos Holy Land, not even a special physique appeared, but they did not even take the king body like lightning body seriously. This is the gap.
However, hearing that the supreme body appeared in Taichu Holy Land, the high-level officials of Chaos Holy Land were all moved.
The Lord of Chaos Holy Land couldn't help asking, "Oh, supreme body? I wonder which supreme body appeared in your Taichu Holy Land this generation?"
Wan Yanghui said proudly, "It's the spacetime body ranked 4th on the supreme list.
It's the legendary spacetime body.
It's said that with this physique, one can control time and space. No matter what kind of magical power he has, he can exert endless power. I didn't expect that such a special physique would appear in this generation.
It's really terrifying."
In the hall, there were gasps.
The supreme elders of Chaos Holy Land were jealous.
Such a powerful genius became a disciple of Taichu Holy Land. It can be predicted that many years later, this boy will definitely be the enemy of their Chaos Holy Land.
Alas! Under the hall, Xiao Yun was also very shocked when he listened to the conversation of the bigwigs in the hall.
As far as he knows, special physiques are divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level is the king body, which is the low-level special physique such as lightning body, black ice body, Xiaoyang body, etc. The 2nd level is the divine body, which includes the famous Taiyin divine body, the Sun divine body, the Mad divine body, the Five Elements divine body, the Demon body, etc. The first level, which is the strongest special physique, is called the 10 strongest supreme bodies. These 10 supreme bodies are ranked in order, namely, the chaos body, the swallowing demon body, the innate holy body, the body of time and space, the Xianuang immortal body, the body of 10,000 Buddhas, the ancient holy body, the heavenly hegemony body, the god king body, and the immortal king body. Of course, this ranking is not necessarily correct, because the gap between the supreme bodies is very small, so even if you have the 7th rank 10,000 Buddhas body, you may be able to defeat the 4th rank spacetime body. Special physique is just a physique after all. A person's strength does not rely only on special physique, but also on acquired efforts and many opportunities. Therefore, any of these 10 supreme bodies can be called the strongest body.
Anyone who possesses any of them can look down upon the crowd and dominate an era. Why is Xiao Yun willing to give up the position of the Son of God in the Chaos Holy Land? Isn't it just to forge the Chaos body? This is the number 1 supreme body. Moreover, now that the Chaos Holy Land is in decline, once he forges the Chaos body, then there is no doubt that the Chaos Bell will definitely be given to him to control. By then, he will have the Chaos body and hold the Chaos Bell, and he will be absolutely invincible. This is the desire in Xiao Yun's heart. Brother Xiao, I wonder if you have rested well. At this moment, the voice of Jie Yulong came from the opposite side. Xiao Yun looked at Jie Yulong on the opposite side and smiled slightly. It turns out that junior brother Jie has a lightning body. I am a mortal body, I am afraid that I am not your opponent, please show mercy. Jie Yulong was speechless. Calling you senior brother is just a polite word. Do you really treat me as a junior brother? However, Jie Yulong is a disciple of the Holy Land after all, and he still maintains a demeanor. At that moment, Xia Yulong said calmly, Brother Xiao is too modest. There are many people in the cultivation world who have defeated those with special physiques. Our special physiques are only a little ahead in the innate aspect. A person's true achievement depends on his future efforts. Xiaoyun smiled slightly and said, I think so too. Xia Yulong's mouth twitched, his eyes were gloomy, and his forehead was black. He wanted to beat Xiaoyun to death now. What this bastard said was too rude. Xiaoyun smiled and said, Okay, brother Xia, please do it. End the battle as soon as possible, I still have to go back to eat. Okay. Xia Yulong didn't continue to talk nonsense. He couldn't help but beat Xiao Yun, so he rushed out immediately and punched Xiao Yun fiercely. Swish! Xia Yulong is indeed a genius with a special physique. The power of his attack is very terrible. There are blazing lightning flashing on his body, and the terrifying fists spew out dazzling electric light. Xiao Yun's face was solemn. The opponent's punch not only contained powerful power, but also had additional damage from lightning. He did not dare to be careless. Therefore, Xiaoyun still used the Tai Chi Divine Palm to shore up his absolute defense and resist Jie Yulong's attack. Bang bang bang! Xia Yulong's fist hit the Tai Chi diagram in front of Xiao Yun, and thunder-like sounds erupted. Terrifying lightning also continuously impacted the Tai Chi diagram's defense. In just a moment, Xiao Yun saw cracks appearing on his Tai Chi diagram, and it seemed that he could not hold on for much longer. He is indeed a genius with a special physique, he is really amazing. Xiao Yun marveled in his heart, and used his divine wine step under his feet to turn into streaks of lightning, and began to counterattack Jie Yulong. Because he knew that if he continued to defend, he would definitely be defeated by Jie Yulong. That's right. Geniuses like you and me should go head to head and improve in the battle. Xia Yulong laughed loudly when he saw Xiao Yun give up his defense and start a counterattack, with a look of anticipation on his face. He also wanted to be like Fu Miaotong and achieve a breakthrough in battle. 9 Revolutions Hegemony Fist. Xiao Yun shouted loudly, displaying this offensive combat skill. Suddenly, his whole temperament changed, and his eyes became extremely domineering, like a peerless king, sweeping the entire battlefield with invincible power. 9 Turns Tyrant Fist is indeed the most domineering super combat skill. Every time Xiao Yun uses this combat skill, his temperament becomes extremely domineering. The aura of swallowing mountains and rivers and being invincible in the universe makes Xia Yulong on the opposite side tremble. Kill! Xiao Yunlong walked in a tiger step with extraordinary momentum. He punched forward, and countless light fists merged into one, inspiring a terrifying force, causing the air in front of him to explode. Xia Yulong felt a huge threat. He did not retreat but advanced. His pair of dark eyes suddenly burst out with blazing divine light, as if lightning shot out of them, with fierce power.
Then, Xia Yulong used Lightning Fist, and with his extreme speed, he came first and collided fiercely with Xiaoyun's fist. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely, just like two mountains colliding with each other. The terrifying physical strength competition burst out with terrifying power, causing a thunderclap to sound throughout the hall. A layer of gold covered Xiaoyun's body, and a faint golden light shone through his body, like a ray of golden flame, burning fiercely. His powerful physical strength made the void a little distorted. Xiaoyun pushed the 9-turn tyrant fist to its extreme, punching one after another, constantly bombarding Xia Yulong in front of him. Countless light fists merged into one, turning into countless golden runes, condensing on Xiaoyun's fists, making his combat power reach the extreme. Xia Yulong did not dare to be careless, his eyes were extremely solemn. He used his lightning body to push this lightning fist to the limit, without dodging at all, and confronted Xiaoyun head-on. Boom 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 boom. Neither of them took a step back, and continued to fight fiercely in the hall. Every collision was a fist to the flesh, showing their powerful physical strength to the fullest. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. What a powerful body. These two have already entered the second forbidden realm and have a strength of 300,000 jin. It is worthy of being a lightning body. Not only does it have powerful strength, but it also has extreme speed. If Xiaoyun had not mastered the super combat skill Divine Windstep, he might not be his opponent. No, Xiaoyun seems to be stronger. You see, Xiaoyun is about to gain the upper hand. In the hall, a group of high-level officials of the Chaos Holy Land were closely watching the battle below. They looked very solemn. After all, Xiaoyun was the first person in the body refining realm of their Chaos Holy Land. If he lost to the 9th person in the body refining realm of the Taichu Holy Land, it would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, Xiaoyun did not embarrass the Chaos Holy Land after all. Xiaoyun roared, and his eyes became more blazing, like 2 rounds of magic lamps lit. The breath flowing from his body made many people feel palpitations and fear. Kill! Xiaoyun Long walked with a tiger step, with overwhelming power. The golden light of his body surged, like a burning flame, emitting a blazing golden light, like the sun exploding, making him extremely bright. 9-turn tyrant fist. Xiaoyun pushed the power of this super combat skill to the limit, punched over, and his fist erupted with a terrifying divine light, carrying a majestic power that dominated the world. Lightning fist. Xia Yulong also roared, his hair dancing wildly, bathing in the blazing lightning, and strode forward, as if no one could compete with him. He was like a peerless demon king, his body emitting brilliant electric light, and one piece after another of purple runes intersected in his body, forming a dense electric net that enveloped Xiaoyun. The power of the lightning body is worthy of its name. Boom! The two fought fiercely again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. They all dug out their own power without any reservation. But at this moment, Xiaoyun in the field suddenly let out a long roar, and his eyes burst out with endless blazing light. The fists he swung became more and more blazing, and the power he burst out became more and more powerful. What? Xia Yulong's face changed. He felt that Xiaoyun, who was originally on par with him, suddenly gained another 100,000 pounds of strength, overwhelming him in one fell swoop. Do you think I'm just in the second forbidden domain? Xiaoyun looked at Xia Yulong in front of him, and his fists became more and more blazing, and the light on his body became more and more dazzling. Xia Yulong felt a huge pressure and was beaten back by Xiaoyun. Sorry, I have already stepped into the third forbidden domain. Xiaoyun shouted, with a powerful momentum, and the divine light in his eyes burst out. He waved a blazing fist and rushed forward. Puff! Xia Yulong coughed up a mouthful of blood. In a blazing fist light, he was like a kite with a broken string, and the whole person flew backwards. Seeing your brother Xie not far away, Fu Miaodong exclaimed, her face changed, her eyes full of disbelief. Xia Yulong was actually injured. However, Xia Yulong stabilized his body in time, and then relied on the extreme speed of the lightning body to turn into a flash of lightning, shuttle through the void, and came to kill Xiaoyun from behind. Your strength is indeed stronger than mine, but your speed is not as fast as mine. Fighting is not just about strength. Xia Yulong shouted. As expected of senior brother Xie. Seeing this, Fu Miaotong immediately recovered her mood and looked forward to it. However, Xiaoyun's performance next broke Fu Miaotong's expectations. Tai Chi Palm. Xiaoyun felt the threat coming from behind him and immediately used the Tai Chi Palm. A huge Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared behind him, blocking Xia Yulong's lightning-fast punch. Boom! The blazing electric fist hit Xiaoyun's Tai Chi diagram fiercely, but this time, the Tai Chi diagram was extremely stable and blocked Xia Yulong's lightning punch. The two Tai Chi yin yang fish, as if resurrected, kept spinning on the Tai Chi diagram, constantly swallowing up the lightning punch force that was bombarded, greatly weakening Jie Yulong's attack power.
What? Jie Yulong's pupils shrank, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Xiao Yun would not miss this opportunity.
He turned around and punched Jie Yulong, causing him to spit blood and fly away. This time, the power that Xiao Yun burst out was even stronger. He broke the lightning runes on Jie Yulong's body, making him lose his combat effectiveness.
Puff! Jie Yulong fell to the ground not far away and spit out blood again. Senior brother Jie!
Fu Miaotong exclaimed, and hurried to help Jie Yulong up. Wan Yanghui glanced and saw that Jie Yulong's injury was not very serious, he just temporarily lost his fighting ability, so he restrained the desire to go forward to investigate. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xiao Yun not far away, and exclaimed, as expected of a disciple of Chaos Holy Land, at such a young age, he has mastered 3 super combat skills, and also deduced the Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate combat skill realm, stepping into the 4 forbidden areas.
Such comprehension is really amazing. Jie Yulong was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Didn't you say the 3 forbidden areas?
This is the 4 forbidden areas, and he has a full 200,000 pounds of strength more than him.
How can he fight?
In the hall, the high-level officials of the Chaos Holy Land smiled with satisfaction when they saw Xiao Yun defeating Li Yulong. Especially after seeing Xiao Yun's current strength, the smiles on their faces became even more intense. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Wan, you are too kind.
Xiao Yun is just a little bit enlightened.
Compared with the time and space body of your sect, there is still a big gap. I believe that this time in the True Dragon Nest, your Taichu Holy Land will win the first place again. When the time comes, please show mercy to your disciples."
Wan Yanghui couldn't help but said in a friendly manner, "Holy Lord, please rest assured. Since we belong to the 6 Holy Lands, we should naturally be of the same blood and work together to deal with the outside world." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't believe Wan Yanghui's nonsense. In the past, when their Chaos Holy Land disciples entered the True Dragon Nest, the Taichu Holy Land killed them most cruelly. Among the 6 holy places, Taichu Holy Land and Chaos Holy Land are definitely mortal enemies, but everyone appears to be in harmony on the surface. After all, they are all holy places, and on the surface they still care about their face and do not tear each other apart. Holy Lord, Wan will take his leave first. After the two sides had some boring nonsense, Wan Yanghui took Jie Yulong and Fu Miaotong to leave Chaos Holy Land. In the hall, after Wan Yanghui and others left, the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land looked at Xiao Yun below and said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you performed well this time and earned face for our Chaos Holy Land." The surrounding Supreme Elders also looked at Xiao Yun with appreciation and praised him repeatedly. Xiao Yun hurriedly said modestly, "Holy Lord, you are too kind."
As a disciple of Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun is responsible for maintaining the face of the Holy Land.
The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land and the Supreme Elders nodded again with satisfaction. They admired Xiao Yun's awakening very much. "Xiao Yun, did your master, Emperor Tian, tell you about the True Dragon's Nest?" The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land asked immediately.
Xiao Yun hurriedly said respectfully, "My lord, master has already mentioned the True Dragon Nest to me, and I am also preparing to enter it next year." The Lord of Chaos Holy Land heard this and his face became slightly solemn. He said seriously, "Over the years, our Chaos Holy Land has not had any geniuses in the realm of body refinement, so we have not participated in the True Dragon Nest.
As a result, we have been ridiculed by the outside world, which has made our Chaos Holy Land lose face.
Now, since you have such strength, you should indeed go to the True Dragon Nest.
However, you have also seen the situation today. The Taichu Holy Land and our Chaos Holy Land are in a state of conflict.
Once you enter the True Dragon Nest, the first person you have to be careful of is the people of the Taichu Holy Land.
They will definitely not show mercy to you."
Xiao Yun nodded confidently and said, "Please rest assured, Lord, I will definitely kill all the people of the Taichu Holy Land in the True Dragon Nest."
The Lord of Chaos Holy Land and the Supreme Elders were speechless. What a big tone. Then, the Lord of Chaos Holy Land smiled bitterly and said, "That's unnecessary. After entering the True Dragon's Nest, you should put the search for natural treasures first. If the people of Taichu Holy Land don't provoke you, you shouldn't provoke them."
What's more, a space-time body appeared in their generation, which is one of the 10 supreme bodies. Once you meet him, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Now you haven't forged the chaos body, and you can't compete with other supreme bodies in the same realm. After listening to the words of the Lord of Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun didn't agree in his heart. He believed that with his own strength, he was enough to fight against the spacetime body. However, as an excellent disciple, he shouldn't talk back to the Lord. So, Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Holy Lord, don't worry, I will definitely kill the spacetime body this time, and let them suffer heavy losses in Taichu Holy Land." Obviously, Xiao Yun is not an excellent disciple, he is a super excellent disciple, so he is not afraid of talking back to the Lord. The Lord of Chaos Holy Land and the other supreme elders were speechless again. They felt that Xiao Yun, this disciple, was good in everything except that he was too confident. A mere mortal body actually dared to look down on the supreme body like the body of time and space, really?
Okay, go back and practice well first.
After a while, the Lord of Chaos Holy Land really couldn't communicate with Xiao Yun, so he waved his hand and asked him to leave.
Lord, don't worry, I will work hard to practice after I go back, and I will definitely kill the body of time and space in Taichu Holy Land next year.
Xiao Yun nodded, then took Lin Xiaoya by the hand and swaggered out of the hall. In the hall, all the supreme elders looked at his back speechlessly. The Lord of Chaos Holy Land shook his head and sighed. This Chaos Sutra is not only difficult to practice, but also affects people's personality. After practicing the Chaos Sutra, Emperor Tian was also as arrogant and confident as Xiao Yun.
I really don't know whether it is good or bad. A great elder said with a smile, "Holy Lord, don't worry. I think Xiao Yun may surprise us. We just saw that he actually practiced 3 super combat skills to perfection in just 2 or 3 months. Moreover, he also deduced the Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate combat skill realm. With such a strong understanding, maybe he will really be able to practice the Chaos Sutra in the future and forge the invincible Chaos Body." The Lord of Chaos Holy Land moved his eyes and said with expectation, "If he can really forge a Chaos Body, then our Chaos Holy Land will really have hope to rise." Outside the mountain gate of Chaos Holy Land, Wan Yanghui, Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong left in the clouds. On the cloud, Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong lowered their heads in shame. "Elder, this disciple is incompetent and has embarrassed our Taichu Holy Land. Please punish me, Elder." Wan Yanghui waved his hand and muttered, "For this non-war crime, that Xiao Yun has entered the 4 forbidden realms and has a power of 500,000 kilograms. It is not something you can contend with for the time being." Xia Yulong looked solemn and said, "This person is really strong. He is obviously immortal, but he can actually step into the 4 forbidden areas. Not only has he cultivated the 3 superpowers to a perfect state, but he has also deduced one of the combat skills to the extreme realm." Wan Yanghui showed disdain and sneered, "You are still too young and don't know that understanding can be enhanced, but it has side effects. For example, if you use the enlightenment pill once in each realm, then it won't cause any side effects. But if you use the enlightenment pill more than 3 times, there will be serious side effects." How could Xiao Yun have mastered 3 super combat skills in just 2 or 3 months after entering the Holy Land of Chaos? He must have used the enlightenment pill many times. Xia Yulong said in shock, "How could the Holy Land of Chaos let him do this? Isn't this destroying a monster? What a monster!" Wan Yanghui snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "He is just a mortal. I can see clearly with my discerning eyes that he has no qualifications at all. At most, he has some talent in understanding. Therefore, the Chaos Holy Land used the enlightenment pill to make him a monster in order to enter the true dragon's lair and find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for their Chaos Holy Land. Anyway, even if there are any side effects, they will only lose 1 mortal body, and there will not be any big loss." Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong suddenly realized. It has to be said that without the fact that the Chaos Bell rings 9, no matter which master sees Xiao Yun, he will not think that he is a genius. After all, his qualifications are too poor. As for the 9 ringing of the Chaos Bell, Wan Yanghui had not witnessed it with his own eyes, so he would naturally have doubts. He felt that this might be the Chaos Holy Land playing tricks to deliberately increase its prestige. Just listen to Wan Yanghui continue to sneer. Being able to step into the 4 forbidden realms is already the limit of the mortal body. No matter how much he uses the enlightenment pill, he will not become stronger. With such strength, in our holy land of Taichu in the realm of body refining, it is impossible to enter the top 3. After entering the true dragon's nest, we will kill it and make the strategy of the Chaos Holy Land fail." Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong nodded. They had seen those powerful monsters in the sect, especially the time and space body ranked first. He was simply invincible and invincible. Xiao Yun was definitely no match for him. Emperor Peak. After Xiao Yun came back, he began to check his epiphany system. Originally he still had 23 opportunities for epiphany.
This time he defeated 2 geniuses from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and pretended to be B again, adding 3 more opportunities for epiphany. Therefore, he now has a total of 26 opportunities for epiphany. Next, it's time to push the other 3 super combat skills to the ultimate level of combat skills.
Xiao Yun thought secretly.
There are so many opportunities for epiphany, which are enough for him for the time being, so he plans to deduce the remaining 3 super combat skills of 9 Revolutions Hegemony Fist, Divine Wind Step and 10,000 Swords returning to the sea to the ultimate realm of combat skills. In this way, he will increase his strength by another 200,000 kilograms, reaching a strength of 700,000 kilograms.
This is also the limit he can reach currently. If he wants to break through again, he can only wait for him to go to the real dragon's nest.
Disciple. Just when Xiao Yun was preparing to demonstrate his combat skills, Di Tian arrived.
Xiao Yun quickly stood up and welcomed Di Tian in. After the two sat down, Di Tian looked at Xiao Yun opposite him and asked with a smile, "How was it? What do you think of meeting the genius of Taichu Holy Land this time?"
Xiao Yun muttered, "The geniuses of Taichu Holy Land are indeed better than us. Even the geniuses who are ranked 9th or 10th in the body refining realm can sweep away our disciples in the body refining realm of Chaos Holy Land.
Only I can defeat them.
Chu Jingxiao and Junior Sisters are no match for them.
This is normal. I heard that they have a lightning body coming this time.
Although it is only a king body, it is much stronger than an ordinary body."
Di Tian sighed.
Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, "Master, no matter how strong they are, they will still be defeated by my disciples."
Di Tian looked at Xiao Yun with a look of relief, then thought of something again, and said with a serious face, "I heard that the Holy Lord said that a time and space body has appeared in this generation of the Holy Land of the Beginning. This is the Supreme Body.
You enter after entering the true dragon's nest. You must be careful about this person."
Xiao Yun patted his chest and said confidently, "Master, don't you have confidence in your disciple?
Soon, the disciple will have 700,000 kilograms of power. Even if he is the Supreme Body, I am sure to defeat him."
Di Tian shook his head and said, "You underestimated the ability of the Supreme Body."
The Supreme Body not only means that he has powerful talents, but also the special abilities brought by the Supreme Body.
Just like the lightning body this time, you should have tasted it. Isn't his lightning powerful?
Xiao Yun's face became slightly serious when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, the lightning body of Jie Yulong is indeed very powerful. Every move has an additional attack of lightning, and the speed is extremely fast. If he didn't only have 300,000 kilograms of strength, and I have a strength of 500,000 kilograms.
I'm afraid it won't be so easy for me to defeat him." Di Tian nodded, and then his face became extremely serious. He said solemnly, "That's right, that Jie Yulong is just a lightning body. The body of time and space is much more powerful than the lightning body.
As far as the teacher knows, it is people who are in the body of time and space are born with the power of time and space."
"What is the power of time and space?"
"You must also know, disciple. In front of him, the speed of the lightning body is a joke.
His speed is much faster than you.
At the same time, he can also control time and slow down your speed."
Di Tian looked at Xiao Yun and said solemnly.
Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, and then said with a look of astonishment, "Even if he has the body of time and space, he is only in the realm of body refining.
He cannot have the power to control time and space, right?
Time and space are powerful laws that only saints can touch. Xiao Yun does not think that a practitioner in the body refining realm can master these two powers."
"Ha, it seems you still don't understand the Supreme Body."
When Di Tian heard Xiao Yun's words, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The reason why the Supreme Body is called the Supreme Body is because this special physique is so terrifying. People who possess them are naturally able to control some terrifying abilities. Of course, the current time and space body in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning cannot control the strong time and space power, but even if he can only control a little time and space power, it is enough for him to sweep all enemies in the body refining realm.
Xiao Yun was silent for a moment after hearing this. The power of time and space is simply incomprehensible.
As the saying goes, space is king and time is emperor. What's more, the body of time and space still combines these two powers, making it simply invincible.
"Master, what should I do? Is there any way that I can resist his time power and space power?" After a while, Xiao Yun raised his head and asked Di Tian for advice with a solemn expression. He believed that since Di Tian came here, he was definitely not just here to scare him, but would definitely teach him how to fight against the Supreme Body.
Sure enough, Di Tian smiled and said, "It is difficult to fight against the body of time and space, but after all, he is only in the realm of body refining, and the time power and space power that he can control are definitely not strong, so this gives us a way to fight against him.
Possible. Oh. Master, please give me some advice. Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Ditian smiled and said, time has three basic abilities: time acceleration, time deceleration, and time stopping.
However, based on my speculation, he can only barely master time acceleration now, and he can only accelerate it for himself. But even so, coupled with his talent in space, it is enough to give him the most terrifying speed. So, if you want to compete with him, you must first limit his speed.
Xiao Yun nodded, feeling that what Ditian said made sense, but he asked doubtfully, speed limit?
But master, I have already practiced the divine wind step. Even if I deduced the divine wind step to the end in the realm of extreme combat skills, I'm afraid my speed is comparable to that of the lightning body, and much worse than the time and space body.
It's not almost the same, it's too far.
Ditian shook his head and said, in the same realm, the speed of the spacetime body is 100 times faster than the speed of the lightning body.
Hiss. Xiao Yun's eyes widened when he heard this, and he said with disbelief, the gap is actually so big? How can we fight? Xiao Yun has already seen the speed of Jade Dragon's lightning body. It is 100 times faster than this speed. Doesn't it mean that he can't even see his shadow? It's just like teleportation. How can we fight this? I'm afraid that by then, he won't even be able to fight back and can only passively defend. Otherwise, how can we call it the supreme body?
Ditian sighed, whether it's the acceleration of time or the shrinkage of space, they are all forces that can increase speed. When these two are superimposed, time and space will naturally change. His body possesses unparalleled speed, and almost no one in the same realm can compete with him.
Xiao Yun looked speechless and said, then how can I fight with him? How can I restrain him? Ditian smiled slightly and said, don't be anxious, disciple. Since I said there is a way, there will be a way. In fact, there are many ways to limit his speed.
The first one is long-range attack, which enhances your long-range attack power. When he doesn't get close to you, attack him first so that he can't get close to you.
The second is to improve your defense. As long as your defense is enhanced, you can temporarily block his attack.
Then you will have time to distance yourself from him and then use long-range attacks to deal with him. The third is the formation.
Use spirit stones to arrange some formations.
Whether it is an attack formation, a defensive formation, or a trapping formation, it can effectively limit the speed of the spacetime body. But the formation has, if there is a flaw, then it needs to be arranged in advance.
You have to remember this. Fourth, sonic attack.
This is a combination of sound and power, used to shock and impact the enemy. It will make the enemy's mind tremble, their strength will be greatly reduced, and their speed will naturally be weakened.
After Ditian finished speaking, he looked at the stunned Xiao Yun in front of him, and said with a smile, as long as you can possess all these means, you can fight against the body of time and space.
Xiao Yun smiled bitterly and said, this is too much, you should just tell me directly what to do.
Ditian laughed loudly, then waved his hand, threw a few books, and said with a smile, I have prepared these things for you a long time ago. They are 3 super combat skills and 3 formations. As long as you have the ability to use them, once you learn them all, you will be able to fight against the body of time and space.
Xiao Yun immediately looked at the 6 books in front of him. The 3 combat skills that Emperor Tian gave Xiao Yun were Literally Flying Dagger, Golden Bell Cover and Dragon Power, and the remaining 3 formations were Chaos Formation, Dragon Locking Formation and 8 Gates Locking Formation. After reading them, Xiao Yun nodded. With only 3 super combat skills and 3 formations, relying on his sudden enlightenment, it was not a problem to learn them within a year. Disciple, if I didn't know that you have amazing comprehension, I wouldn't dare to recommend you to practice so many super combat skills and formations.
Emperor Tian smiled bitterly and said, in fact, these things are only useful in the body refining realm.
They are no longer needed after reaching the Qi gathering realm and the divine bridge realm. Therefore, other people will not learn too many things in the body refining realm.
Xiao Yun smiled and said, Master, don't worry.
With my comprehension, I can completely learn these things within a year, and it won't take much time.
Emperor Tian nodded.
He also knew that Xiao Yun's comprehension was abnormal, otherwise he would never give these things to Xiao Yun. At that moment, Tian introduced these super combat skills to Xiao Yun. He said, this Literally Flying Dagger is a hidden weapon move, and it is also a long-range attack combat skill. No matter how fast he is, you can shoot the flying knife first. And this Golden Bell Cover is a great supernatural power created by a senior in our Chaos Holy Land after observing the Chaos Bell.
What I give you now is just a simplified version.
The real Golden Bell Cover is not a combat skill, but a great supernatural power. It is very powerful, so you have to work hard on this combat skill and practice the complete version of Golden Bell cover later. Finally, this dragon power is also a long-range attack. It is a sonic combat skill that can imitate the roar of a real dragon, thereby bursting out a terrifying sonic attack, which can make all beasts surrender and make the enemy's mind tremble. After listening to D. Tian's introduction to these three super combat skills, Xiaoyun's eyes lit up immediately. It must be said that the power of these three super combat skills is indeed very strong, and combined with the combat skills he learned before, it will make his strength even better. Afterwards, D. Tian introduced the three formations to Xiaoyun, all of which were trapping formations, and the arrangement method was very simple and practical.
After doing all this, D. Tian left. Xiaoyun watched D. Tian leave, and his heart was full of emotion. He knew that D. Tian was worried about his safety, so he spent his energy to find so many things for him, so that he was qualified to fight against the time and space body of Taichu Holy Land. It is true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. Xiaoyun smiled slightly. Then, Xiaoyun picked up the combat skills in front of him and began to practice. There were a total of 3 super combat skills, and Xiaoyun deduced them to the ultimate combat skill realm, which consumes 6 opportunities for enlightenment. In addition, Xiaoyun also pushed the divine windstep, 9 turns tyrant fist and 10,000 swords returning to the sea that he had prepared to practice to the ultimate combat skills realm, and consumed 3 more opportunities for enlightenment. Finally, he also used 3 times of enlightenment to learn the 3 formations. This wave, Xiaoyun spent a total of 12 opportunities for enlightenment. After practicing the Chaos Sutra last time, this should be the day I spent the most enlightenment times. The next morning, Xiaoyun opened his eyes and immediately checked his enlightenment system. At this time, he only had 14 enlightenment times left. Fortunately, he didn't need enlightenment for the time being, so he was not in a hurry. In the next time, let's start actual combat training. Xiaoyun thought secretly. After all, learning combat skills is one aspect, but if you want to really exert the power of these combat skills, you still need actual combat training. You must know that when fighting, the situation is ever-changing, and it is not for you to perform combat skills step by step on the stage. Knowing when to use what combat skills is a skill honed through repeated combat experience. Therefore, Xiaoyun now needs more combat to improve his combat experience and digest the super combat skills he has learned. Ding, the latest task, impact the hidden dragon list, enter the top 50, and be rewarded with 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Enter the top 10, and be rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Enter the top 3, and be rewarded with 5 opportunities for enlightenment. Ranked first, be rewarded with 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in Xiaoyun's mind. There is a new task. Xiaoyun's eyes lit up immediately. It just happened that he consumed a wave of enlightenment, and now he has a chance to replenish it. However, what is this hidden dragon list? After all, Xiaoyun has only joined the Chaos Holy Land for a short time, and he doesn't know much about the Chaos Holy Land. But it doesn't matter, the teacher said, if you don't understand, you have to ask. Xiaoyun immediately got up to find Uncle Fu. He usually wouldn't bother D. Tian with such small matters. After all, his cheap master's lifespan was running out, and he still needed time to impact the heaven realm. If there was nothing important, it would be best not to bother him. What's more, Uncle Fu had been in the Chaos Holy Land for so many years. What did he not know? Just go find him directly. In a palace next to the Heavenly Palace, Uncle Fu was instructing Lin Xiaoya to practice the Divine Wind Step. Now, Lin Xiaoya has practiced the 1000 Shadow Whip to perfection. If she wants to improve her strength, she can only practice super combat skills. And the previous defeat to Fu Miaodong also made Lin Xiaoya unhappy, and she wanted to practice super combat skills even more, so Uncle Fu taught her this Divine Wind Step. With your talent, practicing super combat skills is still too reluctant. I'm afraid it will take 10 years to practice to perfection. It's just a waste of time. Uncle Fu looked at Lin Xiaoya, who was performing the Divine Wind Step in front of him, and shook his head. Lin Xiaoya was speechless when she heard this. My senior brother learned it in 1 day, but it took me 10 years. The gap is too big. Uncle Fu sighed. This is the difference between geniuses and mortals. You, wait until you get some natural treasures with the young master in the true dragon nest, and increase your strength by 100,000 to 200,000 pounds, then immediately advance to the chi-gathering realm, and don't waste time in the body-refining realm. Master, I understand. I won't waste too much time in the body-refining realm, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with my senior brother in the future. Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. At this time, Xiaoyun came over and said with a smile, Xiaoya, when did I have a tail? Brother!
Lin Xiaoya saw Xiao Yun and said happily, "Brother, you have also practiced the divine wind step. Come and teach me how to practice the divine wind step." Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Okay, I will teach you how to practice the divine wind step after I ask Uncle Fu some questions." His current divine wind step has reached the ultimate combat skill realm. In terms of his understanding of this divine wind step, he is definitely not inferior to Uncle Fu, and it is enough to teach Lin Xiaoya.
Young master, what problems have you encountered? Uncle Fu asked with a smile.
Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, "That's right.
I want to ask about the hidden dragon list." Hidden dragon list? Fu Bo was stunned, then smiled and said, "This is a list of outer disciples. Only the strongest 100 outer disciples can enter this list. Any outer disciple who can be listed on the hidden dragon list will be cultivated by our Chaos Holy Land and have more cultivation resources than other outer disciples." Then can I challenge this list? Xiao Yun asked immediately.
Fu Bo laughed dumbly and said, "Of course, outer disciples are at the level of body refining realm and chi gathering realm. However, you are a disciple of the Supreme Elder, and you have more cultivation resources than them. There is no need to challenge the hidden dragon list. Fu Bo, I need actual combat to improve my combat experience,"
Xiao Yun said.
Uncle Fu suddenly realized and said in deep thought, "Young master, you are going to the true dragon nest soon.
You really need more practical training, otherwise you can't fully exert your combat power."
"It sounds very interesting, master. I also want to challenge the hidden dragon list," Lin Xiaoya said excitedly. Uncle Fu nodded, and then summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away from the Emperor Peak. On the way, Uncle Fu also explained to Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya the rules of challenging the hidden dragon list. To challenge the hidden dragon list, you don't have to challenge those disciples who are on the hidden dragon list directly, but you just have to enter the Phantom Demon Tower and challenge the phantom clones they left in it,
Uncle Fu said. Xiao Yun asked in confusion, Phantom Demon Tower? What is it for? I know this.
Lin Xiaoya raised her hand and said with a smile, "Brother, the Phantom Demon Tower is very magical. There are phantom clones left by the strongest people in the Chaos Holy Land of all generations. It allows us to learn from the strongest disciples of all generations and improve our combat experience." Uncle Fu nodded and said, "Yes, the Phantom Demon Tower can leave the phantom clones you fight in. The strongest disciples of our Chaos Holy Land of all generations have phantom clones left in the Phantom Demon Tower. And the top 100 of this year's Hidden Dragon list also have phantom clones left in it. You can directly challenge their phantom clones when the time comes." Xiao Yun suddenly understood after hearing this. After a sudden enlightenment, he smiled and said, "This Phantom Demon Tower is quite interesting.
So, if I can defeat those masters on the Hidden Dragon list, my phantom clone will also stay in it and challenge future disciples?"
"Yes." Uncle Fu nodded with a smile, and then continued, "As long as you have not exceeded the Qi condensation realm, your phantom clone cannot be maintained forever. But if you defeat those strongest disciples of all generations, then your phantom clone will be preserved forever, so that disciples countless years later can see it." Xiao Yun was immediately interested and smiled, "This is great, so that younger disciples can admire my peerless style."
"Brother, you are so proud of yourself." Lin Xiaoya pouted.
Uncle Fu smiled slightly and said, "Young master, it is not easy to defeat those strongest disciples in history. Any one of them is a hegemon who has dominated an era, and each of them is a child of destiny. This is more challenging."
Xiao Yun was full of confidence. Uncle Fu drove the cloud very fast, and they arrived at the Phantom Demon Tower in just half an hour.
Xiao Yun looked intently and saw a pagoda that was even bigger than the Xingqian Pavilion, standing on a mountain peak. It was filled with clouds and mist, and was surrounded by fairy light.
It was majestic. This pagoda is so big.
Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya were both shocked. Uncle Fu said proudly, "This is a powerful holy weapon. If a saint personally activates this holy weapon, it can cover a kingdom." Xiao Yun was shocked again when he heard this. He was from a small kingdom, so he certainly knew how big the kingdom was.
There were hundreds of cities and nearly 1 billion people. No wonder they say that everyone below the saint is an ant. Xiao Yun was shocked. He wanted to become a saint even more now, and he didn't want to be an ant. Swoosh! While talking, the three of them had landed in front of the gate of the magic pagoda. There were many disciples coming and going here, which was much more lively than the Xingqian Pavilion, just like a vegetable market. Uncle Fu smiled and said, "We have a rule in the Chaos Holy Land. Only those who have reached the Divine Bridge realm can go out for training. Therefore, if the outer disciples want to improve their combat experience,
they can only come to the Phantom Demon Tower, so it is very lively here. Xiao Yun nodded, and then he saw 14 huge black and white stone tablets next to the Phantom Demon Tower.
He couldn't help but ask curiously, Uncle Fu, what are these stone tablets used for? Are they the same as the stone tablets for testing combat power in the Star Pavilion?
Uncle Fu shook his head and smiled. These stone tablets is not used to test combat power, but to record names. Among them, the 4 white stone tablets record the strongest disciples in the contemporary potential dragon list, rising dragon list, true dragon list and holy list. And the 10 black stone tablets record the strongest people in history from the body refining realm to the heaven realm. Xiaoyan said with interest, I heard that my master is the #1 supreme elder in the Chaos Holy Land.
He is very powerful. I wonder where he ranks in the transcendent realm.
After that, Xiaoyan walked towards one of the black stone tablets.
Fu Bo also followed with a smile.
This black stone tablet records the 100 strongest transcendent realms in the history of the Chaos Holy Land.
Each of them is a strong man who shines in an era.
Xiaoyan looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and he saw the #1 ancestor at first glance. Uncle Fu noticed Xiaoyan's gaze and said with a smile, the ancestor is a chaotic body, sweeping across the world, invincible in the world, so he is ranked first on all the 10 stone tablets here.
The chaotic body is really terrifying. Xiao Yun's heart was burning when he heard this. He wanted to forge a chaotic body more and more, so that he could be so powerful.
Then, Xiao Yun continued to look at the names under the stone tablets. They were all unfamiliar names. It was not until the last one, which was the 100th one, that he saw the name of his chief master, Ditian.
Xiao Yun was stunned and said, how is it possible? Isn't my master ranked first in the Chaos Holy Land? I heard that he can compete with the strong men in the heaven realm. How can he only rank 100?
Uncle Fu sighed, this is normal. After all, our Chaos Holy Land has existed for countless years, and there are countless geniuses.
It is already amazing that the old master can enter this list.
At least in the current Chaos Holy Land, only the old master can enter these stone tablet rankings.
Xiao Yun was secretly shocked. Is this the strongest disciple in history? It's really terrifying.
Even a strong man like Emperor Tian can barely enter this list.
I can't imagine how powerful the first-ranked ancestor must be. Can he jump 2 levels to fight against the saints?
One day, I will also enter these stone tablet rankings.
Xiao Yun secretly swore in his heart.
Fu Bo said on the side, young master, it's time to enter the Phantom Demon Tower. Xiao Yun nodded, and then walked into the Phantom Demon Tower with Lin Xiaoya, while Fu Bo stayed outside, staring at one of the white stone tablets. It records the 100 disciples of the contemporary potential dragon list. And Fu Bo believes that with Xiao Yun's strength, he will be able to enter this list soon.
Phantom Demon Tower.
Xiao Yun just entered the Phantom Demon Tower, and the whole person suddenly appeared on a black land. There was a white sky above his head, and there was nothing around. Lin Xiaoya, who came in with him, also disappeared.
What is this place?
Xiao Yun was full of doubts, but he was not afraid. After all, this is the Holy Land of Chaos, and he is unlikely to encounter any danger here.
This is the Phantom Demon Space. Once you enter the Phantom Demon Tower, you will be teleported here.
Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Xiao Yun's ears. Xiao Yun immediately looked around, but found nothing.
Don't look for it. I am the spirit of the Phantom Demon Tower. You can call me Phantom Demon.
The cold voice came again. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that he had heard Uncle Fu say that the Phantom Demon Tower was a powerful holy weapon, so it naturally had a spirit. Xiao Yun immediately said, Phantom Demon, I want to challenge the hidden dragon list. Okay, now I will teleport you the phantom clone of the 100th disciple on the hidden dragon list.
As long as you can defeat it, you can replace it and become the 100th on the hidden dragon list. Phantom Demon said lightly.
Then, Xiao Yun saw a flash of light in front of him, and a young man wearing the clothes of the outer disciple of the Chaos Holy Land appeared.
I am Lin Jia, please teach me.
The young outer disciple glanced at Xiao Yun, and immediately attacked Xiao Yun with a sword, and the sword energy was radiant and the sword light was dazzling.
Chi Gathering Realm.
Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes and instantly knew that this was a master who had entered the Chi Gathering Realm. This was also normal. After all, the hidden dragon list gathered the strongest 100 people in the body refining realm and the Chi Gathering Realm.
How could the average body refining realm compete with the Chi Gathering Realm?
You know, the masters of the Chi Gathering Realm can already refine the spiritual energy into spiritual power.
Using spiritual power to drive combat skills, the power is even higher.
However, the spiritual power of the qi-gathering realm is very weak. Xiao Yun thought that his physical body was strong, so he was not afraid at all. He just stood there motionless and forcibly withstood Lin Jie's sword attack. Chi. Lin Jie's sword energy bombarded Xiao Yun's body, and even Xiao Yun's physical defense did not break through. He patted the dust on his clothes and said with disdain, "Is this the qi-gathering realm? Only 150,000 power?" He now has 700,000 pounds of power, and his physical body is extremely strong, so he can naturally ignore the attack of 150,000 pounds of power. Boom! Xiao Yun shook his head, then used the divine wind step and blew up Lin Jie on the opposite side with one punch. This qi condensation realm is too weak. At the same time, a loud voice came from the magic tower and spread throughout the entire mountain. Congratulations to the disciple of the Supreme Elder, Xiao Yun, for being ranked 100th on the Hidden Dragon list. The voice was extremely loud and spread throughout the entire mountain, causing countless disciples who came to the magic tower to be stunned. It's Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun actually came to the magic tower. Isn't he a disciple of the Supreme Elder? There is no need to challenge the Hidden Dragon list, right? Too amazing, he is only in the body refining realm, but he can actually defeat Lin Jie in the qi condensation realm. That Lin Jie has reached the peak of the qi condensation realm. I heard that the evildoers who stepped into the forbidden realm can kill the enemy above their level. It's true. I wonder what place Xiao Yun can get. Outside the magic tower, there was an uproar. More and more people flocked to the stone tablet in front of Uncle Fu. They all wanted to know what place Xiao Yun would get. That Lin Jie is actually so strong. In the magic tower, Lin Xiaoya walked out with a depressed look on her face, came to Uncle Fu, and said with a face full of shame, "Master, this disciple has embarrassed you, you didn't even get into the 100th place." Fu Bo smiled slightly and said, "The 100th disciple is already at the peak of the qi-gathering realm. There is a big gap between you and him, so of course you are not his opponent. Only by stepping into the forbidden realm can you defeat your opponent." Lin Xiaoya heard this and immediately asked, "Senior brother has already entered the forbidden realm. He should have defeated that Lin Jie, right?" Uncle Fu nodded, then pointed to the stone tablet in front of him and said with a smile, "Young master is already ranked 100th. Lin Xiaoya immediately looked towards the white stone tablet in front of her, and instantly saw the name Xiao Yun in the last row, emitting dazzling golden light. Lin Xiaoya suddenly looked happy and said, "As expected of senior brother, I wonder how many people he can win this time?" Uncle Fu also looked at the stone tablet in front of him expectantly. At this time, more and more people came to watch, and the place was blocked. Every disciple of the Chaos Holy Land stared at the name Xiao Yun on the stone tablet with their eyes wide open. Everyone is waiting for Xiao Yun to continue to pass the test. Inside the Phantom Tower. After Xiao Yun defeated Lin Jie, he couldn't help but ask, "Huan Mo, how can a qi-gathering realm disciple be so bad? Has he just stepped into the qi-gathering realm?" Huan Mo said calmly, "Lin Jie has reached the peak of the qi-gathering realm." Xiao Yun was stunned when he heard this, and then said incredulously, "How is it possible? Is the peak of the qi-gathering realm so weak?" Huan Mo said calmly, "The body refining realm is promoted to the qi-gathering realm. Every time you break through a small realm, your strength will double. There are 5 realms from the early stage to the middle stage, late stage, peak and perfection of the qi-gathering realm. Lin Jie is in the body refining realm. He has 30,000 kilograms of strength, so after he reaches the peak of qi-gathering realm, he only has 150,000 kilograms of strength. 5 times. Xiao Yun was shocked when he heard this, and said with some disbelief, "Then I now have 700,000 kilograms of power. When I reach the peak of the qi-gathering realm, won't I have 3.5 million kilograms of power? This is different from those ordinary people. The gap between disciples is too big." Huan Mo said calmly, "The stronger the foundation built in the body refining realm, the stronger the strength will naturally be after breaking through the qi-gathering realm." Xiao Yun asked in confusion, "Then why does Lin Jie rush to break through the qi-gathering realm with only 30,000 kilograms of strength? Is he stupid?" Huan Mo said calmly, "Lin Jie's qualifications are limited. He has been delayed for several years in the body refining realm. If he continues to delay, his future achievements will be ruined. It was very limited, so he didn't want to waste too much time in the body refining realm." Xiao Yun suddenly realized that no matter how powerful the body refining realm was, it could not compare to the Xinqiao realm. Some disciples with poor qualifications really did not want to waste too much time in the body refining realm. This is the difference between genius and mortal. Xiao Yun muttered, "Let me rank 50 this time." "As you wish."
Huan Mo said calmly.
The next moment, a light flashed in front of Xiao Yun, and a young outer disciple appeared. Wang Fei, please give me some advice. The visitor nodded to Xiao Yun, stopped talking nonsense, and went straight towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun also knew that these people were just phantom clones, not themselves, and it was impossible to talk to them. Therefore, Xiao Yun immediately took action.
Xiao Yun didn't test this time.
He directly wielded the 9 turns hegemony fist and killed Wang Fei with just 2 or 3 punches. This guy should have broken through to the chi-gathering realm when he reached the peak of body refining.
He only has 250,000 kilograms of strength,
Xiao Yun said as he looked at Wang Fei who had disappeared. But at this moment, Xiao Yun suddenly received a message from the system.
The host is promoted to the 50th place on the hidden dragon list and is rewarded with an opportunity for enlightenment. The host causes exclamations, creates a sensation, and rewards 3 opportunities for epiphany.
Xiao Yun was stunned when he saw the message from the system, but he was relieved immediately. This time he suddenly reached the 50th place, which must have caused a sensation outside. In fact, Xiao Yun's guess was correct. At this time, there was already an uproar outside the Phantom Tower. Because when the name Xiao Yun disappeared from the 100th place, people present began to search for his name.
Disappeared, Xiao Yun has improved his ranking again. Look where it is.
It's not in the 90th place, and it's not in the 80th place.
Oh my god, how many places has he improved this time? In 50, oh my god. Reaching to the 50th place in one go is such a strength.
Those who can reach the 100th place are all strong men at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. The one who ranks 50th is already so strong that he is not even an opponent of the body refining realm.
The onlookers were shocked. Lin Xiaoya was also shocked and said in disbelief, Master, senior brother, isn't this too strong?
She had fought with Lin Jia, who was ranked 100th, and knew that Lin Jia was very powerful. However, Lin Jia was only ranked 100th, and the gap between Lin Jia and 50th was huge without even thinking about it.
Uncle Fu smiled slightly and said, the peak of the chi-gathering realm is only 5 times more powerful than the body refining realm.
If you have 100,000 kilograms of strength, after reaching the peak of the chi-gathering realm, you will only have 500,000 kilograms of strength.
Still no match for the young master.
Lin Xiaoya suddenly realized.
Inside the Phantom Tower,
Xiao Yun started to choose his opponent again. This time he directly chose the opponent ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list. A flash of light appeared in front of him, and a young man with extraordinary momentum appeared. He looked at Xiao Yun with an arrogant look on his face. Dare to challenge me, Zhang Yun, you are simply overestimating yourself.
Xiao Yun was stunned, and then asked, Phantom Demon, does this guy have thoughts? The Phantom Clone has no thoughts.
These words are left by him after he finished the challenge.
After your challenge is over, you can also leave a word for your Phantom Clone. Phantom Demon said lightly.
Xiao Yun suddenly realized that this outer disciple named Zhang Yun was a little too arrogant.
But it doesn't matter.
He, Xiao Yun, specializes in treating all kinds of disobedience. At that moment, Xiao Yun directly waved the 9 turns tyrant fist and performed the god wind step to beat up Zhang Yun in front of him first, and then killed him. Host is promoted to the 10th place on the hidden dragon list, and is awarded 3 chances of enlightenment. Host caused an exclamation and a sensation, and is awarded 3 chances of enlightenment.
The system sent another message.
Xiao Yun checked his system and found that he had gained 6 enlightenments this time, and his total number of enlightenments has reached 24.
It's so cool.
I will come to the Phantom Demon Tower more often in the future, so that I can harvest more enlightenments.
Xiao Yun thought secretly.
He found that the Phantom Demon Tower was a good place.
There are various lists here to challenge.
As long as he can continue to improve his ranking, he can continue to cause a sensation, and naturally he can increase his number of enlightenments.
It's a good place. Phantom Demon, come to the 3rd place on the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yun continued.
System task, defeat the 3rd place on the hidden dragon list, and you can be rewarded with 5 enlightenments. Xiao Yun is going to harvest more enlightenments this time, because he wants to practice the Chaos Sutra and forge a chaotic body, and the number of enlightenments required is too many.
This is a rare opportunity.
As you wish, said the Phantom Demon calmly. Then, a young outer disciple appeared in front of Xiao Yun.
I am Lu Haochu, please teach me.
The young man nodded to Xiao Yun, and then attacked Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun tested him and found that Lu Haochu had a strength of 450,000 jin, which means that he broke through to the chi-gathering realm when he was perfect in the body-refining realm. Such a person can be called a genius. However, compared with Xiao Yun, he is still too bad. After a while, he was defeated by Xiao Yun. After all, the gap between 700,000 Jin and 450,000 Jin is too big. Xiao Yun was promoted to the third place on the hidden dragon list very smoothly. Xiao Yun defeated Zhang Yun, who was ranked 10th. Even Lu Haochu, who was ranked 3rd, was defeated. He has a combat power of 450,000 kilograms. Next, Xiao Yun should challenge Zhang Jing, who was ranked 2nd. He has entered the extreme body refining realm and entered the chi gathering realm. He now has a combat power of 500,000 kilograms. At the same time, there was already a sea of people outside the fantasy tower, and exclamations sounded one after another. This is because the news of Xiao Yun's challenge to the hidden dragon ranking has spread within the Chaos Holy Land, and many disciples from the Chaos Holy Land have come to watch the excitement. Even those disciples who were on the hidden dragon list had already arrived. Like Lin Jie among the crowd, he was originally ranked 100th on the hidden dragon list, but now he has dropped to 101st. He looked at the name Xiao Yun on the stone tablet and exclaimed in amazement, "He is indeed a super monster who made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times. He actually has such powerful combat power in the body refining realm." Among the crowd, there was also Zhang Yun, who was ranked 10th. He seemed to think of the arrogant words he had left in the magic tower, and suddenly his face was full of embarrassment. Lu Haochu, who was ranked 3rd, said to Zhang Jing, who was ranked 2nd next to him, "Senior brother Zhang, you only have 50,000 kilograms more combat power than me. I'm afraid you are no match for senior brother Xiao."
Zhang Jing smiled lightly and said, "I'm afraid senior brother Xiao won't challenge me.
He will definitely challenge the first place." After saying that, both of them turned to look at a young woman in a purple dress not far away. She is Shi Chunyu, who ranks first on the hidden dragon ranking, and is now a famous presence among the outer disciples. Moreover, Shi Chunyu is not only powerful in talent, but also has a peerless appearance, so she is very famous in the Holy Land of Chaos. It is said that Shi Chunyu's admirers can circle the fantasy tower 10 times together. There are also rumors that there seems to be a holy son from the Holy Land of Chaos who has taken a liking to Shi Chunyu and is pursuing him. Therefore, the place where Shi Chunyu is the place that attracts everyone's attention. Many people looked at Shi Chunyu and then at the stone tablet in front of them, and they suddenly started talking. Xiao Yun is about to challenge Shi Chunyu. I don't know if he can defeat Shi Chunyu. It shouldn't be possible. It is said that Shi Chunyu has a combat power of 750,000 kilograms. Unless Xiao Yun has entered the 7 Forbidden Realm, he cannot be her opponent. If it succeeds, it will be so shocking. The body refining realm ranks first on the hidden dragon list. This is probably only a handful of things that can be achieved in the history of our Chaos Holy Land. Everyone was talking about it. Not far away, Shi Chunyu was wearing a purple dress, with her black hair fluttering and water droplets falling. She was a beauty of her generation. She blinked her beautiful eyes and stared closely at the stone tablet on the Qianlong list.
Xiao Yun.
Shi Chunyu stared at the name Xiao Yun on the stone tablet, her beautiful eyes were shining. The skin on her pretty face was white and looked radiant.
She is no stranger to this name.
After all, Xiao Yun made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, which already made him famous throughout the Chaos Holy Land. What's more, not long ago, Xiao Yun stepped into the Forbidden Realm, once again making him famous throughout the Chaos Holy Land. For this young man who voluntarily gave up his identity as the Son of God. The impression of Xiao Yun by the disciples of Chaos Holy Land has changed from being an idiot at the beginning, to admiration, and then to admiration.
Only people like this are worthy of my following. Li Bufan is far worse than him.
Shi Chunyu seemed to think of something, and then her pretty face turned red with embarrassment.
Inside the Phantom Tower.
After Xiao Yun defeated Lu Haochu, who was ranked 3rd, he began to challenge the outer disciple who was ranked 1st. As a ray of light flashed past, a young woman with a peerless appearance wearing a purple dress appeared in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the outer disciple who ranked 1st on the Qianlong list was actually a woman, and she was such a beautiful woman. I, Shi Chunyu, have sworn that if anyone can defeat my phantom clone, I will be his follower. The woman in the purple skirt said slowly. Her black hair danced lightly, her face was like jade, and her eyes were sparkling and radiant. After Xiao Yun heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't expect that Shi Chunyu would leave such a sentence in the magic tower.
Wasn't she afraid that an ugly monster would defeat her?
However, this Shi Chunyu has reached the peak of Chi Gathering Realm and can break through to the Divine Bridge Realm at any time, so even if someone can defeat her, she can advance to the Divine Bridge Realm first. By then, her phantom clone will automatically disappear in the Phantom Tower.
This girl is really interesting.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a little curious about Shi Chunyu.
Moreover, this Shi Chunyu is so beautiful.
If his junior sister Lin Xiaoya is an eighth beauty, then this Shi Chunyu is definitely very beautiful.
Xiao Yun is a person with a very normal sexual orientation. It would be a lie to say that he is not moved by such a stunning beauty. I wonder if she will really choose to follow me after I defeat her.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of expectation in his heart. At this moment, Shi Chunyu was already heading towards Xiao Yun.
You see.
Hearing Shi Chunyu's soft drink, a silver needle, pulled by the red diamond thread, shot straight towards Xiao Yun, as fast as lightning.
It turned out to be a hidden weapon Tai Chi Divine Palm.
Xiao Yun was shocked and quickly used Tai Chi Divine Palm to resist Shi Chunyu's attack.
Crack! The silver needle immediately pierced into Xiao Yun's Tai Chi diagram, and a few cracks instantly spread in all directions. Xiao Yun's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, she actually has 750,000 gene of strength.
This woman has surpassed the extreme realm and the body refining realm and almost entered the forbidden realm. At this moment, Xiao Yun no longer dared to be careless, and he quickly used another defensive super combat skill, Golden Bell Cover.
Suddenly, a golden bell enveloped Xiao Yun and resisted Shi Chunyu's silver needle attack. Drizzle! Shi Chunyu's move was unsuccessful, and she attacked again.
She waved her slender hands, and her jade fingers flicked lightly. Suddenly, silver needles, like the drizzle of spring, came towards Xiao Yun.
Literally flying dagger.
Xiao Yun knew that he could not passively defend, otherwise he would definitely not be the opponent of this Shi Chunyu. After all, the other party had 750,000 gene of strength, which was 50,000 gene more than him. Of course, with only 50,000 gene of strength, the gap is not very big at their level. But this will still give Shi Chunyu some advantages. However, Xiao Yun also has his own advantages, that is, he has practiced many ultimate fighting skills, which is not comparable to Shi Chunyu.
Shi Chunyu only practiced one super fighting skill.
Shwa shwa shwa, Xiao Yun waved his hand and threw a flying knife, cutting off all the diamond wires in front of him to stop the attack of those silver needles. At the same time, Xiao Yun used Tai Chi Divine Palm and Golden Bell Cover to resist Shi Chunyu's silver needle attack. With the cooperation of many ultimate fighting skills, Xiao Yun finally blocked Shi Chunyu's series of attacks.
Next is my counterattack.
Xiao Yun is not a person who likes to be beaten passively. He shouted and used the soundwave fighting skill Dragon Power.
Roar!
The roar of a real dragon suddenly came out of Xiao Yun's mouth, shaking the entire void, causing waves of ripples in the surrounding space. Shi Chunyu on the opposite side was obviously shocked by the terrifying soundwave. Her body trembled slightly as she rushed over, and the silver needle shot out of her hand also deviated from the attack route.
Good opportunity.
Xiao Yun was good at seizing the opportunity to fight, and immediately performed the divine wind step, which he had deduced to the ultimate combat skill realm, turning his entire body into a flash of lightning, and his speed was enough to rival that of Jie Yulong, who had a lightning body.
Swish!
Xiao Yun appeared behind Shi Chunyu in an instant, and then he did not show any mercy to her, and activated the 9 turns Tyrant Fist, punching Shi Chunyu's jade back fiercely. Anyway, it's just a phantom clone, not her real self. Xiao Yun thought secretly, if it was Shi Chunyu herself, he would certainly not be so rude. The host ranks first on the hidden dragon list, and is rewarded with 10 times of enlightenment. The host caused an exclamation and caused a sensation, and is rewarded with 3 times of enlightenment.
Hear the voice of the system.
Xiao Yun immediately checked the system and found that his number of epiphanies had reached 45.
This was really great. These epiphanies would definitely greatly increase his strength after he returned from the True Dragon's Nest. Congratulations to Supreme Elder's disciple Xiao Yun for being promoted to the first place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. A loud voice came from the Phantom Tower and spread throughout the mountain. Suddenly, everyone near the stone tablet was boiling. Pairs of shocked eyes looked towards the first row of the Hidden Dragon list, where there was a name of Xiao Yun, shining with bright golden light. Xiao Yun actually went directly to challenge the first place, and he succeeded. It's incredible. He actually defeated Shi Chunyu. I heard that her strength has reached 750,000 kilograms. How could Xiao Yun win? If you can even defeat a master like Shi Chunyu, Xiao Yun may have entered the 7 Forbidden Realm. 7 Forbidden Realms. This is so shocking. Even if you look at the entire cultivation world, this kind of talent is unparalleled in the world, enough to be comparable to the saints of the other 5 holy places. Everyone kept exclaiming and was in an uproar. Those outer disciples felt powerless when they saw the name Xiao Yun on the Hidden Dragon list. In the body refining realm,
this guy defeated the 100 strongest chi-gathering realm masters among their outer disciples. The gap was really too big. It's so big that they can't even feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. After all, people tend to be jealous of those who are slightly stronger than themselves, but they will only admire those who are much stronger than themselves. Master, senior brother, he won the first place, that's amazing. Lin Xiaoya said to Uncle Fu excitedly in front of the Qianlong list stone tablet. Uncle Fu also didn't expect Xiao Yun to be able to defeat Shi Chunyu. After all, Shi Chunyu has stronger power than Xiao Yun. Moreover, one is in the chi-gathering realm and the other is in the body-refining realm. They are born with the suppression advantages of the realms. It can be seen that Xiao Yun is not only fast in cultivation, but also very powerful in combat. With the same strength, he can win. He is indeed the peerless evildoer who made the chaos bell ring 9 times. The old master has really chosen the right person this time. Young master, he can definitely create the chaos body. Fu Bo secretly expected in his heart. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the crowd not far away. Interesting, senior brother Xiao actually defeated senior sister Shi. Senior sister Shi, if I remember correctly, you left a message in the magic tower, saying that if anyone could defeat you, you would choose to follow him. This sentence immediately detonated the entire audience. The crowd that had calmed down around them couldn't help but become excited again. Standing in the crowd, Shi Chunyu, who was already attracting the most attention, became even more focused at this moment, with everyone's eyes looking towards her. Shi Chunyu actually left such words in the magic tower. Xiao Yun has defeated Shi Chunyu, doesn't that mean Shi Chunyu really wants to follow Xiao Yun? I heard that there is a holy son in our Chaos Holy Land who is interested in Shi Chunyu. Gee, this is interesting now. The Holy Son has unparalleled power and high status. Xiao Yun is no longer the son of God. Even if he meets the Holy Son, he must bow his head. Now there's something good to watch. Everyone was talking about it. In the crowd, Shi Chunyu frowned slightly. She looked towards the person who was speaking and found that the person was Zhang Yun, who was ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. She suddenly turned cold and snorted. She also knew Zhang Yun was a person who had always been arrogant and domineering among the outer disciples. He once molested a female outer disciple and was scolded by her, so she held a grudge. This time Zhang Yun caused trouble for her, and he was not without revenge. However, Shi Chunyu didn't bother to pay attention to such a clown. Anyway, she had decided to follow Xiao Yun, and people would find out sooner or later, so it was not a big deal. This Zhang Yun, he did it on purpose. Among the crowd, Lu Haochu, who was ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list, glanced at Zhang Yun not far away with some disgust and snorted coldly. Zhang Jing, who was ranked 2nd on the Qianlong list next to him, sneered, he has always been arrogant, domineering and narrow-minded. When he molested a female disciple, he was punished by senior sister Shi, so he held a grudge and waited for an opportunity to take revenge. Lu Haochu nodded, then looked at Shi Chunyu not far away, with a flash of admiration in his eyes, and sighed, I don't know if senior sister Shi will fulfill her promise. He also often goes to the magic tower to challenge Shi Chunyu, so of course he knows what words Shi Chunyu left in the magic tower. What young man doesn't admire a peerless beauty like Shi Chunyu? Therefore, just because of these words, Lu Haochu practiced hard and improved his strength, but he was still no match for Shi Chunyu. Now that he saw Xiao Yun defeat Shi Chunyu, it was impossible for him not to feel sad. Zhang Jing on the side also felt this way. He also admired Shi Chunyu very much. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality and said lightly, I am afraid that only senior brother Xiao can be worthy of a proud woman like senior sister Shi. To fuck him, we should bless her. Lu Haochu smiled bitterly, but he also knew that Zhang Jing was right. However, I'm afraid this matter won't be that easy. After all, the Holy Son has long regarded senior sister Shi as a forbidden concubine. With his status, I'm afraid he won't be in awe of senior brother Xiao. Lu Haochu then seemed to think of something and was a little worried. Said. Zhang Jing's face condensed slightly, and then there was some worry in his eyes. After all, he had already heard of the Holy Son's tyranny. In front of the Qianlong Bang stone tablet, Lin Xiaoya suddenly looked unhappy as she listened to the words coming from around her. She looked at Shi Chunyu not far away, a hint of jealousy flashed in her big round eyes, and she pouted, What? How can a daughter's family be like this? Such an oath is simply shameless, and one look at her charming look shows that she is not a good woman. For some reason, Lin Xiaoya felt a little sad when she learned that a peerless beauty like Shi Chunyu wanted to follow Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu glanced at Lin Xiaoya. He had rich experience and could naturally tell that Lin Xiaoya had already admired Xiao Yun. However, Lin Xiaoya was still young and it was her first time falling in love, so even she didn't know it.
Just a hazy feeling. Uncle Fu didn't care about this. When he accepted Lin Xiaoya, he originally planned to keep Xiao Yun as his companion.
However, Uncle Fu still reminded him, Xiaoya, a peerless genius like the young master will naturally attract some people.
Follow him. He is still just Shichinyu.
When the young master becomes stronger in the future, his followers will probably cover the entire imperial peak.
Lin Xiaoya suddenly looked helpless when she heard this.
She also knew that her senior brother was so good that he would definitely attract some people to follow him in the future.
Like those holy sons in the Holy Land of Chaos, which one doesn't have dozens of followers? Among them, the top 10 holy sons have even more followers. Lin Xiaoya couldn't stop this.
After all, these followers would also strengthen Xiao Yun's power, which would be of great help to Xiao Yun's future control of the Holy Land of Chaos.
Congratulations to Supreme Elder's disciple Xiao Yun for ranking among the 100 strongest in the history of the body refining realm in the Holy Land of Chaos.
Suddenly, a loud voice came from the Phantom Tower, shocking everyone on the mountain. Immediately, on a black stone tablet next to the Phantom Tower, the name Xiao Yun suddenly appeared and released a dazzling golden light.
Everyone gasped when they saw this.
Xiao Yun actually challenged the strongest men in history who were in the body refining realm, and he succeeded.
Everyone was suddenly shocked.
Among the crowd, Shichinyu's hair was dancing in the wind, and her beautiful eyes burst out with brilliant colors, staring closely at the black stone tablet not far away.
Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing were also stunned and shocked.
Lin Xiaoya and Uncle Fu ran toward the black stone tablet not far away with surprise on their faces. What is recorded on these stone tablets are all the strongest people in the history of the Holy Land of Chaos.
Each name represents a peerless talent.
If anyone can be listed on this stone tablet, he will definitely be remembered in history and will be admired by people even countless years later.
Inside the Phantom Demon Tower, Xiao Yun was indeed challenging the strongest person in the history of the body refining realm.
Because after he defeated Shichinyu and won the first place on the Hidden Dragon list, the system issued him the latest task. Latest task, challenge the strongest person in the history of the body refining realm in the Chaos Holy Land. If you are promoted to the 100th place, you will be rewarded with 10 opportunities for enlightenment. If you are promoted to the 50th place, you will be rewarded with 30 opportunities for enlightenment. If you are promoted to the 10th place, you will be rewarded with 50 opportunities for enlightenment. If you are promoted to the 3rd place, you will be rewarded with 70 opportunities for enlightenment. If you are promoted to the 1st place, you will be rewarded with 100 opportunities for enlightenment. The reward for this task is much richer than the previous challenge to the Hidden Dragon list.
How can Xiao Yun not be excited?
If I can complete this task, maybe I can immediately practice the Chaos Sutra to the 108th level and forge a Chaos body.
Xiao Yun was extremely excited.
After defeating the strongest person in the history of the body refining realm ranked 100th, he immediately said to the Phantom Demon, "Next, I will challenge the 50th place."
"As you wish," the Phantom Demon said lightly.
The next moment, a young figure with extraordinary momentum and domineering power appeared in front of Xiao Yun. With his appearance, the temperature in the void dropped a lot, and a lot of cold air appeared on the ground, which made Xiao Yun shiver.
It seems that this time it is still a special physique. Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly condensed, but he was not surprised.
Because the 100th person he challenged before was already a genius with a special physique.
This is also normal.
After all, the Chaos Holy Land has existed for countless years, and there must be more than 100 geniuses with special physiques. Therefore, the opponent Xiao Yun will meet next will most likely be a genius with a special physique.
Boom!
While thinking, the figure in front of him with extraordinary momentum had already punched over. As his fist enveloped him, the temperature around him dropped rapidly, and even Xiao Yun's body was covered with a layer of frost, trying to freeze his body.
Xianbing body. Xiao Yun was shocked and understood what this person's special physique was. The 3rd level king body Xianbing body. Although it was only a 3rd level king body, the person in front of him had obviously developed the Xianbing body to the extreme. With the help of acquired efforts, he was no weaker than those geniuses with 2nd level divine bodies. As soon as he came into contact with him, Xiao Yun found that this person was very powerful, much stronger than Xie Yulong, who also had a 3rd level king body in Taichu Holy Land. For forbidden areas, this person's power has reached 500,000 jin. Xiao Yun punched the Xianbing body in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. They were both 3rd level king bodies, but Xie Yulong's lightning body only had 300,000 jin of power,
while this person had 500,000 gene of power. It was obvious who was stronger. However, the gap between 500,000 gene of power and Xiaoyun's 700,000 gene was still quite large. Without much effort, Xiaoyun killed the Xianbing body in front of him and was promoted to the 50th strongest in the history of the body refining realm. After looking at his system, Xiaoyun found that he had increased his enlightenment by 30 times this time, and his number of enlightenments had reached 88 times.
It's so cool. If I keep going like this, I will be able to master the Chaos Sutra and forge a chaos body in no time. Xiaoyun was extremely excited and continued to say to the Phantom Demon, "This time I want to challenge the 10th place."
"As you wish,"
the Phantom Demon said lightly.
The next moment, a domineering figure appeared in front of Xiaoyun, and a powerful aura swept out, causing the entire Phantom Demon space to tremble. Xiaoyun's face condensed, and this time he felt a huge pressure.
This person is very strong. Outside the Phantom Demon Tower,
in front of the black stone tablet of the body refining realm, a group of people surrounded them. Everyone stared at the name of Xiaoyun in the 50th row, and their faces were full of shock.
Xiaoyun has defeated the 50th ranked strongman, so amazing. This is the strongest in history.
In that case, looking at the history of our Chaos Holy Land, Xiaoyun's strength is enough to rank 50th in the body refining realm. Such a person may really be able to practice the Chaos Sutra and forge a chaotic body in the future.
Everyone was talking about it. Those young disciples admired Xiaoyun even more.
Some people only hated their low talent, otherwise they would choose to follow Xiaoyun like Shichinyu. And some people who thought they had good talents, their eyes flickered, and they were already considering whether to follow Xiaoyun.
After all, following a peerless monster, there are many benefits.
First of all, the peerless monster has a strong talent and will achieve great success in the future. As his followers, you will also rise with the tide in the future.
What's more, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog. Once you follow a powerful person, it is equivalent to having a big backer. Moreover, the peerless evildoer has too many cultivation resources. Any little cultivation resources that leak out of his hands are enough to feed his followers.
In addition, if Xiaoyun becomes the lord of the Chaos Holy Land in the future, his followers will definitely be in high positions in the Chaos Holy Land. So, there are too many benefits to following a peerless evildoer. But Xiaoyun has a shortcoming that makes these geniuses hesitant. That is, Xiaoyun practiced the Chaos Sutra. The difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra is well known to everyone, and almost no one thinks that Xiaoyun can successfully forge a chaos body. Like Xiaoyun's master, Tian, who was known as the first son of Chaos Holy Land, he was a well-known existence even in the entire cultivation world, second only to the sons of the other 5 Holy Lands.
At that time, Tian was very glorious and had countless followers. But later, Tian was trapped in the extraordinary realm and was about to run out of life, and he could not break through the heavenly realm. His followers either died of old age or left him one by one.
Therefore, these disciples were also worried that Xiaoyun would become the second Tian. Congratulations to the disciple of the Supreme Elder, Xiaoyun, for being ranked the 10th strongest person in the history of the Chaos Holy Land's body refining realm. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the magic pagoda and spread throughout the mountain. Suddenly, exclamations rang out, like a storm, sweeping the whole place.
The 10th place, this is the 10th strongest person in history.
Everyone looked at the black stone tablet in front of them with shock. At this time, the name of Xiaoyun had risen to the 10th row. And in the first row, it was the ancestor of their Chaos Holy Land.
In other words, there were only 8 names between Xiaoyun and the ancestor. It was such an honor to be so close to the ancestor. Moreover, the top 10 names were different from the other rankings.
These top 10 names were all golden, emitting a faint golden light all the time, extremely bright and dazzling, and people noticed them at a glance.
How could such a name go down in history not make people envious and admired? In the crowd, some people who were hesitant before now showed determination in their eyes. They decided to follow Xiaoyun.
Even if Xiaoyun could not forge a chaos body, with his current talent, he would eventually surpass Emperor Tian and become a heavenly realm power. Although such strength was not as good as those high-ranking saints, he could still become the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, which would bring them huge benefits. When Xiaoyun won the first place on the Hidden Dragon list and challenged the strongest man in history, the storm he caused in the Fantasy Tower had already spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land.
Tian Feng,
the Supreme Elder of Tianyi, has already retreated into seclusion to attack the heavenly realm. When Xu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping learned the news that Xiaoyun was in the Magic Tower, both of them looked very ugly.
I didn't expect that boy to be so strong. I'm afraid he will gain a lot after entering the true dragon's nest this time.
Zhu Ping's eyes were a little worried. He was worried that Xiao Yun would get some treasures in the true dragon's nest and help Di Tian ascend to heaven.
Territory.
You know, in these years, he has often been against Di Tian, just bullying Di Tian who has little life left and cannot threaten him. But if Di Tian is promoted to the heavenly realm, his lifespan will be increased by 1,000 years, and he will definitely be able to regain his youth and regain his peak.
No, it's beyond the top. Di Tian is known as the first holy son of the Chaos Holy Land. He has already created a half-step chaotic body. Once he reaches the heavenly realm, he may be able to compete with the saints in the future, and no matter how bad he is, he will be invincible in the heavenly realm.
Zhu Ping was very worried when he thought of this situation.
Because at that time, Tianyi couldn't protect him. Moreover, with Tianyi's character, he might just hand him over when the time comes.
After all, Zhu Ping has followed Tianyi for so long and knows that Tianyi's character is extremely selfish. Let him be proud first, but he won't be proud for long.
Suddenly, Zhu Jingshao snorted coldly, arousing Zhu Ping's curiosity. Oh? Young master, why is this? Zhu Ping looked at Zhu Jingshao in surprise and asked.
Zhu Jingshao sneered and said, My master told me that every time we go to the true dragon's nest, the Holy Land of the Beginning will target our disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos. And in this generation, the Holy Land of the Beginning has given birth to a body of time and space, and he will definitely kill Xiao Yun in the true dragon's nest. Hearing this, Zhu Ping suddenly realized, and then nodded repeatedly, and said with a sinister smile, Young master is right, I almost forgot about the Holy Land of Taichu. They don't want some peerless monsters to be born in our Holy Land of Chaos, so they will definitely try their best to get rid of that kid Xiao Yun.
Zhu Ping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Xiao Yun is, can he be stronger than the body of time and space in the Holy Land of Taichu?
You know, that is the supreme body, a powerful special physique comparable to the chaos body. Therefore, during this trip to the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun will definitely die inside.
Dongyu Peak. This is the cave of Dongyi Yutang, the great power of heaven.
And Dong Yutang has a disciple named Li Bufan, who is a holy son of Chaos Holy Land. Anyone who can become the holy son is a peerless genius who can make the chaos bell ring 6 times.
Li Bufan is such a peerless genius.
At a young age, Li Bufan had already surpassed the divine bridge realm and entered the cave heaven realm. His strength swept the entire inner sect and was comparable to those of the true disciples. However, Li Bufan was in a very bad mood at this moment, because one of his followers brought him bad news.
Shi Chunyu is going to follow Xiao Yun. Li Bufan's eyes were sinister.
He had been pursuing Shi Chunyu for so long, but this bitch was so ignorant that he chose that loser Xiao Yun.
Yes, in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun is a useless person.
After all, the difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra is well known. Emperor Tian was so dazzling back then, but because of practicing the Chaos Sutra, he was trapped in the transcendent realm. He was defeated and surpassed by one of his former subordinates, and became a useless person. Li Bufan believed that Xiao Yun would become a useless person like Di Tian. And he, Li Bufan, is destined to become a great master in the heavenly realm, and even step into the realm of a saint.
Bitch, since you are so ignorant, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Yun?
Humph, if you had not given up your position as the Son of God, then I would still be wary of you. But now you are no longer the Son of God. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant.
No one can take away the woman I, Li Bufan, like.
Li Bufan had a sinister look in his eyes, sneered a few times, and then stood up. Then he jumped into the sky and flew towards the mountain peak where the Phantom Tower was located.
Inside the Phantom Tower,
Xiao Yun sat on the ground panting, sweating profusely, and was running the Chaos Sutra to restore the power he had just consumed. Fortunately, the Chaos Sutra was very terrifying, but within a short time, Xiao Yun's strength returned to its peak.
Do you want to continue the challenge? The Phantom's voice sounded.
Xiao Yun's mouth twitched, and then he quickly waved his hands and said, Forget it, I just spent a lot of effort to defeat the 10th place.
This is already my limit.
Yes, being able to defeat the 10th strongest person in the history of the body refining realm just now is already Xiao Yun's limit. Because that person possesses a second-level divine body, has cultivated an ultimate combat skill and a super combat skill, and his strength has reached 750,000 kilograms, which is 50,000 kilograms more than Xiao Yun, and the same as that Shi Chunyu. But that man's strength was much stronger than Shi Chunyu's. With 750,000 kilograms of power, combined with the opponent's second-level divine body, he was like a god descending into the world, with invincible power. If Xiao Yun hadn't practiced 7 ultimate combat skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to win. Moreover, even if Xiao Yun won, it would still be a huge effort, which would be much more difficult than the battle between him and Shi Chunyu. However, this battle also gained Xiao Yun a lot, allowing him to truly see the horror of the second-level divine body. Only the second-level divine body is so powerful, so how terrifying must the time and space body in the Holy Land of the beginning be? Xiao Yun was filled with solemnity at this moment, and he was no longer careless. Obviously, he had to continue to work hard, otherwise he would not be able to compete with those supreme bodies. However, as long as he forged the chaos body, he would be invincible in the world and no longer have to be afraid of those supreme bodies. When he thought of the chaos body, Xiao Yun immediately checked his system and was surprised to find that his number of epiphanies had increased to 141. Haha, with so many epiphanies, I can immediately forge the chaos body after I return from the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun was immediately excited. If it weren't for going to the true dragon nest, he would probably start practicing the Chaos Sutra in seclusion now. However, in order to reach the level of the Grandmaster, Xiao Yun felt that he still had to build the strongest foundation in the body refining realm. That is to increase his strength to 1 million jin, comparable to the Grandmaster. Only in this way can he become the strongest chaos body like the Grandmaster. Otherwise, the chaos body would be no different from other supreme bodies, which was not what Xiao Yun wanted to see. Xiao Yun was very ambitious. He felt that since he had the chaos body, he had to reach the strongest. He had to be on par with the Grandmaster, or even surpass him, so that he could sweep across the heavens and the worlds, dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and be invincible in the world. It's time to go out. After a moment of thinking, Xiao Yun left the Phantom Demon Tower. At this time, there were already crowds of people outside the Phantom Demon Tower, and everyone was staring at the Phantom Demon Tower. When Xiao Yun walked out of the Phantom Demon Tower, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and pairs of excited eyes all looked at him. Xiao Yun frowned slightly, and being stared at by so many people made him a little embarrassed. However, when Xiao Yun saw a young woman in a purple skirt at the front of the crowd, a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's that Shi Chunyu. Xiao Yun had seen Shi Chunyu's phantom clone in the magic tower, so he knew Shi Chunyu. However, when he saw Shi Chunyu's real body, Xiao Yun found that she was much more beautiful than the phantom clone. That peerless face made the scenery of this mountain eclipse. The breeze blew, and her purple skirt fluttered, outlining her graceful body, like a fairy flying down from the moon palace, with the spirit of heaven and earth in one. Humph! Lin Xiaoya, who was next to him, saw Xiao Yun staring at Shi Chunyu, and immediately pouted in dissatisfaction and snorted coldly. Fu Bo smiled and looked at Xiao Yun on the side, feeling deeply in his heart. That was the 10th strongest person in history, and he was truly famous in history. Brother Xiao. At this moment, Shi Chunyu also stepped forward with a light lotus step. She shook her fairy body and her black hair danced lightly, like a banished fairy descending to the earth. I once swore that I would follow anyone who could defeat my phantom clone. Now that senior brother Xiao has defeated my phantom clone, I wonder if senior brother Xiao is willing to accept me as his follower? Shi Chunyu stared at Xiao Yun in front of him, his eyes sparkling and radiant. It must be said that facing the favor of such a peerless beauty, Xiao Yun could not think of any reason to refuse her. If he dared to refuse, it is estimated that thousands of readers would blow up his chaotic body. So, Xiao Yun smiled very honestly and said, "Thank you for your favor, junior sister Shi. You and I can encourage each other in the future and prove the great way together." Shi Chunyu smiled sweetly when she heard the words, and she was slightly relieved in her heart. She was also worried that she would be rejected by Xiao Yun, which would be too embarrassing. Shi Chunyu, I don't allow you to follow a useless person. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky, exploding the entire mountain, causing the surrounding trees to shake. The next moment, a red figure came from the sky, carrying a majestic aura, descending on the entire mountain, making everyone present feel a huge pressure. Everyone turned their heads and immediately recognized the identity of this person. It was the Holy Son Li Bufan. It's the son of God Li Bufan. I heard that Li Bufan has been pursuing Shi Chunyu, but now Shi Chunyu chooses to follow Xiao Yun. It seems that Li Bufan is going to break up with him this time. This is also normal. The woman he likes is going to throw herself into the arms of someone else. With Li Bufan's arrogance, it's strange that he can tolerate it. Xiao Yun is probably going to be in trouble now. He is no longer the son of God. Whether in status or strength, he is far inferior to Li Bufan. While everyone was talking in a low voice, they dodged and gave the venue to Xiao Yun and Li Bufan. Whether it was Xiao Yun or Li Bufan, they were not people they could provoke. They could only stand aside and watch the show. In the crowd, Zhang Yun, who ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list, saw Li Bufan coming and couldn't help but look at Shi Chunyu with gloating, thinking to himself, "Bitch, you dared to teach me a lesson back then, today I'll see how you deal with this saint's son." Zhang Yun was humiliated by Shi Chunyu back then, and today he finally found a chance to retaliate against Shi Chunyu, and he was in a very good mood at the moment.
Oh no!
In the crowd, Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing were both shocked when they saw Li Bufan coming. They didn't expect Li Bufan to come so quickly, and now Xiao Yun couldn't hide. After all, if Xiao Yun and Shi Chunyu returned to the Emperor's Peak, Li Bufan would not dare to go to the Emperor's Peak to act wild even if he was the saint's son.
But this is the magic pagoda, that's different. Here, Li Bufan will not have any scruples.
In the sky, Li Bufan was seen with his hands behind his back, his eyes glowing red, and his whole body bathed in hot flames, like a fire god stepping into the air.
Boom!
Li Bufan stepped on the ground, causing the entire mountain to shake. A powerful aura rushed towards him, exuding a divine power that dominated the world.
Everyone was shocked.
Li Bufan's aura was too powerful and too domineering, which brought them a strong pressure. Even Xiao Yun frowned.
The strength of Li Bufan in front of him was very terrifying, which he had never seen before.
Of course, Ditian, Fubo, and the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land were much stronger than Li Bufan, but these people were able to perfectly restrain their aura, and Xiao Yun could not feel their strength at all. But the Li Bufan in front of him was different. He did not restrain himself at all, and directly released his domineering aura, so Xiao Yun felt it deeply. However, Xiao Yun was a peerless monster who had fought with those strongest people in history.
Li Bufan's aura alone could not make Xiao Yun bow his head.
Xiao Yun looked directly at Li Bufan, his expression calm, and said coldly, "I, Xiao Yun, recruit followers, and I don't need your permission." Even when facing the son of Chaos Holy Land, he was not afraid at all. After all, he was a person who voluntarily gave up the position of Son of God. In addition, he had the strongman Ditian as his backer, and the Lord of Chaos Holy Land and many supreme elders also praised him. His status was actually not inferior to that of the Son of God.
Xiao Yun? Who are you? Are you qualified to talk to me like this? Do you still think you are the Son of God?
When Li Bufan heard Xiao Yun's words, he put his hands behind his back and looked down at Xiao Yun below. His face was full of disdain, and his eyes revealed an undisguised contempt. He didn't take Xiao Yun seriously at all. How could a useless person who practiced the Chaos Sutra compare with his dignified Son of God?
As for Xiao Yun's strength in the body refining realm?
Haha, the physical training realm is only the first realm of a cultivator. No matter how powerful Xiao Yun is in the physical training realm, he can destroy him with one palm.
Li Bufan is full of confidence in himself. Then who are you? What does it have to do with you if I recruit followers? Am I eating your rice? Or, I am your father, how dare you interfere in my business?
Seeing the contempt in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun was immediately very unhappy and swore directly. Since he entered the Chaos Holy Land, no one has dared to despise him like this. Even Chu Jingxiao only dared to do tricks in secret at the beginning. But the Li Bufan in front of him was so domineering and didn't take him seriously, which was really annoying.
Xiao Yun is not a good-tempered person. If you make me unhappy, then I will make you unhappy too. Am I afraid of you?
Hearing Xiao Yun swearing directly, the people around him were all stunned. Lu Haochu, Zhang Jing, Zhang Yun and others all looked at Xiao Yun in a daze. Shi Chunyu also looked at Xiao Yun with a strange expression. They had never seen anyone who dared to insult a saint like this before, and today they were really surprised. However, they felt that Xiao Yun was dead this time, and even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin.
How dare you?
As expected, Li Bufan in the sky was furious. His pupils suddenly opened, and his eyes were extremely terrifying, like two sharp swords, piercing the void, revealing a terrifying aura.
You are the one who is presumptuous. Xiao Yun stared at Li Bufan coldly and shouted in the same way. He didn't look afraid at all, and didn't take Li Bufan, the saint, seriously at all. You are simply looking for death. Li Bufan's forehead was immediately exposed.
A small disciple of the Supreme Elder dared to ignore him like this. This was a serious provocation to him, which was simply unbearable.
Does this kid really think he is still the Son of God? At that moment, Li Bufan's whole body was shining brightly, and a powerful aura erupted, shaking the entire void. Crack!
The void suddenly broke apart, and behind Li Bufan, black holes appeared one after another, swallowing up thousands of spiritual energy, making Li Bufan look very terrifying. There were 7 black holes, swallowing up all the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, as if even the air was sucked dry, making everyone feel a suffocating and terrifying pressure. Everyone was extremely shocked, and a storm surged in their hearts.
There are actually 7 caves. Li Bufan actually opened 7 caves, it's so terrifying.
I heard that in the cave realm, opening a cave is enough to advance to the spirit realm, and opening 3 caves is considered a genius. I didn't expect Li Bufan to open 7 caves.
With such a background, once he enters the spirit realm, how terrifying will it be? The onlookers looked at the 7 black holes behind Li Bufan with shock on their faces.
Xiaoyun also condensed his eyes and was shocked.
How powerful is it that a person can tear space? This is just Li Bufan, how strong are Di Tian and others? How terrifying are those saints?
At this moment, Xiaoyun's desire for power became stronger.
Of course, the most important thing now is to deal with Li Bufan.
When Li Bufan showed the 7 caves, Xiaoyun felt a strong pressure and couldn't help but take a step back. Son, our Chaos Holy Land strictly prohibits fellow disciples from killing each other, please stop. Fu Bo's face changed, and he quickly stood in front of Xiaoyun, looking at Li Bufan and said in a deep voice.
He knew that Xiaoyun was not Li Bufan's opponent yet. After all, the gap between the two sides' cultivation was too big. Li Bufan had been practicing for decades, and Xiaoyun had only been practicing for a few months. How could they be compared? Get out of here. However, Li Bufan didn't give Uncle Fu a good look. He glanced at Uncle Fu coldly and said with disdain, you are just a follower of the Supreme Elder Di Tian. To put it bluntly, you are just a servant. You dare to stop me, the Son of God. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcers of our Chaos Holy Land will destroy you? Uncle Fu's heart trembled. The law enforcers are the most terrifying people in the Chaos Holy Land.
They are specially responsible for punishing the disciples who made serious mistakes in the sect.
They are a knife hanging over everyone's head.
Young master, although I am stronger than Li Bufan, he is the Son of God.
I can't attack him, otherwise I will die. Young master, I will hold Li Bufan back first. You quickly enter the Phantom Demon Tower. As long as you enter the Phantom Demon Tower, Li Bufan can't do anything to you. When the old master comes, he can't make a big wave.
At this moment, Uncle Fu's voice came from Xiaoyun's mind.
Obviously, Uncle Fu was transmitting a message to him.
Afterwards, Xiaoyun saw Uncle Fu standing in front of him, continuing to block Li Bufan.
He shouted at Li Bufan in a deep voice, Holy Son, if you attack your fellow disciples, if the law enforcers really come, they will not let you go first. Li Bufan smiled proudly and said disdainfully, do you think I don't know the rules of the sect? I am the Holy Son.
I am just teaching an ordinary disciple a lesson, not killing him.
The law enforcers will not interfere. Fu Bo's heart sank. This is indeed the case.
The Holy Son has such power and status. If it is the Son of God, then the status is even higher. Even if you kill a disciple directly, you will not be punished. Unfortunately, Xiaoyun had given up the position of the Son of God at the beginning.
Uncle Fu sighed in his heart. Get out of here, I don't want to say it for the 3rd time. In mid-air, Li Bufan shouted very domineeringly. He came with the pressure of 7 caves, and he didn't care that Uncle Fu was stronger than him. He was wrapped in flames, with a terrifying aura and extraordinary power. Li Bufan, I took the initiative to follow senior brother Xiao. If you are unhappy, just come to me. There is no need to bully senior brother Xiao.
Shi Chunyu finally spoke. She felt that this was the trouble she had caused, and Xiaoyun should not bear it alone.
You bitch, shut up. Li Bufan glanced at Shi Chunyu coldly and said disdainfully, do you really think I like you? I, Li Bufan, only have the saintly way in my eyes. A woman like you can only be my plaything at most.
Shi Chunyu was so angry that her pretty face turned pale and she trembled all over.
Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes. This Li Bufan was too arrogant. Did he really think that he, Xiaoyun, was easy to bully?
At the same time, Lin Xiaoya, who was next to Xiaoyun, saw that Shi Chunyu dared to contradict Li Bufan, the Holy Son, and she also plucked up her courage and shouted at Li Bufan, what a shitty Holy Son, you only know how to bully the weak. You have practiced for decades, and my senior brother has only practiced for a few months. If my senior brother has also practiced for decades, he can crush you to death with just one finger.
How dare you? Li Bufan shouted, staring at Lin Xiaoya with a terrifying look, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, you dare not take me, the Holy Son, in your eyes. Today I will let you know that the majesty of the Holy Son cannot be offended by anyone. After the words fell, the 7 caves behind Li Bufan burst into blazing light. Young master, leave.
Uncle Fu shouted hurriedly, and then he was ready to take action. Even if he was killed by the law enforcers afterwards, he could not let Xiao Yun be bullied by Li Bufan.
Uncle Fu, get out of the way, I have my own way to deal with him.
Xiao Yun suddenly said to Uncle Fu.
Uncle Fu was stunned. He thought Xiao Yun was stupid. With Xiao Yun's current cultivation level in the body refining realm, how could he possibly fight against Li Bufan in the cave heaven realm? The gap between the two was too big.
However, at this moment, Uncle Fu saw Xiao Yun pinching his hands to make seals and muttering some mysterious and familiar scriptures. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around the entire mountain was in turmoil, like a terrifying storm, gathering towards the sky above Xiao Yun's head.
This scene shocked everyone.
As Xiao Yun made mysterious hand gestures and chanted mysterious scriptures, the spiritual energy in the surrounding void became completely violent and continued to gather towards the sky above his head. Such a strange phenomenon shocked everyone and they all looked towards Xiao Yun.
What's going on? Xiao Yun is only at the physical training stage, how could he make such a big noise? How can he absorb such terrifying spiritual energy? He is making hand gestures, is he performing some magical power?
Impossible, he is only at the physical training stage, he hasn't even condensed his mental power, how can he perform magical power? The people around were talking about it, all with puzzled faces. Even Fu Bo and Lin Xiaoya, who were familiar with Xiao Yun, looked at Xiao Yun in surprise.
When did the young master learn this move? Did the old master teach it privately?
No, even if it was a great magical power, with the young master's current cultivation, it would be impossible to perform it.
Fu Bo was very curious.
Lin Xiaoya's eyes were full of surprise. She felt that her senior brother had some hidden cards, and this time he would definitely explode and beat the bastard saint in front of him. Not far away, Shi Chunyu also looked at Xiao Yun with shining eyes, full of expectations.
Could it be that senior brother Xiao could really compete with Li Bufan? However, the gap between Xiao Yun's cultivation and Li Bufan was too big. Everyone watched intently, waiting for Xiao Yun to explode. They really wanted to know whether Xiao Yun could turn the tables. Humph, just pretending to be mysterious. You are an ant in the body refining realm. You can't even condense your mental power. What great magical power can you use? Li Bufan in the sky didn't take Xiao Yun seriously at all. He was just surprised for a moment, and then he didn't feel any strong energy fluctuations from Xiao Yun, so he showed disdain. He felt that Xiao Yun was scaring him. You are just an ant, you dare to snatch a woman from me, and you dare to speak rudely to me. Today I will let you know how huge the gap between you and me is. Li Bufan sneered, he still had his hands behind his back, but he raised one foot, dropped from the sky, and stepped on Xiao Yun. Everyone's eyes changed slightly, Li Bufan actually humiliated Xiao Yun so much. This kick may not kill Xiao Yun, but if someone steps on him, it would be too embarrassing. This kind of shame can never be washed away in a lifetime, and Xiao Yun will never be able to raise his head. Damn it!
Lin Xiaoya clenched her two small fists and gritted her teeth in anger.
Fu Bo's eyes were also red.
He stood in front of Xiao Yun and couldn't help but want to take action. But at this moment, Xiao Yun finally finished the last seal. He raised his head suddenly, his pupils shone brightly, and a burst of golden light swept out from between his hands.
Chaos Bell, come out!
With Xiao Yun's roar, the whole void trembled, and countless golden lights and the materialized spiritual energy above Xiao Yun's head gathered together, slowly forming an ancient bell. On this huge ancient bell, golden light flowed in it, and on the four sides of the bell wall, thousands of mysterious runes were carved, as if thousands of gods were chanting in it, making this ancient bell burst out with a terrifying breath.
The onlookers exclaimed one after another. The appearance of this big bell is very familiar to everyone. Because it is the Chaos Bell. Dang, with the appearance of the Chaos Bell, a loud voice suddenly spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land, causing countless strong men to raise their heads in astonishment, and then release their divine thoughts to explore the Phantom Demon Tower. At the same time, the huge Chaos Bell blocked Xiao Yun's body and blocked Li Bufan's kick. In front of the huge Chaos Bell, Li Bufan was as small as an ant.
Li Bufan's powerful kick not only failed to kick the Chaos Bell away, but was instead knocked away by an even stronger recoil force.
How is it possible? Li Bufan stopped in mid-air in the distance, his eyes flashing, looking at Xiao Yun in disbelief, and said in shock, "This is not the real Chaos Bell, but just a strand of the Chaos Bell's power condensed. But you are just a mortal body, only in the body refining realm. How can you summon the power of the Chaos Bell? Even your master, the Supreme Elder Dtian, can't do it." Li Bufan was too shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Yun to be able to borrow a strand of the Chaos Bell's power,
How could this useless person in the body refining realm do it? The people around him also showed surprise and shock. Xiao Yun summoned the chaos bell, which really shocked everyone.
After all, this is an imperial weapon, which can only be controlled by those saints.
Moreover, for these ordinary disciples, they can only see the chaos bell every time they open a mountain to recruit disciples. Normally, no one has the opportunity to see the chaos bell.
And now, Xiao Yun can actually borrow the power of the chaos bell. Is he the biological son of the chaos bell? You know, he is only at the body refining realm.
Even if those ancient emperors are at the body refining realm, it is impossible for them to borrow the power of an imperial weapon.
This is like a 3-year-old child releasing an atomic bomb. It is simply a miracle. So that's it. However, there is also someone who understands, that is Uncle Fu.
Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Yun in front of him, stroking his beard with one hand. At this moment, he smiled with ease. If I am not mistaken, it is chaos induction. Every time a new disciple is recruited, the newly recruited disciple needs to comprehend chaos induction and then ring the chaos bell.
The more one comprehends, the more rings will be made.
The young master was able to make the chaos bell ring 9 times, which shows that he has completely understood chaos attraction. In this way, the young master can borrow the power of the chaos bell at any time as long as he is in our chaos holy land.
At this time, Uncle Fu was no longer worried about Xiao Yun's safety. If he could borrow the power of the chaos bell, would he still be afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat a holy sun in the cave heaven realm? You know, this is an imperial weapon. Even if it can only borrow 1/1000th of its power, it is very terrifying. It's actually chaos induction.
No wonder the seal I saw Xiao Yun pinching just now seems familiar to me. It turns out to be the induction of chaos that we studied back then.
I didn't expect Chaos Lead to have such an ability.
Unfortunately, except when we join the mountain gate to ring the chaos bell, we have no chance to learn Chaos Lead again. Xiao Yun has such magical power, he is simply invincible in our Chaos Holy Land. After listening to Uncle Fu's words, the onlookers suddenly realized, and then they were amazed and looked at Xiao Yun with envy in their eyes. Although because the Chaos Bell is only in the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun can only borrow the power of the Chaos Bell in the Chaos Holy Land, but this is already very enviable.
At least in the future, who will dare to bully Xiao Yun in the Chaos Holy Land?
Not far away, Lin Xiaoya, Shi Chunyu and others all breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Xiao Yun still has this move.
No wonder Xiao Yun has always been calm and can borrow the power of the Imperial soldiers. How powerful this is. Damn it, it's actually Chaos Lead.
At the same time, Li Bufan also heard Uncle Fu's words. He recalled the process of studying Chaosine and found out that the seal that Xiao Yun just touched was the seal recorded in Chaosine.
However, should we just let him retreat sadly like this? You know, when he came, he was extremely arrogant, domineering, and powerful. If he was frightened by Xiao Yun's Chaos Bell and ran away in despair, he would never be able to raise his head again in the Chaos Holy Land. At that moment, Li Bufan gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, and said with piercing eyes, "No matter what, you are just an ant in the body refining realm. I don't believe that you can defeat me with just a little power of the Chaos Clock." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Bufan unleashed all his strength and no longer cared about whether he would kill Xiao Yun. Anyway, with the protection of Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun would not be killed by him. On the contrary, it would be a real shame for him to be defeated by Xiao Yun if he didn't take action with all his strength. Boom! As Li Bufan exploded with all his strength, the 7 black holes behind him gathered together, carrying a majestic power and pressing down on Xiao Yun. The power of the Holy Sun is unparalleled. Since you are asking for shame, then I will help you.
When Xiao Yun saw this, he couldn't help but smile coldly. He then continued to press the seal, using all his strength to activate the Chaos Clock above his head. When the Chaos Bell above Xiao Yun's head suddenly shone with golden light. It released a terrifying energy, like a huge wave rolling up in the sea, sweeping towards Li Bufan.
Get out of my way!
Li Bufan roared angrily, and without retreating at all, he activated the 7 caves with all his strength, gathering a shocking force and blasting down towards Xiao Yun. The huge chaos clock immediately collided with Li Bufan's 7 caves. Brilliant flames erupted in the sky and swallowed up the entire mountain, making everyone feel the power of this destructive force.
Boom! However, the energy of the chaos clock is too terrifying.
That terrifying power swept out like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, shattering Li Bufan's 7 caves on the spot, causing him to spurt out blood and fly backwards. He no longer had the aura of a saint, and looked extremely embarrassed. On the contrary, Xiao Yun remained unscathed. He held the chaos bell on his head, like a god descending to earth, with unparalleled power and divine power that cannot be offended.
Li Bufan, is this all you have? It's so disappointing.
Xiaoyun stepped forward with the chaos clock on his head, looking down at Li Bufan on the ground with disdain.
Put. Li Bufan was so angry that he spat out blood.
He glared at Xiaoyun with a face full of unwillingness and roared, "If it weren't for the chaos clock, I would have crushed you to death as easily as an ant." Xiaoyun sneered, "If I were in the cave heaven realm, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog.
So, don't tell me anything. If you use a high realm to suppress me, won't I be allowed to use the chaos spell?"
Ha!
Li Bufan was immediately speechless. He was indeed suspected of bullying the younger ones.
But Li Bufan was unwilling to do so, so he glared at Xiaoyun gloomily, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, when you catch up with my cultivation, I promise you a fair fight with me."
After that, Li Bufan got up and prepared to leave. "Did I let you leave?"
Xiaoyun sneered, and when Li Bufan was about to rise into the air, he activated the chaos clock again and smashed it.
Xiaoyun Li Bufan was shocked and angry.
He didn't expect that Xiaoyun would dare to attack him. In a hurry, he had no time to defend himself, and was hit by the chaos bell until he vomited blood and flew away.
This time Li Bufan was even more miserable.
He fell to the ground and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were dyed red and his hair was messy. He no longer had the aura of a saint, just like a beggar.
Xiaoyun walked towards Li Bufan with a sneer on his face and snorted coldly, "Those who bully others will always bully them.
Since you dare to attack me, I won't let you pay a price today. Others will think that I, Xiaoyun, am easy to bully." After saying that, Xiaoyun activated the chaos bell again and smashed it towards Li Bufan in front of him. He knew that Li Bufan was in the cave heaven realm and could not be killed in 1 or 2 blows, so he had to strike a few more times, at least to beat Li Bufan until he couldn't get up. "Xiaoyun, you lunatic, kill me, the law enforcers will not spare you." Li Bufan roared angrily, but in the face of the chaos bell's attack, he could only continue to deploy defenses.
However, he was already severely injured and was no match for the chaos clock.
Xiaoyun pushed the chaos clock to hit him, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards.
He was as miserable as a sandbag. Everyone around was stunned. What did they see?
That was the holy son of the holy land of chaos.
He was beaten around like a sandbag. It was so embarrassing. Moreover, the person who beat him was just a young monk in the body refining realm. If the Holy Land of Chaos had a ranking list of the worst saints, then Li Bufan's performance today would definitely rank first among them, and he might also be the strongest in history. Now you know how to find the law enforcer? Why didn't I see you afraid of the law enforcer just now? Xiaoyun continued to activate the chaos clock to blast Li Bufan with a sneer on his face. Li Bufan was hit by the chaos bell and spurted blood. He gritted his teeth and glared at Xiaoyun, saying angrily, "I am the Holy Sun, and you are just an ordinary disciple. The law enforcers will definitely stand by me. Just wait. Let's be abolished." "Really? Then I will destroy your cultivation today." Xiaoyun sneered and activated the chaos bell again, knocking Li Bufan to spit blood and fly.
This time, Li Bufan had no strength to get up. He lay on the ground and cursed at Xiaoyun, but he was already seriously injured and lost his fighting power.
"Young master, that's enough. If you keep fighting, he will really die.
This will cause a lot of trouble." Just as Xiaoyun was about to continue to attack, Fubo's voice sounded in his mind. Fubo transmitted the message, "Young master, you are no longer the son of God.
You can't kill Li Bufan. It's enough to teach him a lesson.
It's a great sin for an ordinary disciple to kill the son of God. And it's even more unforgivable for the same sect to kill each other." Fubo was also worried that Xiaoyun was too impulsive.
Xiaoyun certainly wouldn't be impulsive.
He wouldn't die with Li Bufan, this idiot, so he nodded and then dispersed the chaos bell above his head.
As the chaos bell disappeared, the onlookers around were relieved.
After all, the chaos bell brought them too much pressure. The aura of the imperial weapon, even if it was only a trace, made their souls tremble.
"Xiaoyun, you only dare to be rampant in the Chaos Holy Land.
When you leave the Chaos Holy Land, I wonder if you can still borrow the power of the chaos bell." At that time, Li Bufan was scolding Xiaoyun, but before he finished scolding, Xiaoyun had already strode towards him.
Li Bufan suddenly had a bad premonition. He glared at Xiaoyun and shouted, "Xiaoyun, what else do you want to do?"
"Of course, do what you haven't finished." Xiaoyun sneered, then raised his foot and stepped hard on Li Bufan's cheek with his big foot.
"You dare!" Li Bufan's pupils shrank, and he was shocked.
If Xiaoyun stepped on him, he would never be able to wash away the shame of his life. But now he has lost his fighting power and is seriously injured, so he can't avoid Xiao Yun's attack at all.
See if I dare to do it. Today I will let you taste my invincible big feet.
Xiao Yun smiled coldly, and stepped on Li Bufan's face with his big feet, which made Li Bufan's cheek crooked and broke several of his teeth.
Wow, Li Bufan was completely crazy, his eyes were red, he was stepped on the face by someone, this is simply a huge shame, he can't wash it away in this life. I told you to be arrogant. I told you to be arrogant. I'll step on you to death. Xiao Yun continued to step on Li Bufan, and even trampled on Li Bufan's cheek with his feet, and then let Li Bufan go. At this time, Li Bufan was already so angry that he fainted. Everyone around was stunned watching this scene.
They didn't expect that Xiao Yun, who had always been gentle and elegant, could actually have such a violent side.
I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will punish them even if they are far away. Xiao Yun left with a cold snort and turned away. Today is definitely a day of excitement in the Holy Land of Chaos.
Xiao Yun swept the Hidden Dragon ranking, ranked 10th among the strongest in the history of the body refining realm, and violently beat up the Holy Sun Li Bufan.
Each of these news is more shocking than the last. The name Xiao Yun once again became famous throughout the Chaos Holy Land. Become a topic that everyone talks about.
At the same time, Xiao Yun and the others had returned to Emperor Peak. Accompanying Xiao Yun back was a new member, Shi Chenyu. This beautiful fairy has become Xiao Yun's follower.
Tian was very satisfied with Xiao Yun as a follower.
After all, Shi Chenyu was not only beautiful but also very talented. He would definitely be helpful to Xiao Yun in the future.
Master, if I beat up Li Bufan this time, it won't cause you any trouble, right? Xiao Yun asked.
Upon hearing this, Tian said with a domineering look, just hit him, no big deal. Xiao Yun said worriedly, but master, I heard that Li Bufan has a master who is powerful in the heavenly realm.
Tian sneered and said, Weisher knows that guy from Dong Yutong was once defeated by Weisher.
Now even if he is promoted to the heaven realm, he is no match for Weisher. Xiao Yun was shocked when he heard this.
His master was really awesome and could actually defeat the powerful master in the heavenly realm.
However, he was relieved when he thought that the other party also practiced the Chaos Sutra.
I heard that Tiandu has already mastered the half-step Chaos body.
Although it is not as good as those supreme bodies, it is still comparable to the second-level divine body.
Otherwise, Tian would not have been called the first holy son of Chaos Holy Land back then.
Obviously, this cheap master of his is still very good. Xiao Yun felt relieved immediately. He was afraid that if he beat the younger one, the older one would come again. Although the strong men of the older generation generally would not bully the weak, but looking at Li Bufan's virtue, Xiao Yun felt that his master Dong Yutong was probably not that good either. I will create a chaos body in the future and suppress them all. Xiao Yun snorted coldly in his heart. Thanks to Li Bufan, Xiao Yun this time 3 more epiphanies were added, and at this time his number of epiphanies had reached 144. Just waiting for him to come back from the true dragon's nest, he can create the chaos body. However, Xiao Yun was still very serious about the trip to the true dragon's nest. In the following days, Xiao Yun spent every day honing his combat skills, and whenever he had time, he would go to the fantasy tower to fight against the strongest men in the history of the body refining realm. His combat experience was rapidly increasing, and at the same time, he also saw powerful royal and divine bodies one after another from the strongest men in history.
Xiao Yun even challenged the number 1 patriarch, the chaos body. The result is self-evident.
Before Xiao Yun could make a move, he was slapped by the Grandmaster until he vomited blood and flew away. If Huan Emo hadn't stopped him in time, he might have been slapped to death by the Grandmaster. This battle made Xiao Yun feel the terror of the chaos body, and also made him more eager to create the chaos body. At that time, when the Patriarch made a move, the 3,000 avenues around him resonated, and any move displayed a shocking power that Xiao Yun could not resist. That scene was so shocking. I must create the chaos body. After the battle with the Patriarch, this belief in Xiao Yun's heart became even more urgent. Time passes unconsciously.
Dong Yu Peak.
Li Bufan, who was violently beaten by Xiao Yun, spent more than half a year repairing his injuries. Of course, the reason why he was so seriously injured was not because Xiao Yun stepped on him.
Li Bufan's real injury was that the chaos clock smashed into 7 caves, which was his foundation.
In order to repair these 7 caves, he spent countless materials and treasures. Fortunately, he was the Holy Son of Chaos Holy Land and was able to have so many cultivation resources. Otherwise, if he wanted to recover from his injuries, he would probably have to wait a few years.
However, although Li Bufan's physical injuries have recovered, his mental trauma will never recover.
In particular, every time he entered meditation practice, he would be awakened by a nightmare. That nightmare was Xiaoyun stepping on his face with his foot. There were many disciples from the Holy Land of Chaos watching around, and Li Bufan saw ridicule and gloating in their eyes.
This made Li Bufan extremely humiliated. It is really unbearable to think that his dignified holy son has suffered such huge humiliation. This has become Li Bufan's inner demon. Xiaoyun, I will never let you go. Li Bufan roared and overturned the gilded table in front of him, scaring the followers in front of him into trembling with fear. These followers of Li Bufan did not dare to speak out at this moment. After all, they also knew that Li Bufan had suffered great humiliation this time. Anyone who dared to mention this matter would definitely make Li Bufan furious. Has my master come out of seclusion? Li Bufan vented for a while, then looked at a follower below and asked gloomily. With his strength, there is no way he can seek revenge from Xiaoyun in the Holy Land of Chaos, let alone that there is Tian behind Xiaoyun. Therefore, Li Bufan thought of asking his master for help. After all, his master is a powerful person in the heavenly realm and must be stronger than Tian. Holy son, the peak master has been in retreat.
A follower said respectfully.
Li Bufan frowned slightly.
His master often retreated and would only come out to teach him once a year. After all, his master still wanted to become a saint and could not spend all his time on him.
However, if he didn't take revenge, Li Bufan really had no mood to practice. This humiliation had become his inner demon, and he couldn't bear it for a day. Let's go, I'm going to ask master to come out of retreat. Li Bufan finally decided to find his master. Even if he was scolded by his master, he would not hesitate. What's more, master has always been very good to him and would never blame him for this. At that moment, Li Bufan immediately went to his master's retreat place, Dong Yutan. In front of a magnificent palace, Li Bufan bowed respectfully and cried with a face full of grievance, Master, my disciple has been wronged, please come out and avenge my disciple. The crying child gets milk. Li Bufan is very clear about this, so he must cry miserably, so that his master will be more angry. In the distance, Li Bufan's followers saw this and their mouths twitched, as if they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Master, Li Bufan was still crying bitterly, venting all his grievances. Of course, he was really wrong this time. He was obviously stronger than Xiaoyun, but he was stepped on by Xiaoyun, which made him very unwilling. Crack! At this time, the door of the palace was pushed open, and an old man with white hair came out. He was dressed very ordinary, but his eyes were very sharp, his eyes were extremely deep, with strands of divine light shooting out, mysterious runes flowing, and a terrifying aura. Disciple, what makes you so wronged? The old man looked at Li Bufan and asked. Master, Li Bufan saw the old man, and immediately rushed up, hugged his thigh, and hurriedly told his grievances. This person was Dong Yutong, a great man in the heavenly realm. After hearing Li Bufan's words, Dong Yutong's eyes suddenly shot out golden light, like two golden suns appeared, blazing light burst out, the might made the void rumble, and the eyes were extremely intimidating. What a Xiaoyun, a mere disciple of the Supreme Elder, dared to bully the Holy Son of the Chaos Holy Land, and committed an unforgivable crime of committing a crime against his superiors. Dong Yutong snorted coldly, and said to Li Bufan, Disciple, follow me, I will take you to the Emperor Peak to seek revenge on him. At that time, I will help you block the Chaos Bell and let you fight him fairly. Yes, Master. Li Bufan's eyes shot out a cold lightning. If there was no Chaos Bell, he could easily suppress Xiaoyun. At that time, he would step on Xiaoyun's face hard to avenge his previous shame. Emperor Peak. Xiaoyun was sparring with Shichinyu, but he was always in a passive situation and was severely punished by Shichinyu. This was because Shichinyu had broken through the Qi condensation realm and entered the Divine Bridge realm. Junior sister Shi, let's stop here. After a while, Xiaoyun put down the black iron knife and waved his hand to Shichinyu in front of him with a wry smile. The Divine Bridge realm was too strong. Before, he could still defeat Shichinyu, but now he is far from being Shichinyu's opponent. The gap in the realm of cultivation is too big, and talent cannot make up for it. Senior brother Xiao, your strength is stronger than before. Although it is still 700,000 pounds of strength, your combat power is 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Shichinyu looked at Xiaoyun in front of him, her beautiful eyes were shining, her face was like jade, and she was radiant. Having been with Xiaoyun for more than half a year, Shichinyu often sparred with Xiaoyun, so she knew very well how terrifying Xiaoyun's talent was. There are 7 super combat skills, all of which have been deduced to the ultimate combat skills realm by Xiaoyun.
Looking at the entire cultivation world, only Xiao Yun can do this. Even the ancestor of their Chaos Holy Land, in the body refining realm, only practiced 3 ultimate combat skills. This is the first time that Shi Chunyu has seen such a powerful body refining realm cultivator. She believes that even the sons of God in the other 5 Holy Lands are probably about the same as Xiao Yun in the body refining realm.
No matter how strong you are, you still can't beat the God Bridge realm.
Xiao Yun smiled bitterly. After entering the God Bridge realm, Shi Chunyu condensed her mental power and could control the flying sword to kill people thousands of miles away, and her combat power increased many times. In front of Shi Chunyu's flying sword attack, Xiao Yun is not her opponent at all.
Of course, even if he doesn't use the flying sword, Xiao Yun is not Shi Chunyu's opponent.
Because the cultivators of the God Bridge realm can practice magical powers after condensing their mental power. Those magical powers were extremely powerful, far surpassing the ultimate combat skills. In Xiao Yun's opinion, if the ultimate combat skills were the limit of mortals, then the magic power should be equivalent to the magic of immortals, which had already surpassed the limit of mortals. Each magical power had the power to turn mountains and seas upside down, which was very terrifying. However, Xiao Yun didn't care.
After all, he was only in the body refining realm. When he entered the Divine Bridge realm, he would definitely be much stronger than Shi Chunyu.
After all, Xiao Yun's accumulation was too solid and he had an unparalleled foundation.
Who is Xiao Yun? Get out of here!
At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky, like a thunderous explosion, shaking the void, and making the entire Emperor Peak tremble.
Xiao Yun and others couldn't help but look up, only to see Li Bufan and a white-haired old man stepping into the air.
This old man was very scary, with blood surging all over his body, like an immortal phoenix in nirvana. His eyes were golden, like 2 golden lamps, extremely terrifying. When Xiao Yun was swept by the old man's eyes, he felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and he could not resist at all.
Too strong, this is definitely an old monster.
Xiao Yun looked at Li Bufan next to the old man, and he had guessed who this old man was. Sure enough, Uncle Fu next to him also sent a voice message to Xiao Yun and said, "Young master, this is Li Bufan's master Dong Yutong, a great man in the heavenly realm."
Xiao Yun was shocked. This is a great man.
In the absence of saints, great men in the heavenly realm are the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Like the Holy Lord of their Chaos Holy Land, he is only in the heavenly realm.
His master is even in the extraordinary realm below the heavenly realm.
Facing such a terrifying strong man, Xiao Yun felt very small. Even if I use the power of the Chaos Bell, I can't compete with him now.
Xiao Yun thought to himself.
After all, his cultivation is still weak, and the power he can borrow from the Chaos Bell is very limited.
It is impossible for him to rely on this little power to defeat a great man like Dong Yutong in the heaven realm. Fortunately, this is Emperor Peak. Xiao Yun was very lucky.
If he met them outside, he would be in trouble. After all, looking at Li Bufan who was looking at him with resentment not far away, Xiao Yun knew that these 2 people came here to seek revenge on him. Sure enough, after beating the younger one, the older one came.
The ancients never lied to me. Are you Xiao Yun?
At the same time, Dong Yutong's eyes had locked on Xiao Yun, because under his divine sense, there was only Xiao Yun, a young man in the entire Emperor Peak, so his identity was obvious.
Being in Emperor Peak, Emperor Tian was here.
Xiao Yun was not afraid of Dong Yutong. He said lightly, "Yes, I am Xiao Yun. May I ask what advice do you have for me, senior?" Dong Yutong snorted, "How dare you, knowing that I am a senior, you don't immediately salute, no manners at all, no wonder you dare to commit treason and humiliate my son of the Chaos Holy Land, you are really unscrupulous." Xiao Yun ignored Dong Yutong, but looked at Li Bufan coldly, with a face full of sarcasm. "When I was a child, I fought with the kid next door. He couldn't beat me, so he went back to his parents crying. I didn't expect that when I grew up, I would encounter such a thing. Li Bufan, you really deserve to be the son of our Chaos Holy Land."
Li Bufan's old face flushed, but he immediately glared at Xiao Yun with anger, and shouted, "Xiao Yun, if you didn't cheat and borrow the power of the Chaos Bell, I could crush you to death with just one finger. Then you have the guts to wait until I cultivate to the Cave Heaven realm, and then come and fight me," Xiao Yun said sarcastically. Li Bufan was furious and said, "By the time you reach the Cave Heaven realm, I would have already entered the Sacrifice Spirit realm.
Are you still asking me to wait for you?"
Xiao Yun said proudly, "Even in the Cave Heaven realm, I can still defeat you."
"How shameless!"
Li Bufan snorted. He didn't believe Xiao Yun's arrogant words at all.
Dong Yutong next to him waved his hand.
He looked at Xiao Yun indifferently and said,
there is no such thing as a fair fight in the same realm in the cultivation world. Since you have offended our Chaos Holy Land Saint's son, today I will discipline you well on behalf of Dtion, so that you know what it means to respect the superior and not to be offended.
Dong Yutong, my disciple of Dtion, when will it be your turn to discipline? Do you think there is no one in my difeng? Not far away, Dtion slowly stepped over.
Although he walked very slowly, he was able to shrink the ground into an inch.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Xiao Yun and looked coldly at Dong Yutong and his disciple in front of him.
Xiao Yun was relieved when he saw his cheap master coming. Old guy against old guy, this is fair. I, the younger one, should deal with another younger one.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but look at Li Bufan in front of him with a sneer on his face.
Since this guy came to the door himself, let him lie in bed for another half a year.
Li Bufan seemed to feel Xiao Yun's gaze, shuddered, and quickly retreated. He didn't want to be hit by the chaos bell again. Dong Yutong glared at Li Bufan with dissatisfaction.
His apprentice was actually frightened by a small body refining cultivator.
What a coward.
But at this moment, Dong Yutong had no time to pay attention to Xiao Yun.
His eyes had already locked onto Dtion, and he said coldly, Dtion, you came out just in time. I lost to you back then, and today I will come to learn from your skills again. Dtion heard the words and said sarcastically, what do you mean by losing?
You really know how to flatter yourself.
Back then, you were beaten like a dog by me.
You were simply defeated by me. Dong Yutong was furious when he heard the words. He flew into the sky and shouted at Dtion below, Dtion, stop talking nonsense, get up here, I will avenge my previous shame today.
Since you are seeking humiliation, I will fulfill your wish.
Dtion sneered, stepped into the air, and rushed straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. For a battle of their level, they can only fight fiercely in the sky, otherwise they might destroy dozens of surrounding mountains. Above the Emperor Peak, two powerful auras were spreading freely in the sky, like the power of heaven, making the people below tremble with fear. Because the positions of D and Tian were too high, Xiao Yun could not see their battle scene with his naked eyes. He could only feel the terrifying thunders exploding in the sky.
Xiao Yun felt a little regretful. It's such a shame that we can't watch such a wonderful battle in person.
But it doesn't matter, there is another battle waiting for you. Xiao Yun looked at Li Bufan not far away and couldn't help but sneered and said to Shi Chenyu next to him, Junior sister Shi, you carry me with your flying sword, I'm going to beat Li Bufan.
I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Since Li Bufan took the initiative to come to the door, Xiao Yun naturally wanted to retaliate.
Otherwise, no one will dare to bully him in the future.
Okay.
Shi Chenyu blinked her beautiful eyes when she heard this, and then nodded without hesitation. After all, Li Bufan often bothered her in the past. She had long wanted to teach Li Bufan a lesson, but she was not strong enough. Now that Xiao Yun was taking action, of course she would be happy to help. At that moment, Shi Chenyu summoned a flying sword and carried Xiao Yun flying high into the sky.
Call out.
This was not Xiao Yun's first time flying, so he seemed very calm. After all, with Shi Chenyu's mental protection, he was not afraid of falling at all.
Xiao Yun.
Not far away, Li Bufan saw Xiao Yun's sword flying towards him, his pupils shrank, and he was so frightened that he turned around and ran away.
Xiao Yun chased after him closely, shouting, Li Bufan, aren't you the Holy Sun? Why don't you dare to have a fair fight with me? Li Bufan almost suffered internal injuries when he heard this. Is it a fair fight for you, Temade? Borrowing the power of the chaos clock, who is still your opponent? Li Bufan didn't want to stay in bed for another half a year, so he escaped quickly.
Xiao Yun chased after him and shouted loudly, Li Bufan, you are a useless holy son. You don't even dare to fight me, a monk in the body refining realm.
What qualifications do you have to be the holy son of our chaos holy land? If I were you, I would just find a pit and jump into it and drown.
Xiao Yun's voice was so loud that all the disciples on the surrounding mountains heard it.
Suddenly, figures rose into the air and looked over.
Li Bufan gritted his teeth in anger when he saw this, because he saw ridicule and gloating on many people's faces. It was a great shame that a noble son of his was actually being chased by an ordinary disciple, who was only a low-level monk in the body refining realm.
Li Bufan simply couldn't bear this humiliation.
He roared angrily and turned around to attack Xiao Yun, regardless of whether he could resist Xiao Yun's chaos bell.
Xiao Yun, I'm going to kill you.
Li Bufan roared, his eyes were red, his face was extremely ferocious, and he was obviously extremely angry. Behind him, 7 caves appeared, erupting with terrifying power.
Chaos attracts.
Xiao Yun was startled and quickly moved the seal to borrow the power of the chaos bell. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy became violent, like Yangtze rivers, converging towards Xiaoyun, condensing into a golden bell, exuding the boundless power of the imperial weapons. Dang! Xiaoyun immediately activated the chaos bell and hit Li Bufan, who was rushing from the opposite side. Li Bufan was startled and quickly dodged away, but the power of the chaos bell was so terrifying that the aftermath swept out and knocked him away until he vomited blood.
Puff! Li Bufan stopped in mid-air in the distance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Xiaoyun angrily, and roared, "What kind of skill is it to use the chaos clock? You have the guts to give me a fair fight." "A fair fight?" Xiaoyun looked at Li Bufan with a mocking look on his face, and sneered, "You are a monk at the cave heaven realm, and I am a monk at the body refining realm. If you ask me to have a fair fight with you, do you think everyone is as crazy as you?" After saying that, Xiaoyun continued to activate the chaos bell to hit Li Bufan. "Enough!" At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky, like thunder exploding in the ears. The next moment, a domineering figure appeared next to Li Bufan, and exploded the chaos clock controlled by Xiaoyun with one palm. Xiaoyun was startled, and immediately backed away. The sudden appearance of the person in front of him was too terrifying. He was definitely an old guy, and he couldn't resist it now. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived in time and blocked Xiaoyun behind him. "Young master, this person is the law enforcer," Uncle Fu said to Xiaoyun with a solemn expression. Xiaoyun looked at the terrifying figure opposite, but the other person's face was blurry and it was not clear what he looked like. The law enforcer was also staring at Xiaoyun coldly. He said in a majestic voice, "Xiaoyun, you are so brave. You dare to do the following and offend the Holy Sun." Xiaoyun was not afraid of him either. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, "Master and apprentice are both coming to the door. Can't I still defend myself? Presumptuous." The law enforcer looked majestic and scolded Xiaoyun, "You have to understand your identity. You are just a disciple of the Supreme Elder. When you see the Holy Sun, you should salute respectfully. You do not distinguish between seniority and seniority. Even if you become stronger in the future, you will still be just a white-eyed wolf, so I will simply destroy you today to avoid future troubles." Xiaoyun's expression changed. Uncle Fu stood in front of Xiaoyun and said quickly, "Lord Law Enforcer, my young master is extremely talented. It will not be a problem to create a chaos body in the future. If you destroy him today, how will our chaos holy land rise in the future?" The law enforcer snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Does the rise of our chaos holy land still need to be placed on a child in the body refining realm? How talented was Tian back then? Has he ever created a chaotic body? Want to create a chaotic body? I think you are dreaming." After saying that, the law enforcer raised a palm, and a powerful pressure swept over, freezing the bodies of Uncle Fu and Xiaoyun on the spot, making them unable to move. Uncle Fu and Xiaoyun's expressions changed. They can't even move now. In front of this law enforcer, they are too small, just like ants, allowing others to squeeze them. "Ha, Xiaoyun, you dare to offend the Holy Sun, do you know the consequences now?" Li Bufan stood next to the law enforcer, looking at Xiaoyun with gloating on his face, and felt very happy in his heart. Xiaoyun glared hatefully at Li Bufan and the law enforcer next to him. He swore that if he could survive today, he would definitely defeat this law enforcer in the future. Strength, I want strength. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected. Only with invincible power can one be proud of the world and respected by all living beings. At this moment, Xiaoyun was filled with desire for power. Snort! The law enforcer seemed to feel the hostility in Xiaoyun's eyes. He snorted coldly and raised his big hand towards Xiaoyun. At this moment, Tian was fighting Dong Yutong in the sky and was unable to care about what was happening below. Just when Xiaoyun and Uncle Fu were in despair, a sigh came from the distance. The next moment, Xiaoyun felt that the pressure around him suddenly disappeared, and he and Uncle Fu returned to the Emperor Peak in an instant. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared in front of Xiaoyun. It is the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land. Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Holy Lord appear. It seemed that his life was temporarily saved this time. In the sky, the law enforcers saw the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land taking action to rescue Xiaoyun. They couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "The Holy Lord has good methods. It seems that he has already entered the half-step into the realm of a saint. It is really gratifying. But, even if you are the Holy Master, you cannot protect a disciple who is below the level and has no respect for his superiors." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land looked at the law enforcer and sighed, "Eastern God King, it's just a fight between two juniors. It's okay to provoke Dong Yutong. There is no need for you to take action too. How can it be strong to bully the small with the big one? For my sake, let's end this matter.
Behind him, Uncle Fu's expression suddenly changed when he heard the words of the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land. He quickly sent a message to Xiao Yun, young master, it turns out that this guy is the Eastern God King. He is the eldest brother of Dawn Yutan. He was once the second-ranked Holy Son in the Chaos Holy Land, is also the Old Master's biggest opponent. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the law enforcer stood up for Li Bufan as soon as he appeared. They were all one family. Mad, Xiao Yun cursed in his heart, and he swore that when he became stronger in the future, he would suppress all these bastards. In the sky, after listening to the words of the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, the law enforcer immediately dispersed the fog on his face, revealing his true appearance.
Humph, it is indeed this guy. Uncle Fu snorted coldly and sent a message to Xiao Yun.
The Eastern God King looked at the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land on the Emperor Peak, with a cold face, and said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, Xiao Yun and others have violated the rules of our Chaos Holy Land. I am just enforcing the law impartially, not for the sake of the big one bullies the small ones, please don't slander me, Holy Master. The Holy Master of Chaos Holy Land frowned and said, Xiao Yun was once the son of God after all, and he made the Chaos Bell ring 9 times.
Do we have to pursue him for even this trivial matter?
If this spreads out, people outside will think that our Chaos Holy Land contains not less than a genius. The Eastern God King glanced at Xiao Yun coldly and said in a deep voice, a few months ago, at the Magic Tower, Xiao Yun injured Li Bufan. I only spared him because he was once the son of God.
That time. But this time, Xiao Yun openly pursued Li Bufan and slandered him to discredit him.
This has seriously offended the majesty of the Holy Sun.
As a law enforcer, I naturally must enforce the law impartially to set the record straight.
Xiao Yun snorted coldly after hearing this, the Holy Sun is so majestic.
Could it be that the Holy Sun can just deal with us ordinary disciples?
And it would be a big mistake for us ordinary disciples to fight back against the Holy Sun.
Is there such a truth in the world?
The Eastern God King looked at Xiao Yun coldly and said, the strong ones are respected in the world of cultivation. The Holy Sun represents strong potential and is the future pillar of our Chaos Holy Land. Naturally, there will be special treatment. If you had not given up the position of the Son of God, even if you kill Li Bufan, you won't be guilty of any serious crime.
This is the rule of our Chaos Holy Land. Damn it!
Hearing this, Xiao Yun regretted giving up his identity as the Son of God more and more. He immediately looked at the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and asked aloud, excuse me, Holy Lord, how can I become the Holy Son? He understood that as long as he became the Holy Son of Chaos Holy Land, the Eastern God King would have no reason to deal with him anymore. The Eastern God King obviously understood what Xiao Yun meant.
He sneered and said mockingly, do you know the importance of identity now? Unfortunately, it's too late.
In our Chaos Holy Land, there are only 3 ways to become a Holy Son. One is he has a strong talent and has made great achievements. The second is to ring the Chaos Bell 6 times when he recruits disciples. The third is to have a special physique. After saying that, the Eastern God King looked down at Xiao Yun below and said with a smile, unfortunately, you can't do any of these 3 methods. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land heard this and said in a deep voice, Eastern God King, Xiao Yun is going to the True Dragon's Nest soon. With his talent, as long as he shows his authority for our Chaos Holy Land in the True Dragon's Nest, it will be regarded as a great achievement. Fully qualified to be promoted to the Son of God. The Eastern God King said coldly, that is also the future. Now he is not the Holy Son, so he will bear the responsibility of offending the Holy Son.
Who says I can't be the Son now?
Xiao Yun roared. He pointed at the Eastern God King and shouted coldly, today I will show you, I, Xiao Yun, can take the position of the Holy Son whenever I want. After saying that, Xiao Yun immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the Chaos Sutra. And his behavior suddenly made the people around him look confused.
But soon, someone guessed Xiao Yun's purpose. I understand.
Xiao Yun wants to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and create a chaotic body. In this way, he will have a special physique and can immediately become the Holy Son.
Idiot, how could the chaos body be successfully created so easily?
However, if he can create the prototype of chaos body, it can be considered a 3rd-level king's body, enough to become the Holy Son. If you want to create the prototype of chaos body, you have to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level of perfection.
It took Emperor Tiandu 200 years to succeed. How could he complete it in just a moment? Xiao Yun is probably crazy. There were comments all around.
At this time, many people had already gathered here. There were disciples from the Chaos Holy Land, elders from the Chaos Holy Land, and even some supreme elders came over. After all, being able to provoke a law enforcer and the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land was a fun event that no one wanted to miss.
Humph, that's ridiculous. In the sky, the Eastern God King was stunned for a moment, but then he looked at Xiao Yun below with a mocking look on his face, and sneered, "Do you really think that the Chaos Sutra is so easy to practice? If you want to rely on the Chaos Sutra in a short time forging a prototype of Chaos Body, I'm afraid this guy has gone crazy." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land looked at Xiao Yun, who was cross-legged and closed, and sighed in his heart. He also felt that Xiao Yun was forced to panic and was a little helpless. However, the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land still bought some time for Xiao Yun. He looked at the Eastern God King and said, "Eastern God King, in this case, why not give Xiao Yun some time?"
This is not an exaggeration. The Eastern God King did not believe that Xiao Yun could create the prototype of Chaos Body in a short time, so he sneered and pretended to be generous and said, "Okay, then I will give him a week to see if he can create it. The prototype of Chaos Body. The Eastern God King is not worried at all about being overturned by Xiao Yun. After all, he is very clear about the difficulty of practicing the Chaos Sutra.
How talented was Di Tian back then? Suppressed him all. The result?
It took Di Tian 200 years to create the prototype of the Chaos Body, and it had already broken the previous record. Therefore, the Eastern God King simply did not believe that Xiao Yun could create the prototype of the chaotic body in a short period of time. This was an impossible thing to succeed. The universe has a perfect principle, which is difficult to understand by the ears and eyes.
Everything that can be understood belongs to the original Qi. There is no reason for the Qi to move, and there is no reason to grasp the Qi. At the same time, Xiao Yun had forgotten everything, entered a state of enlightenment, and began to comprehend the Chaos Sutra. At this time, he no longer cares whether he will break through to the Qi-gathering realm and be unable to enter the true dragon's nest. After all, my life is almost gone, why do I care about the real dragon's nest?
As Xiao Yun entered the state of enlightenment, he had already understood more than half of the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra, and the surrounding aura of heaven and earth gathered towards his body like the currents of rivers and seas. There was a sudden burst of exclamations from the outside world.
Xiao Yun actually broke through the 10th level, what a powerful understanding. What's the big deal?
He already reached the 9th level a year ago. I'm afraid he will be able to break through to the 10th level long ago.
It's a pity that if you want to create the prototype of Chaos Body, you have to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level. He is still far away from it now.
Creating the prototype of Chaos Body within a week is something that even gods cannot do.
Everyone was talking about it.
Uncle Fu said anxiously, "Oh no, the young master still has to go to the true dragon's nest. If he breaks through to the Qi-gathering realm now, he won't be able to go to the true dragon's nest again."
The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land next to him heard this and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, I can suppress his cultivation and prevent him from breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm."
After saying that, the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land waved his hand, and a golden light shield covered Xiao Yun, blocking out the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When Fu Bo saw this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the Eastern God King snorted and ignored it. It was only the 10th floor, which was still far from the 36th floor. This guy still wants to create a prototype of Chaos Body, it's just a daydream. Next to him, Li Bufan also had a sneer on his face. He felt that Xiao Yun was finished this time. It is simply impossible to create a Chaos Body prototype within a week. Even those great emperors at Xiao Yun's age would not be able to do it. I didn't expect that practicing the 10th level of the Chaos Sutra would actually cost me 2 enlightenments. At this time, Xiao Yun ignored the noise from the outside world and was still in a state of enlightenment, practicing the Chaos Sutra. What he didn't expect was that the first 9 levels of the Chaos Sutra could be mastered with only 1 enlightenment. But when it reaches the 10th level, it takes 2 epiphanies to complete the first level. It seems that the further you go, the more difficult it will be to practice the Chaos Sutra, and the number of times you need to have enlightenment will be more and more.
Xiao Yun suddenly understood. This caught him off guard. He originally thought that he would be able to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 108th level with only 108 epiphanies. Now it seems that he was too naive. However, as long as I create the prototype of Chaos Body, it will be comparable to the 3rd level King's Body, enough to be promoted to the Holy Sun.
Xiao Yun thought to himself. Fortunately, he only needed to create the prototype of the chaotic body this time, and did not need to create the chaotic body immediately. It was just the prototype of the Chaos Body. Xiaoyun had already heard Dtian say that it was enough to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level. And now he has more than 140 epiphanies left. At the moment, Xiaoyun once again spent the number of enlightenment times and continued to practice the Chaos Sutra. The 10th floor, the 12th floor, the 14th floor. As time goes by, Xiaoyun is getting closer and closer to the prototype of chaotic body.
In the state of enlightenment, Xiaoyun resonated with the Tao of chaos. Practicing the Chaos Sutra was as easy as eating and drinking.
It was just like copying the answers to an exam.
It was too fast. Boom!
When Xiaoyun broke through the layers of the Chaos Sutra, the spiritual energy of the outside world became more and more violent, like a flood that broke the embankment, constantly swarming towards Xiaoyun. However, there is a golden light shield outside Xiaoyun's body, so these heaven and earth spiritual energy cannot enter Xiaoyun's body, otherwise he might be able to break through to the Qi-gathering realm in an instant.
And the people around him were already exclaiming again. It's too scary. How many levels has he broken through? How could he attract so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth?
The Supreme Elder Dtian said that he had 9 levels in one day.
Is this true?
To be able to attract so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he definitely didn't just break through to the 10th level. Amid everyone's exclamations, more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured towards Xiaoyun.
Not far away, the Eastern God King's eyes were extremely gloomy.
He did not expect that Xiaoyun's understanding was so powerful that he could break through several levels in a row.
This was much stronger than the original Emperor Tian. Li Bufan was also frightened. He whispered from the side, "Uncle, Xiaoyun can't really create the prototype of chaos body, can he?" The Eastern God King snorted coldly and said through a message, "Don't worry, no matter how powerful his understanding is, he will not be able to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level in a week." After hearing the words of King Dongshan, Li Bufan felt relieved. At the same time, more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth swarmed towards Xiaoyun, but because it was blocked by the golden light shield, these spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered around Xiaoyun. This caused more and more aura of heaven and earth around Xiaoyun, almost turning into a liquid state, shocking many people in the distance. Such an extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is richer than the places where saints practice. If you can stay there and practice, your cultivation will definitely improve rapidly. A Supreme Elder sighed. These words reminded Uncle Fu.
His eyes moved and he quickly said to Shi Chunyu next to him, "Miss Shi, go and practice next to the young master."
The young master does not need these heaven and earth auras.
You can use them to improve your cultivation. Shi Chunyu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. He quickly ran to Xiaoyun's side and sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the exercises and absorb the surrounding aura of heaven and earth. Yes, Xiaoyun doesn't need these heaven and earth spiritual energy, but she can absorb it.
Anyway, it's better to use it than to waste it.
Uncle Fu watched Shi Chunyu enter the cultivation state, and couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaoya next to him, and said with a smile, "Xiaoya, if you don't enter the true dragon's nest, now is a good opportunity for you to break through the Qi-gathering realm. Moreover, maybe you can still taking this opportunity, it is very possible to reach the peak of the Qi-gathering realm and break through to the divine bridge realm." When Lin Xiaoya heard this, she was extremely confused. The temptation to reach the peak of the Qi-gathering realm all at once, and possibly even break through to the divine bridge realm, is too great. If she were allowed to practice on her own, it would probably take more than 10 years to reach the divine bridge realm, but now it was possible to achieve it in just a few days, which saved her a lot of time. But if she breaks through to the Qi-gathering realm, she will no longer be able to go to the true dragon's nest with Xiaoyun.
What a tangle! Middle stage of Xinqiao realm.
Shi Chunyu has broken through to the middle stage of the divine bridge realm. She seems to have just been promoted to the divine bridge realm. She didn't expect to break through so quickly.
Given such an opportunity, it would be strange if she doesn't make a breakthrough.
I didn't expect that Xiaoyun's practice of the Chaos Sutra would actually help Shi Chunyu succeed.
Suddenly, there were shouts of surprise from all around.
Lin Xiaoya immediately stared closely at Shi Chunyu, who was sitting cross-legged next to her senior brother. She clearly felt that Shi Chunyu's aura was stronger than before, and he had obviously broken through to the middle stage of the Xinqiao realm.
Damn it, this is senior brother's opportunity, even if it's my turn, it won't be your turn.
Lin Xiaoya gritted her teeth for a while. At the same time, she suddenly thought of a problem, that is, after this time, the gap in cultivation between her and Shi Chunyu became wider and wider.
This was almost unbearable for her. Especially, Xiaoyun's cultivation speed will definitely be very fast in the future.
If Xiaoyun goes out to practice, he will definitely take Shi Chunyu with him, instead of her, a burden with low cultivation.
Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoya finally couldn't stand it anymore.
She looked up and said to Uncle Fu, "Master, I won't go to the true dragon's nest." After that, Lin Xiaoya rushed over, ran to the other side of Xiao Yun and sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth.
Boom!
Not long after, Lin Xiaoya broke through to the qi-gathering realm, and her cultivation continued to soar. After all, her cultivation was low, and she broke through much faster than Shi Chunyu. Uncle Fu looked at this scene with a smile on his face. This was really a great opportunity. Not only did it help Lin Xiaoya improve her cultivation, but it also allowed the young master to have one less burden when entering the true dragon's nest. It really killed two birds with one stone, huh? The Lord of Chaos Holy Land also watched this scene with a smile. To him, whether it was Shi Chunyu or Lin Xiaoya, they were all disciples of Chaos Holy Land. The stronger they were, the stronger Chaos Holy Land was. In the distance, the disciples of Chaos Holy Land were jealous when they saw Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya break through their realm. Unfortunately, with the Lord of Chaos Holy Land standing there to protect Xiao Yun, they didn't dare to go over and grab the opportunity. What's more, Emperor Peak also had a mountain protection formation, which was not something that anyone could easily step into. They could only watch Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continue to soar. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth aura violently rioted, and the increasingly crazy heaven and earth aura gathered towards Emperor Peak. The next moment, people suddenly saw that above Xiao Yun's head, three flowers gradually condensed into shape, emitting majestic aura fluctuations.
Oh my god, this is the three flowers gathering at the top of the head. Xiao Yun has cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 18th level. 9 levels in one day. Now I finally believe what Emperor Tian said.
Xiao Yun reached 9 levels in one day.
God helped him reach the highest level. It's so terrifying. How can his comprehension be so strong? Can he enter the state of enlightenment all the time?
There was a sudden exclamation around. Even the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land and the Eastern God King not far away looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief.
3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. The 18th level of the Chaos Sutra.
This is too terrifying.
It hasn't even been a day. Even those ancient emperors couldn't have such a terrifying comprehension.
When Xiao Yun reached the 18th level of the Chaos Sutra, he revealed the vision of 3 flowers gathering at the top, which caused a cry of exclamation.
However, everyone soon began to be jealous of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Because the 3 flowers on Xiao Yun's head cannot enter Xiao Yun's body at all. After all, there is a seal placed by the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land to block it. Therefore, these 3 flowers can only be wasted. But will Forber let them go to waste? How is it possible?
Uncle Fu almost immediately took action and drove the 3 flowers on Xiao Yun's head into Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's bodies respectively. Among them, Shi Chunyu was given 2 flowers because of his strong cultivation, and Lin Xiaoya was given 1 flower.
These 3 flowers are a great opportunity for them.
After Lin Xiaoya absorbed a flower, her cultivation level was like riding a rocket, directly rising to the peak of Qi-gathering realm. After Shi Chunyu absorbed the 2 flowers, his cultivation level also broke through again and he was promoted to the late stage of Xinxiao realm. The disciples of the Chaos Holy Land in the distance had envy, jealousy on their faces. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land also smiled slightly and said, "It has helped these 2 little girls. Hee, as the saying goes, one person can achieve enlightenment, a chicken, a dog, or a dog can ascend to heaven. That's just what it says."
Uncle Fu also sighed.
Many people choose to follow geniuses because of such treatment.
Uncle Fu had also tasted this feeling back then. After all, he had chosen to follow D. Tian very early.
Every time D. Tian achieved breakthroughs in practicing the Chaos Sutra, it would bring some benefits to his followers. Uncle Fu also relied on this opportunity to cultivate to the extraordinary state. Otherwise, with his talent, he would never be able to enter the extraordinary state. But now, it is the turn of the 2 little girls Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu to experience this kind of treatment.
What 2 lucky little girls! Uncle Fu was a little envious of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Xiao Yun's talent is undoubtedly far superior to that of D. Tian. With these 2 girls by Xiao Yun's side, their future achievements will definitely be good.
At the same time, Xiao Yun, who was practicing the Chaos Sutra, encountered trouble again. Because he discovered that practicing the 19th level of the Chaos Sutra actually required 3 times of enlightenment. This requires layer upon layer. It seems that if I want to create a chaotic body, I have to accumulate at least hundreds of epiphanies.
Xiao Yun was speechless.
He now finally understands how difficult it is to practice the Chaos Sutra. No wonder no one has been able to practice it for so many years. This level of difficulty is really too abnormal. If Xiaoyun didn't have the help of the system, he might not even be able to create a chaos body prototype in this life. Fortunately, I have a system. Xiaoyun secretly rejoiced. Next, Xiaoyun checked his system and found that he still had 135 epiphanies. This number seemed to be somewhat beyond his estimate. However, Xiaoyun quickly understood that his practice of the Chaos Sutra must have caused some strange phenomena, which caused the people around him to exclaim and gave him many opportunities for epiphany. It's so cool. I didn't expect that it can cause exclamations during practice and increase the number of epiphanies. It seems that I will definitely succeed in creating the prototype of Chaos Body. Xiaoyun suddenly felt confident. Outside, it was already dark and the stars were shining brightly. But no one around him left because they all saw Xiaoyun's cultivation speed and felt that Xiaoyun was very likely to be able to create the prototype of chaotic body, so they didn't want to miss the scene. As Xiaoyun continued to use the Sutra of Sudden Enlightenment to practice the Chaos Sutra, the surrounding aura of heaven and earth became more and more intense, and had completely liquefied into water, flowing out in all directions. This can't be wasted. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fu quickly used his magical power to gather the liquefied spiritual energy of heaven and earth and send it to Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu's cultivation levels once again achieved breakthroughs. Among them, Lin Xiaoya has reached the perfect state of Qi-gathering realm. She only needs to gather her mental power to enter the Divine Bridge realm. And Shi Chunyu has reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm, and his strength has greatly increased. Fu Bo immediately nodded with satisfaction. Looking at this situation, Lin Xiaoya has a very high chance of breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm. As for Shi Chunyu, he can at least reach the perfect state of the Divine Bridge realm, and maybe even break through to the Cave Heaven realm. I have to say that this opportunity is really terrifying for them. At least it helped them save 20 or 30 years of practice time. Boom! Suddenly, there was thunder in the void, lightning and thunder. In the sky above Xiaoyun's head, bright yellow clouds began to condense one after another. Someone counted them and found that there were 5 clouds. A supreme elder was startled, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened suddenly, and he said with disbelief, "It's the 5 Qi Chao Yuan. He has already practiced the Chaos Sutra to the 27th level." At this time, the people around him were completely excited. 3 flowers gathered at the top, and 5 Qi came to the source. It's so terrifying. He actually broke through 18 levels of the Chaos Sutra in just one day. If this kid can't practice the Chaos Sutra and create a chaotic body, then I'm afraid no one in this world can succeed. The 5 Qi Chaoyuan, with only the last 9 levels left, Xiaoyun can create the prototype of the chaos body. There were constant exclamations around, and everyone was shocked. At this time, even the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land was stunned and looked at Xiaoyun in front of him with a face full of disbelief. There was also the Eastern God King in the distance. His face was extremely ugly now, as gloomy as a turtle at the bottom of the sea. Li Bufan was completely stunned. Like a fool, he looked at Xiaoyun and whispered, "Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." People were completely shocked by the scene before their eyes. Before this, who would have thought that Xiaoyun only took 1 day to practice the Chaos Sutra to the 27th level? This is simply an impossible miracle. With such understanding, you can definitely create a chaos body. There is hope for the rise of our Chaos Holy Land. After a while, the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land sighed, looking at Xiaoyun who was practicing cross-legged with his eyes shining. At this time, he had decided that even if Xiaoyun could not finally create the chaos body prototype, he would protect Xiaoyun and would never let the Eastern God King hurt Xiaoyun in the slightest. Xiaoyun's terrifying understanding had completely moved the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land. Although Xiaoyun also reached 9 levels in 1 day a year ago, that was only what Ditian said, not what the Lord of Chaos Holy Land saw with his own eyes, so he did not believe it. But this time, it was the Lord of Chaos Holy Land who saw it with his own eyes, and he believed in Xiaoyun's terrifying talent, and that he could definitely practice the Chaos Sutra and forge an unparalleled chaos body. This made the Lord of Chaos Holy Land see the hope of their Chaos Holy Lands rise. And this hope lies in Xiaoyun. Another great opportunity. When everyone exclaimed, Uncle Fu looked at the 5 golden clouds condensed above Xiaoyun's head, and was sighing at the good luck of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. These 5 clouds, I don't know how much they will help them improve their strength, but they are definitely stronger than the 3 flowers before. So, after the 5 clouds were condensed, Uncle Fu immediately took action and gave one of the clouds to Shi Chunyu.
As for Lin Xiaoya, Uncle Fu didn't give her. Because Lin Xiaoya was trapped in the perfect state of qi gathering at the moment, she had not been able to condense her mental power for a long time, and she couldn't step into the God Bridge realm for a while, and she couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. And Shi Chunyu, after absorbing a cloud, also promoted her cultivation to the perfect state of God Bridge realm, and was also stuck at a bottleneck. Uncle Fu had no choice but to seal up the remaining 4 clouds. While looking at Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu, he sighed, "It all depends on your luck now." The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land next to him smiled and said, "Well, meeting is fate. Today I will give them a helping hand." After he finished speaking, the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land began to chant some scriptures, but strangely, no sound came out, but Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu not far away were wrapped in a ball of golden light. The great sound is silent. This is the holy sound. Uncle Fu was shocked. After all, he was a master of the extraordinary realm and was very knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the method of the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land. This is the holy sound that only saints can make, just like the thundering sound of the Buddha in Buddhism, which can help people get enlightenment and have the effect of sudden enlightenment. To put it bluntly, the effect is close to enlightenment, but it does not have the huge effect of enlightenment. It can be regarded as 1,000th of enlightenment. But even so, it can definitely help people break through the realm. What's more, the bottlenecks of the Qi-gathering realm and the Divine Bridge realm are not very difficult. With the talents of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu, it is only a matter of time before they break through. The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land did this just to help them break through in advance. As the holy voice of the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land came out, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu were shocked. It was as if there was a thunder in their minds, which made them feel like they had seen through the bottleneck. Almost the next moment, the two began to attack the bottleneck and break through to the next realm. Among them, Lin Xiaoya broke through the fastest because of her low cultivation. She quickly gathered her mental power and stepped into the Divine Bridge realm. Good. Seeing this, Uncle Fu was immediately full of joy. He immediately waved his hand and sent a yellow cloud over for Lin Xiaoya to absorb. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation was like riding a rocket. She had just broken through to the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm and immediately entered the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Uncle Fu would naturally not be reluctant to part with his apprentice, and immediately sent another yellow cloud over. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to break through and reached the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Now, Uncle Fu directly sent the remaining 2 yellow clouds over. Lin Xiaoya accepted everything that came, and after absorbing the 2 yellow clouds, her cultivation reached the perfection of the Divine Bridge realm in one fell swoop, on par with Shi Chunyu. However, at this time, Shi Chunyu finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into a new realm. That is the Cave Heaven realm. A black hole suddenly appeared behind Shi Chunyu, swallowing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy and expanding rapidly. At this time, Lin Xiaoya had reached the bottleneck of the Divine Bridge realm and could not break through in a short time, so she had to open her eyes and give up cultivation. The extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual energy around her was now used by Shi Chunyu, helping her to quickly open up the cave heaven space. Not long after, Shi Chunyu began to condense the second cave heaven. Senior sister, she is really amazing. She actually entered the cave heaven realm in one fell swoop. At this time, Lin Xiaoya had returned to Uncle Fu. Seeing Shi Chunyu's great progress in cultivation, she was not jealous now. Because she had reached the perfect state of the Divine Bridge realm, and she was only one step away from entering the cave heaven realm. It can be said that compared with Shi Chunyu, she was like riding a rocket. The benefits she got this time were so great that she almost reached the sky in one step. Uncle Fu smiled and said, "You two girls are really lucky, but don't be happy too early. Your cultivation has improved too fast this time and is very unstable. So, next, you have to go to the Phantom Demon Tower every day to find those phantom clones to learn from each other, hone your combat experience, and stabilize your cultivation." "Yes, Master." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently, her face full of smiles, because she had reached the Divine Bridge realm and could fly with a sword. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Boom! Suddenly, another strange phenomenon appeared above Xiao Yun's head. This time it was not the gathering of 3 flowers at the top of the head, nor was it the gathering of 5 qi at the origin, but colorful pillars of light that went straight to the sky, like pillars of heaven, supporting the huge sky and universe. Moreover, golden lotuses began to emerge continuously on the surrounding land. Waves of vast sounds of the avenue emerged in the void, resounding throughout the entire Emperor Peak. Above the sky, in the night sky, countless stars also cast silver light, illuminating the entire Emperor Peak extremely brightly.
It was simply a waterfall falling 3,000 feet, and it was suspected that the Milky Way fell from the sky. Such a strange phenomenon was very spectacular, which made the people around stunned and shocked. But soon, everyone looked at Xiao Yun, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the shock in their eyes became even greater. Because at this moment, Xiao Yun's body has slowly floated up, releasing golden light from his body, which is very dazzling, just like a sun, bursting out with brilliant divine brilliance. And the colored light pillars behind Xiao Yun have increased to 30 at this moment, like 30 pillars of heaven, supporting the vast sky. What is even more shocking is that from these colorful pillars, there are constantly vast sounds of the avenue.
This is the sound of the avenue. Are those projections of the avenue? It must be a projection of the avenue. I have seen 300 projections of the avenue of Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun has 30 projections of the avenue. Could it be that he has already forged the prototype of the chaos body? Hiss! Everyone exclaimed, and many people took a breath of cold air. It was really shocking. Xiao Yun actually forged the prototype of the chaos body and cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level in one fell swoop. How shocking! Some of the Supreme Elders even accidentally pulled out their beards. It was really shocking.
In just one day, Xiao Yun actually forged the prototype of the chaos body.
Nothing is more shocking than this. If this spread to the cultivation world, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world will be boiling. Such a comprehension is really terrifying. The future forging of the chaos body is just around the corner. The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land looked at Xiao Yun floating in the air with a face full of shock, his eyes shining. Uncle Fu, who was standing aside, had already been smiling. As for the Eastern God King and Li Bufan, who were not far away, their faces were as gloomy as water and extremely dark. They knew that they had failed this time. Xiao Yun really forged the prototype of the chaos body and became the Son of God. Sure enough, the next moment, the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land said loudly, the disciple of the Supreme Elder, Xiao Yun, has extraordinary talent and has forged the prototype of the chaos body. He is hereby promoted to the Son of God. The loud voice spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land. At this moment, all the disciples of the Chaos Holy Land were boiling. When Xiao Yun completed the 36th level of the Chaos Sutra, he felt auspicious colors falling from the sky, golden lotuses surging from the ground, lotus blossoms blooming brilliantly, the sky filled with divine clouds, dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, and purple energy coming from the east. A full 30 avenues were projected behind him, 5-colored divine light illuminated the sky and the earth, and 7-colored divine radiance spread across the entire Chaos Holy Land. Many wonderful appearances and mysterious doors appeared one after another. The sound of the Great Road came one after another, like a slap in the face from a Buddhist monk, or like an enlightenment from the Taoist immortal master, rumbling in Xiao Yun's heart. His expression was solemn and solemn, as if he was in a state of intoxication, as if encountering the rain falling from the sky in the desert. He suddenly became full of vitality, and the dust in his soul was also swept away in an instant, like a Bodhi mirror, without even a particle of dust sticking to it. At this moment, Xiao Yun's physical body completely transformed. From the original mortal body, he advanced to the king's body, and he already had the prototype of a chaotic body. Is this the prototype of the chaos body? Xiao Yun had stopped practicing at this moment. He looked inside his body and found that his flesh, blood, organs, and bones had undergone qualitative changes. Each one was emitting colorful light and looked extremely sacred. At the same time, Xiao Yun felt that his physical body had become stronger than before. His blood was surging, his vitality was extremely strong, and he was full of endless power. It was estimated that he had gained at least 100,000 kilograms of strength. In other words, Xiao Yun now has 800,000 kilograms of power and has entered the 7th forbidden realm. This is also normal. Having a third-level king body will have 100,000 kilograms more strength than a mortal body. Xiao Yun was very excited. With such fighting power, after he entered the true dragon's nest, who else would be his opponent? It can completely defeat all powerful enemies. Of course, this is also thanks to the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land who helped him suppress his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have directly ascended to the Cave Heaven realm by now. For Xiao Yun, he is not in a hurry to advance to the Cave Heaven realm. What he needs is to reach the strongest level in each realm and create a supreme foundation. This is also the common choice of peerless monsters. For those peerless monsters, improving their cultivation level is not a problem at all. What they need is to build the strongest foundation. This is the confidence for them to be promoted to the emperor in the future. If you don't have a strong foundation, you have no chance of being promoted to the great emperor. Xiao Yun's goal is definitely the great emperor,
so he is not in a hurry to improve his cultivation level. Anyway, he has an epiphany, and he can improve his cultivation level very quickly, as if it comes naturally, it is very easy. Xiao Yun, the Supreme Elder's disciple, has extraordinary talent and has created the prototype of Chaos Body. He is hereby promoted to the Holy Sun. At this moment, Xiao Yun heard the words of the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun immediately opened his eyes, looked at the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land in front of him, and quickly bowed and saluted. "Thank you, Holy Lord, for protecting the law." He knew that the Holy Lord was on his side, so he respected him very much. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land admired Xiao Yun very much. Hearing this, he said with a smile, "You are welcome, Holy Sun. I am very happy to see the Holy Sun create the prototype of the Chaos Body. This is a grand event for our Chaos Holy Land. I also hope that the Holy Sun will continue to work hard, strive to create the Chaos Body as soon as possible and lead our Chaos Holy Land to rise." Xiao Yun looked solemn and said with firm eyes, "Holy Lord, please rest assured that the disciple will definitely create the Chaos Body." The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land nodded, then turned to look at the Eastern God King in the sky, and said lightly, "Eastern God King, now Xiao Yun is also a saint's son. According to the sect rules, the fight between saints' sons will not be fought as long as they are not from the same sect. We can't interfere with each other." The Eastern God King's face was as gloomy as water, and he said coldly, "Tian has accepted a good apprentice. I hope he can really create a chaotic body in the future." After saying that, the Eastern God King left in the air. Li Bufan stood there alone, suddenly at a loss. He looked at Xiao Yun below, feeling sad in his heart. Xiao Yun has become the Holy Sun, and his status is the same as his. From now on, he can no longer use his status to constrain Xiao Yun. In the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun, who can draw on the power of the Chaos Bell, is definitely stronger than him. It is conceivable that if he does not want to be unlucky in the future, he will stay away from Xiao Yun when he sees him. This made Li Bufan very unwilling. Xiao Yun also looked at Li Bufan at this moment. He smiled and asked the Holy Master, "Holy Master, as long as I don't destroy Li Bufan's cultivation and kill him, can I beat him casually?" The Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land was speechless after hearing this. After a while, he said calmly, "As long as the life of the Holy Sun is not involved and the Holy Sun's cultivation is not destroyed, we will not interfere with the grudges between the Holy Sun and the Holy Sun." After saying that, the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land left in the air. Xiao Yun immediately looked at Li Bufan in the sky with a sneer on his face, clenched his fist and said, "Li Bufan, did you hear that? I will hit you every time I see you in the future." Before Xiao Yun could finish speaking, Li Bufan in the sky had already escaped, very fast, leaving Xiao Yun stunned. Damn it, it seems like there's no way to beat this guy now. Xiao Yun was a little helpless. Although he could defeat Li Bufan with the help of the power of the Chaos Bell, he was only at the body refining stage after all, could not fly yet, and was not as fast as Li Bufan at all. If Li Bufan really wanted to escape, Xiao Yun wouldn't be able to catch up. Humph, after I come back from the true dragon's nest and improve my cultivation, I will settle the score with you. Xiao Yun snorted coldly and quickly left Li Bufan behind. This little Li Bufan, he has not yet taken it to heart. Those who can be regarded as opponents by him must at least be those supreme bodies. As for Li Bufan, there is still a long way to go. Brother! Senior brother Xiao. At the same time, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu walked over. Xiao Yun saw at a glance that Shang Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation had greatly improved, and he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. We have to thank senior brother Xiao for giving us the opportunity. Shi Chunyu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Xiao Yun with brilliant eyes. She was very excited in her heart. This time, her cultivation level had improved too much, and she entered the cave in one fell swoop. Environment, saving decades of hard work. Lin Xiaoya next to her also said happily, "Senior brother, I have now reached the perfection of the Divine Bridge realm. I have far surpassed you." Xiao Yun smiled and said, "In that case, wouldn't you be able to go to the true dragon's nest with me?" Lin Xiaoya suddenly looked discouraged when she heard this. Uncle Fu next to him smiled and said, "Without her being such a dragster, young master, you can have more freedom in the true dragon's nest." That's true. Xiao Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Lin Xiaoya next to her bulged her face, stamped her feet, and stared at them unhappily. Aha! At this moment, Tian descended from the sky. He walked over with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, and a proud look on his face. When Xiao Yun saw the smile on Tian's face, he guessed that his master had won. He immediately smiled and congratulated,
Master is really powerful. He can defeat even the great masters in the heavenly realm.
You must know that Emperor Tian is only in the transcendent realm, and ordinary transcendent realm monks are as vulnerable as children in front of the powerful masters in the heaven realm. However, Tian was able to leapfrog and defeat the heavenly realm power.
This shows how terrifying Tian's strength is.
It's just a waste in the early stage of the heaven realm. With my half-step chaos body, if I can't defeat him, it will really insult the chaos body, the number one supreme body. Tian waved his hand nonchalantly, then he looked at Xiaoyun with a face filled with relief, and said with emotion, "Disciple, you are much more powerful than my master. You have created the prototype of the chaos body so quickly, and you will definitely be able to create the real chaos body in the future."
The body is invincible.
Although he was fighting Dong Yutong in the sky, his mind could still see everything happening below. When the Eastern God King showed up to deal with Xiaoyun, it was Tian who sent a message to invite the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land to come. Otherwise, you would think that the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land would come so promptly.
Fortunately, Tian was very excited when he saw Xiaoyun create the prototype of the chaos body.
Now the more Tian looked at the disciple in front of him, the more satisfied he became. He felt very excited because he really had a successor.
Xiaoyun didn't know what his master had done.
When he heard Tian's words, he smiled and said, "Master, don't worry, my disciple will definitely create a chaotic body." He yearned for it very much. The chaos body ranks first among the 10 supreme bodies. It has been known as the strongest special physique in all the worlds throughout the ages.
Xiaoyun couldn't wait in his heart.
When he creates the chaotic body, it will be the time when the divine dragon is proud of the 9 heavens.
5-star reviews are very important. Please be merciful and give more 5-star reviews. Dedeo will work hard to update. Half a month later, Emperor Peak.
Xiaoyun and Tian were about to set off for the true dragon nest.
Uncle Fu, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu came to see them off. "Young master, this is a space ring, which contains a lot of spirit beast meat, black iron flying knives, and many spirit stones."
Uncle Fu took out a space ring and handed it to Xiaoyun, saying. Xiaoyun nodded, took the space ring, and thanked Uncle Fu. On the side, Lin Xiaoya looked at Xiaoyun reluctantly. "Brother, you must be careful." Xiaoyun smiled slightly, patted Lin Xiaoya's head, and said confidently, "Don't you still believe in my strength? I wish Brother Xiao a successful start." Shi Chunyu said softly. Xiaoyun smiled at her, and then he and Tian drove the cloud away from Emperor Peak. At the same time, on the peaks in the Chaos Holy Land, many people looked at Xiaoyun and the others, as if they all knew what Xiaoyun was going to do. After all, the opening of the true dragon nest is a grand event in the cultivation world.
Who doesn't know it?
Brother Xiao is going to the true dragon nest. For many years, our geniuses who went to the true dragon nest have been ambushed by the Taichu Holy Land, and suffered heavy casualties.
Brother Xiao may be in trouble this time.
Brother Xiao has reached the 7 Forbidden Realm, has a strength of 800,000 jin, and ranks 10th among the strongest in the history of the body refining realm. He will definitely be able to sweep the true dragon nest. Brother Xiao is indeed very strong, but I heard that this time the Taichu Holy Land has produced a supreme body, which seems to be the 4th-ranked time and space body. His strength is probably even higher than Brother Xiao. I hope Brother Xiao can win this time and show the power of our Chaos Holy Land.
Many disciples in the Chaos Holy Land are blessing Xiaoyun.
After all, Xiaoyun's trip to the true dragon nest this time represents the face of their Chaos Holy Land. If Xiaoyun wins, they will all be proud. If Xiaoyun loses, they will be laughed at when they go out to practice in the future. Therefore, except for 2 individual idiots, almost everyone hopes that Xiaoyun can win the first battle and return with glory.
Many people are looking at me.
In the sky, Xiaoyun and Tian stood on a white cloud, and they also felt the eyes cast from below, and there was a strong expectation in these eyes. Xiaoyun unconsciously felt a little pressure. This time, he had a great responsibility for the trip to the true dragon nest. Tian sighed on the side, "Our Chaos Holy Land has been silent for too long, so long that the practitioners outside have forgotten that our Chaos Holy Land is one of the 6 Holy Lands in the Middle Earth."
Xiaoyun was full of confidence when he heard this. He clenched his fist fiercely and said with a bright look in his eyes, "Then this time, let me, Xiaoyun, tell them that our Chaos Holy Land is still the strongest Holy Land."
Tian smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with Xiaoyun's confidence. As a peerless demon, he should have such confidence.
Only if I am invincible can I continue to be invincible. Otherwise, if I don't even have confidence in myself, how can I defeat the enemy?
Therefore, every invincible genius has the belief that I am invincible.
Have a good trip. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the ears of Xiao Yun and Di Tian. That was the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land. Xiao Yun and Di Tian saw this and hurriedly saluted the Holy Lord from a distance. The Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land also smiled and nodded at them. Xiao Yun could feel the expectations in the eyes of the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land. He suddenly felt heroic and shouted loudly, "Today, I, Xiao Yun, will go to the true dragon nest and will sweep away all the geniuses and spread the power of my Chaos Holy Land." The loud voice spread throughout the Chaos Holy Land. Suddenly, the Holy Lord of Chaos Holy Land and many supreme elders heard the words, and all of them showed a gratified smile on their faces. The disciples of Chaos Holy Land were also very excited and silently blessed Xiao Yun in their hearts. After leaving Chaos Holy Land, Di Tian sped up and rushed to the True Dragon Nest. 10 days later, the two arrived at the True Dragon Nest. This is a huge canyon, surrounded by a golden array shield. The clouds and mist inside are rolling, and the spiritual energy is steaming. It is impossible to see what scenery is clear. One can only vaguely feel the vast dragon power coming, which is shocking. At the entrance outside the canyon, there is a huge bluestone platform. At this time, young figures are shuttling through it. They are whispering and talking loudly. It is very lively. Disciple, you wait here for the true dragon nest to open by yourself. The master will go to see a few old friends first. Di Tian left Xiao Yun and stepped into the air and left. Xiao Yun's eyes were sharp. At a glance, he found that a young woman suddenly appeared on the white cloud and left with his master. There is an affair. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he was not surprised. After all, Di Tian was once the first son of the Chaos Holy Land. It was normal to have one or two confidants. Xiao Yun could only sigh that his master was still sharp. I guess this is senior brother Xiao? At this moment, a young girl came over, blinking her big watery eyes, and looked at Xiao Yun curiously. Xiao Yun was stunned, and then asked in confusion, "May I ask your name? Why do you know me?" The young girl smiled and said, "My name is Tang Yunyun, from Shanshui sect. As for why I know senior brother Xiao, the beautiful woman who left with your master just now is my master." After saying that, Tang Yunyun also winked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile. This girl was the disciple of his master's mistress. In that case, she was also his junior sister. After all, who knows whether this girl's master will become his master's wife in the future. Xiao Yun immediately became polite and said with a smile, "It turned out to be junior sister Tang. Xiao is honored." Tang Yunyun looked at Xiao Yun with curiosity in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Master often told me that Senior Di Tian has accepted an extraordinary disciple this time. He will definitely be famous in the Zhouxiao continent in the future. I met senior brother Xiao today. He is indeed extraordinary. Junior sister Tang, you are too kind. I see that your body is shining with golden light. It is really extraordinary. I guess you have entered the extreme realm of body refining." Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun praised each other. But at this moment, a carriage rushed from a distance, and the direction of its travel just passed through where Tang Yunyun was. Therefore, a groom who was driving the carriage immediately shouted at Tang Yunyun, "The tyrant sect is here, why don't you get out of here?" In the eyes of this groom, once others heard the three words tyrant sect, they had to get out of the way. However, Tang Yunyun was not the kind of person who would swallow her anger. She snorted coldly, jumped out, and chopped down with a palm, killing the fierce horse pulling the carriage. "Ah!" The groom screamed and fell to the ground fiercely. But the carriage flashed with green light and landed steadily on the ground. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. He could feel two powerful auras in the carriage. Their strength was higher than Tang Yunyun. They were probably geniuses who had entered the forbidden field. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. You dared to block our tyrant sect's carriage and kill our fierce horse. Are you tired of living?" The groom climbed up and shouted at Tang Yunyun angrily. Tang Yunyun snorted coldly, "Your tyrant clan is so powerful that you were so confident after hitting someone?" The coachman glared at Tang Yunyun with anger. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a girl in a gorgeous red dress walked down. She looked at Tang Yunyun coldly and asked, "Did we hit you?" Tang Yunyun was stunned, and then snorted coldly, "If I wasn't strong, I would have been hit by you now." "So, we didn't hit you," the girl in the red dress said coldly, and then her body turned into a residual image, and she disappeared on the spot. Not good, Xiao Yun's face changed, but when he wanted to take action, it was too late. Pa! There was a clear slap sound, and Xiao Yun immediately saw that one side of Tang Yunyun's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was glaring at the girl in the red dress opposite with gritted teeth.
Xiao Yun's eyes were cold. He didn't expect someone to dare to take action here, so he was careless and didn't have time to stop it. At this time, the red-skirted girl continued to say, "We, the tyrant sect, don't bully others, but others don't want to bully us. If we hit you, we will apologize to you, but since we didn't hit you, then you beat my horse to death, and this slap is the price."
Tang Yunyun covered her face with her eyes red.
She glared at the red-skirted girl and said angrily, "You are making up grounds and making trouble." The red-skirted girl looked at her and said lightly, "We, the tyrant sect, have always been very reasonable.
If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you. Did I hit you just now?"
After the red-skirted girl said this, she swept her eyes coldly at the people around her. The people around her felt her cold eyes and dodged away one after another.
No one stood up for Tang Yunyun. What a domineering tyrant clan!
Xiao Yun walked to Tang Yunyun, looked coldly at the red-dressed girl opposite him, and said with sharp eyes, "Slap yourself in the face immediately and apologize to her, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Tang Yunyun was the apprentice of his future master's wife, so Xiao Yun would certainly stand up for her.
What's more, the red-dressed girl in front of him was too domineering and domineering. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?"
The red-dressed girl heard Xiao Yun's words, and her cold eyes shot over, and she sneered, "Want to be a hero to save the beauty?
I'm afraid you are just a bear."
Xiao Yun stared at him coldly, his eyes became colder and colder. "Slap yourself in the face immediately and apologize to her."
"I don't want to say the same thing for the third time."
"What a big tone, then I'll slap you first, and fulfill your bear-like rescue of the beauty." The red-dressed girl raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and rushed towards Xiao Yun with a residual shadow. Almost instantly, the girl in the red dress appeared in front of Xiao Yun, and then slapped him hard. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she is as vicious as a snake, she will be disgusting.
Xiao Yun's voice was icy cold.
He originally disdained to attack a woman, but since this woman was so domineering and unruly, he would not be polite anymore.
Swish!
After Xiao Yun finished speaking, his body suddenly shot out. He obviously attacked later, but he was the first to arrive. He grabbed the wrist of the girl in the red dress, and the other hand even grabbed the throat of the girl in the red dress, causing her body to tremble and unable to move. The people around him exclaimed immediately, as if they didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so powerful. "This guy is so powerful that he subdued Zhang Yakan with just one move."
"That's right. Zhang Yakan of the Overlord sect is very famous.
Her brother Zhang Yunfei has the 5 elements divine body and is the first true disciple of the Overlord sect.
She has also entered the first forbidden area and is known as the 2 geniuses of the same family."
I didn't expect that she would fall into the hands of an unknown person today. Since this boy is so powerful, he must not be an unknown person. I just don't know which sect he is a disciple of. The people around were talking about it, and their eyes were full of surprise when they looked at Xiao Yun. And Zhang Yakan, who was subdued by Xiao Yun, looked ugly at the moment. She didn't expect that this person had such a strong strength and at least entered the 3rd forbidden area.
However, Zhang Yakan was still not afraid. She stared at Xiao Yun coldly and shouted angrily, "Let me go."
Xiao Yun said lightly, "Since you don't want to slap yourself, then I will help you slap your mouth."
"Then, I will naturally let you go." Zhang Yakan's eyebrows immediately stood up when she heard this.
She stared at Xiao Yun fiercely and shouted angrily, "Do you dare?"
"Why not?"
Xiao Yun pinched Zhang Yakan's throat, lifted Zhang Yakan up, and then raised his right hand, ready to slap her. Zhang Yakan's pupils shrank, and she shouted at Xiao Yun with anger on her face, "My brother is Zhang Yunfei.
If you dare to attack me, he will definitely not let you go."
Xiao Yun sneered, "Sorry, I don't know this person, so your threats are useless to me." Xiao Yun raised his palm with a cold look.
Zhang Yakan's eyes shot out a resentful look. "Stop."
At this moment, the other person in the carriage couldn't sit still. She shouted and walked out of the carriage.
Everyone followed the gaze and saw a graceful figure walking out.
She had an angelic face, a devilish figure, a blooming divine lotus, a crystal-clear body, and a stunning appearance.
It's Mu Qianxue. This is the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in our Middle-earth, a peerless enchantress with a mysterious ice body. I heard that she is engaged to the time and space body of the Taichu Holy Land. This is going to be a good show.
Seeing this woman, the crowd around was boiling. Even Xiao Yun was distracted for a moment, because this woman's appearance was not inferior to Shi Chenyu. However, Xiao Yun was not an animal who thought with his lower body. No matter how beautiful the other party was, he didn't care. He still raised his palm and fan towards Zhang Yakan. Seeing that Xiao Yun dared to attack, Mu Qianxue could not help but say loudly, "You can't attack her." Xiaoyan stopped his palm and laughed out of anger.
He looked at Mu Qianxue in front of him with a sneer on his face and asked lightly, "Why?"
Mu Qianxue looked at Xiaoyan with clear eyes and smiled slightly, like 100 flowers blooming. "Just give me face, how about it?"
Xiaoyan asked indifferently, "Do we know each other?"
Mu Qianxue was stunned, but then smiled and said, "I didn't know you before, but now, since you don't know her." Xiaoyan interrupted Mu Qianxue's words, looked at her coldly and said, "Then why should I give you face?" The people around were stunned for a moment, and then there was an uproar.
"Good guy, you dare to be so disrespectful to Mu Qianxue. This is the first time I see someone who dares to talk to Mu Qianxue like this. Isn't this kid playing hard to get? Is he actually trying to attract Mu Qianxue's attention?" Everyone around was talking.
Mu Qianxue was also stunned for a moment, thinking that she was the first fairy of the younger generation in the Middle Earth, not only with outstanding talent, but also with peerless beauty.
Wherever she went in the past, who would not give her a little face?
Xiao Yun ignored the discussion of the crowd, and he had already slapped her.
Pa!
Xiao Yun's slap contained a powerful force, not only swollen Zhang Yakin's cheek, but also knocked out 3 of her teeth, which made everyone around stunned. Does this guy really dare to do it? The scene suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone was so surprised. That was Zhang Yakin from the Tyrant clan. Her brother was a peerless demon with the 5 elements divine body. Mu Qianxue's eyes were also a little dull. She didn't seem to expect Xiao Yun to really dare to do it. Go away. Don't be so arrogant next time.
After Xiao Yun finished beating her, he threw Zhang Yakin out. Mu Qianxue quickly caught Zhang Yakin and protected her behind her.
"I won't let you go.
I swear, I will make my brother grind you to dust and tear you into pieces." At this moment, Zhang Yakin hid behind Mu Qianxue, staring at Xiao Yun with resentment in her eyes. Her eyes were about to spit out flames, and she roared with a ferocious face. She, Zhang Yakin, is a true disciple of the Tyrant sect and a proud daughter of heaven who has stepped into the forbidden realm.
And her brother, Zhang Yunfei, is an unparalleled evildoer with a 5-element divine body. With such an identity and background, who dares to provoke her?
But today, she was slapped in public, which was a huge shame.
Zhang Yakin was so angry that she trembled all over.
Her pretty face, which was originally somewhat pretty, had become extremely ferocious at this moment, and her eyes stared at Xiao Yun with resentment.
"Okay, I'll wait for your brother to come. By the way, my name is Xiao Yun. Remember to tell your brother not to find the wrong person." Xiao Yun looked at Zhang Yakin coldly and said,
"If the other party wants to die, he will not show mercy.
After entering the real dragon's nest, he doesn't mind killing people."
"Just wait." Zhang Yakin glared at Xiao Yun fiercely, and then immediately jumped away. Mu Qianxue, who was next to him, looked at Xiao Yun as if she was looking at a dead person.
She sighed softly, "You shouldn't have done it. I actually wanted to save your life, but it's a pity that you have such a fate. Alas. So that's it.
Fairy Mu wants to resolve this grudge and avoid a killing disaster."
No wonder everyone calls Fairy Mu the reincarnation of Bodhisattva. She is really compassionate. Someone around admired him. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. He was also convinced by these people's thinking.
Looking at Mu Qianxue, who looked like a virgin bitch in front of him, Xiao Yun snorted coldly. "According to what you said, if someone slaps my friend, we can't fight back and can only admit defeat?" Mu Qianxue looked at Xiao Yun and said softly, "I know you are unwilling and angry, but you should understand that sometimes taking a step back will open up a new world."
"Sorry, I don't like to retreat."
Xiao Yun snorted coldly. Mu Qianxue shook her head, as if sighing, "Stubborn impulses sometimes make you hit your head and bleed, why bother?"
Xiao Yun said coldly, "Maybe the enemy will be hit to death by me. It's good to be confident, but if you don't have the strength to match it, it's just sensationalism and self-humiliation." Mu Qianxue shook her head lightly. Xiao Yun sneered, "How do you know I don't have the strength to match it?" Mu Qianxue stroked her hair and whispered, "I dare not say that I know all the heroes in the world, but I basically know all the geniuses with special physiques in the whole Middle Earth, the younger generation. And among these people, there is no name Xiao Yun. Is the special physique very strong? Will the ordinary body definitely lose to the special physique? I don't believe it."
Xiao Yun snorted coldly. Mu Qianxue looked at Xiao Yun and shook her head. "After all, the ordinary body is just an ordinary body, and it is naturally much worse than the special physique.
This is a recognized fact in the cultivation world, and you can't refute it just by saying you don't believe it."
Xiao Yun said coldly, "That's just your short-sightedness and lack of knowledge."
This remark angered the audience around him. What an arrogant guy. Too arrogant. How dare you say Fairy Mu is short-sighted? How presumptuous. Wait for Zhang Yunfei to come and see how he dies. It must be said that Mu Qianshua's team of protectors is quite large, making Xiaoyun the target of public criticism. Xiaoyun was too lazy to pay attention to these passers-by who were not even named by the author. He turned to Tang Yunyun and said, "Junior sister Tang, are you okay?" Tang Yunyun glanced at Mu Qianshua not far away, and then whispered to Xiaoyun, "Senior brother Xiao, I have caused you trouble. You should leave quickly. That Zhang Yunfei is very powerful." Xiaoyun smiled slightly and said, "I will go to the true dragon nest after all. Even if I escape now, how can I escape after entering?" Tang Yunyun was stunned, and then said with self-blame on her face, "It's all my fault." Xiaoyun shook his head and smiled, "You didn't do anything wrong, so how can you harm me?" "She didn't do anything wrong, but you did." At this moment, a bone-chilling voice came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man walking with a dragon-like and tiger-like step. He had a head of black hair like ink, a face as sharp as a knife, long eyebrows into the temples, eyes as dazzling as stars, and a domineering aura that looked down on the world all over his body. Behind this person, there was also Zhang Yakin, who looked smug. She raised her head proudly and looked at the crowd around her with contempt, like a proud peacock. However, when Zhang Yakin's eyes fell on Xiaoyun, her face was suddenly full of resentment and her eyes were full of resentment. Zhang Yunfei is here. Zhang Yunfei, who has the 5 elements divine body, is said to be as powerful as the saints of those holy lands, second only to the time and space body of the Taichu Holy Land. This kid named Xiaoyun is dead. Seeing the domineering figure beside Zhang Yakin, the people around were surprised and exclaimed. Some young geniuses in the distance also cast their eyes towards this place. Originally, they didn't take Xiaoyun and Zhang Yakin seriously, but now, there is not only Mu Qianshua, but also Zhang Yunfei, which attracted their attention. After all, whether it is Mu Qianshua or Zhang Yunfei, they are both the top monsters, and they can definitely be ranked in the top 10 among this group of young cultivators. Who provoked Zhang Yunfei? Interesting, someone actually dared to anger Zhang Yunfei. Is he the son of a holy land? There's going to be something interesting to watch. Some geniuses all rushed here. These people were all well-known strong men, and those passers-by made way when they saw this. In the field, Zhang Yunfei's eyes were like lightning, and he looked at Xiaoyun with cold eyes. As he stepped forward, a surging pressure spread around him. He did not deliberately release the powerful force, this was the momentum he naturally exuded. Only the real peerless evildoer could develop such an invincible momentum. At this time, the air around became extremely oppressive, as if the space was solidified, and the terrible momentum swept out, making people feel as if they were pressed by a mountain. Zhang Yunfei's powerful momentum moved the young geniuses who came over and showed shock. When they looked at Xiaoyun again, they were stunned, because they couldn't understand how this seemingly ordinary mortal had the courage to offend Zhang Yunfei. Do you regret it now? Suddenly, Mu Qianshua beside him sighed softly, and she looked at Xiaoyun, as if she wanted to see shock, fear, despair and regret in Xiaoyun's eyes. She had met many such people before. However, this time she was wrong. Because at this time, there was no fear or regret in Xiaoyun's eyes, he was as calm and confident as ever. And this kind of look, Mu Qianshua had only seen in the eyes of those peerless monsters. Zhang Yunfei? 5 elements divine body? Very strong? Xiaoyun glanced at Mu Qianshua indifferently, then looked at Zhang Yunfei in front of him, and said coldly, I don't think you are very strong. I don't think you're very strong? Damn, this guy is too arrogant, right? How dare you say that Zhang Yunfei is not strong? Does he think he is the body of time and space from the holy land of Taichu? I've seen a lot of arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant. In terms of arrogance, I, Zhang San, would like to call him the strongest in the world of cultivation. As Xiaoyun's words came out, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. Xiaoyun's words were really too arrogant. Who is Zhang Yunfei? This is the #1 true disciple of the Overlord sect. He has a 2nd-level divine body, the 5 elements divine body, and his combat power in the body refining realm is on par with those of the peerless monsters in the Holy Land. Who dares not to take him seriously? And who is this Xiaoyun? Everyone present was talking about it, but no one knew the genius named Xiaoyun. So, this is a nobody. Xiaoyun? I have never heard of you. A unknown person dares to be so arrogant. You are really arrogant. Zhang Yunfei looked at Xiaoyun opposite him and said calmly. He is really strong. Just standing there quietly is like a big mountain, giving people around him a strong sense of oppression.
But Xiao Yun was not afraid at all. He stared at Zhang Yunfei coldly and said sarcastically, in terms of arrogance and arrogance, who can compare with your overlord sect? As for you, Zhang Yunfei, I don't know him. Does that mean you are just an unknown person, generation? Everyone around him was speechless. This Xiao Yun was really arrogant and arrogant. He was so arrogant towards Zhang Yunfei. Did he think he was a peerless monster in the Holy Land? He. Zhang Yunfei couldn't help but sneered when he heard Xiao Yun's words. His powerful momentum suddenly swept through the entire place like a storm, forcing everyone around him to retreat continuously. Xiao Yun, who was on the opposite side, felt even more domineering coming from his face. Don't you recognize me? That's fine, but from today on, I will be imprinted in your heart forever. Zhang Yunfei stared at Xiao Yun with cold eyes, his eyes as sharp as blades. A strong chilling air suddenly filled the air and charged towards Xiao Yun. At this time, an extremely cold invisible chill froze the space. It was so cold that it made people suffocate, and it was so cold that their heartbeats stopped. Sorry, I only have beauties in my heart. I'm not interested in men. Please don't be sentimental. Xiao Yun suddenly took a step back and looked at Zhang Yunfei with disgust. Zhang Yunfei's eyes were gloomy. Did you, Temade, misunderstand? I just want to teach you a lesson so that you will always remember, who is Temade who is interested in you. The people around him were also speechless. The originally solemn and stagnant atmosphere was destroyed, and this kid was also stunned. Put. Tang Yunyun next to her couldn't help but laugh, but then she quickly covered her mouth. Mu Qianxue also glanced at Xiao Yun strangely. Boom! The veins on Zhang Yunfei's scalp were exposed. He was finally irritated and swung his fist towards Xiao Yun. This punch was ordinary, bland, and very slow. It seemed to have no power at all, but it exuded a strong sense of oppression, like a mountain falling from the sky, making people feel suffocated. At this time, the geniuses opposite Zhang Yunfei all looked surprised, because under Zhang Yunfei's punch, they felt that their bodies were restrained and they were unable to dodge for a moment. Xiao Yun also felt this way, and his eyes suddenly became solemn. The Zhang Yunfei in front of him was indeed very powerful, far more powerful than the Jie Yulong he had defeated. However, Xiao Yun was not afraid, he also raised his fist and punched out. Different from Zhang Yunfei's ordinary punch, Xiao Yun's punch was very domineering because he was using the 9 turns hegemony fist, which was extremely domineering in itself. Boom! As Xiao Yun punched out, the surrounding spiritual energy rioted, and a golden light bloomed from his fist, like waves of golden waves, constantly hitting Zhang Yunfei. This punch was so powerful that it made people feel unstoppable. The people around him looked shocked, as if they didn't expect Xiao Yun to have such strength. After all, they are all geniuses, so they can naturally see how extraordinary Xiao Yun's punch is. Bang! At this moment, the fists of Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei collided together. Like a thunderous explosion, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploded, and a bright light swept out and illuminated the entire platform. After this blow, the two sides could not tell the winner, so they continued to fight each other. The fists of the two people kept colliding in the void, it was a head-on collision, and no one was willing to retreat. The fierce battle made this place boil. Everyone around them changed their minds. Zhang Yunfei was very strong, which was expected by them, but who was this person named Xiao Yun? How could he have such terrifying strength? Everyone is not an idiot, so they can all see that Xiao Yun is very strong, but they don't know how many forbidden realms he has entered. How is this possible? Zhang Yakan, who was originally full of pride, changed her face at this moment, and her smile suddenly froze. Originally, in her opinion, if her elder brother took action, Xiao Yun would definitely be defeated with one punch. But now, her eldest brother was unable to do anything to Xiao Yun for a while. Who is he? There is no such person among the major holy places. Mu Qianxue also had doubts in her eyes. She did not expect Xiao Yun to be so powerful. Boom! In the field, the ground was shaking violently, and everyone was retreating rapidly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. The battle between Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei was too intense. Their fists collided like two mountains colliding with each other. The terrifying power escaped, causing waves of turbulent waves around, and the golden storm swept the whole field. Suddenly, Zhang Yunfei shouted loudly, and a dazzling 5-color halo burst out from his body. As he punched, it pressed towards Xiao Yun from the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding ground cracked, the void trembled, and the power was extraordinary. This is the 5 elements divine fist. I heard that it is a super combat skill composed of 5 top combat skills.
The power is much stronger than ordinary super combat skills. A genius in the field immediately recognized this move and couldn't help but take a breath. Someone else praised, Zhang Yunfei is indeed a peerless evildoer with a 5-element divine body.
The 5 elements divine fist is very difficult to practice, and only he can practice it. The 5 elements divine fist in Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine body can exert a power comparable to the ultimate fighting skills.
The people around knew that the winner was going to be decided. Zhang Yunfei even exposed the 5 elements divine fist, so he must defeat this kid called Xiao Yun. Boom! Facing Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist, Xiao Yun did not dare to be careless. He used the 9-turn tyrant fist to the extreme, and a powerful force was released immediately, crushing everything, destroying everything, and being unstoppable. Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist was even broken by Xiao Yun head-on, shocking him to retreat again and again. The people around him were like seeing a ghost, all staring with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. What did they see? Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine fist was actually defeated head-on?
Zhang Yunfei has used his 5 elements divine fist, but he was still beaten back head-on.
This person is really scary. Who is he? How can he be so strong? This person is definitely not an unknown person.
The people watching the battle around exclaimed, and each of them was very shocked. The strength displayed by Xiao Yun stunned them.
Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yakan also showed disbelief in their eyes. They didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so strong. It was a bit unexpected. Kill.
In the field, the battle became more and more intense, and the combat power of both sides was fully improved. At this moment, Xiao Yun was like an invincible god of war. He waved his terrible light fist, and his blood was boiling. It was like a golden flame burning on his body, emitting a surging and terrifying aura. Zhang Yunfei's strength was very strong, but this made Xiao Yun not surprised but happy. It made him feel a boiling desire to fight, making him stronger and stronger.
Boom!
Xiao Yun used all his strength to activate the 9-turn tyrant fist, and a brilliant golden light burst out from his fist. This blazing golden light was as dazzling as the sun, emitting terrifying power. Then, these lights condensed into 9 light fists, and gradually merged into one, and instantly burst out from Xiao Yun's fist.
It was like a sun exploding.
Suddenly, the light was brilliant, the momentum was amazing, and waves of air rushed towards Zhang Yunfei on the opposite side. Zhang Yunfei's face changed, and he felt a suffocating pressure. Xiao Yun in front of him was too strong, and he was completely overwhelmed by hard power. This made Zhang Yunfei very unwilling and very angry.
Who is he, Zhang Yunfei?
He is the first true disciple of the Tyrant sect. If the Tyrant sect is a holy land, then he is the son of God of the Holy Land. What's more, he also has the 5 elements divine body, which is a powerful special physique ranked as the 2nd level divine body, second only to those supreme bodies. With such a dazzling background, Zhang Yunfei naturally has a proud character.
He is unwilling to lose to this unknown person in front of him and will never allow it. Ah! 5 elements domain, open it for me. In anger, Zhang Yunfei roared and went completely berserk.
Suddenly, a 5-color light domain appeared around Zhang Yunfei's body, like a domain, covering him and spreading towards Xiao Yun. When Xiao Yun was eroded by this 5-color light domain, he suddenly felt his body stagnant, as if the space around him was compressed, slowing him down a lot.
What is this?
Xiao Yun's face changed slightly, and he was a little shocked. He felt that this 5-color light domain had not yet been fully formed, otherwise, it would be even more powerful.
It's the 5 elements domain.
It is said that people with the 5 elements divine body are born with the 5 elements domain, which is a very powerful domain. It is said that only practitioners in the sacrifice spirit realm can create a domain. I didn't expect that Zhang Yunfei created a domain in the body refining realm.
It's really terrifying.
This is just the prototype of the domain, but it is also very terrifying. After all, in the body refining realm, only Zhang Yunfei has created the prototype of the domain.
The people around kept exclaiming. Zhang Yakan finally regained her confidence. She raised her head proudly, looked at Xiao Yun in the field with disdain, and said with great pride, "Once my eldest brother's 5 elements domain is out, who can compete with him except those peerless monsters in the 6 holy places?" No one around refuted, because Zhang Yunfei was indeed very strong and had long been famous. Boom!
In the field, with the bonus of the 5 elements domain, Zhang Yunfei became very terrifying at this moment. He punched one after another, and the powerful force was like a tidal wave, as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yun. "You have become famous today for forcing me to use the 5 elements domain." Zhang Yunfei looked at Xiao Yun proudly, and his eyes finally regained confidence.
Boom!
At this moment, a brilliant golden light burst out from Xiao Yun's body, and these golden lights condensed into a big bell, covering him completely.
Boom boom!
Zhang Yunfei's fists kept hitting the golden bell, but he couldn't break the bell's defense at all, and couldn't hurt Xiao Yun at all.
How is it possible? Zhang Yunfei's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face changed drastically.
Outside the field, the smile on Zhang Yakan's face also froze, and she looked at Xiao Yun with an unbelievable look. Mu Qianxue next to him had a gleam in her beautiful eyes, and then she suddenly realized, this is the golden bell cover, a great magical power of the Chaos Holy Land.
Could he be from the Chaos Holy Land? The people around him exclaimed in surprise. Chaos Holy Land, this is the oldest Holy Land in Middle-earth.
Although it has gradually declined over the years, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the name of the Holy Land is still awe-inspiring. No wonder this guy is so strong. It turns out that he is a genius from the Chaos Holy Land.
Everyone suddenly realized.
As the saying goes, a good teacher produces a good student.
Since it is a genius cultivated by the Chaos Holy Land, it is naturally extraordinary.
Even if the Chaos Holy Land has declined, it is not comparable to ordinary disciples of the sect. After all, it has a deep foundation.
Zhang Yakan's face was extremely gloomy.
She didn't expect that she would offend the people of the Holy Land. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful in her heart. But soon, she seemed to remember something, and sneered with disdain. The Chaos Holy Land is now ranked last among the 6 Holy Lands. It has long declined.
What is there to be proud of, hum? You're right. Chaos Holy Land has indeed declined in recent years.
It hasn't come to the true dragon nest for several sessions. It seems that the Chaos Holy Land disciples who came before all died in the true dragon nest. They suffered heavy losses, so Chaos Holy Land has not sent anyone here in recent sessions. In the last exchange meeting of the 6 major Holy Lands, a saint of Chaos Holy Land was defeated by a disciple of the Holy King sect.
They are really completely in decline.
Yes, the Holy King sect has become more and more powerful in recent years. I heard that they have a God King body in this generation, and his power is comparable to that of the spacetime body of the Taichu Holy Land. If he can prove the great emperor in the future, then Chaos Holy Land will be replaced by the Holy King sect.
Everyone was talking.
Xiao Yun in the field also heard these words. His face suddenly turned cold, and his fists became more and more fierce, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, rushing through Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements field, domineering.
Everyone was ridiculing the Chaos Holy Land. Has the Chaos Holy Land really fallen? In that case, let me, Xiao Yun, create a new world.
Xiao Yun roared, no longer suppressing his strength, and powerful forces gushed out of his body, making his 9 transformation tyrant fist more and more powerful.
Boom!
Xiao Yun's fists were fierce, and the light fists merged into one, turning into the strongest attack, and he was thrown forward, like a flying fairy piercing the sky. As soon as Zhang Yunfei came into contact, his body was immediately shaken, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Looking at Xiao Yun who suddenly became violent in front of him, Zhang Yunfei was horrified, because he found that Xiao Yun's strength was much stronger than before, and he seemed unstoppable. In fact, Xiao Yun had been suppressing his strength to fight Zhang Yunfei before, otherwise, with Xiao Yun's current 800,000 gene strength, he could severely injure Zhang Yunfei with one punch. After such a long battle, Xiao Yun had already tested that Zhang Yunfei's strength was only 400,000 gene, only half of his. It was only because of curiosity about the ability of the 5 elements divine body that Xiao Yun fought with Zhang Yunfei for a while longer. But after hearing the ridicule of the people around him, Xiao Yun was too lazy to delay any longer. Crack! Suddenly, in the shocked and unbelievable eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yun smashed the prototype of Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with one punch. His powerful figure rushed straight over, with an invincible momentum of crushing, withering and rotten, and an invincible power that dominated the world. It must be said that Xiao Yun's fist was too terrifying. The 9-turn tyrant fist had already been pushed to the extreme by him. The dazzling light fists gathered together, as if the raging waves in the sea were all attracted by him and rushed towards Zhang Yunfei. Under such a terrifying fist, the ground seemed to be galloping with thousands of horses. The originally hard bluestone ground was cracked and shattered by the aftermath of Xiao Yun's power. Puff! Zhang Yunfei spurted blood, his arms trembled violently, and his knuckles were broken. He was blown away by a powerful force, his face pale. He lost. And he was defeated head-on. Even the 5 elements domain was blown up by others. He was defeated very thoroughly. Zhang Yunfei had never lost so badly before. He was very unwilling in his heart. Under the excitement of emotions, he affected the injuries in his body and couldn't help but spit out blood again. Hiss! Zhang Yunfei, who had the 5 elements divine body and was invincible, was defeated. The onlookers held their breath at this moment, and it was not until a moment later that the crowd began to gasp. Everyone looked towards Xiao Yun. This disciple of the Chaos Holy Land was so strong. It seemed that the Chaos Holy Land had been silent for many years and finally found a powerful genius. It was just unknown whether this person had a special physique. People speculated in their hearts.
Brother! Zhang Yakan exclaimed, rushed over and helped Zhang Yunfei up.
Zhang Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xiao Yun not far away, his face full of unwillingness. Being defeated in public made him very depressed.
After all, he had never been defeated before.
Of course, this was also related to the fact that he did not fight with those peerless monsters in the Holy Land. Although Zhang Yunfei was arrogant, he was not stupid enough to challenge those peerless monsters in the Holy Land. But he did not expect that a declining disciple of the Chaos Holy Land in front of him would actually defeat him.
Is this the foundation of the Holy Land?
Even if the Chaos Holy Land has declined, it is still not comparable to their sections. Zhang Yunfei was a little discouraged. What a strong strength, at least he has entered the 4 forbidden areas, or even the 5 forbidden areas. Not far away, Mu Qianxue looked at Xiao Yun, who was full of momentum in the field, and finally had a trace of solemnity in her beautiful eyes.
Brother Xiao, you are so strong, what the master said is indeed right.
Tang Yunyun came over and looked at Xiao Yun excitedly, with a glimmer in her eyes.
Since ancient times, which girl does not admire heroes?
Not to mention the heroes who stand up for themselves. From the moment Xiao Yun defeated Zhang Yunfei, his majestic image has been deeply engraved in Tang Yunyun's mind and can never be erased.
Just as Zhang Yunfei, not worth mentioning.
Xiao Yun looked at Tang Yunyun and smiled. Zhang Yunfei, who was not far away, was so angry that his face turned red when he heard this, and he couldn't help but spit out blood again.
Brother, let's go find Master to help you heal your wounds.
Seeing that her brother had been defeated by Xiao Yun, Zhang Yakan dared not stay here for long. She immediately helped Zhang Yunfei up and left, as if she was afraid that Xiao Yun would settle accounts with her. In fact, Xiao Yun did not take them seriously at all. He looked at Mu Qianxue opposite him and laughed coldly. It seems that I didn't hit my head and bleed, but my enemy was killed by me.
Mu Qianxue was speechless. This guy was too petty. He actually remembered what he said before.
However, after knowing that Xiao Yun came from the Chaos Holy Land, Mu Qianxue's attitude also changed. She looked indifferent and said in a cold voice, I admit that your strength is very strong, which is beyond my expectation, but the disciples of the Chaos Holy Land in the past few sessions all died in the True Dragon Nest. I hope you can take care of yourself. After that, Mu Qianxue stepped on the lotus steps and turned away.
Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly at Mu Qianxue's back. I know you are engaged to the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land, but I advise you to cancel the engagement as soon as possible, otherwise you will become a widow in advance.
Wow! As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, there was an uproar around him. As long as they were not idiots, they understood the meaning of Xiao Yun's words. After all, Mu Qianxue was engaged to the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land. If they wanted to make Mu Qianxue a widow, they had to kill the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land.
What an arrogant statement.
All the people around were stunned. They felt that Xiao Yun was a little ignorant of life and death. He was too arrogant to challenge the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land after defeating Zhang Yunfei. Although the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land is still very young and is only a cultivator in the body refining realm, he is extremely talented and has already shown his supreme aura.
He will definitely be invincible in the world in the future.
Although Xiao Yun performed very well in the battle with Zhang Yunfei, in the eyes of everyone, he is still far behind the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land. You should know that Zhang Yunfei couldn't even take a single move in front of the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land. However, Xiao Yun fought with Zhang Yunfei for a long time, and it was clear who was better.
Arrogant.
Even a fairy like Mu Qianxue, who had an elegant temperament, was angered at this moment. She couldn't help but snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Xiao Yun, and turned away.
Xiao Yun smiled coldly.
Since the other party was the fiancé of the space-time body, she was also his enemy. When dealing with enemies, he would not show mercy just because the other party was beautiful.
Boom!
Just as Mu Qianxue left, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and crushed the ground with one foot, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone looked over and found that this person was radiant with golden light, as if his body was made of gold. Even his hair was golden, revealing 1,000-foot-high divine brilliance.
I was watching the battle in the sky just now. You are very good. Follow me and become my first general.
When I sweep across the 8 wastelands and become invincible in the world, I will definitely make you king and dominate the world. This golden figure looked down at Xiao Yun, speaking in an unquestionable tone, with a domineering and sharp look.
This person is so arrogant. Someone muttered when he heard it.
Someone next to him seemed to recognize this person and suddenly exclaimed, "This is the holy body, the ancient holy body, he is Zhao Wuji from the ancient holy land."
As soon as the ancient holy body appeared, the place was boiling.
The ancient holy body is one of the 10 supreme bodies. It is known as the body of a saint. It is a natural holy body and possesses unrivaled supreme power.
This is the real peerless monster.
Compared with this Zhao Wuji, Zhang Yunfei is far behind. Suddenly, the place was boiling. More and more people are flocking here, wanting to admire the peerless elegance of the ancient holy body.
Xiao Yun, who was being watched by Zhao Wuji, frowned. Why are these geniuses so arrogant?
She still wanted to subdue him, which was even more arrogant than Zhang Yunfei just now.
Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold and he said gloomily, "Who are you? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of conquering me?"
The people around him didn't expect that Xiao Yun would dare to contradict the ancient holy body, and they all looked shocked. Some people even couldn't help but say, "Xiao Yun, being able to be a follower of an ancient holy body will not humiliate you. In the future, Saint Zhao will be invincible in the world.
You can also follow him to dominate the country and shine on the lintel. Wouldn't it be great?"
Yes, the power of the ancient holy body is invincible, and it is not impossible to become a great emperor in the future. Being able to follow an ancient holy body is a blessing that you will only have in 8 lifetimes.
We don't have the qualifications to follow the ancient holy body. You are not satisfied yet. This is a huge opportunity.
If you miss it, you will definitely regret it when the ancient holy body comes to dominate the world one day.
Everyone around them spoke one after another. Xiao Yun's face became more and more gloomy.
These bastards dared to look down on him so much. He could beat 100 of these bullshit ancient holy bodies by himself. However, Xiao Yun did not refute these people, because there were too many passers-by, and he did not have the time, and there was no need to argue with a bunch of rubbish. When he swept across the true dragon's nest, no one in the world dared to underestimate him.
My name is Zhao Wuji.
I possess the ancient holy body and am the holy son of the ancient holy land. Although you are from the holy land of chaos, the holy land of chaos has declined.
You will not dishonor your identity by following me.
Zhao Wuji put his hands behind his back and said proudly, as if it was a very honorable thing for Xiao Yun to follow him.
Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. Where did you get your confidence from? He hummed with a gloomy look. Zhao Wuji? Never heard of it. What is the ancient holy body?
Once the chaos body of our chaos holy land comes out, who in the world dares to compete with it? Hearing this, everyone around felt that Xiao Yun was too arrogant.
Some people couldn't help scolding, "Xiao Yun, you are too arrogant."
The ancient holy body is one of the top 10 supreme bodies, not inferior to the chaotic body.
Besides, you have been in the holy land of chaos for so many years. Has the second chaos body emerged?
Zhao Wuji waved his hand, looked at Xiao Yun in front of him with his piercing eyes, and said with a smile, "All geniuses are unruly people.
If you followed me on the spot, you would be underestimated by me.
You can enter the true dragon's nest first, and then decide whether to follow me when I sweep across the true dragon's nest."
Xiao Yun's face turned dark.
The bastard in front of him was too arrogant. He snorted coldly, "Even if you want to sweep across the true dragon's nest, I can suppress you with one hand."
Very good. The more rebellious you are, the more I like you. This shows that you are very talented and can definitely become my #1 general.
Zhao Wuji was not angry, but said with appreciation. Xiao Yun hummed with black lines on his face, "Crazy."
He was completely speechless about this person. This bastard's arrogance was deep in his bones. He couldn't explain it clearly to him.
He should wait until he entered the real dragon's lair and then teach him a lesson. At this moment, the long-lost system voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yun's mind.
The latest mission, defeat a genius with a special physique and be rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment.
Kill a genius with a special physique and be rewarded with 10 opportunities for enlightenment.
Conquer a genius with a special physique and be rewarded with 20 opportunities for enlightenment.
Xiao Yun seemed very happy when he heard the sound of the system. The system has not released tasks for a long time, which has kept his number of epiphanies from increasing. After he created the prototype of the chaos body, he only had 78 epiphanies left. He defeated Zhang Yunfei just now and gained 2 waves of exclamations, but he only has 84 epiphanies so far. It seems like a lot, but Xiaoyun knows very well that these times of enlightenment are far from enough for practicing the Chaos Sutra. His Chaos Sutra requires 4 enlightenments for each level between the 27th and 36th levels of cultivation. According to his calculations, between the 36th and 45th levels of cultivation, each level requires 5 enlightenments. By analogy, the further you go, the more and more times of enlightenment you need to practice a level of Chaos Sutra. Therefore, Xiaoyun estimated that without hundreds of epiphanies, it would be impossible for him to create a chaotic body. Therefore, Xiaoyun is now very short of epiphanies, and this system mission came too timely.
Is killing a genius with a special physique to reward 10 epiphanies? It's so cool. Conquering a genius with a special physique will reward you with 20 epiphanies. This is a bit difficult. All super geniuses have the belief that I am invincible. It is very difficult to make them surrender. Xiaoyun thought secretly in his heart. Zhao Wuji looked at Xiaoyun's silence there, thinking that Xiaoyun was considering whether to follow him, so he couldn't help but smile and said, "You should think about it carefully. As the saying goes, one person can achieve enlightenment, chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven, as long as you follow me, until I prove it. After Tao Emperor, your Chaos Holy Land will take off again because of you." Zhao Wuji was very confident, as if he would definitely become a great emperor. His eyes were like 2 golden suns, and the blazing light made people dare not look directly at them. Zhao Xingzi's power is getting stronger and stronger. Idiot, that is the aura of the Supreme, the unique aura of the Supreme Body. It is rumored that the combat power of the ancient saint body is amazing, and it becomes stronger and stronger with each battle. It is a true combat saint body. People around praised him one after another. A peerless monster like Zhao Wuji would attract everyone's attention wherever he went. Xiaoyun raised his head with a gloomy face. He just checked the system, but ignored Zhao Wuji. This bastard kept talking about becoming a great emperor and conquering him. It was unbearable. To be honest, Xiaoyun wanted to beat him up just now. But after receiving the task from the system, Xiaoyun suddenly changed his mind, because he wanted to conquer Zhao Wuji, conquer this ancient saint body. First of all, conquering the ancient saint body would allow him to get 20 enlightenment rewards. Secondly, defeating Zhao Wuji alone would not make Xiaoyun feel relieved, but if he could subdue Zhao Wuji and let an ancient holy body be his follower, it would be very face-saving and all his anger would be relieved. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun laughed unconsciously. Zhao Wuji saw Xiaoyun laughing and thought that Xiaoyun agreed. He nodded slightly and said, "Since you agree, then you can enter the true dragon nest first. If you encounter any danger, just report my name." After that, Zhao Wuji stepped away with a satisfied look on his face. Xiaoyun looked at Zhao Wuji's back and gnashed his teeth in anger. He swore that when he entered the true dragon nest, he must beat this man to kneel in front of him and make him cry to be his follower. I didn't expect Xiaoyun to really follow Zhao Wuji. He will definitely be famous in the future and shine for an era. I have to say that Xiaoyun is so lucky. It is a great honor to be valued by Zhao Wuji. People around were talking about it. Xiaoyun's face darkened as he pulled Tang Yunyun up and left immediately. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and start a massacre. Be patient for a moment. Once we enter the true dragon's nest, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. What a bullshit ancient holy body, time and space body, all will be trampled under my feet. After Xiaoyun and Tang Yunyun left, they approached the entrance of the canyon. After all, once the true dragon's nest was opened, they could enter early. Senior brother Xiao, do you really want to follow that ancient holy body? Tang Yunyun followed Xiaoyun and asked with curiosity on her face. Xiaoyun said with a dark face and gritted teeth, I want to conquer him and make him my follower. Tang Yunyun was stunned. Conquer the ancient holy body? If these words spread, the entire cultivation world will be boiling. Of course, I am afraid that people in the cultivation world will laugh at Xiaoyun for not overestimating his abilities. Tang Yunyun also felt that Xiaoyun was a bit fanciful, but she still encouraged, come on, I believe that senior brother Xiao will succeed. After saying that, she blushed. Why did it feel like a confession? Oops, I'm so embarrassed. Xiaoyun turned to look at Tang Yunyun and smiled bitterly. There is no doubt that after junior sister Lin Xiaoya, he has gained another little fangirl. Alas, he is handsome and talented, so he is so popular among beauties. Xiaoyun was a little helpless. He only had Emperor Zhang Dao in his heart, but he had no plans to open a harem. The two continued to move forward, and when they arrived at the entrance of the canyon,
they found that there were many buildings, including attics with carved beams and paintings, and pavilions with small bridges and flowing water, all built on both sides of the canyon entrance. At this time, many people had already come here. Like the arrogant ancient holy body Zhao Wuji before, he was now standing in a loft, looking down at everyone below. He was covered in golden light, dazzling.
Many practitioners looked at Zhao Wuji in awe. Zhao Wuji from the ancient Holy Land is here.
He is indeed a supreme body.
Even standing there casually makes people feel extremely depressed, as if a huge mountain is pressing on his chest.
This life is very bright, not only the body of time and space, but also the ancient holy body.
I'm afraid you have forgotten the divine king body of the Holy King sect and the Tsungtian Hegemon body of the tyrant Holy Land. There are 4 supreme bodies living in the same era. It is simply unprecedented. This is destined to be a splendid and prosperous era. We are both sad and lucky to be born in this era. People around him were talking a lot and sighing. Tang Yunyun also lamented, living in the same era as these peerless monsters, we are destined to be reduced to supporting roles, which is very sad. However, it is also a blessing to be able to see them competing.
Xiao Yun next to him has bright eyes, full of confidence.
He has the belief of invincibility.
No matter what the ancient holy body, the body of time and space, the divine king body, or the heavenly hegemonic body, he will defeat them one by one.
As long as I am here in this life, who dares to claim to be invincible?
What a bullshit genius, the young supreme, no one in the world I want to kill dares to praise him. The belief in Xiao Yun's eyes was extremely firm.
In the future, he will be the great emperor. He will sweep across the 8 wastelands and be powerful in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Like their ancestor in the Holy Land of Chaos, he will be respected all over the world and invincible in all realms. The divine king body is here.
Suddenly, there was a cry of exclamation in the distance. I saw a young boy stepping forward from the crowd. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was an arrogant light in his eyes. Although he was still young, he had already developed a very terrifying aura, as if he was destined to dominate the world in the future. All living beings look down at the heavens and the world, as if a divine king has descended into the world. When Xiaoyun saw this person, he had to admit that this person was indeed very strong, as unfathomable as Zhao Wuji. But he was still confident that he could suppress it. Look, Lu Nanshan from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and Yi Wuchen from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land are also here. These two are born with a sword body and a natural sword body.
They are destined to be each other's enemies. Whichever sword is stronger and which one is weaker will definitely defeat each other.
A victory or defeat lies in their hands.
In the distance, another exclamation came.
Xiaoyun raised his eyes and saw 2 young men walking from a distance. One of them had a soaring sword, the other had a powerful sword. They were both extraordinary geniuses. Although the innate sword body and the innate sword body are not supreme bodies, they are also ranked as second-level divine bodies, the same as Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine body. However, these 2 people came from the Holy Land. Because the Holy Land has a profound foundation, they are stronger than Zhang Yunfei.
The Tsungtian tyrant body is also here. I heard that a year ago, Zhao Wuji went to challenge the body refining realm monks in the tyrant Holy Land. He swept all the way until he met Wu Gang, the Tsungtian tyrant, and the outcome was indistinguishable. This time during their trip to the True Dragon's Nest, they will definitely have another battle.
The ancient holy body and the Tsungtian tyrant body are old enemies, and their future battle is essential.
There were suddenly more exclamations and everyone was talking about it.
Because another supreme body has arrived.
Xiaoyun also looked at the Tsungtian tyrant not far away. This young man named Wu Gang was very powerful.
He was wearing a black gold battle robe, with purple hair dancing in the wind.
He had an extraordinary momentum. He was like an ancient giant beast walking with him. A terrifying power.
Everyone around him got out of the way, for fear of offending this powerful heavenly overlord.
Zhao Wuji, during this trip to the True Dragon's Nest, I will kill you with a sword.
Wu Gang raised his head and looked at Zhao Wuji in the attic. His pupils suddenly shot out 2 terrifying beams of light. His eyes were extremely sharp and intimidating. In the attic, Zhao Wuji looked down at Wuhan Steel, his eyes radiating soaringly, like the sun god, making his aura very terrifying, almost as powerful as a prison.
Wu Gang, enjoy your last time. Zhao Wuji said coldly. The surrounding area suddenly boiled.
These 2 people are facing each other tit for tat, with fierce murderous intentions.
It seems that this trip to the True Dragon's Nest will definitely lead to a winner.
Perhaps, this time, a supreme body may really fall, which is definitely a big deal in the cultivation world. In the crowd, the light in Xiao Yun's eyes became brighter and brighter. These young geniuses who appeared one after another made him more and more excited. In life, what we fear is not that the enemy is too strong, but that there is no enemy. Xiao Yun has an invincible belief in his heart and is not afraid of any great enemy. Swish! Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in a pavilion not far away. He seemed to appear out of thin air, which was very surprising. This person was wearing white clothes and had a soft smile on his face. His expression was very bright, and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of silver holy light, like a saint who had realized the truth under the moonlight, and he looked extremely extraordinary. Xiao Yun's pupils shrank. He just felt a strong breath approaching, but even he did not notice how the other party entered the pavilion. The speed was too fast, 100 times faster than him, just like teleportation, very terrifying. Such a speed reminded Xiao Yun of a person. It's Li Chengdi. The space-time body of Taichu Holy Land has finally arrived. I heard that he was not originally called Li Chengdi. He changed his name to Li Chengdi after he joined Taichu Holy Land. Obviously, he is determined to become the great emperor of enlightenment. Xiao Yun was not the only one who guessed the identity of this person. There were already exclamations around him, and the excitement was even greater than that of the several supreme bodies that had just appeared. Xiao Yun also looked deeply at Li Chengdi in the pavilion in front of him. He knew that this was his great enemy in the true dragon's nest. He was also the only opponent here who could fight him. When Emperor Li Cheng appeared, the cultivators on the entire platform were boiling, and more people squeezed here to see the peerless style of the body of time and space. It must be said that even the peerless geniuses such as the ancient saint body, the heaven tyrant body, and the god king body were somewhat eclipsed in front of Emperor Li Cheng. The fourth-ranked supreme body is really too famous. Moreover, this Emperor Li Cheng not only has a powerful body of time and space, but also has a strong talent. The combination of these two is naturally even more terrifying. In the crowd, many young women looked at Emperor Li Cheng with a glittering look in their beautiful eyes. Whether it is talent or appearance, this Emperor Li Cheng is among the best, and he is simply the Prince Charming in the minds of all female cultivators. Xiao Yun was very upset with this person, and secretly thought, "You dare to show off in front of me, I will let you lie down when you enter the true dragon nest." Brother Xiao, this Li Chengdi is very powerful. You must be very careful when you meet him in the true dragon nest. Tang Yunyun next to him reminded. Although Li Chengdi is very outstanding, Xiao Yun has a preconceived impression and has long been engraved in Tang Yunyun's heart. Xiao Yun smiled slightly when he heard it and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be invincible in the world." Xiao Yun's eyes were full of domineering and self-confidence, which made Tang Yunyun stunned for a while. It took a long time to come back to her senses. She lowered her head shyly. At this time, more and more people gathered around, and the sound of discussion was endless, all talking about Li Chengdi, which made Xiao Yun know a lot of information about Li Chengdi. I heard that Emperor Li Cheng has reached the limit in the body refining realm, and can even surpass the Qi condensation realm cultivators of Taichu Holy Land. What is the Qi condensation realm? I heard that Emperor Li Cheng has defeated the projection of the strongest body refining realm cultivators in Taichu Holy Land, and ranked first in the history of the strongest body refining realm cultivators in Taichu Holy Land, surpassing their ancestor of Taichu Holy Land. Yes, I also heard about this. It is said that even the bone fossils of Taichu Holy Land were alarmed in the end, and Emperor Li Cheng was announced on the spot as the quasi-son of God of Taichu Holy Land. If Emperor Li Cheng's cultivation level was not low, and there was another son of God in Taichu Holy Land, I am afraid he would have been listed as the son of God long ago. Emperor Li Cheng's brilliance was too dazzling, and he had become the focus of the whole audience. Even the peerless geniuses such as the ancient saint body, the blue sky tyrant body, and the god king body not far away looked at Emperor Li Cheng, and unprecedented solemnity appeared in their eyes. Obviously, Xiao Yun was not the only one who regarded Li Chengdi as a great enemy. These peerless evildoers also regarded Li Chengdi as their greatest opponent. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from the canyon, like the explosion of the nine heavens' thunder in the sky. The deafening sound suppressed the discussion of everyone present. Then, a vast dragon power swept across the sky like the raging waves in the sea, covering the entire world, making everyone present tremble in their hearts. Including Li Chengdi, Zhao Wuji and other peerless evildoers, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Xiao Yun was also shocked in his heart and felt unprecedented terror. This is dragon power, the roar of a real dragon. It seems that the real dragon's nest is about to open. Someone around whispered. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that it was so terrifying. Just to roar was so deterrent. The strength of the real dragon was too strong, enough to be on par with the emperor. However, this should be left behind by the real dragon before it ascended to heaven. Otherwise, if the real dragon roared in front of him, even a saint would immediately fall and turn into blood rain. The real dragon nest is open, everyone, go in quickly. If I can get some treasure this time, I can enter the realm of physical training. What's the realm of physical training? My goal is to enter the forbidden realm. The real dragon nest only appears once in 100 years, we must not miss this great opportunity. Go in quickly. Just after the roar of the real dragon disappeared, the golden formation shield at the entrance of the canyon in front finally revealed a hole, and everyone rushed in immediately. And Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji and other peerless monsters turned into figures early and disappeared in the entrance. Let's go, junior sister Tang, I'll take you to travel the real dragon nest. Xiao Yun pulled Tang Yunyun up and walked towards the real dragon nest. Tang Yunyun followed Xiao Yun with a blushing face. However, Xiao Yun did not notice that some faces in the crowd were staring coldly at his back. Among them, there were two familiar faces, Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong from Taichu Holy Land. When they came to Chaos Holy Land, they had fought with Xiao Yun.
Is that Xiao Yun from Chaos Holy Land?
A young man next to him asked with contempt.
Xia Yulong nodded and said, that's him. He's very strong.
It's said that he defeated Zhang Yunfei not long ago.
He's probably even stronger now. What's Zhang Yunfei?
Although he has the 5 elements divine body, he's not a disciple of the Holy Land after all. Without the foundation of the Holy Land, his 5 elements divine body has not been excavated at all. The young man next to him looked disdainful, and then said proudly, I have an immortal body, and now I have reached 550,000 pounds of strength.
Zhang Yunfei is not worth mentioning in front of me.
Xiao Yun, a mere mortal body, I can kill him as easily as butchering a dog.
Brother Zhou is right. Compared with Brother Zhou, what is Zhang Yunfei? Xiao Yun must not be your opponent.
Fu Miaotong on the side looked at the young man with admiration, her eyes full of worship. Let's go, let's also enter the true dragon nest, follow Xiao Yun, and let the Chaos Holy Land return empty-handed once again. Then, the young man led Jie Yulong, Fu Miaotong and other young geniuses from the Taichu Holy Land into the true dragon nest. Inside the true dragon nest, there are towering ancient trees everywhere, and spiritual herbs and flowers are everywhere. However, there is a lot of space inside, and with the lush trees and flowers, many cultivators were immediately dispersed as soon as they entered. Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun walked forward all the way, without any direction. Anyway, they just went deep into the true dragon nest, because Emperor Tian once said that the more valuable the treasure, the more it is in the core position of the true dragon nest. Of course, there are true dragon descendants there, which must be very dangerous, but Xiao Yun is not afraid, he is just thinking of catching a dragon as a mount in the future. Swish! Suddenly, 9 powerful auras came from behind at a high speed, attracting the attention of Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. The next moment, 9 young figures appeared in front of them, all staring at them with cold faces. Senior brother Xiao, Tang Yunyun's face was solemn, as if she was facing a great enemy, because she felt that these people were very powerful, and all of them were stronger than her. Xiao Yun recognized Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong among them, and said indifferently, Xia Yulong, long time no see, you lost to me last time, did you find help this time? Xiao Yun, today is your death day, don't blame me, blame you for joining the Chaos Holy Land. Xia Yulong looked at Xiao Yun indifferently, his eyes were cold to the bone, and he exuded a cold murderous aura.
Taichu Holy Land and Chaos Holy Land are old enemies.
In the past, when the disciples of the 2 Holy Lands met in the true dragon nest, they had to decide life and death.
This time is no exception. What a big tone.
Hearing this, Xiao Yun looked at Xia Yulong opposite him and said with disdain, just you? You are just a defeated general, but you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Xiao Yun, although I am not your opponent, but our Taichu Holy Land is full of heroes, and there are many people who can kill you.
Xia Yulong said coldly. Xiao Yun snorted, who is it? The time and space body? I will kill him later. Xiao Yun, you are too arrogant.
Xia Yulong said with cold eyes.
The time and space body Li Qingdi is the pride of their Taichu Holy Land and the object of his worship.
Fu Miaotong stared at Xiao Yun with resentment and scolded, why waste time talking to him, just surround and kill him. Xiao Yun looked at her coldly and said in a cold voice, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. A mere mortal body dares to speak arrogantly. Your Chaos Holy Land is really getting more and more corrupt. The young man in the lead looked at Xiao Yun and shook his head with disdain.
Xiao Yun looked at him and snorted, which one are you?
The young man's eyes suddenly darkened when he heard this.
Which one? Is this used to describe people? This is used to describe animals. Zhou Feiyu's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. His cold eyes stared at Xiaoyun coldly and said in a cold voice, "Remember, my name is Zhou Feiyu. When you go to the King of Hell, don't forget who killed you." Xiaoyun looked at him coldly, hooked his finger at him, and said with disdain, "A mere fish dares to be presumptuous in front of me. Come here, I will kill you now and make fish head soup." Presumptuous. Boy, you are too arrogant. You dare to talk to Brother Zhou like this. Brother Zhou, this kid is just one person. You don't need to bother to take action at all. We can kill him together. The remaining 6 disciples of Taichu Holy Land were all angered by Xiaoyun's arrogance and shouted. Xiaoyun snorted coldly, glanced at them, and said with disdain, "Come on, I'll send you off." Damn it, this kid is too arrogant, let's go together and kill him. A disciple of Taichu Holy Land finally couldn't help it, holding a sharp sword, and rushed towards Xiaoyun. Suddenly, the sword energy shot out, cold as frost, covering the entire earth, causing the temperature around to drop. It must be said that those who came from Taichu Holy Land and were able to come to the true dragon nest are indeed the elites of Taichu Holy Land. This random person has already stepped into the forbidden area, and his cultivation is still higher than Jie Yulong and Fu Miaotong. Boy, I'm not afraid to tell you that I rank 8th in the body refining realm of Taichu Holy Land, but it is enough to sweep your Chaos Holy Land. The man was very arrogant, not taking Xiaoyun seriously at all, and swung a sword energy, and stabbed directly at Xiaoyun's eyebrows, wanting to kill him with one blow. Crack! Xiaoyun stretched out his hand to clamp the sharp sword that the person was stabbing at him. The powerful physical strength gushed out, and he easily broke the sharp sword, causing the person's pupils to shrink. A mere second forbidden domain is not much stronger than Jie Yulong. Who gave you the confidence to make you think you can kill me? Xiaoyun looked at him coldly, and then punched him without waiting for the other party to respond. Stop! Not far away, Zhou Feiyu shouted. Xiaoyun was stupid to listen to him. His master Di Tian had said before that in the true dragon nest, you can kill at will, and it will not cause a war between the two holy places. So, Xiaoyun did not show mercy when he attacked. He directly attacked with all his strength and killed the 8th-ranked Taichu Holy Land disciple in front of him with one punch. Blood gushed out, and instantly dyed the void red. Jie Yulong and Fu Miaotong in the distance were both shocked. The senior brother who was stronger than them could not even catch Xiaoyun's punch. The gap was too big. All of you retreat, this man is not someone you can contend with, he has already entered the 4 forbidden areas. Zhou Feiyu waved his hand, then walked out, staring at Xiaoyun with sharp eyes, his face full of murderous intent. A fellow apprentice was killed in front of him, and he was unable to rescue him in time, which was a great shame for him. Moreover, if this matter was spread, he would also be blamed by the high-level officials of Taichu Holy Land. Therefore, Zhou Feiyu's heart was filled with murderous intent. He looked at Xiaoyun with cold eyes and said in a stern tone, "Xiaoyun, for the sake of being a disciple of the Holy Land, I can leave you time to say a last word. Otherwise, once I make a move, you will have no chance to speak." Xiaoyun hooked his finger at him and said coldly, "Come here, I can't wait to kill you." Very good. Zhou Feiyu laughed in anger. His blood was surging, like a golden divine fire burning. The whole person seemed to have turned into a golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. A wave of terrifying momentum swept out from him. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. After Zhou Feiyu finished speaking, the whole person had already rushed over. His speed was very fast, not inferior to Jie Yulong of the lightning body. Kill! Immortality! Zhou Feiyu shouted violently, carrying a monstrous and majestic momentum, and suppressed Xiaoyun with one palm. The blazing palm of light burst out with terrifying power, like a mountain falling from the sky, shattering the void, extremely terrifying. You are proud enough to die under my eternal life palm. Zhou Feiyu's face was full of pride, as if he had already seen the scene of Xiaoyun dying under his palm. Boom! Looking at Zhou Feiyu attacking him, Xiaoyun snorted coldly, and his fighting power was fully activated. The blazing golden light gathered on his body, as if he was wearing a golden armor, making him look like a peerless god. 9-turn Tyrant Fist. With the same roar, Xiaoyun punched out, and 9 golden fist shadows gathered together to form a huge sun god light, which completely burst out from his fist. Boom! Suddenly, the surging power, like the raging waves in the sea, pushed forward mightily. This terrifying power, like a deadly force, shattered Zhou Feiyu's longevity palm. The aftermath even shocked Zhou Feiyu back one after another, knocking down a towering ancient tree behind him. The tree was shattered by the aftermath of the power. How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible. Am I dazzled? Brother Joe's strength is not as good as his?
The 7 disciples of Taichu Holy Land who were watching the battle from a distance all stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the scene in front of them with disbelief.
It was really shocking.
Zhou Feiyu, who had an immortal body and a strength of 550,000 pounds, was actually knocked out by Xiao Yun with one punch.
How powerful is this Xiao Yun?
Xia Yulong and Fu Miaotong looked ashen. They felt that they had seriously underestimated Xiao Yun's strength, which was simply bad news for them. After all, this time they were not sparring, but fighting for life and death. Xiao Yun would definitely not show mercy again.
Immortal body? Nothing more than that.
Xiao Yun looked at the 8 Taichu Holy Land disciples in front of him with disdain. He was radiant with golden light, like a golden god of war, with black hair moving without wind, divine light lingering around him, and endless divine light submerged him. You are too weak. I am not interested in wasting time with you, let's die together. Xiao Yun stood in the field, looking down at Zhou Feiyu and others, like a high god, with unparalleled momentum and contempt for all living beings.
Zhou Feiyu and others looked gloomy and ugly. How could the disciples of Taichu Holy Land be underestimated like this? Kill. Everyone, come together and surround and kill this man. Just one person, even if he is powerful, dare to be so arrogant?
The disciples of Taichu Holy Land were all angered by Xiao Yun's arrogance, and they all rushed towards Xiao Yun.
Zhou Feiyu also followed to kill. There is nothing to say. Since Xiao Yun is very strong, let's surround and kill him together.
Anyway, there is no one here, and they don't care about bullying the weak with more people.
Eternal Life Poem. Golden Wave Fist. Hunshan Seal.
8 Taichu disciples surrounded Xiao Yun, and each of them used their unique skills, turning into one terrifying attack after another, all towards Xiao Yun. I didn't expect that the people of Taichu Holy Land would also bully the weak with more people.
You are so hateful.
Tang Yunyun, who was next to him, saw the scene and immediately attacked in anger, dragging Fu Miaotong among them.
You dare to stop me with your mere body refining extreme realm, you are simply courting death. Fu Miaotong looked at Tang Yunyun with contempt, and then merged with the sword and killed the other party.
Tang Yunyun's pupils shrank, her face was horrified, the other party's strength was terrifying, beyond her imagination.
Swish!
However, at this moment, a silver flying knife broke through the air and shot into Fu Miaotong's forehead, causing her head to explode instantly, turning into a headless corpse.
Sister Fu!
Xia Yulong saw this scene and screamed in horror, then stared at Xiao Yun with red eyes. The knife just now was shot by Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, the speed of the flying knife was too fast, so Xia Yulong couldn't stop it at all.
Don't worry about that woman, surround and kill Xiao Yun first. Zhou Feiyu shouted.
In his opinion, Tang Yunyun was only at the extreme level of physical training.
After they killed Xiao Yun, they could easily kill Tang Yunyun. I'm going to kill you.
Xia Yulong's face was full of anger, his eyes were red, and he rushed towards Xiao Yun like a madman. Fu Miaotong was his Taoist partner, but she was shot in the head by Xiao Yun, and she died directly, and even her body could not be kept intact.
How could Xia Yulong not be angry?
The other Taichu Holy Land disciples were also completely enraged, and they all burst out with all their strength and killed Xiao Yun.
Boom!
A powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from Xiao Yun's body, and the blood in his body was like boiling magma, rolling endlessly, rolling against the sky, and turned into a blood-colored river rushing endlessly in the sky.
A bunch of trash, this day next year will be your death anniversary.
Xiao Yun was fighting at full strength at this moment.
He punched out and knocked Zhou Feiyu away.
Then he chopped down with a palm and killed a Taichu Holy Land disciple who rushed over.
Puff!
Blood spurted out, and the corpse fell to the ground, causing the remaining disciples of Taichu Holy Land to change color and be terrified. Xiao Yun had already killed 3 of them, he was too strong.
Xiao Yun, go and be buried with junior sister Fu.
Suddenly a loud shout came, it was Jie Yulong who rushed over. He did not resist Xiao Yun's attack, but directly urged the strongest move, desperately killing Xiao Yun, wanting to die with him. The lightning body was pushed to the extreme by him, making him very fast, so fast that people could not see it with their eyes, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot. Obviously, Fu Miaotong's death gave Xia Yulong a huge stimulus, and his strength went a step further, bursting out with an attack power beyond the ordinary.
Your courage is commendable, but you are too weak after all.
Xiao Yun glanced at Xia Yulong indifferently, and then stretched out his palm. His palm was crystal clear, as if it was made of jade.
The precious light flashed, and the blood boiled. The speed was incredible. Crack!
Xiao Yun seemed to intercept the lightning and caught Xia Yulong, who was extremely fast. His other palm chopped over, like a peerless divine sword, drawing a beautiful trajectory, emitting a peerless sharpness, and directly cut Xia Yulong's body in half. Ah! Xia Yulong screamed, and before he could say his last words, he died tragically on the spot. His body was cut in half by Xiao Yun, blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Several disciples of the Taichu Holy Land who rushed up all had pale faces, and were so scared that they stopped their steps abruptly, and they didn't dare to continue attacking Xiao Yun for a while.
Because Xiao Yun's performance was too terrifying.
Not only was his strength extremely powerful, but he was also ruthless and killed people with every move, without any mercy at all.
Xiao Yun, you are too cruel.
As a disciple of the Holy Land, you actually killed our disciples of the Taichu Holy Land so cruelly. Zhou Feiyu looked at Jie Yulong's broken body, and his eyelids twitched with fear, and he couldn't help but yelled at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun took out a jade towel from his arms to wipe the blood on his hands, and glanced at Zhou Feiyu opposite him indifferently, and sneered, "You Taichu Holy Land has killed all the disciples of our Chaos Holy Land who came to the True Dragon Nest for 5 consecutive sessions, and you dare to say that I am cruel? It's really ridiculous." Zhou Feiyu was furious when he heard this. "It's fine if you kill people, but why do you destroy their bodies? This is just like a demon. How can you still call yourself a disciple of the Holy Land?" Xiao Yun snorted coldly, "Kill people if you want, why do you have to leave intact bodies? Are you doing art? A bunch of idiots, come and die." Xiao Yun knew the cruelty of the cultivation world, so he was very ruthless and would never show mercy.
Otherwise, there would be endless troubles.
Just like the group of people in front of him, although they are not Xiao Yun's opponents now, most of them have special physiques. Once they grow up in the future, they will be a headache for Xiao Yun under the siege of a group of people. For this reason, Xiao Yun naturally wanted to kill them all and avoid some disasters in advance.
Kill. There was nothing to say.
Xiao Yun didn't want to waste time, so he rushed directly to Zhou Feiyu and swung his blazing light fist to hit him fiercely. For 5 consecutive trips to the True Dragon's Nest, the disciples of their Chaos Holy Land were killed by the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, so much so that the Chaos Holy Land was so scared that it dared not send any more disciples. This shame, Xiao Yun must wash away today. The Chaos Holy Land has fallen, so let me, Xiao Yun, hold up the sky again and create a new world. This time on the True Dragon's Nest, I will bury all the people of you Taichu Holy Land here.
What a bullshit time and space body, sooner or later you will be killed by my fist.
Xiao Yun's voice was chilling, his eyes were as cold as a knife, he was like a god of death, forcing Zhou Feiyu into a desperate situation, making the remaining disciples of the Taichu Holy Land full of fear.
Arrogant. Xiao Yun, you are too arrogant.
Senior Brotherly has a body of time and space and is invincible at the same level.
You will die in his hands sooner or later. Zhou Feiyu shouted angrily while resisting Xiao Yun's attack with difficulty.
Although he saw Xiao Yun's powerful strength, he still didn't think Xiao Yun could defeat Emperor Li Chang. After all, he had personally experienced the power of Emperor Li Chang. In particular, Emperor Li Chang's speed was too fast to cope with. No one in the same level of body refining realm could catch up with Emperor Li Chang's speed. Faced with that kind of terrifying speed, whoever meets Emperor Li Chang will have only one outcome: defeat.
Oomph, invincible at the same level? Is he worthy of it?
Xiao Yun snorted coldly, and his fists became more violent, beating Zhou Feiyu in front of him until he vomited blood and broke his ribs.
Poof!
The latter suddenly spurted blood and flew backwards.
Even senior brother Zhou is far from his opponent.
The remaining disciples of Taichu Holy Land suddenly became more frightened when they saw Zhou Feiyu's miserable condition.
They have already begun to think about quitting. But Zhou Feiyu was not dead, so they did not dare to retreat. Otherwise, it would be a grave sin to abandon their fellow disciples, and they would be dead even if they returned to the Holy Land of Taichu. Kill. Xiao Yun didn't care so much.
He began to show the extreme speed of divine windstep, shuttled through the void, waved his golden fist, and beat a disciple of Taichu Holy Land until he vomited blood and flew backwards.
Senior brother Wang, others exclaimed, that was a strong man second only to Zhou Feiyu, ranked 3rd in the Taichu Holy Land body refining realm, and he couldn't even block Xiao Yun's punch. You are too weak. Xiao Yun's face was full of disdain. His body was filled with golden light, and his blood was boiling, like a golden ocean surrounding him. The terrifying power surged, converging on his fist, showing an invincible power.
Poof! Another disciple from the Holy Land of Taichu was killed by Xiao Yun.
Suddenly there were only 4 people left in the field. Xiao Yun was like an invincible god of war, looking down at everyone.
He rushed towards the remaining 4 Taichu Holy Land disciples, intending to kill them all.
At this moment, Zhou Feiyu finally understood that he and the others were far from Xiao Yun's opponents. If they continued to stay here, their entire army would definitely be annihilated. He couldn't help but shouted, "Run quickly, everyone split up and must tell senior brother Li the news. He will avenge us." After saying that, Zhou Feiyu actually rushed towards Xiao Yun. He was prepared to use his own life to hold Xiao Yun back and give others a chance to survive. It has to be said that even Xiao Yun was a little surprised. He looked at Zhou Feiyu, who was covered in blood in front of him, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Although you are an enemy, your courage to stand behind makes me admire you very much. I will give you a chance to leave a legacy." "Xiao Yun, I didn't expect that you, a mortal body, can possess such combat power. No wonder your Chaos Holy Land dares to send you into the true dragon's nest. However, the mortal body is only a mortal body after all. You never know how terrifying the supreme body is. Senior brotherly, he will definitely avenge me." Zhou Feiyu shouted sternly. Xiao Yun said with a cold face, "Are these your last words? What a pity. Although I really want you to live and see the scene where Emperor Li Chang was killed by me. However, I am afraid of trouble, so you should go to hell, wait a few days, and Emperor Li Chang will go down to reunite with you. Why do you want to kill senior brotherly? When you see him, you will know how huge the gap is between you and him. I, Zhou Feiyu, am waiting for you below." Zhou Feiyu roared, like a moth to the flame. He rushed toward Xiao Yun. "Kill!" Xiao Yun did not continue to talk nonsense, but showed his strongest power and stopped hiding his strength. Boom, boom, boom. 30 colorful sky pillars appeared behind Xiao Yun. They were projections of the avenue, possessing unpredictable power, making Xiao Yun look like an invincible god of war. Such a vision shocked the remaining Taichu Holy Land disciples on the spot. Including Zhou Feiyu, they all stared at the 30-colored sky pillars behind Xiao Yun with expressions of disbelief. Is this a projection of the avenue? Why does he have a projection of the avenue? This is a vision only experienced by the chaos body. Several disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu had shock and confusion on their faces. However, Zhou Feiyu remembered something. He looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he said with shock, "You actually practiced the Chaos Sutra and reached the 36th level, creating the prototype of the chaos body." It was like a turbulent wave was rolling up in his heart. It was so shocking. That is the Chaos Sutra, which is said to be the most difficult technique to practice in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Except for the Chaos Emperor, who was born with a chaotic body, no other person has mastered this peerless technique. But how old is Xiao Yunkai in front of him? Less than 20, right? He has actually cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level and created the prototype of the chaos body. What kind of understanding is this? What kind of talent is this? Wrong. Grand Elder Wan Yonghui was wrong. It turns out we were all wrong. Zhou Feiyu looked at Xiao Yun, who was showing a terrifying vision in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh miserably. "When Supreme Elder Wan Yonghui came back from your Chaos Holy Land, he said that you were just a little enlightened and had developed several super combat skills by taking the God Enlightening Pill, so you had considerable strength. But the Enlightenment Pill has side effects, so our Taichu Holy Land doesn't pay attention to you at all, thinking that you are just a pawn created by the Chaos Holy Land to destroy the genius of our Taichu Holy Land. I didn't expect you to practice the Chaos Sutra and have such a terrifying understanding. No wonder there were rumors before that when the Chaos Holy Land opened the mountain to accept disciples, the Chaos Bell rang 9 times. Zhou Feiyu looked at Xiao Yun, who came to him with a sad smile on his face, and there was a hint of realization in his eyes. That person should be you. Ha, you can make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times, no wonder you have such unparalleled talent. I am defeated, no injustice. Are these your last words? Xiao Yun came to Zhou Feiyu with cold eyes. His body was shining with golden light, and behind him were 30 colored sky pillars reaching straight into the sky. He was like an invincible god of war, with unfathomable power. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun carried with him a monstrous invincible force that engulfed Zhou Feiyu in front of him like a beast. Even if you practice the Chaos Sutra, even if you create the prototype of the chaos body, you have not created the real chaos body after all. You are still no match for Senior Brotherly. After Zhou Feiyu's voice disappeared, his body was torn into pieces by the violent force and turned into a blood mist, dyeing the world red. Senior Brother Zhou! The remaining 3 Taichu Holy Land disciples all exclaimed. Zhou Feiyu was also dead, which made them feel cold all over. Everything happened among the electric flint flowers. No one could stop it and could not stop it. Run away quickly, these 3 disciples from Taichu Holy Land had already fled in fear. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Xiaoyun didn't even look at them, but 3 silver flying knives shot out, killing the 3 people with one blow. At this point, all 9 geniuses in the Holy Land of Taichu died tragically at Xiaoyun's hands.
Completely annihilated.
After killing the 9 disciples of Taichu Holy Land, Xiaoyun's powerful aura gradually subsided, and the projection of the avenue behind him also disappeared. The dazzling golden light also returned to his body, and no more light flowed. Not far away, Tang Yunyun looked at Xiaoyun with a pale face. Her body was a little stiff and trembling.
For a moment, she didn't dare to speak.
Because the scene was too bloody, broken bodies, blood and internal organs were scattered everywhere, like a piece of Shura hell. And Xiaoyun was the killing god of this Shura hell, which made people extremely awed. Even though Xiaoyun had now recovered his harmless look, with a smile on his face and no longer showing murderous intent, he still scared Tang Yunyun very much. Xiaoyun cleaned up the battlefield, took off the space rings of the 9 disciples of Taichu Holy Land, and then came to Tang Yunyun and asked lightly, "What? Do you think I'm cruel?" His eyes were a little cold, and he looked at Tang Yunyun in front of him with a slightly sharp gaze. Tang Yunyun took a deep breath, then shook her head and said softly, "No, they want to kill Senior Brother Xiao, and it is right for Senior Brother Xiao to kill them. Let's go, let's continue on our way." Xiaoyun heard the words, and the coldness on his face disappeared immediately. He regained his original smile and left with Tang Yunyun. Fortunately, Tang Yunyun is not a saintly bitch like Mu Qianxue, otherwise, even if the other party is the disciple of his future master, he will stay away and not bother to pay attention to it. While on the road, Xiaoyun checked his system. Among the 9 disciples of Taichu Holy Land who were killed by him before, there were 6 with special physiques, so he got a total of 60 opportunities for enlightenment. This is really cool. Xiaoyun was immediately looking forward to it. If he killed more geniuses with special physiques here, he might be able to forge a chaotic body in one fell swoop. After continuing to travel for an hour, Xiaoyun and his friends found some natural treasures.
This is a 1,000-year-old red fruit. After taking it, you can improve your cultivation.
On a small tree emitting colorful light, Xiaoyun saw several red fruits, and his face was immediately surprised.
"Brother Xiao, look, there is a 10,000-year-old ginseng here. It can actually run." Suddenly, Tang Yunyun's exclamation came from not far away.
Xiaoyun turned his head and found that an old ginseng was running with its rhizome, and the speed was even faster than that of a person running. However, Tang Yunyun was a cultivator at the extreme level of body refining after all, so she naturally caught the old ginseng at once.
10,000-year-old ginseng, it has become a spirit.
Xiaoyun was full of emotion. There are very few natural treasures of this level in the outside world. Even in their holy land, only the son of the saint is qualified to obtain it.
It must be said that this is really a treasure land.
Xiaoyun quickly put away the 1,000-year-old red fruit in front of him, and then hurried on the road with Tang Yunyun while searching for treasures. As they went deeper into the real dragon's nest, their gains became greater and greater, and both of them were full of smiles on their faces.
"Brother Xiao, we have gained so much this time.
I'm afraid I will be able to enter the Divine Bridge realm right after we get out."
Tang Yunyun seemed very happy, like a happy lark, chattering non-stop beside Xiaoyun.
Although Xiaoyun was also very happy, he was not very satisfied. After all, he is now the holy son of the Chaos Holy Land, and is fully qualified to obtain these treasures that can improve his cultivation in the Chaos Holy Land. And Xiaoyun's purpose of entering the true dragon nest this time is only two: one is to obtain treasures that can transform his physical body, and the other is to obtain treasures that can increase his lifespan. The former is to transform his physical body and reach the limit of 1 million pounds of strength. The latter is naturally given to his cheap master, otherwise his cheap master will die 100 years later. Therefore, Xiaoyun was not satisfied with his current gains, and he said to Tang Yunyun, "Let's go, let's speed up and rush to the core of the true dragon nest as soon as possible."
Tang Yunyun nodded and followed Xiaoyun closely.
The two of them sped up, moving forward, and continued to search for the natural treasures they saw along the way.
Soon after, they went deep into the core edge of the true dragon's nest. "Brother Xiao, come and see, is this the legendary 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma?" Tang Yunyun shouted with surprise next to a green vine.
Xiaoyun, who was searching for treasures not far away, heard this and his face suddenly changed. Then he immediately turned into a flash of lightning and appeared next to Tang Yunyun. Xiaoyun stared at the green vine in front of him and saw a huge Ganoderma growing on it.
This Ganoderma was different from ordinary Ganoderma. It was crystal clear and had 8 golden leaves.
The 9th leaf was already half condensed.
In the Chaos Holy Land, Xiaoyun also browsed many books about natural treasures. After all, you are going to enter the true dragon's nest. If you don't even know the natural treasures, what are you doing in it?
Therefore, Xiao Yun is also very familiar with the natural treasures in the cultivation world.
Almost at the first sight, Xiao Yun recognized this Ganoderma lucidum.
It was indeed the nine-leaf heavenly Ganoderma lucidum that Tang Yunyun mentioned, the legendary holy relic of the highest quality. Most importantly, this was a treasure that could transform a person's physical body. Xiao Yun's face was immediately filled with joy as he said, "It is indeed the nine-leaf heavenly Ganoderma lucidum. Although it is not yet fully mature, it will be in a few days.
This is a treasure that can transform and evolve a person's physical body."
Tang Yunyun, who was standing by, also seemed very happy when she heard this. She smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, you are already very strong. If you refine this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma, your strength will be further improved." Although she was the first to discover this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma, she knew very well that if Xiao Yun hadn't led her, she would not have been able to get here, let alone get this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma. So, Tang Yunyun was very sensible and gave it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was not polite about this. He would not give up such a treasure. What's more, he had brought Tang Yunyun along the way and helped her get a lot of treasures.
He didn't owe Tang Yunyun anything. Junior sister Tang is really my lucky star.
If you hadn't found it, I wouldn't have come across this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma.
Xiao Yun smiled and nodded to Tang Yunyun, then said, "You go and rest first, I'll stay here and wait for this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma to fully mature."
Tang Yunyun nodded after hearing this, then sat cross-legged to the side and calmed her mind. Xiao Yun was guarding next to this nine-leaf sky Ganoderma, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, and his expression was very vigilant. The nine-leaf sky Ganoderma is about to mature, and at this critical moment, he doesn't want to be destroyed by others. However, it was a coincidence that just after Xiao Yun had been guarding for an hour, a strong breath suddenly came from the jungle in front of him, and a figure was approaching here at a very fast speed.
Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly condensed, and his eyes shot towards the jungle in front of him like a blade.
No matter who comes, whoever dares to steal his nine-leaf sky Ganoderma will only have one word: death. Ha ha ha, my great opportunity has arrived.
I actually encountered the legendary nine-leaf heavenly Ganoderma. With this treasure, Yi Wuchen is no longer my opponent.
Even if it is the space-time body of Taichu Holy Land, I am confident that I can fight him. The voice came before the person arrived. A tall figure walked out of the jungle, carrying a sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered without wind, carrying a sharp sword intent. He is Lu Nanshan, the son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, who has a natural sword body.
Xiao Yun recognized this person at a glance.
It was already night, and the bright moonlight was shining down, making the mountains and forests seem to be shrouded in a layer of fairy mist, looking hazy. On a delicate and beautiful vine, the ninth golden leaf of the nine-leaf sky Ganoderma has begun to slowly condense into shape, emitting a faint golden light, looking extremely sacred. Not far away, Lu Nanshan stared at the nine-leaf sky Ganoderma, his eyes full of undisguised greed. He said excitedly, "I actually encountered the treasure that can transform the physical body.
It's really a great opportunity." After saying that, Lu Nanshan noticed Xiao Yun next to him, and immediately showed disdain on his face. "Go away, seeing that you found the nine-leaf sky Ganoderma for me, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you."
His tone was very domineering, as if he was giving alms to Xiao Yun, and his words were full of unquestionable flavor. However, as the son of the Holy Land of Heavenly Swords, a peerless evildoer with a natural sword body, Lu Nanshan is indeed qualified to be domineering. Whether it was Zhang Yunfei of the Overlord sect or Zhou Feiyu and the other 9 people of the Taichu Holy Land, they were far from being comparable to Lu Nanshan. But unfortunately, he met Xiao Yun today. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Lu Nanshan in front of him, Xiao Yun's hands flashed with light, and a black iron sword appeared in his palms. While stroking the black sword in his hand, Xiao Yun looked at Lu Nanshan indifferently and said, "Are you born with a sword body? I also use a sword. Let's see if your sword is more powerful or mine is better." After the words fell, Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, as intimidating as a blade. A wild and domineering sword intent instantly swept out from Xiao Yun, as if cutting the surrounding space into pieces. At this time, Xiao Yun was like a sharpened divine sword, showing a peerless edge. Lu Nanshan on the opposite side frowned, but then he still looked disdainful and said proudly, "You dare to use your sword in front of me, a natural sword body. I have to say that you are really stupid." Lu Nanshan did not take Xiao Yun seriously. After all, in his eyes, there were only a few opponents. Li Qingdi of the spacetime body, Zhao Wuji of the ancient saint body, Wu Gang of the heaven tyrant body, Jiang Haoran of the god king body, and his nemesis, Yi Wuchen of the natural sword body. Besides, he did not take anyone else seriously. Zhou Feiyu, Zhang Yunfei, and the like were not his opponents. And Xiao Yun in front of him, Lu Nanshan had never even seen him. He was probably just an unknown person, so he naturally did not take him seriously.
Born with a sword body?
Xiao Yun listened to Lu Nanshan's arrogant words, his face did not move, he was still stroking the black iron sword in his hand, and slowly said, "This sword has been with my master for decades. My master made it with 1,000-year-old black iron, weighing 360,000 pounds. My master used it to sweep enemies of the same level. Today, I killed you, a natural sword body, and it is not a disgrace to this sword." After that, Xiao Yun stood up with the sword in his hand. He stood with the sword horizontally, his eyes were extremely sharp, and his eyes were extremely terrifying, showing a peerless sharpness. The 360,000 gene black iron sword was held in his hand, but it was like goose feathers floating in the air, and he could not feel a trace of gravity. This is because Xiao Yun's strength has reached 800,000 pounds, and he can use this sword at will.
1,000-year-old black iron? 360,000 gene?
After hearing Xiao Yun's words, Lu Nanshan on the opposite side seemed to have heard a joke. He said with a sneer on his face, "Are you kidding?
Just because you can lift a 360,000 gene knife? Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think you can scare me off by bragging? Scare you off? No, I want to kill you."
Xiao Yun looked at him coldly and raised the black iron sword in his hand. He did not forget the system's task. Killing a genius with a special physique can get 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Since Lu Nanshan took the initiative to come to the door to seek death, Xiao Yun would naturally not show mercy.
What a big dog guts, a mere unknown person dares to be arrogant in front of me, it's simply looking for death.
Lu Nanshan was enraged, and his momentum suddenly became extremely sharp, like a king who reigned over the world, and could kill millions of people in anger. Just looking at the momentum, you can know that Lu Nanshan is very powerful, far surpassing Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei. However, Xiao Yun was still not afraid. Holding the black iron sword, he was able to exert his most powerful strength. Even Zhou Feiyu did not force him to use the black iron sword, which showed that Xiao Yun already valued Lu Nanshan in front of him very much.
Kill! Lu Nanshan did not continue to talk nonsense.
He immediately slashed at Xiao Yun with a knife, and the knife was sharp and domineering, covering the whole scene. In Xiao Yun's eyes, this knife seemed very ordinary, but it was very clean and neat, as if it cut off all the changes and skills. All the dodges and clever moves were cut off by this knife. It was obviously a very ordinary knife, but it cut off all of Xiao Yun's retreat and dodge methods. Even Xiao Yun's spirit was drawn into it by the knife, as if he fell into an illusion and couldn't extricate himself.
What a natural sword body! Xiao Yun had to praise him.
In terms of sword moves alone, he was definitely not the opponent of Lu Nanshan in front of him. Lu Nanshan, who had a natural sword body, was absolutely invincible in the sword path of the same level, and there was no one. However, Xiao Yun is not just a swordsman, his core is strength. No matter how powerful your sword moves are, I just need to have strong strength. No matter what moves you have, I will chop them with one sword, moving forward without hesitation and invincible.
Shwa!
Xiao Yun waved the black iron sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Nanshan. He did not use any combat skills, but just slashed at him casually, which seemed full of loopholes.
Lu Nanshan glanced at him and immediately mocked, "Is this all your strength?
In our heavenly sword Holy Land, any cultivator in the body refining realm can use a sword better than you."
"I admit it."
Xiao Yun nodded, and then he slashed down with a sword. A powerful force burst out instantly, like a storm rolling against the sky.
Lu Nanshan's face suddenly changed in horror.
He felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him, like a mountain crashing towards him.
"I don't know how to use a knife.
I only have powerful strength, a powerful strength that surpasses everything. No matter what tricks you use, I will chop them off with one knife. I firmly believe that one force can defeat 10 skills." Xiao Yun pressed his knife towards Lu Nanshan, knocking the long knife in the opponent's hand away.
The aftermath of his power even made Lu Nanshan spit blood and fly backwards fiercely.
In the face of absolute power, Lu Nanshan was actually killed by Xiao Yun with one knife. If people outside saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim continuously because it was too shocking. That was Lu Nanshan, who had a natural knife body. He was not just a cat or dog, but a real peerless evildoer. Senior brother Xiao is so powerful. After refining the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma lucidum, he might really be able to kill that time and space body. Not far away, Tang Yunyun witnessed this battle, with a storm in her heart and a shocked face.
A peerless evildoer was actually severely injured by Xiao Yun's knife.
What kind of power is this? Puff! After knocking down a big tree, Lu Nanshan stood up quickly, but he couldn't help coughing up blood. He looked at Xiaoyun opposite him with an unbelievable look, and said in horror, "Your sword is really 360,000 pounds. He regretted it in his heart. He underestimated Xiaoyun. He didn't expect that Xiaoyun's sword was really made of 1,000-year-old black iron and weighed 360,000 pounds. If he had known this, he would never fight Xiaoyun so hard, that would simply be courting death. Who are you? Lu Nanshan quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, then while regulating his breath, he looked at Xiaoyun opposite him and asked in a deep voice, "An unknown person can't have such power, who are you? Want to take the opportunity to delay time to heal your injuries?" Xiaoyun looked at Lu Nanshan with a teasing look and said. Lu Nanshan's face changed slightly. He did have this plan. After all, he was seriously injured because of his carelessness just now. At this time, fighting with Xiaoyun again, it would be a bit disadvantageous. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyun saw through it at a glance. Although I am still not afraid of letting you recover from your injuries, I am not that stupid. While you are sick, I will kill you. This is the cruel law of the cultivation world. Xiaoyun said, and then waved the black iron sword again to kill Lu Nanshan. Let Lu Nanshan recover from his injuries, and then fight fairly? Ha, Xiaoyun is not that kind of idiot. They have already fought to their death, so why bother about fairness or unfairness, just kill the other party directly. Kill! Xiaoyun shouted loudly and used the combat skill 10,000 swords returning to the sea. Suddenly, countless sword shadows condensed, like dense raindrops, forming a large net, covering Lu Nanshan in it. This 10,000 swords returning to the sea has long been deduced to the ultimate combat skill realm by him using the Epiphany system, so it is very powerful. It was because of practicing this combat skill that Emperor Tian Kai gave the black iron sword to Xiaoyun. Although Xiaoyun has always fought with his fists, in fact, he is in the strongest state when he uses a sword. After all, how can bare hands be sharper than swords? What's more, Xiaoyun's sword is extraordinary. It is made entirely of 1,000-year-old black iron, weighing 360,000 jin, and is extremely powerful. Xiaoyun can use this sword to exert his extraordinary strength. Damn it! Lu Nanshan's face changed drastically. His injuries have not yet fully recovered, and he can only exert 70% of his combat power. At this time, fighting is too disadvantageous for him. But there is no way. Xiaoyun is determined not to wait for him to recover from his injuries. Lu Nanshan has no choice but to meet him with a sword. However, this time Lu Nanshan is much smarter. He knows that his strength is not as good as Xiaoyun, so he will not fight Xiaoyun head-on, but use body skills to dodge, and use clever strength to remove Xiaoyun's huge power. 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Lu Nanshan shouted, and slashed out with a knife, emitting an inexplicable force, which deviated the direction of Xiaoyun's black iron sword, and he took the opportunity to dodge. Xiaoyun's face changed slightly. Lu Nanshan's swordsmanship was too clever. He actually used the opponent's force to defeat him and dissolved his invincible power. Kill! Lu Nanshan would not miss such an opportunity. As a strong man with rich combat experience, he immediately integrated his man and sword, and his spirit was constantly condensing and rising. At this moment, Xiaoyun even felt a hint of danger. Lu Nanshan, who was in the state of man and sword, had a lot of strength, much stronger than before. Boom! Lu Nanshan's sword was rolling, like a landslide and tsunami. The blade was shaking, and a blazing white light erupted, making the blade extremely dazzling. This sword has an unparalleled momentum, like an invincible sword, sweeping across the world, and even the mountains and rivers were shattered by this momentum. No matter who it is, in front of this extremely fierce momentum, they all feel shocked and their souls tremble. This is my strongest sword. It was originally prepared for Yi Wuchen. I will use it to kill you today. Lu Nanshan shouted, his eyes were sharp, his face was full of confidence, and he was full of confidence in his sword. This sword gathered all his strength and integrated his spirit into it. It was definitely a terrifying sword that exceeded the limit. The power of the natural sword body was perfectly demonstrated in this sword. This is an invincible sword, and it is also a sword that destroys everything. This sword is devastating, unstoppable, and unstoppable. Xiaoyun looked at the sword coming towards him, and felt that his body was a little stiff. The soul in his body was about to explode and he couldn't move at all. Lu Nanshan's sword not only contained powerful power, but more importantly, it also carried the impact of Lu Nanshan's spirit. This is the strongest sword that integrates material attack and spiritual attack. You really can't underestimate the heroes of the world.
Xiao Yun was shocked and couldn't help but sigh.
This Lu Nanshan is indeed a peerless evildoer, and his strength is beyond his imagination. Facing Lu Nanshan's knife, Xiao Yun felt the threat of death for the first time. Like Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei before, it is impossible for them to pose such a threat to Xiao Yun. But Lu Nanshan did it, which shows how powerful he is. He is indeed a peerless evildoer. You are very strong, I will kill you with my strongest power to show my respect for you. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yun immediately revealed the vision of the prototype of the chaos body. 30 colorful pillars of heaven went straight to the sky. The terrifying aura of the projection of the avenue immediately shook off Lu Nanshan's mental shock. What? Lu Nanshan looked at the 30 avenue projections behind Xiao Yun with a shocked face. As the son of the Holy Land, he certainly recognized what it was. The prototype of the chaos body, 30 avenue projections. Lu Nanshan looked at Xiao Yun with a face full of horror, and said in shock, "You are from the Chaos Holy Land, and you are practicing the Chaos Sutra?" The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. After showing the prototype of the Chaos body, Xiao Yun immediately used the two powerful defensive skills of Golden Bell Cover and Tai Chi Divine Palm.
Boom! At the same time, Lu Nanshan's strongest knife also hit the golden shield on Xiao Yun's body fiercely.
The powerful defensive skill of the Golden Bell Cover burst out with a powerful defensive force at this moment, and forcibly resisted the forward force of Lu Nanshan's strongest knife. Break it! Lu Nanshan's eyes flashed with divine light, and he shouted loudly, because he knew very well that if he couldn't kill Xiao Yun with one blow, he would be dead today. Because, he couldn't use such a powerful blow a second time. With this blow, either the enemy would die or he would die. It was such a domineering blow, otherwise how could it be called the strongest blow? Kill, 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 Lu Nanshan kept roaring, trying to break through the golden shield on Xiao Yun's body, and he was completely desperate. The blazing sword light kept bombarding the golden shield, making Xiao Yun's golden bell tremble constantly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the golden shield on Xiao Yun's body finally had a crack, which made Lu Nanshan's eyes reveal an excited smile. But his smile soon solidified. Because after the golden bell was broken, a huge Tai Chi diagram rushed out, shaking Lu Nanshan and his sword away. No, Lu Nanshan screamed, flew backwards, blood spurting from his mouth, his face full of despair. What an extremely powerful sword! Xiao Yun looked at Lu Nanshan, who was knocked away by the Tai Chi diagram, with a hint of wonder in his eyes. Lu Nanshan's most powerful sword blow just now was so amazing, like a destructive strike from a god, it shocked him very much. If he hadn't been stronger than Lu Nanshan, if he hadn't deduced the Golden Bell and Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate level, I'm afraid he might not be able to defeat Lu Nanshan. Also a second-level divine body, this Lu Nanshan is much more powerful than Zhang Yunfei and Zhou Feiyu. Xiao Yun had only seen such a strong person in the Fantasy Tower, and he could at least be ranked among the top 20 strongest people in the history of the body refining realm. It's a pity that such a person met Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun would not show mercy to his enemies. He just sighed and continued to kill Lu Nanshan with his knife. Boom! Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth and slashed with his sword, resisting Xiao Yun's attack. However, he, who had been severely injured, was no match for Xiao Yun. He vomited blood after being slashed by Xiao Yun, and was forced into a desperate situation. Xiao Yun was a little surprised. Lu Nanshan's strength had dropped too much. It seems that the most powerful sword just now has great side effects. Xiao Yun looked at Lu Nanshan and said with a smile. Lu Nanshan's face was gloomy, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Spare my life, and I will help you deal with Emperor Li Chang." He begged for mercy. This made Lu Nanshan feel extremely humiliated, and it was simply his greatest shame. But he really doesn't want to die here. He has a natural sword body, is a peerless monster in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and has the potential to become the great emperor. His dazzling life has just begun, and he doesn't want to end here. Moreover, Lu Nanshan felt that if he was given time, he would definitely defeat Xiao Yun in the future and wash away his shame today. Puff! As soon as Lu Nanshan finished speaking, he was struck by Xiao Yun's knife and vomited blood and flew backwards. Xiao Yun continued to swing his sword towards Lu Nanshan and said with a sneer, "If I were not as strong as you, I would have been killed by you just now. Now that you have lost, you want to beg for mercy. Do you think this is just playing house? Do you want to play games? Sorry, this is a cruel world of cultivation. If you lose, there is only one way to die. As for Emperor Li Chang, I will kill him without any help from your subordinates." Lu Nanshan was forced into a desperate situation by Xiao Yun. He was frightened and shouted quickly, "You underestimate Emperor Li Chang. The supreme body has terrifying power that is beyond your imagination. I admit that you are very strong, but I want to tell you, when I had a sparring match with Emperor Li Chang, I was almost killed by one of his moves, and that was just a sparring match. Xiao Yun was shocked when he heard this, but he still slashed at Lu Nanshan with his sword and snorted coldly, "Since Emperor Li Chang is so strong, I don't need your help anymore. After all, you can't even resist one of his moves." Xiao Yun's sword became more and more fierce, and his powerful force made Lu Nanshan cough up blood and retreat. Lu Nanshan felt that he could no longer hold on anymore. He yelled at Xiao Yun, "You madman, kill me. Our heavenly sword Holy Land will not let you go. My grandfather is..." These were Lu Nanshan's last words. Before Lu Nanshan could finish speaking, Xiao Yun's black iron sword had already shattered Lu Nanshan's internal organs. Lu Nanshan's body was still intact and his eyes were still open, but inside his body, it was already a piece of minced meat. Xiao Yun's powerful power, combined with the amplitude of the black iron sword, killed this peerless monster with a natural sword body in one fell swoop. This was also the first peerless evildoer and the first holy son of the Holy Land that Xiao Yun had killed. 10 more epiphanies added. Xiao Yun checked the system and his face suddenly beamed with joy. Killing a genius with a special physique will reward you with 10 epiphany opportunities. For this reason, Xiao Yun would not let Lu Nanshan go, so no matter how he begged for mercy, it was all in vain. After Xiao Yun took off Lu Nanshan's space ring, he returned to sit next to the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma lucidum and waited for the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma lucidum to mature. Not far away, Tang Yunyun saw that Xiao Yun had ended the battle, so she rushed over and started digging a hole nearby. Xiao Yun was stunned, looked at Tang Yunyun with some confusion and asked, "Junior sister Tang, what are you doing?" Tang Yunyun said with a serious face, "Senior brother Xiao, you can't let others know that you killed Lu Nanshan, otherwise it will cause trouble." Xiao Yun's heart warmed, but he still shook his head and said, "Junior sister Tang, you are making too much fuss. My master once said that in the true dragon's nest, we can fight each other, and the various sects will not become enemies because of this." When Tang Yunyun heard this, she glanced at Xiao Yun strangely and asked, "Senior brother Xiao, are you afraid that you don't know Lu Nanshan's specific identity?" Xiao Yun asked doubtfully, "Isn't he the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land? Doesn't he have any special status?" Tang Yunyun nodded, and then said solemnly, "Lu Tiandu, the contemporary son of the god of the heavenly sword Holy Land, known as the Bad Sword, is his grandfather." Xiao Yun was a little surprised when he heard this. He had heard Ditian mention the tyrant sword Lu Tiandu before, because he was a peerless evildoer from the same era as Ditian. Ditian said that this man was very powerful and was already a half-step saint. Once he became a saint, he would become the new holy master of the heavenly sword Holy Land. No wonder Lu Nanshan mentioned his grandfather before he died. Xiao Yun immediately recalled Lu Nanshan's words before his death. However, Xiao Yun is not afraid. He is the holy son of Chaos Holy Land. No matter how strong Lu Tian is, can he still come to Chaos Holy Land to kill him? However, Xiao Yun asked curiously, "Junior sister Tang, Lu Tiandu is from the same era as my master, at least 1,000 years old, how could he have such a young grandson?" Tang Yunyun smiled bitterly and said, "Once we cultivators enter the extraordinary realm, our lifespan will reach 1,000 years, so we generally don't get married before entering the extraordinary realm. After all, if your partner cannot enter the extraordinary realm, then you will be sad for 1,000 years." Xiao Yun suddenly realized that cultivators get married very late. Tang Yunyun continued, "Moreover, peerless monsters like Lu Tiandu only have the pursuit of the great emperor of enlightenment in their hearts, and they generally don't have children and private affairs. They will only fall in love when they meet a proud daughter of heaven who is as powerful as him, so they get married late." Xiao Yun nodded. If it were him, he would make the same choice. There is no way. The lifespan of cultivators will increase as their strength increases. If your partner cannot enter the extraordinary realm, then he will only have a lifespan of a few hundred years. Wouldn't you have to be a widow for thousands of years? Therefore, when cultivators look for a partner, they will look for someone who is equally matched. This so-called equally matched is not about status, but about cultivation and potential. A genius like Xiao Yun is destined to become a saint, or even a quasi-emperor, with a lifespan of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. With so much lifespan, Xiao Yun will definitely not consider women who only have a lifespan of a few hundred years. At least he must find a woman who can become a saint. Of course, this is a later story. At this time, Xiao Yun's eyes have been attracted by the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma in front of him. Because the ninth leaf of this 9-leaf sky Ganoderma has completely condensed and formed, emitting a faint golden light, and a refreshing fragrance spreads, causing the surrounding grass and trees to grow rapidly and the flowers to bloom. There is no doubt that this 9-leaf sky Ganoderma is completely mature.
It's finally ripe. Xiao Yun's face was immediately full of excitement.
As long as he refined this 9-leaf sky Ganoderma, his strength would increase by another 100,000 gene.
By then, with 900,000 gene of strength, would he still need to fear Li Qingdi?
Brother Xiao, hurry up and pick it. I heard from Master that if the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma is not picked in time, it will slowly dissipate between heaven and earth.
Tang Yunyun beside him hurriedly reminded.
Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it will take another week for it to slowly disappear." Having said that, Xiao Yun immediately picked the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma and held it in his palm. This 9-leaf sky Ganoderma is very huge, as big as a human head, crystal clear, with 9 golden leaves, emitting brilliant light.
Brother Xiao, please refine the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma quickly. I will protect you.
After saying this, Tang Yunyun began to wander around. Once she found someone coming, she could yell to remind Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun immediately sat down cross-legged and began to swallow the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma. Although it was large in size, it melted in his mouth and tasted cool, which made him feel refreshed. Then, Xiao Yun felt a majestic life essence surging in his body, nourishing his body and making his skin emit bursts of crystal light. It really deserves to be a treasure. Xiao Yun began to practice the skills, trying his best to absorb and refine this majestic life energy.
For a while, his whole body was full of rosy clouds and mist.
The forest was illuminated by Xiao Yun's light body, just like daylight. Green life energy began to drill out from Xiao Yun's pores, entwining his body and surrounding him. At this moment, Xiao Yun felt warm all over his body, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. His internal organs, flesh, blood, and bones seemed to be undergoing a transformation and sublimation, constantly improving.
The life force of the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma was too majestic.
Xiao Yun absorbed it for half a day but did not absorb it all. Until midnight, his body was glowing, constantly evolving, and becoming stronger. Another hour passed, and when all the life force of the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma was absorbed by Xiao Yun, a golden divine flame began to emerge from his body, and began to burn his body, as if he was being recast.
Xiao Yun endured the torment of his body.
He knew that now was the critical moment of transformation. It was impossible for a mortal body to catch up with those special physiques without going through some tempering. The blazing divine flame was roasting Xiao Yun's body, destroying his old body and forging a new body. If he had not absorbed the huge life force of the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma before, his body would have been burned by the divine flame at this moment. With the help of the huge life force of the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma, Xiao Yun's body can resist the refinement of the divine flame, begin to improve his life essence, and let his body evolve to a higher level. A golden light gradually released from Xiao Yun's flesh and bones, and even spread outside his body, allowing him to merge with the golden divine flame.
The next morning,
the morning glow enveloped the entire forest, and the dew on the nearby leaves and flowers reflected the crystal clear light, as beautiful as transparent water pearls, and the breeze brought fresh air.
Xiao Yun had slowly opened his eyes, and he found that his body was stronger than before, and even his height had grown a little bit.
And in his body, there was an extremely powerful force surging, like the rolling Yangtze River, and like a surging river, wanting to erupt. Every cell of his seemed to contain powerful energy, and his entire body seemed to have been tempered by thousands of hammers. This was a rebirth from the ashes, like an immortal phoenix reborn from the ashes, allowing Xiao Yun's body to transform successfully again. The last time this kind of change happened was when he was forging the prototype of the chaos body. At this moment, he already had 900,000 gene of strength, which was very close to the limit of 1 million gene.
With such strength, who can still be my opponent in this true dragon's nest?
Xiao Yun's eyes showed a bright light, full of confidence and extraordinary domineering.
Swish!
Tang Yunyun sensed that Xiao Yun had finished practicing, and hurriedly flew over from a distance.
Xiao Yun smiled at Tang Yunyun and said, "Thank you, junior sister Tang, for protecting me. Senior brother Xiao, you are polite. By the way, senior brother Xiao, how do you feel now?"
Tang Yunyun waved her hand, then blinked her eyes, staring at Xiao Yun with curiosity. She wanted to know what changes Xiao Yun had made. However, Xiao Yun restrained all his aura, and with Tang Yunyun's little strength alone, she couldn't see the reason at all.
"I feel better than ever before."
Xiao Yun grinned, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go, let's continue to the core of the true dragon nest."
Tang Yunyun nodded, and then the two set off again, rushing to the core of the true dragon nest.
This time, within half a day, they entered the core of the true dragon nest. Not far away, there was a faint noisy sound, which attracted their attention.
Brother Xiao, there seem to be a lot of people over there. Should we go over and take a look?
Tang Yunyun listened for a while, looked at Xiao Yun and asked. Xiao Yun pondered and said, "It's good to go and take a look. If there are any treasures, we can also grab them."
Tang Yunyun was a little speechless.
This senior brother was really confident. But speaking of it, the treasures in the true dragon nest are all ownerless. Since Xiao Yun has the strength, it is indeed possible to rob them. The strong are respected, and the weak are the prey of the strong, which is the law of survival here. In the lush forest, there is a long green river flowing into the distance. There is a small tree growing by the river, which is only about 1 person tall, but the trunk is vigorous and powerful, exuding a sense of ancient vicissitudes. The branches and leaves of this small tree are extremely lush, and there are many white flowers among them, but what makes people curious is that it only produces one fruit, which is golden and exudes a light golden glow, which is extremely dazzling.
This golden fruit is extraordinary at first glance.
Some young monks in the distance all looked at the golden fruit with greed on their faces, but no one dared to pick it up. Because near this small tree, there are 3 figures standing against each other. They are Li Qingdi of the spacetime body, Zhang Haoran of the God King body, and Zhao Wuji of the ancient saint body.
The 3 peerless monsters are here. Who dares to snatch the treasure in front of them?
The 3 peerless monsters now formed a triangle, surrounding the small tree in the center.
Anyone who dared to step in would be attacked by the other 2. Each of their faces was full of solemnity and vigilance. Oh my God, that's the Bodhi tree, the legendary sacred tree. It is said that the Bodhi tree blooms for 1,000 years and bears fruit for 1,000 years. The flowers fall and the fruit ripens. This fruit is called Bodhi fruit. Eating it can make people enter a state of enlightenment instantly. It is one of the 10 great treasures in the world. Even those saints and quasi-emperors will go crazy for it. If this treasure is taken out, it can be exchanged for a holy weapon. Li Qingdi, Zhang Haoran, and Zhao Wuji are all here. I wonder who can get this Bodhi fruit.
When Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun rushed over, they heard people around them talking.
Bodhi tree? Bodhi fruit?
Xiao Yun listened to the discussions around him and looked towards the river ahead. Sure enough, he saw a small tree and a golden fruit on the tree. It was about the size of a fist, golden in color, and very dazzling. However, what attracted Xiao Yun's attention more were the 3 peerless monsters next to him. Li Qingdi, Zhang Haoran, Zhao Wuji. These 3 peerless monsters actually gathered together, which was somewhat beyond Xiao Yun's expectations. However, Xiao Yun soon became happy. He had been looking for Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji for a long time, and now he finally met these 2 guys. Kill Li Qingdi and subdue Zhao Wuji.
Xiao Yun thought secretly, this is what he will do next. If it is spread out, it will definitely cause a sensation.
After all, Xiao Yun's plan is too arrogant.
Is Li Qingdi, the body of time and space, so easy to kill? He is already the recognized strongest person in the true dragon nest. There is also the ancient holy body Zhao Wuji, whose strength is also extremely powerful. After all, he also has the supreme body. Even if he is inferior to Li Qingdi, he is not much worse. But Xiao Yun is still full of confidence. He has just completed a transformation, and his strength has reached 900,000 jin. Among the same level, he is definitely ranked first. Brother Xiao, this is the Bodhi fruit. Once taken, it can make people enter the state of enlightenment instantly.
It is one of the 10 great treasures in the world.
It will definitely be of great help to you.
At this time, Tang Yunyun's excited voice came from the side. Xiao Yun then looked at the golden fruit again, and the small tree, which did look similar to the Bodhi tree and Bodhi fruit recorded in the book. However, Xiao Yun was not too interested in this. After all, he still had 154 opportunities for enlightenment. He has an enlightenment system, and enlightenment is too worthless for him, far less than the treasure that can transform his body, such as the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma.
Brother Xiao, this Bodhi fruit is too precious. Li Qingdi and the others will definitely fight for it.
You must be careful. You know, this Bodhi fruit can allow them to enter the state of enlightenment, thereby helping them to comprehend a super combat skill and increase their strength by 100,000 pounds. Tang Yunyun said solemnly, of course, it would be a waste to take this Bodhi fruit in the body refining realm. They are more likely to take it when they reach the bottleneck of the heavenly realm. At that time, they can use the state of enlightenment to break through to become a saint in one fell swoop.
Hearing Tang Yunyun's next words, Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he was struck by thunder, and he was stunned.
Yes, although this Bodhi fruit is useless to me, it will definitely be useful to Master.
Master has been trapped in the extraordinary realm for many years.
If he has this Bodhi fruit, he will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the heavenly realm. And once you enter the heavenly realm, you can increase your lifespan by another 1,000 years.
Do you still need to find a treasure to increase your lifespan? Xiao Yun thought about it again and again in his heart.
He just considered himself. For him, who has the enlightenment system, the Bodhi fruit is naturally of little value and is not taken seriously by him. But for Di Tian, it is of great value. The reason why Di Tian was trapped in the extraordinary realm was because his Chaos Sutra could not break through to the next level, but if he had the help of this Bodhi fruit, he would be able to break through to the next level immediately. At that time, Di Tian would break through the bottleneck and be promoted to the heavenly realm. The strong in the heavenly realm can not only increase their lifespan by 1,000 years, but also have more powerful power. Once Di Tian becomes a great power in the heavenly realm, Xiao Yun will not have to worry about Di Tian's fall, and the stronger Di Tian is also a great support for him when he was weak. After thinking about it, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled, staring at the Bodhi fruit in front of him, his eyes full of the light of determination.
This Bodhi fruit is mine,
Xiao Yun said softly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Almost instantly, he had decided to seize this Bodhi fruit and give it to his master to help him become a great power in the heavenly realm. Junior sister Tang, wait here for a moment, I'll go and grab the Bodhi fruit.
Xiao Yun then whispered to Tang Yunyun. Tang Yunyun nodded.
She also knew that she would only drag Xiao Yun down if she went there. After all, the strength of Li Qingdi and others was too strong, and Zhou Feiyu could not compare with them. However, Tang Yunyun still reminded, Senior brother Xiao, be careful, and the Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe.
It will not be completely ripe until all the flowers on the Bodhi tree fall. Xiao Yun nodded. These are also recorded in the classics of their Chaos Holy Land.
It is necessary to wait until all the Bodhi flowers fall before the Bodhi fruit is completely ripe. This is also the reason why Li Qingdi and the other three have not taken action until now. The Bodhi fruit is not ripe. Once they fight, the Bodhi fruit is destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, and they will be heartbroken.
Shwa! Xiao Yun walked towards the Bodhi tree.
Because he walked out of the crowd, he stood out from the crowd. Therefore, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and people around him began to talk about it. All eyes were focused on Xiao Yun.
Who is that guy? Doesn't he want to live? How dare he approach the Bodhi tree?
Humph, with 3 peerless evildoers here, he still dares to covet the Bodhi fruit. He really wants money over his life and doesn't know whether to live or die.
I seem to know him. His name is Xiao Yun.
He is a disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. He defeated Zhang Yunfei outside before.
Hey, Chaos Holy Land actually sent people here this time. Aren't they afraid that Taichu Holy Land will drive them all out?
How can a mere Zhang Yunfei be comparable to 3 peerless monsters? Even if this person comes from the Holy Land of Chaos, there is no way he can defeat Emperor Li Chang and the others.
The Holy Land of Chaos is really in decline.
It doesn't matter if the disciples who came out are not strong enough.
They don't even have the brains.
There was a burst of discussion from behind. Xiao Yun's ears moved slightly, and 5 silver flying knives appeared in his hand. They were shot out instantly, turning into silver meteors and rushing into the crowd. Puff puff puff, as 5 screams rang out, 5 young monks suddenly fell down in the crowd. Everyone looked quickly and found that they all had silver flying knives stuck in their foreheads. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed with shock, and then they looked at Xiao Yun with fear on their faces and backed away. Xiao Yun glanced at them coldly and said in a cold voice, "You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense, otherwise people will die." His tone was very cold, like ice and snow in winter, so cold that it caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Everyone couldn't help but shut up one after another, and no longer dared to talk about Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, turned around and continued walking towards the Bodhi tree. In this real dragon's nest, he had no scruples at all. Anyone who dared to be presumptuous would be killed directly.
At the same time, because Xiao Yun's action also attracted the attention of Emperor Li Chang and the others.
These 3 peerless evildoers all looked towards Xiao Yun, their eyes filled with a frightening sense of oppression. Xiao Yun also looked directly at them, his eyes like knives, sharp and sharp, like an unsheathed sword, finally activating the peerless power.
Ha!
Emperor Li Chang looked at Xiao Yun in front of him, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had heard the discussions around him before, so he knew that Xiao Yun came from the Chaos Holy Land. In other words, this person was the Xiao Yun mentioned by the Supreme Elder Wan Yanghui, who had defeated their Taichu Holy Land's lightning body Jie Yulong. This made Emperor Li Cheng feel strange. Before coming in, the high-level officials of their Taichu Holy Land gave Zhou Feiyu and others a death order to kill Xiao Yun and let the Chaos Holy Land return empty-handed again. As for Emperor Li Cheng, the high-level officials of the Taichu Holy Land did not give him an order. Because in the eyes of the high-level officials of the Taichu Holy Land, a mere mortal body Xiao Yun was not the opponent of Zhou Feiyu and others, and there was no need to bother Emperor Li Cheng to take action. When Emperor Li Cheng heard that Xiao Yun was just a mortal body, he did not take Xiao Yun seriously. At this time, everyone had entered the true dragon's nest for a while. Logically speaking, Zhou Feiyu and others should have killed Xiao Yun. But why did this person appear here? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Qingdi's eyes. Could it be that Zhou Feiyu and the other rubbish didn't even find anyone? When Li Qingdi looked at Xiao Yun, Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji beside him also looked at Xiao Yun. Zhao Wuji recognized Xiao Yun at a glance and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to come here too. Did you encounter any danger along the way? Zhao Wuji's tone actually showed some concern, which surprised the crowd not far away. Only a few people knew that Xiao Yun had surrendered to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji naturally regarded Xiao Yun as his follower, so he was very concerned. After all, this was his first general under his command. Psychopath. Xiao Yun glared at Zhao Wuji. If Li Qingdi hadn't been here, he would have slapped him. However, Xiao Yun knew that his biggest enemy now was Li Qingdi. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Zhao Wuji after Li Qingdi was dealt with. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached the Bodhi tree while sizing up Li Qingdi in front of him, guessing his strength. Stop! Zhang Haoran finally spoke, staring at Xiao Yun with sharp eyes, full of contempt, and said proudly, "This is not a place where any cat or dog can come. Get out of here quickly. You are not qualified to compete with us for the Bodhi fruit. Who are you? How dare you bark in front of me?" Xiao Yun stared at Zhang Haoran coldly. How dare you? Zhang Haoran didn't expect that a mere unknown person would dare to speak rudely to him. He was immediately furious and wanted to attack. You are the one who is presumptuous. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji next to him couldn't help but look at Zhang Haoran coldly, snorting, "This is my follower, the first general under my command. I asked him to come here, why are you dissatisfied?" Zhang Haoran's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything more. Although he is also a peerless evildoer, Zhao Wuji is a disciple of the Holy Land. Although their Holy King sect is powerful and catching up with the Holy Land, in terms of foundation, it is not as good as the Holy Land. However, Zhang Haoran took a deep look at Xiao Yun, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he remembered this person and was ready to settle accounts in the future. Xiao Yun didn't take Zhang Haoran seriously at all. His eyes were locked on Li Qingdi in front of him, and his eyes flickered, speculating on Li Qingdi's strength. Li Qingdi glanced at Xiao Yun indifferently and asked lightly, "You are lucky. You didn't meet Zhou Feiyu and others." Xiao Yun was stunned, although he smiled casually. It turned out that Li Qingdi thought that he was able to come here alive because he didn't meet Zhou Feiyu and others, so he escaped. Li Qingdi didn't know that Zhou Feiyu and others had already been killed by Xiao Yun. After all, this news was too shocking. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun looked at Li Qingdi and sneered, "My luck has always been good. For example, this Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe, as if it is waiting for my arrival." Tisk. Zhang Haoran next to him sneered. He looked at Xiao Yun with a mocking face. He obviously felt that Xiao Yun was too arrogant to regard this Bodhi fruit as his own. Did they three peerless monsters just for show? Zhao Wuji was not angry. He crossed his arms, his eyes were bright, and his two golden eyes looked at Xiao Yun and praised, "You are worthy of being the first general under my command. You are really domineering. I seem to have seen the scene of you sweeping the world with me in the future." Xiao Yun said that he was too lazy to pay attention to this lunatic. He began to shift his gaze and looked at the Bodhi fruit in front of him. He found that there were only 3 flowers left on the Bodhi tree, and it was about to mature. Before the Bodhi fruit was ripe, Xiao Yun would not take action. Otherwise, with 3 peerless monsters here, any one of them could easily destroy the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yun stared at the 3 flowers on the Bodhi tree and waited patiently. The other 3 peerless demons were also waiting patiently. They did not take Xiao Yun seriously. After all, Xiao Yun had no outstanding achievements except defeating Zhang Yunfei. If Xiao Yun was a genius with a special physique, and he came from the Chaos Holy Land, he might have attracted the attention of Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji. But Xiao Yun was just an ordinary body, so he was not taken seriously by Li Qingdi and others. After all, the gap between the ordinary body and the supreme body is too big. Time passed bit by bit. Not long after, 2 flowers fell from the Bodhi tree, fell on the ground, merged into the soil, and turned into invisible spiritual energy, nourishing the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree released a faint halo, and the Bodhi fruit on it became more dazzling. The golden divine light was extremely dazzling, and there was a refreshing fragrance. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone present became solemn, and they all held their breath. Because everyone knew that the Bodhi fruit was about to mature. Only the last flower was left. Once this flower fell, it would be the time for the Bodhi fruit to mature. At that time, the 3 peerless monsters in front of them would definitely grab it without hesitation. At this time, the eyes of Li Qingdi and the other 2 became sharp, like a sharp sword, staring at the Bodhi fruit tightly, and at the same time alert to the other 2. Xiao Yun was ignored by them. Xiao Yun was also happy with this. He stared at the Bodhi fruit for a while, and then glanced at Li Qingdi and the other 2, thinking about who to attack first. Now it seems that Li Qingdi is the strongest and fastest. If I were Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, I would definitely join forces to deal with him first. Xiao Yun calculated in his heart, with a light flashing in his eyes. He already knew who to attack, that was Emperor Li Chang. Kill Emperor Li Chang first, this guy is too fast. Once he grabs the Bodhi fruit, if he wants to escape, no one can catch up. A silver light flashed in Xiao Yun's hand, and a silver flying knife was taken out and held tightly in his palm. At this moment, the last flower on the Bodhi tree fell, and endless golden light suddenly gathered, making the Bodhi fruit as bright as the sun. The pupils of the 3 peerless monsters present suddenly shrank, and then their eyes burst into brilliant divine light. The Bodhi fruit is finally ripe. The people watching the battle from a distance all widened their eyes, because they knew that the 3 peerless monsters were going to fight, and no one wanted to miss such a wonderful scene. Near the Bodhi tree, Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoren, 3 peerless monsters, had already moved at the first time. Swish! It must be said that Li Qingdi, who has a body of time and space, is too fast. He appeared in front of the Bodhi tree almost instantly, just like teleporting, and then reached out to pick the Bodhi fruit. Stop! How dare you! Seeing this scene, Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji shouted loudly and attacked Li Qingdi one after another. Once Li Qingdi dared to pick the Bodhi fruit, he would be attacked by them. This is called Wei Wei to save Zhao. At this moment, a silver flying knife had already been shot out before Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren made a move. The flying knife cut through the void, leaving an unpredictable trajectory in the air, and instantly cut on the back of Li Qingdi's hand that was reaching for the Bodhi fruit. Li Qingdi frowned, turned his head and looked at Xiao Yun with a look of surprise, as if he didn't expect Xiao Yun to have this skill. Moreover, the power carried by this flying knife was too strong, and it actually blew away the back of his hand, and brought a trace of blood. He didn't know how shocked Xiao Yun was at this moment. Because Xiao Yun just felt that the flying knife he shot at Li Qingdi suddenly slowed down when it touched the back of Li Qingdi's hand, which weakened the power he attached to the flying knife by more than half. Otherwise, with his terrifying power of 900,000 pounds, it would be enough to blast Li Qingdi's palm. This is time deceleration. He can control time deceleration in the body refining realm. Xiao Yun's eyes were extremely solemn, and he immediately put away his carelessness and stared at Li Qingdi with a vigilant face. Li Qingdi's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, Li Qingdi's situation is not very good now, because although he blocked Xiao Yun's flying knife, he was hit by Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren together. The strength of these 2 peerless monsters is very strong. After all, they also have supreme bodies. The 2 supreme bodies joined forces to attack. Even Li Qingdi had to treat it seriously. He had to give up picking the Bodhi fruit and turn to face Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. The silver light emanated from Li Qingdi's body like flowing water, turning into a bright moon, white and sacred, about the same size as him, floating behind him, and the light enveloped him, extremely dazzling. It must be said that Li Qingdi's strength is too strong. He stood in front of the Bodhi tree, like a god, with a bright light all over his body. The silver moon revolved around his body, and a wave like a storm in the sea swept in all directions. Boom! Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji's joint attack was blocked by Li Qingdi, and he only took a half step back, still standing in front of the Bodhi tree, looking extremely powerful. Everyone watching the battle from a distance was extremely shocked. It's the phenomenon of the moon rising from the sea. The phenomenon of Emperor Li Chang turned out to be the moon rising from the sea, which is a very powerful phenomenon. Emperor Li Chang is too strong. He can actually block the joint attack of the 2 peerless monsters without any damage. Everyone was amazed. But no one noticed that Xiao Yun had quietly lurked behind Emperor Li Chang while he was fighting against Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Maybe Emperor Li Chang noticed it, but he didn't take Xiao Yun seriously. In his heart,
Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran in front of him were his biggest enemies.
So, even though he had discovered Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Cheng didn't care, he just arranged a layer of defense behind him. And he continued to activate his phenomenon, that is, the moon rising from the sea, and bombarded Zhang Haoran and Zhao Wuji on the opposite side.
Because these two peerless monsters have joined forces again to kill. War God Fist. Zhao Wuji roared, shaking the sky. He was full of vigor, with golden flames flashing in his eyes. He punched forward fiercely, carrying a terrifying force. Behind him, a vision of a peerless war god appeared, and he punched fiercely. Dominate the world. Zhang Haoran slapped Li Qingdi with a palm, and behind him appeared a scene of gods worshipping, and the vision was extremely horrifying. He was like a real god king, sitting high in the 9 heavens, dominating the world, ruling the heavens, and countless gods were kneeling and worshipping him. The two peerless monsters showed their most powerful attacks, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Li Chengdi's eyes showed unprecedented solemnity. He did not dare to underestimate these two people. He immediately urged his vision and went to meet them. Splash! In the sea, waves were surging continuously, and a bright moon slowly rose up, like a peerless scimitar, slashing towards Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran, with peerless sharpness and magnificent momentum. At the same time, the attacks of Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran also poured down. Suddenly, the place was bright and dazzling. Boom! Explosions sounded in pieces, and they were endless. Insolent! Suddenly, in the bright light, Li Qingdi shouted angrily. Everyone looked closely, but they were shocked. Because in their sight, Xiao Yun actually rushed towards Li Qingdi without knowing whether to live or die, and he was holding a black sword, slashing at Li Qingdi's back fiercely. At this time, Li Qingdi was fighting fiercely with Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran. It must be said that Xiao Yun grasped the timing very accurately. 80% of Li Qingdi's combat power was used to deal with Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoran, and very little combat power was available to deal with Xiao Yun. However, Li Qingdi was a peerless evildoer after all. Even though he had very little power to mobilize, he did not take Xiao Yun seriously. He turned his hand and slapped Xiao Yun, just like slapping a fly, and did not think that Xiao Yun could threaten him at all. However, he did not notice the grim smile on Xiao Yun's lips. Dare to underestimate me? Humph, you asked for it. Xiao Yun's eyes were cold and he sneered grimly. The black iron sword in his hand was already raised high. The powerful force surging in his body was like the rolling Yangtze River and the surging river, pouring into the black iron sword. Suddenly, the black iron sword seemed to come alive, emitting a dark glow. When it cut through the void, it seemed to form a dark abyss, swallowing up all the light around it. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Li Qingdi's heart. He looked at the iron sword in Xiao Yun's hand, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Did you find it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Xiao Yun laughed loudly, and the terrifying power of 900,000 jin in his body had already rushed out with the iron sword, and chopped down at Li Qingdi with a mighty blow. Xiao Yun's sword was too powerful. When his 900,000 jin power completely erupted, Li Qingdi was immediately the first to bear the brunt and felt the terrifying murderous intent. How is it possible? Li Qingdi was horrified. He didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so strong. At this time, it was too late to raise his strength to resist. In a hurry, Li Qingdi could only mobilize a small part of his strength and use his special moves. Time deceleration. Space solidification. Li Qingdi roared, and his body of time and space was pushed to the limit by him, bursting out the forbidden moves of time and space. The surrounding space solidified to resist the invasion of the black iron sword, but Xiao Yun's power was too strong. With only a little space power mobilized by Li Qingdi now, it could not resist the 900,000 jin power attack. Even if Li Qingdi then used time deceleration, it was useless. Because Xiao Yun was too close to Li Qingdi, the black iron sword had already chopped in front of Li Qingdi, and his special move was too late. It must be said that Xiao Yun saw the perfect opportunity to attack. In a hurry, Li Qingdi didn't even have time to mobilize his vision. Xiao Yun's power was already extremely powerful. Now one attacked with all his strength and the other responded hastily. The result is obvious. Crack! With a cracking sound, the space seemed to shatter. Li Qingdi's solidified space did not block Xiao Yun's black iron sword. The black blade tore through the layers of void and slashed towards his chest. At this moment, Li Qingdi felt a suffocating pressure. The 900,000 jin power completely erupted, and the terrible power of the black iron sword reached its peak at this moment. The terrifying energy was like a raging wave, constantly rushing towards Li Qingdi. Li Qingdi's palm print was torn apart in an instant, and the powerful force bombarded like a rotten wood,
blasting Li Qingdi's entire body backwards. Puff! During the backward flight, Li Qingdi spurted blood and his face turned pale. He stared at Xiao Yun beside the Bodhi tree in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. He was really shocked. Only when he really touched Xiao Yun's knife did he know how terrifying Xiao Yun's power was. Even if the opponent was not a sneak attack, it was enough to threaten him. Is this the ordinary body that the great elder Wan Yanghui said? Li Qingdi couldn't help cursing in his heart. If Wan Yanghui said in front of him that Xiao Yun was just an ordinary body, he would definitely slap him without hesitation. Have you ever seen an ordinary body with 900,000 pounds of strength in the body refining realm? Li Qingdi felt that he was pitted by Wan Yanghui. If he had been a little wary of Xiao Yun before, he wouldn't be so miserable at this moment. Oh my god, what did I see? Emperor Li Chang was spitting blood and flying after being chopped by that guy. Is this Chaos Holy Land disciple named Xiao Yun so powerful? How is it possible? Emperor Li Chang was seriously injured by Xiao Yun's sword. Not far away, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd watching this place. Many people were gasping, staring with wide eyes, all with disbelief on their faces. Even Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran were stunned for a moment, as if they didn't expect Xiao Yun to actually hurt Emperor Li Chang. Moreover, with their eyesight, they could naturally see that Emperor Li Chang was seriously injured this time. Just looking at Emperor Li Chang's pale face, you can tell that Emperor Li Chang must have suffered a great loss this time. This made Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran feel unbelievable. How powerful is Emperor Li Chang? Just now, the two of them joined forces, but they couldn't suppress Emperor Li Chang, and even had the upper hand over Emperor Li Chang. This shows how powerful Emperor Li Chang is. But such a powerful and peerless evildoer was actually severely injured by Xiao Yun, an unknown person. Although Xiao Yun was suspected of sneak attack, it also showed that Xiao Yun was very strong. After all, if it was an ordinary person, even if Li Qingdi stood there and let you attack, you probably couldn't hurt Li Qingdi. Time and space body? It seems that it's just like that. At the same time, Xiao Yun picked the Bodhi fruit from the Bodhi tree under the gaze of everyone. He laughed and said, "Yes, this Bodhi fruit is mine." Li Qingdi took the elixir from a distance and secretly adjusted his injuries. He couldn't stop Xiao Yun from picking the Bodhi fruit. He could only watch with his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy and he was no longer as calm as before. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran were also blown away by Li Qingdi just now, and they couldn't stop Xiao Yun from picking the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yun became the big winner in one fell swoop. However, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran still stopped Xiao Yun one after another. Obviously, they would not give up such a treasure as the Bodhi fruit. Emperor Li Chang, who was far away, was also waiting for an opportunity and quietly recovering from his injuries. Boy, I didn't expect you to be able to hurt Emperor Li Chang, but it was just a sneak attack after all. Hand over the Bodhi fruit and I can spare your life. Jiang Haoran stared at Xiao Yun coldly. Although Xiao Yun hurt Emperor Li Chang, he still didn't think Xiao Yun was stronger than himself. This is also common sense in the cultivation world. Special physiques are deeply rooted in people's hearts. No one thinks that Xiao Yun, a mortal body, can defeat a genius with a special physique. Of course, if Xiao Yun showed the prototype of the chaos body, it would be different. Only Emperor Li Chang, who was healing in the distance, knew how terrifying Xiao Yun was, but he was not stupid enough to remind Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, letting the two fight to the death with Xiao Yun, and then he would come to take advantage. Why not? Zhao Wuji also looked at Xiao Yun at this moment. There was some surprise in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, you are beyond my expectation. I really admire you more and more. Give me the Bodhi fruit. When I become the great emperor in the future, you can be my spokesperson and patrol the world for me. Under one person, above millions of people, how about it?" Xiao Yun glanced at Zhao Wuji, then glanced at Jiang Haoran, then hooked his finger at them and said coldly, "Come here, kneel down, and submit to me. I will spare your lives today." This statement can be said to be extremely arrogant. Provoking two peerless monsters in a row is simply not knowing whether to live or die. But with the scene of Xiao Yun severely injuring Li Qingdi just now, the people in the distance did not dare to mock him, and they just looked at this place with full concentration. In the field, Jiang Haoran heard Xiao Yun's arrogant words and snorted coldly, "You are simply a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. It seems that I need to let you know clearly today that your Chaos Holy Land has fallen. Why are you still barking? Come here, I will kill you now." Xiao Yun looked at him coldly, his tone full of disdain. Jiang Haoran couldn't stand it anymore. He directly attacked Xiao Yun, and a golden palm print suddenly covered the sky and swallowed Xiao Yun. Boom!
Xiaoyun also moved, like a volcano erupting. The originally calm space was suddenly filled with boiling energy, gushing out along his fists. With one punch, 9 light fists flew out, sweeping the world with might. The palm print that Zhang Haoran hit was shattered by Xiaoyun's fist, and the terrifying power even penetrated the fist print and bombarded Zhang Haoran like a tidal wave. Bang, 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 Zhang Haoran was repeatedly repelled. He looked at Xiaoyun opposite him with a face full of horror, his eyes full of disbelief. The opponent's strength was far superior to his, reaching 900,000 jin. Oh my god, seeing Zhang Haoran being beaten back by Xiaoyun, the crowd watching from a distance suddenly cried out and boiled. Now they can be sure that Xiaoyun definitely has the strength to rival the peerless evildoer. This turned out to be a dark horse, and now he finally showed his peerless edge. In the field, Zhang Haoran's face was gloomy. Looking at Xiaoyun opposite him, he said in a deep voice, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect that Chaos Holy Land would produce such an evildoer like you. No wonder they dared to send people in this time. Now it's my turn," Xiaoyun said coldly, and then he performed the 9 turns tyrant fist. The 9 light fists merged into one, turning into a shocking blow, rushing towards Zhang Haoran. "I'm not afraid of you," Zhang Haoran shouted. Under the eyes of so many people, he didn't want to dodge because it was too embarrassing. After all, he was a supreme body, and Xiaoyun was just an ordinary body. Facing the attack of an ordinary body, did he, a supreme body, have to dodge? Wouldn't this make others look down on the supreme body? Is there still the majesty of the supreme body? Zhang Haoran used all his strength to activate the God King body, just like a God King, dominating the world. Every palm was majestic, like a piece of sky falling down. Endless light burst out from between his palm prints, sweeping towards Xiaoyun like an overwhelming flood, rumbling and pouring down, with an extremely shocking momentum. At this moment, Zhang Haoran's body burst out with an unparalleled aura. His body surface was bright, the divine light was thousands of feet, and the terrifying aura ravaged the entire space. Seeing this, the spectators in the distance were all sighing with emotion. The strength of the God King body was worthy of being one of the top 10 supreme bodies. Xiaoyun didn't care. His face was very calm. He just punched over, and the golden light intertwined, like golden lightning tearing the sky, with a majestic momentum. Boom! The two fought fiercely for a while, shaking the earth, and even the big trees next to them rose from the ground and exploded in the sky. The terrifying power swept out, making the surrounding land in a mess, and countless big trees fell to the ground. Huge cracks, like spider webs, covered the entire earth and extended to the distance. Kill! Each palm of Zhang Haoran carried a terrifying power, like a god king's anger, with millions of corpses lying on the ground, extremely terrifying. But Xiaoyun's fist was even more powerful. His 900,000 jin of power completely burst out. The power was so terrifying that it directly swept away Zhang Haoran's palm print. Boom! 9 light fists turned into bright lights, forcing Zhang Haoran to retreat again and again. The powerful force made Zhang Haoran cough up blood from the corners of his mouth, and his face turned pale. The people watching the battle from a distance were all shocked. Zhang Haoran was actually at a disadvantage and was injured by Xiaoyun. He was no match for Xiaoyun. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiaoyun had gained an absolute upper hand. The God King body is just like this. Xiaoyun sneered, and a blazing fist burst out, engulfing Zhang Haoran. The terrifying power made Zhang Haoran bleed continuously. Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, who were not far away, looked serious at this moment, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Xiaoyun's strength made them dare not underestimate him anymore. But Zhang Haoran was extremely angry. He was actually defeated by an ordinary body, which was really unbearable. You are too arrogant. Today I will let you see clearly the absolute gap between the ordinary body and the God King body. The gods are destroying the world. Zhang Haoran suddenly shouted, and behind him, the vision of the Hall of the Gods appeared. There were countless phantoms of gods, accompanying him and rushing towards Xiaoyun, as if the gods were destroying the world. Comparing visions? Do you think I don't have visions? Xiaoyun snorted coldly, his black hair fluttered without wind, and 30 colorful light pillars appeared behind him, reaching straight to the sky, with extraordinary power. When the projection of the Great Tao appeared, everyone in the distance exclaimed, "What is that?" It's the projection of the Great Tao. He actually practiced the legendary Chaos Sutra and even forged the prototype of the Chaos Body. It's actually the prototype of the Chaos Body, no wonder he is so powerful. How old is he? He has already forged the prototype of the Chaos Body. The first saint of the Chaos Holy Land, Di Tian, was not so terrifying.
Everyone talked about it, and they were all shocked. As the first supreme body in the heavens and the worlds, the chaos body is too dazzling. Even if Xiao Yun has only forged the prototype of the chaos body now, it is enough to shock everyone. Even Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, who were not far away, stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of shock.
The chaos body of the Chaos Holy Land is really famous. Or, the former Chaos Emperor was really terrifying, the first emperor of the heavens and the worlds, the strongest since ancient times. This also created the myth of the chaos body, which was recognized by the heavens and the worlds as the first supreme body.
So that's it, what a mortal body, it's just bullshit.
Li Chengdi greeted Wan Yanghui again in his heart. This bastard is really embarrassing.
A great elder went to the Chaos Holy Land to test others, but he didn't even see that Xiao Yun practiced the Chaos Sutra and forged the prototype of the Chaos body.
He is simply a waste.
I didn't expect that the Chaos Holy Land has been silent for so many years, and there is another madman who dares to practice the Chaos Sutra.
No wonder he dares not take me seriously.
Not far away, Zhao Wuji looked at the majestic Xiao Yun in front of him, and finally put away the idea of wanting to subdue Xiao Yun in his heart. In the cultivation world, everyone knows that people who practice the Chaos Sutra are lunatics.
Do you still expect such people to submit to you? It's impossible. The last generation of Emperor Tian is the most famous.
He has fought with the Supreme Body and fought fiercely with the Chongtong.
He has never admitted defeat. Of course, no one can defeat Emperor Tian.
Emperor Tian, who has already forged a half-step chaos body, is enough to compete with those supreme bodies.
He is simply invincible at the same level.
And now, another Xiao Yun has appeared in the Chaos Holy Land.
What shocked everyone was how old this Xiao Yun was.
Not more than 20 years old, he has already forged the prototype of the chaos body. With such comprehension, it is certain that he will forge a half-step chaos body in the future. If he is lucky, he may really be able to forge the invincible chaos body in the 10,000 worlds.
Puff!
Just when everyone was shocked, the battle in the field had already been decided. After Xiao Yun erupted the prototype of the chaos body, with his 900,000 gene strength, he quickly defeated Zhang Haoren's vision and beat him again, causing him to spit blood and fly away. This time, Zhang Haoren was seriously injured and kept coughing up blood when he fell to the ground. His injuries were more serious than those of Li Qingdi just now.
Kill! Xiao Yun would not show mercy and continued to kill Zhang Haoren. He did not want to leave a big enemy for himself in the future.
But at this moment, a golden figure blocked Xiao Yun. He exuded a terrifying aura, forcing Xiao Yun to stop. This person was Zhao Wuji, a peerless evildoer with an ancient holy body. Xiao Yun frowned and looked at Zhao Wuji in front of him. He was going to kill Zhang Haoren before killing Zhao Wuji, but he didn't expect this guy to be so eager to come over and die.
Zhao Wuji stared at Xiao Yun with his piercing eyes at this moment, and said with a fighting spirit on his face, "The chaos body, which is rare in the world of cultivation, unexpectedly happened to me today. Although you have not completely created the chaos body, you still have it. It's worth my while. There is no doubt that this is a war fanatic and a martial arts fanatic."
Zhao Wuji is indeed very warlike, otherwise he would not have challenged all the body-refining realm monks in the Tyrant Holy Land by himself. You know, when in the body-refining realm, everyone stays within the sect and practices individually, and generally does not go out to explore. Only after reaching the Xinxiao realm and gaining the ability to fly with a sword can one go out to explore and gain experience. It can be seen from this that this Zhao Wuji is really a martial arts idiot, born for fighting. But such people are also very scary, because they have very rich combat experience, and they fight very hard, living for fighting and dying for fighting.
The ancient holy body is also called the fighting holy body, which is no joke.
Among the 10 supreme bodies, the ancient holy body is a special existence.
He may be weak, but he may also be very strong.
When it is weak, the ancient holy body is at the bottom among the 10 supreme bodies, even inferior to some second-level divine bodies. But when it is powerful, the ancient holy body can challenge the chaotic body. In the ancient times, there was a great ancient holy body that challenged the Chaos Emperor.
Although he was defeated by the Chaos Emperor in the end, it also made the ancient holy body unparalleled in the world.
After that, the ancient holy body and its lineage all wanted to challenge the chaotic body in order to wash away the shame of the past defeat. It's a pity that there has never been a second chaos body since the Chaos Emperor. Now, after finally seeing the prototype of a chaotic body, how could Zhao Wuji not be moved? The fighting spirit in his heart had already been aroused. Fighting the chaos body is my lifelong pursuit. Zhao Wuji stepped forward and walked towards Xiao Yun. His body burst out with a blazing golden light, as if a sun had merged into his body, making him look bright and dazzling. And behind Zhao Wuji, there is a huge golden figure, like the god of war from the ancient times, coming across the long river of time and space to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with divine power like a prison and a fighting spirit soaring to the sky. Boom! Zhao Wuji took a step forward, and the huge force caused the ground to sink for a while, and the surroundings showed a terrifying scene of earth shaking and mountains shaking. It was as if the ground had been trampled by Zhao Wuji. Amidst a violent roar, Zhao Wuji's fist appeared in front of Xiao Yun. These are a pair of golden fists, which seem to be made of gold. The whole body is shining with golden light, like a sun, its brilliance is dazzling. God of War Fist. Zhao Wuji shouted violently, and a monstrous force burst out from his fist, rushing towards Xiao Yun like a mighty river. The golden god of war behind him also struck with a punch. The powerful force was frightening to the extreme. 9-turn hegemonic fist. Xiao Yun sneered and activated the 9 turns hegemony fist, unleashing 900,000 kilograms of combat power. His punch was very terrifying, like thunder striking down, like a giant axe splitting a mountain, like a waterfall flowing down thousands of miles. This momentum is too powerful and overbearing. No one can stop this overbearing momentum. Under the impact of Xiao Yun's fist, even the ghosts and gods in heaven and earth will surrender. Almost instantly, Xiao Yun raised his energy and spirit to its peak state. His fists enveloped the world, making it impossible for Zhao Wuji to dodge. Of course, Zhao Wuji would not evade, as he had a fierce fighting spirit in his heart. Kill! Kill! The two of them shouted violently, and then started fighting each other, like two prehistoric tyrannosaurs, fighting constantly, extremely fiercely and cruelly. This kind of fist-to-fist fight is very visual and shocking, and people watching from a distance can't help but exclaim. However, Jiang Haoren, who had been injured by Xiao Yun before, took advantage of this opportunity to flee far away and disappeared into the jungle. He knew very well that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be unlucky and might be killed by Xiao Yun, so it was better to leave first. Xiao Yun also saw Jiang Haoren escape, but unfortunately he had no chance to pursue him. The Zhao Wuji in front of him could not be solved at once. Since he escaped, let's subdue you first. Xiao Yun looked at Zhao Wuji indifferently, and then activated the 30-colored sky pillars behind him. These avenue projections suddenly burst out with terrifying energy, making his fists even more intense. When Xiao Yun activated the vision behind him, Zhao Wuji knew that the situation was not good, because he had already used the vision, but still lost to Xiao Yun. Now that Xiao Yun activated the vision again, how could he resist? Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Yun's vision came out, the terrifying fist force was like shattering the heaven and earth, coming in a mighty and devastating manner, as if it had exploded the world, and its power was unparalleled. At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt that he was alone and helpless. Everything around him disappeared, even the sky and the earth disappeared. Everything fell into boundless darkness. Only one fist was left to threaten the heaven and earth, and it was blasting towards him. In this dark world, Xiao Yun is the invincible god, the unrivaled peerless overlord, and the supreme king who looks down upon him. Boom! Following Xiao Yun's fist, he was enveloped. Zhao Wuji only felt his arms trembling violently, his knuckles cracked, and his body was thrown out like a tree rising from the ground, like a cannonball. Puff! While flying backwards, Zhao Wuji was still spitting blood, his face as white as paper. Obviously, in the frontal battle, he was no match for Xiao Yun and was defeated by Xiao Yun. Shwa! It was at this time that Li Qingdi, who had been staying in the distance to heal his wounds, disappeared, as if he had teleported. But Xiao Yun felt a strong sense of crisis coming from behind him. Want to sneak attack me? Humph, I've been on guard against you. Xiao Yun sneered in his heart. Li Qingdi wanted to sneak attack him like before, but he underestimated him. Xiao Yun had been on guard against Li Qingdi. After all, this person's strength was still above Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Sure enough, Xiao Yun guessed correctly. At this critical moment, Li Qingdi's sneak attacked him from behind. That speed was too fast, faster than lightning, like teleportation. However, just as Li Qingdi approached Xiao Yun, a dazzling light rose from the surroundings, like a field, covering the entire earth, covering Xiao Yun and Li Qingdi. It's a formation! Someone exclaimed not far away. Li Qingdi was also shocked, because he found that the space around him seemed to solidify a lot, which slowed down his speed a lot. Moreover, there were countless silver flying knives shooting from all directions, covering Li Qingdi. I've been waiting for you to be fooled. Xiao Yun stared at Li Qingdi, who was trapped in the formation, with a sneer on his face. Boom! After Li Qingdi's speed slowed down, and with the silver flying knights restraint, Xiaoyun easily resisted Li Qingdi's attack and beat him back. After all, 900,000 gene of strength is no joke, and it is definitely above Li Qingdi. What's more, Li Qingdi's injuries have not recovered completely, but only half of them. Facing Li Qingdi at his peak, Xiaoyun is not afraid, let alone a half-crippled Li Qingdi. Under the bombardment of Xiaoyun's 9-turn tyrant fist, Li Qingdi was constantly retreating, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes on his chest red.
Obviously, Xiaoyun has an absolute advantage in strength. When did you set up the formation? Li Qingdi asked with a gloomy face, while resisting Xiaoyun's attack and retreating quickly.
At this time, in the formation, Li Qingdi's speed was severely weakened, and there was more than one formation here, and there was another formation that could actually disrupt the space, making him unable to use the power of space. Obviously, Xiaoyun had been prepared and had set up 2 formations specifically for him. When you were fighting with Zhang Haoren, Zhao Wuji and others, I had already set up the formation. Xiaoyun sneered with a smug look on his face. He waved a pair of golden fists and continuously bombarded Li Qingdi in front of him, making Li Qingdi retreat step by step.
Xiaoyun was very vigilant about Li Qingdi from the beginning.
His master Di Tian prepared so many means for him just to target this person. Therefore, when Li Qingdi was fighting with Zhao Wuji, Zhang Haoren and others, Xiaoyun had already set up the formation in secret. Anyway, just drop some spirit stones at the key position. As long as it is done secretly, it is difficult to be discovered. Moreover, the cultivators in the body refining realm will never be involved in the formation, because they don't even have enough time to practice super combat skills, so how can they be stupid enough to study the formation? Therefore, no one thought that Xiaoyun would be proficient in the formation. At that time, Li Qingdi and the others were fighting, and they didn't pay much attention to Xiaoyun at that time, so they didn't notice Xiaoyun's movements. Later, after Xiaoyun severely injured Li Qingdi was healing and had no time to pay attention to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun took advantage of the battle with Zhang Haoren and Zhao Wuji to finally set up 2 formations. They were 2 simple formations, which were easy to set up. They were called Chaos Formation and Dragon Locking Formation. Xiaoyun didn't use the most powerful formation 8 Gates Locking Formation because it was too difficult to set up. However, relying on Chaos Formation and Dragon Locking Formation alone, plus Xiaoyun's strength, it was enough to deal with Li Qingdi. Chaos Formation can disrupt space and limit Li Qingdi's spatial power, and Dragon Locking Formation can weaken Li Qingdi's speed. So, now Li Qingdi's speed is not that fast and can't threaten Xiaoyun. It seems that you have been targeting me for a long time, and I deserve the injury. Li Qingdi's face was gloomy, but he also accepted the defeat with conviction.
The opponent had been planning to deal with him before entering the true dragon's nest, and what about him? He didn't take Xiaoyun seriously at all. With such a comparison, Li Qingdi's defeat was not unfair. That Wan Yanghui said that you are a body of time and space, and he praised you so much, of course I have to pay attention to you. Xiaoyun grinned, and then punched and killed Li Qingdi, hitting him so hard that he spurted blood. Li Qingdi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cursed Wan Yanghui again in his heart. That idiot, it's okay if he didn't test the depth of the enemy, but he even exposed himself. Li Qingdi was really pitted by Wan Yanghui this time. It's a formation, it's actually a formation. And there are 2 formations, when did Xiaoyun set them up?
I'm afraid that Emperor Li Chang will fall into Xiaoyun's hands this time.
I didn't expect Xiaoyun to have this skill. How strong is his comprehension?
Not only has he practiced many super combat skills, but he is also proficient in formations.
He is less than 20 years old, right? This formation is specifically aimed at Emperor Li Chang's time and space body.
It seems that the Chaos Holy Land has prepared well for this day. The Taichu Holy Land has definitely been calculated this time.
The Chaos Holy Land is worthy of being the most ancient Holy Land.
Even if it has declined, it will still burst out with brilliant light.
There has been a lot of discussion in the outside world.
Everyone can see that with the help of the formation, Xiaoyun has completely gained the upper hand and defeated Li Qingdi step by step. Li Qingdi's originally white clothes have been stained with blood. He suffered serious injuries and was increasingly defeated by Xiaoyun.
Everyone was shocked.
That is the body of time and space, and today it is actually defeated by a mortal body.
Of course, Xiaoyun can't be said to be a mortal body now.
He has cultivated the prototype of the chaos body, which is equivalent to the 3rd level king body. It's just that it's a miracle for the king body to defeat the supreme body. There is no doubt that Xiaoyun created this miracle.
After today, the name Xiaoyun will surely resound throughout the cultivation world. Someone sighed. Everyone nodded.
Today, Xiaoyun defeated Jiang Haoren, Zhao Wuji, and Li Qingdi in succession.
If he doesn't become famous, then everyone in the cultivation world will be blind.
In the formation.
While resisting Xiaoyun's fierce attack, Li Qingdi was thinking about a plan to escape.
But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a chance to escape. Because Xiaoyun's attack was too fierce, and he would use flying knives to hit him from time to time, so he couldn't get rid of it at all. The two formations covering this place, although a little simple, have strong defense, and Li Qingdi can't break them instantly. Unless someone attacks the formation outside, it can create an opportunity for Li Qingdi.
But who dares to attack these two formations now?
Others don't have the ability and dare not, only Zhao Wuji can do it, so Li Qingdi immediately shouted, "Zhao Wuji, break the formation quickly, otherwise I will die, and you won't be better." Although the formation covers this place, it is just two simple formations, and it can't prevent Li Qingdi's voice from spreading. Therefore, Zhao Wuji, who was healing outside, heard Li Qingdi's words immediately. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but flicker his eyes, as if he was considering whether to rescue Li Qingdi. In fact, his best choice now is to take the opportunity to escape from here, so that Xiaoyun can't threaten him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he didn't need to save Li Qingdi at all. Instead, he could use Xiaoyun to get rid of Li Qingdi, the future enemy.
However, in the end, Zhao Wuji still chose to take action. He didn't want to flee like this, that would be too embarrassing.
Moreover, Zhao Wuji thought that Xiaoyun was more powerful and would definitely be his biggest opponent in the future. It would be better to take this opportunity to join forces with Li Qingdi to kill Xiaoyun.
Boom!
Once Zhao Wuji made a decision, he immediately took action. He used the God of War fist and held the invincible fist seal in his hand. The fist light was dazzling and bright, and it fiercely hit the formation in front of him. In the formation, Xiaoyun said with a cold face, "Zhao Wuji, you are looking for death."
Boom! The formation was finally broken by Zhao Wuji.
After all, these were just two simple formations, and their defenses were not that strong. They could not block the attack of this peerless evildoer, Zhao Wuji.
Aha!
As soon as the formation was broken, Emperor Li Chang suddenly disappeared from Xiaoyun's eyes. Without the restrictions of the formation, Emperor Li Chang could already use the power of space to shrink the ground to an inch. Coupled with the acceleration of time, he suddenly gained terrifying speed.
Xiaoyun couldn't even see Emperor Li Chang's figure.
He could only feel Emperor Li Chang attacking at high speed from behind.
Golden Bell. Tai Chi Divine Palm.
Without any hesitation, Xiaoyun immediately used these two defensive skills when the formation was broken. Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram surrounded his body, and a golden bell enveloped him, protecting his body layer by layer.
Boom!
At the same time, Emperor Li Chang also slapped his palm on the golden bell, erupting with a surging force that caused golden light to shine everywhere, and the sound was like thunder. However, Emperor Li Chang did not break through Xiaoyun's golden bell, because Xiaoyun now had a strength of 900,000 kilograms, and the golden bell's defense was very powerful. What's more, Emperor Li Chang had been severely injured after being beaten by Xiaoyun for so long, and the power he could exert was very limited.
God of War Fist.
Zhao Wuji also came from another direction and attacked Xiaoyun with Emperor Li Chang. People in the distance showed their shocked faces.
Two peerless monsters besieged Xiaoyun. This was something they had never dared to imagine before.
At that time, Xiaoyun was just an unknown person. Who would have dared to imagine that he would face off against two peerless monsters 1-2?
One of them is Emperor Li Chang. In the field, Xiaoyun resisted Emperor Li Chang's attack while resisting Zhao Wuji's attack.
His face was extremely cold and his voice was cold to the bone. Very good.
Do you think that without the formation, I can't do anything to you? I will kill you today.
You, what nonsense body of time and space, ancient holy body, are all a bunch of rubbish in front of me, Xiaoyun.
Xiaoyun's tone was very domineering and arrogant.
But Xiaoyun does have such confidence. He has 900,000 kilograms of power, and coupled with the prototype of the chaos body, his strength has already surpassed Emperor Li Chang and Zhao Wuji.
Kill!
Xiaoyun used the 9 turns hegemony fist and punched forward violently. The momentum rose into the sky, like a rolling mountain range, stretching for 108,000 miles, connecting the sky to the earth, and was magnificent and majestic. Opposite them, Emperor Li Chang and Zhao Wuji only felt a heavenly dragon roaring towards them.
The majestic momentum made them breathless.
The terrifying power poured out like the water of the Milky Way, overturning the whole world.
Emperor Li Chang and Zhao Wuji tried their best to resist, but they still couldn't resist.
They were like a small boat in the sea, and they were instantly overturned by the huge waves.
Puff!
Puff! The two of them spurted blood and flew backwards. Even together, they couldn't stop Xiao Yun's punch.
The terrifying power exceeded their limits. The onlookers were exclaiming that both the two peerless monsters were defeated by Xiao Yun. This disciple from the Holy Land of Chaos was simply invincible at the same level.
Roar!
Xiao Yun succeeded in the attack but did not relax his attack.
He roared, and the entire void shook. Rolling sound waves pierced the sky, causing the towering trees around him to shake and explode.
The power of a roar is so violent.
Xiao Yun pursued Emperor Li Chang and Zhao Wuji. His momentum was countless times stronger than before. He was like a supreme god of war who stood tall and strong.
With his fists sweeping across, Zhao Wuji and Emperor Li Chang were defeated steadily. God of War fist, I am the god of war.
Zhao Wuji went completely crazy. Unwilling to be defeated by Xiao Yun, he roared and his whole body merged with the vision behind him, transforming into a golden god of war and punching Xiao Yun. Space is king, time is supreme, watch me destroy time and space with one palm. Emperor Li Chang also tried his best. He mobilized the power of time and space to the limit, which was contained in his palm movements, making his palm look like it traveled through the long river of time and space, carrying the power of time and space.
Kill Xiao Yun fiercely.
The two peerless monsters struck with all their might, causing the towering trees around them to explode. Their power spread out, and many huge cracks appeared on the ground, like spider webs.
Kill! There was nothing to say.
Xiao Yun waved the 9-turn hegemony fist and his whole body was enveloped in golden brilliance. His whole body was radiant, as if he was wearing a golden battle robe, and his aura was extremely frightening. As Xiao Yun punched out, the void trembled, and the terrifying fist force drained away the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. His two golden fists moved forward indomitably and were invincible, just like a majestic mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression.
Boom!
The place where the three men were fighting fiercely erupted with a terrifying sound explosion, which deafened people in the distance. The brilliant light rose into the sky, like a fire, burning the entire sky, making this place as bright as day.
Xiao Yun showed invincible power.
The projections of the 30 avenues behind him were majestic. As he took action together, his figure was as fast as lightning, pressing forward step by step, opening and closing, like chasing stars and chasing the moon, arriving quickly in front of Zhao Wuji.
Boom!
Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, bursting with blazing light, and smashed it hard into Zhao Wuji's chest. The powerful force seemed to distort the space, making Xiao Yun's figure a little blurred.
Roar!
Zhao Wuji roared, raised his fists and resisted with all his strength. The fists of the two collided fiercely, bursting out with a thunderous explosion, and then a burst of brilliant divine light surged out, blasting Zhao Wuji to spit blood and fly away.
Kill!
Li Qingdi took the opportunity to kill, and smashed it with one palm as if smashing the void, slowing down the flow of time around him, making Xiao Yun's movements a little slow.
Roar!
Xiao Yun roared, and the terrifying sound wave blasted out, which immediately shocked Li Qingdi. This is the super combat skill Dragon Power, which has been deduced to the ultimate realm by Xiao Yun. It suddenly broke out at this time, which caught Li Qingdi off guard. After all, sound wave attacks are very rare, and few people can practice them. Under the impact of the huge dragon's might, Li Qingdi paused, and Xiao Yun seized the opportunity and punched him. Helplessly, Li Qingdi could only fight Xiao Yun head-on and punched him.
Bang!
The two fists collided fiercely, bursting out with a metallic clanging sound, and brilliant light shone up, making the two of them seem to be covered with a layer of golden light, like two gods of war fighting fiercely. Then, everyone saw Li Qingdi spurting blood and flying backwards, and they immediately took a breath of cold air. Xiao Yun fought 1-against-2-1, defeating Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji. This time, he did not rely on the formation, but on his own strength, which shocked everyone present. For a time, the field was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone seemed to have their mouths covered, unable to make a sound.
Because it was so shocking, everyone didn't know what to say.
Li Qingdi, who had the 4th-rank supreme body, the name of the body of time and space, resounded throughout the ages, but now he was defeated by Xiao Yun, who had just forged the prototype of the chaotic body. The reputation of the chaotic body once again deeply rooted in people's hearts. After a while, someone sighed, the chaos body is worthy of being the #1 supreme body. It is only the prototype of the chaos body, but it is already so powerful.
This is a bit biased. Xiao Yun's strength is not entirely due to the chaos body prototype. His comprehension is truly powerful. Look at the combat skills he uses. They are all super combat skills, and he has deduced them to the ultimate combat skills. What kind of comprehension is this?
No wonder he can forge the chaos body prototype in a short time.
Yes, Xiaoyun's comprehension is too strong.
With such comprehension, I really believe that he may really be able to forge the chaos body and become the second chaos body in the ages. Once the chaos body is completed, it will be invincible in the world and sweep across the world.
Will the second Chaos Emperor be born in this life?
I heard that once the chaos body is fully developed, it will be able to challenge the Emperor just like the ancient saint body. The ancient saint body is restricted by shackles, and it is almost difficult to achieve the great Emperor. But the chaos body is different. It is the easiest for him to achieve the great Emperor. Once the chaos body achieves the great Emperor, it will definitely be the strongest among the great emperors. Throughout the ages, the Chaos Emperor has ranked in the top 10 among all the great emperors. Only a few amazing heavenly emperors and god emperors can be compared with him. It can be seen how terrifying the Chaos body is. If Xiaoyun can forge a real Chaos body, then in this life, the Chaos Holy Land will probably return to its peak and become the first Holy Land again.
Everyone was sighing and discussing.
And the battle between Xiaoyun, Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji and others has also come to an end. The two people who were hit hard by Xiaoyun one after another were getting more and more seriously injured, and they were no longer Xiaoyun's opponents. Then, the two decisively fled in two directions. Obviously, they are also afraid of death. Or, they have just entered the world of cultivation, and they have unlimited potential.
They don't want to die here. It's not worth it.
Xiaoyun glanced at the direction where Li Qingdi fled, and did not chase him, but chased Zhao Wuji. Because although Li Qingdi was seriously injured, his speed was still higher than Xiaoyun, which made Xiaoyun helpless.
I have to find a way to improve my speed in the future, otherwise I will suffer too much against Li Qingdi.
Xiaoyun thought to himself, and then winked at Tang Yunyun in the crowd, and chased Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's speed was much slower, and coupled with his serious injuries, he was even worse than Xiaoyun. After all, Xiaoyun had already deduced the divine wind step to the ultimate combat skill realm. In terms of speed, except for Li Qingdi, there are almost no people in the same level who can match him. What's more, Zhao Wuji was injured. After a while, Zhao Wuji was caught up by Xiaoyun.
Boom!
In a jungle, Xiaoyun punched Zhao Wuji, causing him to spurt blood and fly backwards. The latter even knocked down a lot of trees, and the blood stained the ground red. Xiaoyun stepped forward with a cold face and said with murderous intent, "Look at what you did. Not only did you let Jiang Haoran escape, but you also let Li Qingdi escape. If I don't kill you today, I will never be able to get rid of my hatred." If Jiang Haoran and Li Qingdi were killed, they would give him 20 chances of enlightenment, but Zhao Wuji took them away.
How could Xiaoyun not be angry?
What's more, killing Jiang Haoran and Li Qingdi would also help him eliminate two future enemies. Especially Li Qingdi, who was really terrible. Although Xiaoyun defeated Li Qingdi this time, you have to know that Li Qingdi has not grown up yet. He can only mobilize a little bit of his time and space power. Once Li Qingdi becomes powerful in the future, his time and space power will definitely be the most terrible power. On the other hand, although Jiang Haoran's God King body was also very powerful, Xiaoyun didn't care too much.
Xiaoyun, kill me if you want. I, Zhao Wuji, was born for battle and died for battle. At most, I will be a hero again in 18 years. Zhao Wuji roared, his blood boiling, golden light radiating. He stimulated the last of his strength and rushed towards Xiaoyun. It must be said that the ancient saint body is indeed a fighting saint body, especially when it encounters a martial arts fanatic like Zhao Wuji, which makes the ancient saint body even more powerful. But unfortunately, Xiaoyun's strength is much stronger than Zhao Wuji. Bang!
Xiaoyun knocked Zhao Wuji away again. He stepped on Zhao Wuji's chest, causing Zhao Wuji's eyes to turn red.
He shouted angrily, "Kill me if you want. Why humiliate me? Is this the mind of your chaos body?"
Xiaoyun stared at Zhao Wuji at his feet indifferently and snorted, "I suddenly changed my mind now.
I want you to be my follower.
In the future, you will follow me to fight in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, patrol the heavens and 10,000 worlds for me, and be my first general."
Why does this sound so familiar?
Zhao Wuji was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized it. His face was red and his whole body was shaking with anger.
Isn't this exactly what he said to Xiaoyun before?
At that time, Zhao Wuji didn't know that Xiaoyun would be so powerful. He felt that Xiaoyun had some talent, so he wanted to take him under his command. Now it's the other way around. Xiaoyun actually wants to take him under his command.
This is really a shame. I was slapped in the face.
Zhao Wuji was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted at Xiao Yun with red eyes, "You are dreaming that since ancient times, there have only been ancient holy bodies that died in battle, and no ancient holy bodies that have surrendered.
If you want to kill me, kill me. Surrendering to you is simply wishful thinking."
Xiao Yun sneered, "Don't make a decision too early, be careful of the law of true fragrance."
"Go to hell!" Zhao Wuji roared angrily.
He actually burned the ancient holy blood in his body, re-exploded his peak fighting power, shook off Xiao Yun's feet, and punched Xiao Yun fiercely. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed, and then he said with admiration, as expected of the ancient holy body, "It is simply the best fighting holy body in the world.
The better you perform, the more I appreciate you. Surrender to me and follow me to conquer the world. In the future you can dominate one area and leave your name in history, why not?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun exchanged punches with Zhao Wuji and knocked Zhao Wuji away again. Even if Zhao Wuji returns to his peak, he is still no match for Xiao Yun.
Asshole!
When Zhao Wuji heard Xiao Yun's words, he was so angry that he yelled angrily, because what Xiao Yun said now was what he said to Xiao Yun at the beginning. Such a reverse slap in the face made Zhao Wuji feel extremely humiliated.
In the mountains and forests, the battle is still going on.
However, it was Xiao Yun who was beating Zhao Wuji so hard that he was in a state of disarray. Zhao Wuji was no match for Xiao Yun at all. He only relied on the peak power of the burning ancient holy blood to return to his original state without lasting much time. Afterwards, it was a one-sided battle. Zhao Wuji was knocked to the ground one after another by Xiao Yun, and he was in a very embarrassed state.
Think about it carefully.
As the saying goes, one person can ascend to heaven after attaining the Tao. As long as you follow me, after I become the great emperor, your ancient holy land will soar again because of you.
I know that geniuses are unruly people. If you agree too early, you will be looked down upon by me. The more you resist, the happier I will be. This proves that you have a strong will and can definitely be my subordinate. The first general.
Be my follower, and when I become the great emperor in the future, you will be my spokesperson, patrolling all the worlds for me.
Under one person, above hundreds of millions of people, why not do it?
While Xiao Yun was talking, he beat Zhao Wuji so violently that he almost turned into a pig's head. Zhao Wuji could endure the physical pain, but he could not endure the mental torture, because the words Xiao Yun said were all the words he said to Xiao Yun.
This is really ironic.
He wanted to recruit Xiao Yun as his first general, and now Xiao Yun in turn recruited him as his first general.
What a slap in the face.
Zhao Wuji's eyes were red, and his face was filled with anger, and he yelled, "I, Zhao Wuji, fight in the heaven and on the earth, and will never surrender to anyone. I can only surrender to the ancient holy body who died in battle, but not to surrender."
Bang!
Xiao Yun punched him, causing Zhao Wuji to vomit blood again. This time, his injuries were so serious that he couldn't stand up even while lying on the ground. But Zhao Wuji's eyes were still full of powerful fighting spirit and unyielding will. Obviously, it is almost impossible to conquer a peerless monster like Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun himself knew very well that it was impossible for such a peerless monster to surrender to others. If it were Xiao Yun himself, he would rather die in battle than become someone else's subordinate. Geniuses all have their own pride, not to mention these peerless monsters. They have an invincible will, are strong and unyielding, and will not give in easily.
Try again. If it doesn't work, then you have to kill him.
Xiao Yun thought to himself. Immediately, Xiao Yun squatted on the ground, looked at Zhao Wuji, who was already furious, and said in a deep voice, "Let's make a gentleman's agreement.
I won't surrender to you. You'd better give up and give me a break, lest I look down on your chaotic body."
Zhao Wuji said coldly. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, "Listen to me first."
Zhao Wuji didn't speak, he just looked at Xiao Yun with a mocking look on his face, trying to make him surrender? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He would rather die in battle than condescend to others. Xiao Yun was not angry and continued, "Let's make an agreement. Between the two of us, whoever is stronger will dominate. In other words, now that you are defeated by me, then you will be my follower. One day, you will be defeated. If you kill me, how about I become your follower?"
Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and remained silent.
Xiao Yun smiled jokingly and said provocatively, "Do you think you will not be as good as me in the future?
You know, I have only created the prototype of the chaos body now, and it is not certain whether I can create the chaos body in the future."
"You have lost to me now, don't you have the confidence to defeat me in the future?"
Zhao Wuji's expression changed when he heard this. He would naturally not admit that he would be inferior to Xiao Yun in the future. In fact, he did not think that Xiao Yun would be stronger than him in the future. After all, Xiao Yun has not yet truly created the chaos body. His current strength is only due to practicing a few more super combat skills and deducing the super combat skills to the ultimate state. However, if you wait a few more realms of cultivation, it will not be certain whether they are strong or weak.
Zhao Wuji is very confident in his ancient holy body.
Not to mention that Xiao Yun is still just the prototype of the chaotic body. Even if it is a real chaotic body, he is not afraid. In the ancient times, some of their ancestors of the ancient holy body challenged the Chaos Emperor. Looking at the silent Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yun continued, think about it carefully. I can promise you that every time I break through a realm in the future, you will have a chance to challenge me. As long as you can defeat me, I will challenge you. Come and be your follower. Of course, if you can't defeat me, then why not be willing to be my follower? I will not lose to you in the future. Zhao Wuji roared after hearing this.
Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, then let's make this gentleman's decision.
I swear on the avenue of chaos, you can absolutely rest assured.
Do you really dare to swear on the avenue of chaos?
Zhao Wuji was a little surprised when he heard this and looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief. You must know that Xiao Yun wants to create a chaotic body, and in the future he can only take the path of chaos. But once Xiao Yun swears to the Tao of chaos, if he violates his oath, he will be destined to fail to realize the great emperor in the future. Of course, as long as you agree, I will immediately swear to the avenue of chaos. Xiao Yun said with a smile on his face. He was very confident in himself and could always be stronger than Zhao Wuji, so naturally he would not have to violate his oath.
It's a joke.
With the help of the Epiphany system, if he still can't defeat Zhao Wuji, it will really insult his identity as a time traveler and even more insult the system.
Okay, as long as you swear, I will promise you.
Zhao Wuji was silent for a moment, then nodded. He has confidence in himself. After a few more cultivation realms, he will definitely surpass Xiao Yun.
Moreover, it is not certain whether Xiao Yun can forge a real chaotic body in the future.
At that time, when their cultivation is getting higher and higher, his ancient holy body will become more and more powerful. Therefore, Zhao Wuji is full of confidence in his future.
Very good, you made a right choice.
Xiao Yun finally smiled after hearing this, and then he immediately swore to the Chaos Avenue. After listening to Xiao Yun's oath and confirming that there was no problem, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice, okay, I will be your follower for the time being.
When I leave the true dragon nest, I will announce it to the world.
Zhao Wuji didn't expect that he had threatened to never be Xiao Yun's follower before.
It's really good. Xiao Yun nodded. He didn't think Zhao Wuji would deceive him.
After all, this kind of person is not afraid of death, so there is no need to deceive him. At that moment, Xiao Yun helped Zhao Wuji up and let him recover from his injuries. And Xiao Yun was on the side, checking his system. Sure enough, after subduing Zhao Wuji, his system increased his chances of enlightenment by 20 times. This can also be judged that Zhao Wuji would not lie, otherwise the system would not have rewarded Xiao Yun with 20 chances of enlightenment.
This time I really made a lot of money. Xiao Yun checked the system with a happy face.
This time, in addition to subduing Zhao Wuji and getting 20 chances of enlightenment, he had previously defeated Zhang Haoren and Li Qingdi, as well as Zhao Wuji, and each got 3 chances of enlightenment, which is 9 times. In addition, during the battle, Xiao Yun caused several waves of exclamations in succession and also got 9 chances of enlightenment. This time he got a total of 38 chances of enlightenment, and the total number of enlightenments reached 192 times. He is one step closer to forging a chaotic body.
How can Xiao Yun not be happy?
In addition to gaining a large number of epiphanies this time, Xiao Yun's biggest gain was Zhao Wuji's follower.
This is an ancient holy body.
When he grows to the great perfection realm in the future, he can challenge the emperor and is definitely a super warrior.
In addition, there is the Bodhi fruit.
This treasure can help his master Di Tian break through the bottleneck and step into the heavenly realm, which will greatly increase his strength and lifespan. It can be said that since entering the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun's goals have mostly been achieved. Now he only has one goal left, which is to find another treasure that can transform his physical body and increase his strength to the limit of 1 million gene. As long as this task is completed, his visit to the true dragon nest this time will be a great success. Of course, if there is a chance, he will take the opportunity to kill Li Qingdi and Zhang Haoren here. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill them again after leaving the true dragon nest. After all, if Li Qingdi is killed outside, it will definitely cause a war between the Taichu Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land, which is not a responsibility that Xiao Yun can bear now. Therefore, in the true dragon's nest, it was Xiao Yun's only chance to kill them.
It's important to find the treasure first, and see if I can meet them by the way.
Xiao Yun thought to himself. Compared with killing Li Qingdi and the others, it is more important to find the treasure that can transform his physical body first. This is to build his supreme foundation, which will be of great help to him in the future to become a great emperor. Xiao Yun adjusted his body while waiting for Zhao Wuji to recover from his injuries. It must be said that the ancient saint body is indeed worthy of being the supreme body, and its recovery ability is simply amazing. Xiao Yun saw with his own eyes that after Zhao Wuji swallowed a few pills, his injuries recovered very quickly, the big bump on his head had disappeared, and the wounds on his body were restored to their original state. The powerful aura and surging blood energy once again spread from Zhao Wuji's body, causing his body to emit a golden light, dazzling and dazzling.
The ancient saint body is worthy of being the fighting saint body. Xiao Yun sighed secretly. What is the fighting saint body?
That kind of physique that gets stronger with each battle and has a terrifying recovery ability is the battle saint body. In this regard, the ancient saint body has an absolute advantage, and the heaven tyrant body is second only to it, so the two are rivals because they are both battle maniacs.
I haven't met the heaven tyrant body yet. If I can subdue him, it will be so face-saving. Xiao Yun suddenly thought of Wu Gang's heaven tyrant body.
If he also subdues Wu Gang, then when he goes out in the future, he will carry an ancient saint body and a heaven tyrant body behind him.
That's simply too awesome. It feels great to think about it.
However, the heaven tyrant body is not so easy to subdue. I don't know if this method will work against Zhao Wuji, and Xiao Yun is not sure. After all, as far as he knows, the heaven tyrant body lineage is very domineering and crazy, and each one is like a madman, just like the scions in the anime Xiao Yun watched in his previous life.
If the ancient saint body is a battle maniac and a martial arts fanatic, then the heaven tyrant body is a battle madman and a demon. The two are similar, but not exactly the same.
Xiao Yun can only wait until he meets the heaven tyrant body in the future and try again.
Brother Xiao. Not long after, Tang Yunyun finally came over.
She was slow, so it took a long time for her to catch up with Xiao Yun and the others.
Xiao Yun looked at the panting Tang Yunyun and said with a smile, Sister Tang, take a rest first. Tang Yunyun saw Zhao Wuji, who was recovering from his injuries, at the sight at a glance, and asked in astonishment, Brother Xiao, in her opinion, Xiao Yun should have killed Zhao Wuji, so why did he keep Zhao Wuji? Don't worry, he is my follower now, one of my own. Xiao Yun smiled. Next to him, Zhao Wuji also opened his eyes and glanced at Tang Yunyun, and then closed his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't take Tang Yunyun, a waste, seriously at all.
Tang Yunyun was shocked at the moment, and her heart was full of huge waves. She stared with her eyes wide open, feeling a little unbelievable.
Zhao Wuji became Xiao Yun's follower? Xiao Yun subdued Zhao Wuji? Tang Yunyun felt incredible. Is this world crazy? Did the sun rise from the west? How could a dignified ancient saint submit to others?
Even if Xiao Yun was very strong, it would be impossible for him to do it. After all, it is easy to kill a person, but it is impossible to expect others to submit to you willingly. Especially for a peerless monster like Zhao Wuji, their self-esteem is as strong as their invincible will.
Even the heaven and earth are not convinced, how can they submit to others?
But after seeing that Zhao Wuji next to him did not refute Xiao Yun's words, Tang Yunyun had to believe it even if she didn't believe it. It's just that this news is too shocking. After a while, Tang Yunyun exclaimed, Senior Brother Xiao is really amazing. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, let's take a rest first, we still have to go to the core area of the True Dragon Nest later. At this time, they have initially stepped into the core of the True Dragon Nest, but there is still a distance from the innermost core. After all, they have not encountered the True Dragon descendants until now.
Tang Yunyun nodded, then sat down to regulate her body.
She had been traveling for so long, and her strength was greatly depleted.
Fortunately, they had stored pills and food, so they could just eat whatever they wanted. Half a day later, it was the next morning.
When the morning sun fell, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of golden eyes suddenly shot out two golden lights, which looked golden, like two magic lamps, extremely bright.
Are you okay? Xiao Yun opened his eyes next to him and asked immediately after sensing Zhao Wuji's movement. Zhao Wuji said coldly, okay, where are we going now?
Although according to the agreement, he is now Xiao Yun's follower, this does not mean that he will give Xiao Yun a good look. Xiao Yun didn't care, as long as he obeyed his orders, he said immediately, go to the core area of the True Dragon's Nest, find some treasures that can transform the body, and grab a few True Dragon relics to use as mounts. Zhao Wuji glanced at Xiao Yun with some surprise after hearing this, and said, with your talent, didn't your holy land of chaos give you a treasure that allows you to transform your body? Or is it that your holy land of chaos has declined so much that you don't even have this kind of treasure? No more. He was a little sarcastic. The holy land of chaos has indeed declined very quickly in recent years, especially after Emperor Tian. There is no one capable genius anymore. I'm just a mortal body, and I'm not a supreme body like you. Of course, Chaos Holy Land won't take me seriously. Xiao Yun said nonchalantly. Zhao Wuji's face was gloomy and ugly. He felt that Xiao Yun was insulting him, a mortal? If you were a mortal body, wouldn't my ancient holy body be defeated by a mortal body? What a shame. Zhao Wuji was more willing to believe that he had lost to the chaos body, and it would not be embarrassing to spread the news. Let's go, don't waste time. Xiao Yun woke up Tang Yun, and then rushed to the core of the true dragon's nest with Zhao Wuji. If anyone saw this scene at this time, they would be shocked, because Zhao Wuji was following Xiao Yun like a follower. Above the platform outside the true dragon nest, tall figures stood on the white clouds. They were all very powerful, with divine light flowing on their bodies and an extremely intimidating aura, like gods standing high in the sky and looking down at the earth. There is no doubt that these people are the elders of the geniuses in the true dragon nest. At this time, 5 days have passed since the geniuses entered the true dragon nest. According to past situations, the true dragon nest is only open for 7 days. On the 7th day, they must leave the true dragon nest, otherwise once they are trapped in the true dragon nest, they will be killed by the true dragon nest's formation. Therefore, on the 5th day, some people had already withdrawn from the true dragon nest and walked out of the canyon entrance. Immediately, the elders of these people came to meet them, caring about the situation of their own disciples and asking about the situation in the true dragon nest. So, shocking news came out one after another. Li Qingdi, the body of time and space, was invincible and unstoppable, charging all the way to the core of the true dragon's nest. Zhao Wuji, the ancient holy body, and Wu Gang, the heavenly tyrant body, fought as soon as they entered. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, they both stopped because they were afraid of Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoren and others who were watching the battle around them. Lu Nanshan and Yi Wuchen fought with swords, but in the end, there was no winner. The news came out one by one, and the strong men in the sky were all paying attention. Wan Yanghui, the Grand Elder of Taichu Holy Land, stroked his beard, looked at Di Tian opposite him with a smug look on his face, and said with a smile, Di Tian, it seems that there is no news from your Chaos Holy Land. Could it be that your apprentice has died in there? I remember that your apprentice's name is Xiao something? That's right, an unknown person like him, probably no one would know if he died. On a white cloud, Di Tian and a young woman stood together. The young woman was called Lu Xianwan, the Grand Elder of Shanshui sect and also the master of Tang Yun. Listening to Wan Yanghui's sarcasm, Di Tian snorted coldly, don't be happy too early, be careful of excessive joy and sorrow. He has confidence in his apprentice. After all, Xiao Yun has a strength of 800,000 jin, plus many ultimate fighting skills, he can definitely sweep all opponents in the true dragon nest. Di Tian, don't be so stubborn. Don't I know your disciple well? Wan Yanghui looked at Di Tian opposite him and said sarcastically, he is just a chess piece of your Chaos Holy Land. He has some understanding and uses the Wushan pill to improve his cultivation. He has learned several super combat skills, but even with this, he cannot compete with a true genius. Your Chaos Holy Land's plan is doomed to fail. Di Tian was speechless. His disciple used the Wushan pill? His disciple Xiao Yun could practice a super combat skill to perfection in a moment. Does he need a garbage pill with side effects like the Wushan pill? Di Tian looked at Wan Yanghui opposite him with a sneer on his face. He knew that Wan Yanghui had misunderstood Xiao Yun. If this was the case, the disciples of Taichu Holy Land would suffer a great loss this time. As if to verify Di Tian's words, the next moment, a cry came from the platform below. Zhou Feiyu, Xia Yulong and other 9 disciples of Taichu Holy Land have been killed by a mysterious strongman. Some people have seen their bodies. The scene is extremely bloody. Xia Yulong was cut in half. It was like a hell of Shura. When this shocking news came out, some strong men in the sky were shocked. The previous news was fine. Those geniuses had just entered the true dragon nest. They would definitely compete with each other. They would not be stupid enough to start fighting desperately right away. Therefore, it was normal that there was no winner. But this news shocked everyone. Were Zhou Feiyu and others killed? Or were they killed outside the core of the true dragon nest? Swish! In the sky, a powerful figure suddenly rushed down.
He carried a majestic aura that made everyone present feel depressed.
He was Wan Yanghui, the supreme elder of Taichu Holy Land. Wan Yanghui's hair and beard were all stretched out at this moment, and his pupils suddenly shot out two amazing beams of light. His aura was like the abyss in the sea, which was breathtaking. He stared at one of the young men and shouted, "Tell me, how did Zhou Feiyu and the others die?
Did you see it with your own eyes? Who killed them?"
This young man was just a disciple of an ordinary sect.
How could he withstand Wan Yanghui's momentum?
He was so scared that he hid behind his master. His master did not dare to contradict Wan Yanghui, and hurriedly whispered, "Tell Senior Wan what you saw and heard. He is a senior and will not argue with you." Wan Yanghui also realized that he had lost his composure at this moment. After all, a junior could not withstand his momentum. He immediately restrained his momentum and said in a soft tone, "Young man, don't be afraid.
I just want to ask you something."
After that, Wan Yanghui took out a good spiritual treasure and gave it to the young man. The young man calmed down and began to tell what he saw and heard. In the sky, powerful divine thoughts also came to explore. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about the situation of Taichu Holy Land.
After all, Zhou Feiyu and others were not unknown people. It was really surprising that they died outside the core of the true dragon nest. Tian said to Lu Xianwan beside him with a smile, "I just advised him to be careful of excessive happiness and sorrow, and look, this happened in the blink of an eye."
Lu Xianwan smiled lightly, with a hint of gloating in her eyes.
Tian looked at the young man below with a smile.
In fact, he didn't need to tell the young man, he also guessed that it must be his apprentice who did it. After all, if it were anyone else, even with such strength, they would not easily offend Taichu Holy Land to death. Only Xiao Yun would do such a thing.
On the platform below,
I just heard the young man say slowly, "After entering the true dragon's nest, I looked for treasures in any direction. But not long after I waited, I felt a violent battle wave coming from ahead. Because I found that there were many powerful people there. Everyone was stronger than me, so I was so scared that I hid in place and didn't dare to step forward to watch."
Wan Yanghui quickly asked, "What happened next?"
The young man continued, "Later, after all the auras in front of me disappeared, I cautiously went over to check, and then I found senior brother Zhou lying in a pool of blood, as well as 8 other senior brothers from the Holy Land of Taichu." After saying that, the young man opened his space ring and took out the bodies of Zhou Feiyu and others. Suddenly, a pungent smell of blood hit his face. Everyone immediately saw many broken limbs and broken bodies on the ground, as well as 8 heads with wide eyes and unwilling faces. There were a total of 9 corpses, but only a few remained intact. The others were either cut off at the waist or had their heads exploded, making them look very ferocious and terrifying. When Wan Yanghui saw this scene, his pupil shrank immediately, and then he shouted with grief and anger, "Feiyu, Yulong, who killed them? I will cut him into pieces." Wan Yanghui went completely crazy. Because he completely recognized that these 9 people were the 9 people ranked 2nd to 10th in their Taichu Holy Land body refining realm. It can be said that except for Emperor Li Chang, basically all the people who went to the true dragon's nest this time were dead.
How can Wan Yanghui not be angry?
Over the years, how has their Taichu Holy Land ever suffered such humiliation in the true dragon's nest? That is to say, Emperor Tian of the Year caused their Taichu Holy Land to suffer a lot, but it was impossible for so many geniuses to die. Wan Yanghui went completely crazy, his beard and hair were spread out, his anger was skyrocketing, and his eyes were extremely frightening. The young man was so frightened that he hid behind his master and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I don't know who did it, but judging from the situation at the scene, it should be senior brother Zhou and the others who are
besieging someone, because I was there."
Only 2 unfamiliar footprints were found, one of which was still standing in the distance, not entering the battlefield, and seemed to be watching the battle. Everyone was shocked when they heard this.
Zhou Feiyu and others are besieging someone? And he lost so miserably? Who is that person? Is he a peerless monster? Wan Yanghui's eyes opened and closed, divine light flowed, and his aura was extremely frightening.
His angry eyes scanned the people in the other 5 holy places in the sky, and he roared angrily, Okay, I can kill Zhou Feiyu and the others with one enemy. The only ones to be killed are those peerless monsters." In an instant, he set his targets on Jiang Haoren, Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Lu Nanshan, Yi Wuchen and others, because except for them, it was impossible for anyone else to kill Zhou Feiyu and the others by themselves. Everyone present also thought so. Even the elders of Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji think so. Among them, a supreme elder from the ancient Holy Land said in a deep voice, "Wan Yanghui, I feel very sorry for the death of Zhou Feiyu and the others. However, our 6 Holy Lands have long agreed that as long as they are in the true dragon's nest, you can fight at will, and no one can use this to hate the other party.
If your skills are inferior to others, then you can blame others, can't you, Taichu Holy Land, afford to lose?
Wan Yanghui snorted coldly, don't worry, I won't target a few juniors yet, but don't be too happy too early.
We still have Emperor Li Chang in the Holy Land of Taichu. He will definitely avenge Zhou Feiyu and the others.
After that, Wan Yanghui climbed into the sky again, staring at the entrance of the canyon. He hoped to hear good news about their Holy Land of Taichu next.
Inside the true dragon's lair,
Xiao Yun, Tang Yunyun, Zhao Wuji and the others drove for 2 days and finally entered the core area of the true dragon's nest. The reason why it took 2 days was not because they were too slow, but because they encountered many natural treasures on the road. They had to stop and pick these natural treasures, so they wasted some time. Unfortunately, what disappointed Xiao Yun was that although he had picked many treasures from heaven and earth, none of them could transform his body.
Damn it, isn't there a second treasure similar to the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma here?
Xiao Yun looked at the jungle in front of him and snorted angrily. Zhao Wuji next to him had already learned that Xiao Yun had obtained a 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum.
While he was extremely envious in his heart, he mocked, do you think a treasure like 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum is Chinese cabbage? You still want to get it? The second one?
I think you are still dreaming. If you encounter a treasure of this level in the true dragon's nest, you will be extremely lucky. Brother, there is a treasure here. Suddenly, Tang Yunyun's surprised cry came from not far away.
Xiao Yun immediately laughed and said to Zhao Wuji, it's not me who is lucky, it's my junior sister who is lucky.
Seeing that she is so happy, she must have discovered a treasure of great value, otherwise she would not be so excited.
Humph, don't be too happy too early.
I don't believe that a treasure like 9-leaf Ganoderma can have a second one.
Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and followed.
Within a moment, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji came to Tang Yunyun's side. At this time, there were huge green vines growing next to the rocks outside a cave not far away from them. On these vines, there were also red fruits, which were so delicate and beautiful that they looked particularly special.
Tempting. Xiao Yun recognized this fruit at a glance and said in surprise, it's the legendary ambergris fruit.
Zhao Wuji was also a little surprised, but then he gloated and smiled, although the ambergris fruit is valuable, it can only increase your lifespan by 10 years.
To you and me, it is just useless. For peerless monsters like them, sainthood is certain. If they have thousands of years to live, will they still care about 10 years?
Xiao Yun did not need the ambergris fruit, but he was very happy because he could give it to Uncle Fu. His old man's longevity has also reached the limit, and unlike D Tian, he does not have the same qualifications as D Tian. Therefore, even if you give him the Bodhi fruit, you won't be able to break through the bottleneck.
On the contrary, this ambergris fruit is more suitable for him. Xiao Yun ignored Zhao Wuji's cynicism.
He immediately collected the ambergris fruits, a total of 30, which was very rich. Tang Yunyun said from the side, Senior brother Xiao, each person can only take 10 pieces of this ambergris fruit.
No matter how much you take, it will be useless. I know. Xiao Yun nodded.
10 pills are equivalent to 100 years of life. Although it is not much, 100 years is enough for him to grow up and become stronger. When the time comes, when he becomes stronger and goes into some forbidden areas, he may not be able to help Fubo find better treasures.
Tang Yunyun did not compete with Xiao Yun for these ambergris fruits.
She was still very sensible. Once she encountered such a valuable treasure, she would take the initiative to give it to Xiao Yun. As for Zhao Wuji, he had no interest in these ambergris fruits at all.
Roar! Just when Xiao Yun finished picking the ambergris fruits, roars suddenly rang out from the nearby cave.
Immediately, 2 extremely powerful auras came out from the cave, which made people feel extremely depressed. Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed as he said, it's the relic of a real dragon. I heard that where there are ambergris, there are real dragons.
It's true. Junior sister Tang, back off.
Xiao Yun shouted loudly and stood with Zhao Wuji. Like Zhao Wuji, he knew that there was a true dragon relic in the cave, but neither of them backed down. Instead, they both had fighting intentions.
What are they doing in the true dragon's nest?
In addition to looking for treasures, they also want to compete and fight with masters.
Only in this way can they become stronger. The true dragon relics are not only powerful in talent, but also very powerful.
Each of them is comparable to a peerless monster. They are simply the opponents that Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji dream of.
There are 2 true dragon relics.
Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. He had already felt two extremely powerful auras rushing out of the cave.
Just capture it and use it as a mount. Xiao Yun grinned.
Zhao Wuji's eyes were also somewhat moved.
It was so majestic to use the relic of a real dragon as a mount. Moreover, after the true dragon relic becomes stronger, it is really rare to be able to become a fighting partner. Roar!
At the same time, two true dragon relics had rushed out of the cave. They appeared in front of Xiao Yun and the others like two behemoths, exuding an extremely strong and terrifying aura.
Is this a dragon?
Xiao Yun looked at the huge creature in front of him, a little confused. He thought that the true dragon relics were the same as the Eastern dragon in the myth of his previous life, but the two true dragon relics that appeared in front of him were obviously not the dragon heads and snake bodies he had in mind.
Instead, they were very similar to the legendary Tyrannosaurus rex.
Their bodies are not very large, only 2 people tall, but their entire bodies are densely covered with black scales and golden scales, as if they were made of steel and metal, exuding bright light, oppressing people like two ancient ferocious beasts. The blood is boiling, and the voice roars like thunder, which is breathtaking.
This is a young black dragon and a young golden dragon.
Zhao Wuji stared at the two true dragon relics in front of him, and said excitedly, they are indeed true dragon relics. They have extremely rich true dragon blood in their bodies, but they are still young now. Only when they become adults can they evolve into a true divine dragon and soar across the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
So that's it. Xiao Yun nodded.
He had also heard that dragons gave birth to 9 sons, each with their own differences. Maybe when these two true dragon relics reach adulthood, they will evolve into the Eastern dragon in his impression.
Ho! Roar!
Just as Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji were talking, the two true dragon relics on the opposite side were already roaring towards them, like a black light and a golden light. They were driving 2 fierce streams of blood.
The breath, the terrifying and evil aura rushed to his face instantly.
Xiao Yun shouted, "You deal with the black dragon, I'll deal with the golden dragon." After saying that, he faced the golden dragon, while Zhao Wuji faced the black dragon. Because Xiao Yun found that this golden dragon was stronger, he was more interested in the golden dragon.
Boom! The battle broke out immediately and was extremely fierce.
Tang Yunyun had already hid far away and did not dare to approach this place, because the battle in front of her was too terrifying and she could not get involved at all.
The strength of the two true dragon relics is very terrifying.
Each of them is not inferior to a peerless monster like Zhao Wuji, and is even slightly stronger.
With 800,000 kilograms of power, these true dragon relics are really powerful.
Xiao Yun let out a loud roar, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense. As for Zhao Wuji, who was not far away, he could no longer speak, because he found that the black dragon in front of him was slightly stronger than him, so he could not distract himself and talk, and could only go all out.
The true dragon relics are very powerful.
The black dragon that Zhao Wuji dealt with had a power of 700,000 catties, while the golden dragon that Xiao Yun dealt with actually had a power of 800,000 catties. You know, Xiao Yun has been in the true dragon's nest for so long, and the strongest person he has encountered is Emperor Li Chang, but this body of time and space currently only has 700,000 kilograms of strength. As for Zhao Wuji and Zhang Haoring, they only have 600,000 kilograms of strength. But now, when I encounter two true dragon relics, one has the strength of 700,000 kilograms, and the other has the strength of 800,000 kilograms. It has to be said that the bloodline talent of the true dragon relic is too terrifying, and it is worthy of being the direct descendant of the mythical 5-clawed golden dragon.
Okay, only such a powerful mount can be worthy of me.
Xiao Yun let out a long roar, and his eyes shot out a shocking fighting spirit. The more powerful the golden dragon in front of him was, the more he liked it.
Roar! The golden dragon seemed to be able to understand Xiao Yun's words. It suddenly became furious.
Its ferocious eyes flashed with blood. It opened its bloody mouth, exposed its long fangs and pounced on Xiao Yun.
A terrifying evil spirit. Well done!
Xiao Yun roared, jumped up to meet him, and punched the golden dragon in front of him. Simple and direct, he hit the golden dragon's head hard, and a terrifying wave of power erupted. The surrounding towering trees were falling down one by one, and the fallen leaves on the ground were flying towards the distance, as if they were swept by a wave of air, and all the rocks were splashing away. Xiao Yun's 900,000 kilograms of power met Jinlong's 800,000 kilograms of power. It was like a collision between heaven and earth. The sound was like thunder, rolling and surging in the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Then, the golden dragon roared loudly and staggered back. It kept shaking its head and felt dizzy. One of its teeth fell out and it looked very embarrassed. On the other hand, Xiao Yun was still charging towards the golden dragon. He said with excitement on his face, "It's great.
Apart from Emperor Li Chang, you are the only one who can compete with me in terms of strength. You will be good to me today. Let's have a fight."
Xiao Yun was very excited.
It was rare to meet an opponent who could go all out.
He felt the fighting spirit in his heart was overwhelming, and his whole body was boiling with passion, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years and finally erupted with hot magma.
Boom!
Xiao Yun used the 9 turns hegemony fist, stepped on the sacred wind step, waved the blazing light fist, turned into streaks of lightning, and continued to kill the golden dragon.
Roar! The golden dragon roared. It felt very angry. Since its birth, it has been one of the strongest even among the true dragon relics. When has it been defeated by anyone?
Although the human in front of him was very strong, the golden dragon was still fearless. An unprecedented fighting spirit burst out from its eyes, and its entire body released a blazing golden light, turning into a golden meteor and hitting Xiao Yun.
Boom!
Xiao Yun's fist emitted a bright light, and it was like a bolt of lightning, constantly bombarding the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon also used its hard head and huge claws to attack Xiao Yun repeatedly. Their battle was very fierce, the blazing light flooded the world, and the terrifying power swept out, shaking the surrounding earth to cracks, as if it was destroying the world. Xiao Yun was very shocked.
This golden dragon was so terrifying.
Although it was not as powerful as him, its body was very powerful and its defense was also terrifying.
This is also normal.
The physical bodies of monster beasts are inherently stronger than humans, and the true dragon clan is the divine beast among monster beasts, so you can imagine how powerful the physical body of this true dragon relic must be. Until now, except for knocking off one of the golden dragon's teeth and a few scales on its body, Xiao Yun had not hurt the golden dragon at all.
Its defense was too strong, and its recovery power was terrifying.
However, Xiao Yun was not afraid and continued to wield the 9 revolutions hegemony fist, constantly bombarding the golden dragon in front of him. As the aftermath of their battle swept away, the surrounding vegetation and stones were all shattered, and the area was cleared, leaving only the broken earth.
Roar! The golden dragon went completely crazy.
The battle was suppressed by Xiao Yun, which made him feel very humiliated.
He couldn't help roaring and burst out with terrifying dragon power.
The sound was like thunder, which made people's souls come out of their bodies.
Xiao Yun felt the terrifying sonic attack coming towards him, and couldn't help but sneered. "Are you the only one who knows the power of dragons?"
After saying that, Xiao Yun also roared and displayed dragon power. The terrifying sound waves suddenly filled the sky, causing the void to tremble one after another. You can clearly see the golden ripples rising into the sky, just like the stormy waves in the sea, shaking the world and the earth with constant roar. 2 powerful sound waves collided with each other, and the surrounding towering trees continued to explode. Even Tang Yunyun, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't bear the terrifying sound and immediately covered her ears and retreated. Kill! The battle reached a fever pitch, and Xiao Yun began to attack with all his strength. 30 colored sky pillars were revealed behind his back, showing the power of the projection of the avenue. His fists were wrapped in blazing light, like 2 stars, and he struck fiercely.
The golden dragon in front of me. Roar!
The golden dragon is also erupting with all its strength.
It raises its huge claws.
Every time it falls, there is a power like a mountain falling and the earth is cracking. It collides with Xiao Yun's fist fiercely, erupting with a terrifying sound and powerful force. It spread out, and the scene was extremely horrifying.
However, the golden dragon was ultimately no match for Xiao Yun.
Its claws were smashed by Xiao Yun's punch, and golden blood spurted out, burning the weeds on the ground.
Kill! Xiao Yun roared, and continued to chase.
At this point in the battle, his blood was completely boiling, his eyes were like cold lightning, his eyes were extremely blazing, his momentum was like a rainbow, and he punched directly at the golden dragon.
Crack!
The golden dragon's chest was hit by Xiao Yun's fierce punch, and it was sunken. It was severely injured and let out a beast-like roar, in great pain.
Submit to me.
Xiao Yun jumped up and jumped onto the golden dragon's back, and kept hitting its head, hitting the golden dragon's head and bleeding.
Roar, roar, roar. The golden dragon roared angrily. It was actually ridden by a human, and this human wanted it to surrender. It was too humiliating.
It struggled violently, trying to get rid of Xiao Yun.
However, the already severely injured golden dragon was no match for Xiao Yun.
He was hit by Xiao Yun's fists, and stars appeared on his head. Blood splattered, and his injuries became more and more serious.
Submit, or die.
Xiaoyan shouted fiercely while continuing to bombard Golden Dragon, knocking him to the ground and unable to stand up again.
Submit or die.
Xiaoyan kept bombarding the Golden Dragon under him. His face was indifferent, his voice was bone-chilling, without any emotion. No matter whether the true dragon descendant is a divine beast or not, it is still a beast after all. It is useless to talk some great truths to beasts, and they can only be subdued with fists. But it is obvious that this Golden Dragon is very proud. When it heard Xiaoyan's words, it just roared continuously, with unyielding light in its eyes, without the slightest intention of surrendering.
Xiaoyan's eyes turned cold. Does this true dragon descendant look down on him and think that he is not worthy of its surrender?
It seems that you have not experienced the beating of society. Xiaoyan looked at the Golden Dragon lying on the ground, waved his blazing light fist, and beat it again.
The Golden Dragon was already lying on the ground and couldn't raise his head.
He was barely breathing, but his eyes were still full of unyielding and angry light. It seemed to say to Xiaoyan, "You have to live, so surrender is impossible." Xiaoyan sighed, and then said to the Golden Dragon indifferently, "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." After that, Xiaoyan punched the Golden Dragon hard, and the Golden Dragon's head was sunken. The Golden Dragon widened his eyes, let out a sad roar, and then his eyes lost color.
Roar!
Not far away, the Black Dragon, who was fighting with Zhao Wuji, also discovered the death of the Golden Dragon.
He was immediately extremely sad and angry, roaring continuously.
He threw Zhao Wuji away and rushed to Xiaoyan.
"If you don't want the chance to survive, then go and die."
Xiaoyan snorted coldly, waved his blazing fist, and rushed towards the Black Dragon. He had no reluctance to kill the Golden Dragon. After all, if he was not as strong as the Golden Dragon today, he would be the one to die.
In the records of the cultivation world, no true dragon descendants would let go of human cultivators defeated by them. On the contrary, all human cultivators defeated by them have been eaten by them. Therefore, Xiaoyan attacked mercilessly, and the Black Dragon in front of him kept spitting blood and retreating. The two blazing light fists kept bombarding the Black Dragon, causing the Black Dragon to cry out in pain. The Black Dragon's strength was inferior to that of the Golden Dragon. In addition, it had been fighting with Zhao Wuji for so long, and it had already been injured and consumed a lot. At this moment, it was naturally no match for Xiaoyan, and was almost suppressed by Xiaoyan. "Damn, that's my opponent."
Zhao Wuji walked over and glared at Xiaoyan with an angry face.
Xiaoyan sneered lightly, "You wasted too much time." After that, Xiaoyan finally punched the Black Dragon down, and he did not try to subdue the Black Dragon, because he saw a strong resentment in the Black Dragon's eyes, and it was obviously impossible to subdue it. So, Xiaoyan directly bombarded the Black Dragon to death. Zhao Wuji was watching from the side with great heartache, and angrily said to Xiaoyan, "You are really squandering, these are two true dragon descendants. Once they grow up, they will reach the level of saints. You don't want such mounts, but you killed them." Xiaoyan snorted coldly, "They are very proud and don't want to surrender at all." "Do you keep them as enemies?"
Zhao Wuji stopped talking immediately.
"Since they don't surrender, they should be killed. It's just a little distressed. After all, such mounts are too rare, but it's a pity that they can't be subdued. Brother Xiao, the bodies of these two true dragon descendants are also treasures, they can't be wasted." Tang Yunyun saw the two true dragon descendants die, and then ran over and said to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun laughed and said, "As the saying goes, donkey meat on the ground and dragon meat in the sky. I have eaten donkey meat, but I have never eaten dragon meat. Today, everyone is blessed. Let's eat roasted dragon meat." After this, Zhao Wuji and Tang Yunyun were a little moved. They have eaten many spiritual beasts, but they have never eaten dragon meat. However, Tang Yunyun said a little nervously, "Brother Xiao, this is the real dragon's nest. If we eat dragon meat here, will it anger the real dragon and violate the formation here?"
Zhao Wuji's eyes condensed when he heard this, and his eyes were a little solemn.
"Don't worry, the real dragon has already ascended to the fairyland, we will be fine."
Xiaoyun didn't care so much, and immediately began to urge Zhao Wuji to find dry firewood, and he took out the barbecue facilities from the space ring. He had prepared these long ago. "Brother Xiao, I'll go find some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and spiritual fruits, and use the dragon bones to make soup later,"
Tang Yunyun said and went to work.
In the evening, the three of them sat around the campfire, drinking dragon bone soup and eating roasted dragon meat, feasting on them happily.
"Ah! It's so hot."
After eating a dragon leg, Tang Yunyun suddenly felt hot all over, and steam was coming out of her body. The blood in her body was boiling, and the blood was surging.
This dragon meat actually contains such a huge vitality and energy.
Xiao Yun also felt the strong changes in his body at this moment. He felt that this dragon meat was somewhat similar to the 9-leaf sky Ganoderma lucidum, and they were both beginning to sublimate his body and transform his body. However, it was obviously impossible for his body to transform with just a few pieces of dragon meat.
Xiao Yun quickly picked up another dragon leg and devoured it. He said to Tang Yunyun, "Junior sister Tang, if you eat a little more, your body will be transformed and your strength will be increased by 100,000 pounds.
Yes. Tang Yunyun also found that the changes in her body were good at this moment. She immediately ate dragon meat again and drank dragon bone soup. Zhao Wuji, who was standing next to him, looked envious and said, "I heard that the blood of a true dragon can transform the body.
These true dragon descendants also have the blood of a true dragon in their bodies. I didn't expect that it could really transform your body."
Although he envied her, he could do nothing because he was a supreme body and his body had already been developed to the extreme, so it was impossible to increase his strength. If Zhao Wuji wanted to increase his strength now, he could only practice super combat skills or deduce super combat skills to the ultimate combat skills realm. So, for Zhao Wuji, Li Qingdi and others, coming to the true dragon nest was to find treasures such as Bodhi fruit that could improve their understanding. Otherwise, other treasures could be easily obtained with their status in their respective holy places.
I can't eat anymore. I feel that my body is going to transform.
After eating about 1/3 of the black dragon, Tang Yunyun's body was already emitting a hot breath, and her blood was surging all over her body, like streams of hot magma, sweeping out in all directions. The temperature around was rising because Tang Yunyun's blood was too vigorous. Endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth also swept in from all directions, nourishing her body together and starting to transform and evolve. Tang Yunyun hurriedly sat down cross-legged, holding her breath and concentrating, and began to transform her body.
On the other side, Xiao Yun's body also underwent drastic changes after eating a whole golden dragon.
The vigorous blood was surging, just like boiling magma, as if it was going to burn a piece of the sky above his head. At this time, Xiao Yun's body was shining brightly, like an eternal divine furnace burning violently, with thousands of rays of light, reflecting a brilliant light around. Endless vitality burst out from the golden dragon's flesh and filled Xiao Yun's body. The pure energy continuously cleansed Xiao Yun's essence and marrow, nourishing his flesh and bones. Pure energy flowed along the meridians in Xiao Yun's body as he practiced his skills and followed his breathing rhythm, emitting infinite vitality, nourishing his flesh, blood, organs and bones, and causing Xiao Yun's body to begin to transform. Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he was shocked and said in his heart, "This bastard has undergone another transformation. After this transformation, his body has 1 million pounds of strength, reaching the limit of the body refining realm." Seeing Xiao Yun's body transforming, Zhao Wuji looked helpless. He knew that he was in the body refining realm and could not defeat Xiao Yun no matter what. Even in the Qi gathering realm, he couldn't defeat Xiao Yun. Because Xiao Yun, who has a strength of 1 million kilograms, can reach up to 5 million kilograms of strength once he enters the Qi gathering realm. And he, Zhao Wuji, has entered the Qi gathering realm and has a maximum strength of 3 million kilograms, which is a full 2 million kilograms behind Xiao Yun.
How can he fight? He will definitely be tortured by Xiao Yun. It seemed that if he wanted to defeat Xiao Yun, he might have to wait until he entered the Divine Bridge realm or the Cave Heaven realm before he might have a chance. After thinking about it, Zhao Wuji began to wander around the area, protecting Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. Now that he has made a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Yun, he must fulfill his responsibilities as a follower. He, Zhao Wuji, will never go back on his promise. As time passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions began to converge towards Xiao Yun, helping Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun transform their bodies together. Xiao Yun was currently surrounded by a bright light, and he felt that his internal organs, as well as his flesh and blood and bones, were all emitting a blazing golden light. Even every cell in his body was emitting golden light, which made his body more and more intense, like a golden sun, shining in all directions and lighting up the entire forest. During this process, Xiao Yun could clearly feel that his flesh and blood had become extremely solid, and his bones had become harder and harder. The surging power in his body also exceeded 900,000 kilograms and reached 1 million. Kati finally reached the limit of the body refining realm, comparable to the ancestor. Xiao Yun was very excited. He finally achieved his goal and reached the limit of the body refining realm, which was comparable to the Chaos Emperor of the past. In other words, he already has the same supreme foundation as the Chaos Emperor. When he creates a real Chaos body, it will not be impossible to reach the realm of the Chaos Emperor in the future. Moreover, with the help of the Epiphany system,
he has a very high chance of surpassing the Chaos Emperor in the future.
From today on, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will overwhelm all my opponents.
From today on, my name, Xiao Yun, will spread throughout the heavens and the world. Xiao Yun stood up, his eyes were extremely blazing, his brilliance was stunning, and his whole body was covered with a dazzling divine ring, making it difficult to look directly at him. His body is more like an oven, emitting blazing light. Every cell is emitting divine radiance. The light spots are one after another, densely packed, as if there are countless gods chanting, and the divine radiance is dazzling. Have you completed your transformation? Zhao Wuji rushed over from a short distance away, his eyes shining with golden light. He carefully looked at Xiao Yun in front of him, and suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming towards him. Xiao Yun now has a stronger sense of crisis than before, which shows that Xiao Yun's strength has become stronger again. What a pervert! Zhao Wuji couldn't help but mutter in his heart. People used to call him a pervert, but he didn't expect that now he would also call others a pervert. Ah, it feels so comfortable, senior brother Xiao, I have entered the Forbidden Realm. Next to her, Tang Yunyun also completed her transformation, breaking through the realm of body refining and entering the Forbidden Realm. Tang Yunyun's pretty face was red and she looked very excited. After all, according to her talent, it was impossible to enter the taboo field. However, with the help of dragon meat, her body underwent a transformation and she broke through the extreme realm of body refining. Tang Yunyun was very grateful to Xiao Yun, because she knew that without Xiao Yun's help, she would not have been able to reach the core of the real dragon's nest, let alone eat dragon meat. Tang Yunyun looked at Xiao Yun and couldn't help but feel hotter and hotter. Her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance and her eyes were very seductive. Xiao Yun couldn't stand Tang Yunyun's hot gaze. He turned his head in embarrassment and said to Zhao Wuji, "Next, let's go separately to find Emperor Li Chang and Zhang Haoren. If you find them, send a signal to me immediately." Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Yun in shock. "You want to kill them in here?" Xiao Yun sneered, "Since we have made enemies, of course we have to get rid of them in advance. Is it possible to wait for them to grow up in the future? I didn't expect you to be afraid of them growing up." Zhao Wuji mocked after hearing this. Xiao Yun shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to cause trouble." Zhao Wuji said no more and just asked, "I found them, how can I send a signal to you?" "It's simple. If you set fire to a tree, smoke will naturally rise. I can see it if I'm close, but forget it if I'm far away," Xiao Yun said with a smile. Zhao Wuji nodded and then strode away. Xiao Yun looked at Tang Yunyun and said, "Let's go too." Tang Yunyun nodded, but after following Xiao Yun for a while, she couldn't help but said with a look of astonishment, "Brother Xiao, aren't we going to find Emperor Li Chang and the others?" "But you are going back now." Xiao Yun sneered, "The real dragon's nest is so big, who knows if we can find them? We'd better go back first and guard the entrance directly, so we're not afraid that they won't come." Tang Yunyun's face was filled with shock when she heard this, and she directly guarded the entrance. One man was blocking the way and no one could open it. How domineering this was. I'm afraid only Xiao Yun can do such a thing. Xiao Yun's purpose was simple, to directly guard the entrance to the true dragon's nest. Emperor Li Chang and the others had to get out sooner or later, so they had to get past him. I arranged the formation in advance at the entrance, and with my current strength, it will definitely not be a problem to kill Emperor Li Chang and Zhang Haoren. Xiao Yun looked very confident. His current strength is invincible in the true dragon's nest, and with the formation that limits Emperor Li Chang's speed, it will be easy to kill him. With strong confidence, Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun rushed to the entrance of the true dragon's nest as fast as possible. Along the way, Xiao Yun also saw many people rushing back. After all, it was already the 6th day, and he would not be able to get out if he didn't go out. Especially those who are weak will not wait until the 7th day to go out. If something unexpected happens at that time, they will be dead. Therefore, on the 5th and 6th days, many people had already left the entrance to the true dragon's nest. Only those few peerless monsters who have absolute confidence in themselves will stay until the 7th day. Boom! Just as Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun were rushing on their way, a figure suddenly jumped down from the big tree next to them. He looked very domineering and stamped his foot on the ground, causing the earth to crack. A huge crack spread towards Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun, blocking their way forward. "Senior brother Xiao!" Tang Yunyun exclaimed and almost fell down. Fortunately, Xiao Yun next to her picked her up and hid on a boulder nearby. After landing, Xiao Yun raised his head and looked forward, his eyes extremely sharp. Who is so bold as to act wildly in front of him? Are you the Xiao Yun?
The Xiao Yun who defeated Zhang Yunfei came from the Holy Land of Chaos?
The person's eyes were blazing with light, their eyes were extremely terrifying, and his eyes were sharp and intimidating. Xiao Yun had already recognized this person and snorted coldly. It turns out to be Tsangtian Tyrant Body.
What do you want from me? The person coming is none other than Song Tian Hegemon Wisco.
Wu Gang looked at Xiao Yun in front of him, grinned, and said in a solemn tone, I heard that Zhao Wuji wants to accept you as his first general, and I have to stop him to prevent him from succeeding. You'd better come with me, of course. My number one general, in the future I will lead you to kill Zhao Wuji, sweeping the world and shaking the world. Wu Gang seemed very confident, his tone was very domineering, his whole body was shining brightly, exuding a terrifying power fluctuation.
Tang Yunyun quickly stepped back and looked at Wu Gang with a somewhat sympathetic look.
She knew that another person was coming to die, but she still dared to subdue senior brother Xiao.
Didn't she know that Zhao Wuji had already been subdued by senior brother Xiao? In a forest. Looking at the arrogant heaven tyrant Wu Gang in front of him.
Xiao Yun's face had long been gloomy, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He stared at Wu Gang in front of him and said in a cold voice, You don't know how to live or die, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me.
You are so stupid.
He was in a bad mood. He had just reached the limit of the body refining realm. He thought he was invincible in this real dragon nest. He didn't expect that someone would dare to act wild in front of him. He was really looking for death. Very good, you dare to refuse me, then there is no point in keeping you. Wu Gang's face turned cold in an instant, and the purple hair behind him moved without wind. In his dark eyes, a strong murderous intent emerged, just like the cold air, freezing the void. Wu Gang didn't take Xiao Yun seriously. After all, the Chaos Holy Land had been in decline for many years, and Xiao Yun's only record was defeating Zhang Yunfei. As for the news that Xiao Yun defeated Li Qingdi, Jiang Haoren and others, Wu Gang didn't know. After all, the true dragon nest is so big that he couldn't just happen to meet those people watching the battle.
You dare to kill me?
Xiao Yun snorted coldly, his face full of disdain, and sarcastically said, It seems that the news of my fight with Li Qingdi, Jiang Haoren and others has not been spread yet.
How shameless. Wu Gang didn't believe Xiao Yun's nonsense at all.
He took a step forward, looking arrogant, and said with cold eyes, I am different from Zhao Wuji.
Since you dare to refuse, then go to hell.
As soon as the words fell, a blazing purple light swept out from Wu Gang.
He was like a storm in the sea.
He came close in an instant, and then punched Xiao Yun's head fiercely, ready to kill with one blow.
Wu Gang was very confident in himself.
He believed that in this true dragon nest, except for those peerless monsters, no one could block his punch.
Xiao Yun just defeated Zhang Yunfei. How much strength can he have?
Wu Gang didn't take Xiao Yun seriously at all. Kill! When Xiao Yun saw Wu Gang's punch coming, he raised his fist and punched him without any hesitation. His face was very cold, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He felt that Wu Gang simply didn't know how to live or die.
Bang!
The two people's fists collided fiercely, making a loud noise that shook the sky, like the thunder in the heavenly calamity.
Wu Gang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at his bent arm in disbelief.
That was because his fist could not withstand Xiao Yun's fist, and was bent by Xiao Yun's terrifying power. Crack! Then, the sound of the arm breaking was transmitted to Wu Gang's ears, and a severe pain swept through his whole body in an instant, making him unable to help but let out a shrill scream.
Ah!
Wu Gang screamed in grief, dragging his bent and powerless broken arm, and quickly retreated. His heart was like a raging storm, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Xiao Yun. With just one punch, his arm was broken by Xiao Yun. That kind of terrifying power was something he had never seen before.
How could a person in the body refining realm possess such terrifying power?
A full 1 million gene of strength, 400,000 gene more than him, almost double the difference, he was simply not able to contend with it.
You ignorant thing, have you learned a painful lesson now? Xiao Yun said coldly.
He continued to step forward, performing the divine wind step, as fast as lightning, and caught up with Wu Gang in an instant, waving a fist, wrapped in a blazing light, and smashed towards Wu Gang fiercely.
Bang!
Wu Gang resisted with one hand, but was beaten back step by step, and was hit again to spit blood and fly away. Wu Gang's other palm was trembling, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. One of his arms was broken, and the severe pain made him sweat. And now, with only one arm left, he is no match for Xiao Yun at all. Xiao Yun's power was too strong, and he couldn't contend with it at all. Wu Gang was not an idiot, and he turned and fled far away.
Want to leave now? It's too late.
Xiaoyun sneered, stepped on the divine windstep, turned into a flash of lightning, and quickly caught up with Wu Gang. Compared with speed, except for Li Qingdi, Xiaoyun was not afraid of any cultivators of the same level. Boom! Xiaoyun punched over, and Wu Gang was hit and flew backwards with blood spurting out. The latter's purple hair was wild and looked embarrassed. Then, Xiaoyun stepped over and stepped on Wu Gang hard on the ground.
Such an insult made Wu Gang's eyes red and his face full of anger. Ah! Wu Gang roared to the sky, his face full of unwillingness. He was the tyrant of the sky, the peerless evildoer, and the son of the Holy Land. How could he be bullied like this? Even if it was Li Qingdi, who was faintly the first among his peers, Wu Gang was not afraid of him. At most, he was a little inferior, but he was still confident that he would not be defeated. But the Xiaoyun in front of him made Wu Gang feel helpless. The other party was too powerful, beyond his imagination. I really can't imagine how such a peerless monster can still be unknown. The damn Chaos Holy Land has been hiding this person, preparing to make a splash in the true dragon nest? Zhao Wuji, that idiot, actually wants to subdue this person. Damn, he has been tricked this time. Wu Gang cursed in his heart. Submit to me, I will spare your life, and in the future, you will follow me to conquer the world and sweep across the heavens and worlds. Xiaoyun stepped on Wu Gang's chest and said coldly. Wu Gang stared coldly at Xiaoyun in front of him, his eyes full of boiling murderous intent, and said in a cold voice, "No one has ever insulted the heaven tyrant body, ah." As Wu Gang's voice fell, a blazing light burst out from his body, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, and suddenly erupted all the accumulation of thousands of years. The terrifying power continued to emerge from Wu Gang's body, and then turned into a hot torrent, rushing towards Xiaoyun. Ha! Xiaoyun was startled, and quickly retreated, and then punched forward fiercely. Bang! Wu Gang also punched over, his face full of madness, the purple hair behind him turned blood red, and the surging blood rolled back the sky, exuding a powerful breath that dominated the world. The fists of the two people collided fiercely, and a thunderous explosion broke out, causing the void to shake, and the surrounding trees exploded one by one, and many dense cracks appeared on the ground, extending to the distance like a spider web. After this attack, Xiaoyun and Wu Gang both retreated. However, Xiaoyun only retreated 3 steps, but Wu Gang retreated more than 10 steps. Although Xiaoyun still had the upper hand, both Xiaoyun and Tang Yunyun, who was watching the battle from a distance, were shocked and felt incredible. Senior brother Xiao is so much stronger than him, why did Wu Gang suddenly burst out with such amazing strength? Tang Yunyun was puzzled. Xiaoyun's heart was also full of doubts. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Wu Gang in front of him, and then he suddenly realized, so that's it, you actually blew up the heaven tyrant body by yourself, what a great courage. Zhao Wuji doesn't have your determination, no wonder it is said that the heaven tyrant body lineage is all fighting crazy. Xiaoyun was really shocked. He didn't expect Wu Gang to be so decisive and actually blew up the heaven tyrant body. How crazy it was. This was just like Xiaoyun blew up the chaos body. Who has the courage to do this? If it was Xiaoyun, he wouldn't have this courage either. After all, for a peerless evildoer, a special physique is the foundation for them to become stronger, and it is their talent and potential to become a super strong man in the future. And now, Wu Gang actually blew up the heaven tyrant body and destroyed this supreme body with his own hands. It was simply too crazy. From this moment on, Wu Gang was no longer the heaven tyrant body. He had changed from a peerless evildoer to an ordinary person. Xiaoyun, I will remember everything today, and I will pay you back 100-fold one day. Wu Gang's whole body was surging with fighting power, and his strength was still increasing, approaching the limit of 1 million pounds of strength. However, Wu Gang did not continue to fight with Xiaoyun. He just left a cruel word and immediately turned around and fled, as fast as lightning. Because Wu Gang knew that the power he gained from self-detonating the heaven tyrant body was short-lived, lasting at most 1 hour, and could not kill Xiaoyun, who also had a strength of 1 million jin. If he continued to stay here and fight Xiaoyun, he would be the one who died in the end. Therefore, Wu Gang decisively fled in the direction of the entrance of the true dragon's nest. Xiaoyun wanted to chase him, but when he saw that Wu Gang's speed was even faster than his, he immediately knew that Wu Gang used some secret method with great side effects to increase his own speed. Forget it, I'll spare your life. Anyway, you will be a useless person in the future. Xiaoyun shook his head and did not continue to chase him, but hurried on with Tang Yunyun again. Tang Yunyun asked curiously, Brother Xiao, why did Wu Gang become so powerful all of a sudden? Xiaoyun sneered, he blew up the heaven tyrant body by himself. From now on, he is no longer a peerless demon.
Without the heaven tyrant body, his talent is about the same as those ordinary geniuses.
Any demon with a special physique is stronger than him. Tang Yunyun suddenly realized what he said.
She couldn't help but smacked her lips and said, Wu Gang is really courageous. The heaven tyrant body is one of the 10 supreme bodies. How many people dream of having a special physique, but he destroyed it with his own hands without blinking an eye. He is really courageous. Xiaoyun said disdainfully, it's just to save his life, but it doesn't matter. Without the heaven tyrant body, he has no potential in the future, and even the chance of becoming a saint is very small.
Tang Yunyun nodded.
Although Wu Gang saved his life this time, the sacrifice was too great. He turned from a peerless demon into an ordinary genius, just like falling from the sky to the ground.
For a peerless evildoer like Wu Gang, this might be more painful than death. Entrance to the True Dragon Nest.
Some young monks arrived here one after another and began to leave the True Dragon Nest. It is already the afternoon of the 6th day, and tomorrow will be the 7th day.
Many people dare not stay in it anymore. Brother Wang, how did you harvest this time? Brother Zhang, I found 1,000-year-old snow Ganoderma this time.
Ha, there is hope for entering the Divine Bridge realm. I found a Tongtian fruit, which can help me open up another cave in the future, hee hee.
I have to say that the True Dragon Nest is really a treasure land. There are too many treasures in it.
It's a pity that our strength can only go around outside. I heard that there are more treasures in the core area.
You don't have to think about the core area.
I heard that there were 7 or 8 true dragon descendants there, and many geniuses died in it.
I don't know if anyone will catch a true dragon descendant this time. Everyone talked about it as they walked towards the exit.
At this moment roar. Suddenly, a roar of a ferocious beast came from not far away, shaking the void, shocking everyone's ears and turning their heads to look. Not far away, a young boy and a red true dragon descendant came side by side, which stunned everyone.
Oh my god, someone actually subdued a true dragon descendant. That's Jiang Haoran.
As expected of a peerless evildoer with a divine king body, he actually subdued a true dragon descendant. This time he is afraid that he will suppress Li Qingdi.
What is Li Qingdi? Haven't you heard?
Li Qingdi and Jiang Haoran were both defeated by Xiaoyun of the Chaos Holy Land in the core area.
Is there such a thing? Who is Xiaoyun? He is so powerful. Everyone was talking and boiling. Jiang Haoran frowned.
He seemed to have heard the name Xiaoyun, and his face was slightly gloomy. After all, he was defeated by Xiaoyun last time, which was too embarrassing. However, when he saw the true dragon seed next to him, Jiang Haoran's face was full of smiles. Xiaoyun, Li Qingdi, you certainly didn't expect that I would subdue a true dragon seed, right? Humph, when this true dragon seed grows up, when the time comes, the combined strength of the two of us will be enough to sweep the world.
Who can match me? Jiang Haoran's eyes were full of confidence.
He himself has the body of a god king, and now he has got a true dragon seed with unlimited potential. In the future, they will join forces with one person and one dragon.
Looking at the world, who can compete with him?
Xiaoyun and Li Qingdi both admit defeat.
Jiang Haoran's eyes were full of confidence.
With a smile on his face, he and the true dragon seed next to him left the true dragon nest together. Outside the true dragon nest, as young cultivators came out one after another, it was already very lively and noisy.
It's Jiang Haoran. Jiang Haoran actually brought out a true dragon relic. It's worthy of being a divine king.
When Jiang Haoran came out, it immediately caused a sensation. After all, Jiang Haoran came out with a true dragon relic, which was too eye-catching and attracted the attention of everyone present. A supreme elder of the Holy King sect laughed and stepped down from the air, and said to Jiang Haoran with admiration, "It's worthy of being the peerless genius of our Holy King sect. Jiang Haoran, you performed very well this time. After you go back, you will definitely become the son of God of our Holy King sect and will be cultivated by our entire Holy King sect."
Thank you, Elder. Jiang Haoran was also excited.
He himself was gifted and valued by the Holy King sect. Now, he has obtained another true dragon relic, and it is almost certain that he is the future of the Holy King sect. Therefore, it is conceivable that the Holy King sect will attach great importance to him in the future. They will definitely cultivate him with all their strength and treat him as the future emperor.
Jiang Haoran, don't worry.
Although our Holy King sect is not a holy place yet, we can gather all the strength of our Holy King sect to cultivate you, and we can definitely make you surpass other peerless monsters. The great elder of the Holy King sect was full of confidence. In the sky, many strong men cast envious and jealous eyes.
This time the Holy King sect is going to be prosperous.
Not only did they have the body of the God King, but they also had a true dragon descendant. At this time, Wan Yanghui from Taichu Holy Land asked, "Nephew Jiang, congratulations on taming a true dragon.
May I ask if you met Li Qingdi from Taichu Holy Land in the True Dragon's Nest? Has he found the murderer who killed Zhou Feiyu and others?" Zhang Haoran looked at Wan Yanghui and said in astonishment, "Are Zhou Feiyu and others dead?"
"Sorry, I don't know about this, but I did meet Li Qingdi in the core area. He was trapped by Xiao Yun with a formation, and I don't know whether he is dead or alive."
"What?" Wan Yanghui's face changed drastically when he heard this.
The strong men in the sky also widened their eyes at this moment, with disbelief on their faces. They seemed to have heard some extraordinary news. A storm swept the whole place. After Jiang Haoran's words were spread, a storm immediately swept across the sky. God's thoughts came from the sky, and the people around cast shocked eyes.
Xiao Yun trapped Li Qingdi? Who is Xiao Yun? Who can tell me who Xiao Yun is? Where did he come from?
Xiao Yun seems to be a disciple of Chaos Holy Land, and also a disciple of Ditian.
How can he, a mortal body, trap Li Qingdi?
There was a cry of surprise around, and the big figures in the sky also showed unbelievable eyes. Only Ditian smiled, as if he had expected it. Lu Xianwan next to him smiled and said, "Your disciple is really amazing, he can suppress the body of time and space."
Ditian smiled slightly and said, "What is this? He will definitely ascend to the throne of the emperor in the future." Lu Xianwan looked at Ditian with some surprise. She had followed Ditian for hundreds of years and knew how proud and conceited the man in front of her was, but now, he admired a young junior so much. It is conceivable how powerful this young man named Xiao Yun is. How is it possible? Below, Wan Yanghui's eyes widened after hearing Jiang Haoran's words, and he said in disbelief, "Nephew Jiang, are you deceiving me? Li Qingdi is a body of time and space, what a talent he is."
"You said that you guys trapped him, I still believe it, but who is Xiao Yun? He is just an ordinary body, a chess piece that Chaos Holy Land can sacrifice at will. How could he trap Li Qingdi?" Jiang Haoran was stunned when he heard the words. He looked at Wan Yanghui in front of him with some confusion, and asked in confusion, "Senior, why do you say that Xiao Yun is a chess piece that Chaos Holy Land can sacrifice at will? I have fought with him, and his strength has reached 900,000 jin, which is almost close to the limit of the body refining realm, and I am not his opponent. How can such a person be a chess piece that can be sacrificed at will?"
"What?"
As soon as Jiang Haoran finished speaking, exclamations rang out again around him.
The Grand Elder of the Holy King sect beside him quickly asked, "Jiang Haoran, have you also fought with that Xiao Yun?" Jiang Haoran nodded. It was impossible to hide the fact that he was defeated by Xiao Yun. After all, there were many people watching at that time. So, Jiang Haoran did not choose to hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know where Xiao Yun came from. At that time, I was fighting for the Bodhi fruit with Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, but he suddenly rushed out. He first hit Li Qingdi hard with a knife, and then injured me. In the end, I saw Li Qingdi took the opportunity to sneak attack him, but he was trapped by his formation, and I took the opportunity to escape from there." "I don't know what happened later," the people around exclaimed.
They heard that Xiao Yun actually hit Li Qingdi hard with a knife, and Xiao Yun actually had 900,000 pounds of strength in the body refining realm. This was simply too terrifying and unbelievable. The body refining realm can actually have 900,000 pounds of strength.
How can there be such a powerful body refining realm? Wan Yanghui also said with a gloomy face, "Nephew Jiang, you said that Xiao Yun's strength reached 900,000 jin? How can a person in the body refining realm be so strong?
Even Li Qingdi only has 700,000 jin of strength, and you only have 600,000 jin."
Jiang Haoran smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I didn't lie to you. I was defeated by him. This is not a glorious thing. I don't need to lie to you. Moreover, there were many people watching the battle at that time. Some people should have come out now."
After speaking, Jiang Haoran looked at the young cultivators around him.
In the crowd, a young cultivator nodded and said, "I can testify that Xiao Yun is indeed very powerful. He practiced the Chaos Sutra of the Chaos Holy Land and forged the prototype of the Chaos Body. His strength is very strong. Yes, I can also testify. I was at the scene at that time.
Xiao Yun defeated Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji by himself. Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji together are not Xiao Yun's opponents. I saw Xiao Yun defeat them with my own eyes. Li Qingdi escaped with his speed, and Xiao Yun went to chase Zhao Wuji."
Some young cultivators around said.
Obviously, some people who were watching the battle at the scene at that time also came out. After hearing their words, the field was quiet, and everyone's eyes were full of shock. Soon after, a boiling swept up. Wan Yanghui had a gloomy face, his eyes were full of disbelief, and his heart was like a stormy sea, turning the river in the sea. That Xiaoyun was so powerful, how could he have misjudged him at the beginning? Wan Yanghui suddenly felt a little guilty. If he hadn't misjudged them, their Taichu Holy Land wouldn't have suffered such a serious loss this time, and even Emperor Li Chang almost died. Fortunately, Emperor Li Chang escaped after all. Wan Yanghui couldn't help but raise his head and looked at Di Tian in the sky, and said coldly, Di Tian, your Chaos Holy Land is so hidden that even I misjudged it. Di Tian looked down at Wan Yanghui and sneered, you are blind and underestimated my disciple. Who can you blame? Wan Yanghui couldn't help but be angry. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, Di Tian, don't be too proud. Although Xiaoyun is powerful in the body refining realm, he will sooner or later be like you, trapped in the bottleneck after practicing the Chaos Sutra, and he can't even enter the heavenly realm. Emperor Tian smiled coldly. Having seen Xiaoyun's terrifying comprehension, he was full of confidence in his apprentice. However, he would not explain. It was better to let these people think that Xiaoyun could not forge a chaotic body. In this way, Xiaoyun would grow up safely. Otherwise, someone in the Taichu Holy Land might secretly attack Xiaoyun, which was not what Emperor Tian wanted to see. Seeing Emperor Tian silent, Wan Yanghui snorted coldly and said, a temporary defeat is nothing. As long as the time and space body is still there, Emperor Li Chang will sooner or later surpass Xiaoyun and avenge his previous shame. Emperor Tian, our ancient Holy Land has no grudges with your Chaos Holy Land. Your apprentice is too cruel. At this time, a supreme elder of the ancient holy body said to Emperor Tian with a somewhat ugly face. Emperor Tian glanced at him and sneered, I remember you said before that we 6 holy places had an agreement that we can fight freely in the true dragon nest, but we cannot bring hatred out. How come you forgot it so quickly? You, the supreme elder of the ancient saint body, was choked and speechless. He said this to Wan Yanghui at that time, but he didn't expect that Emperor Tian would give it to him now. He really couldn't say anything. At this moment, a cry came from the entrance of the canyon. It's the heaven tyrant body coming out. Wu Gang is covered in blood and his breath is weak. His injuries seem to be very serious. Who hurt him and made him look like this? At the entrance of the canyon, Wu Gang was helped out of the true dragon nest by a young cultivator. His face was as pale as paper, his breath was weak, and he was very weak. He no longer had the peerless demeanor of the heaven tyrant body, and even his purple hair turned black. Wu Gang was so miserable that everyone present could see that his injuries were too serious, as if his body had collapsed, and there was no trace of power fluctuations in his body, as if he had turned into a mortal. Everyone was shocked. Is this still the arrogant and domineering Tsuntian body? How could a peerless evildoer end up like this? Wu Gang! A supreme elder from the tyrant Holy Land exclaimed and immediately fell from the sky. He appeared in front of Wuhan Iron and Steel in an instant, and then hurriedly investigated the situation of Wuhan Iron and Steel. While he was investigating, he also asked the young monk next to him, my dear nephew, thank you for sending Wu Gang out. What happened to Wu Gang? Who injured him? The young monk quickly replied, Senior, I met Wu Gang on the way. At that time, he fell to the ground, unconscious, with only a trace of breath. The supreme elder of Tyrant Holy Land did not reply, because he had figured out Wu Gang's situation. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in disbelief, what the hell is going on? Wu Gang actually self-destructed that Tsuntian tyrant body, who forced him to do such a crazy thing. After hearing this, the people around him were stunned for a moment, and they all exclaimed in surprise. This area was boiling instantly. Not far away, Wan Yanghui heard that Wisco had actually self-destructed that Tsuntian hegemon body, and he felt inexplicably much better. Perhaps this was the feeling of everyone being unlucky together. Above the white clouds, Di Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that this was probably done by his disciple again. Really? With the help of the supreme elder of the tyrant Holy Land, Wu Gang finally regained his consciousness. He shouted angrily, Xiaoyun, I will not let you go. After saying that, he fainted again. But everyone has already understood. Wu Gang must have met Xiaoyun, and was almost beaten to death by Xiaoyun. He only escaped death by self-destructing his heavenly tyrant body. However, even if he escaped, without that Tsuntian hegemony, Wu Gang would be a useless person and could no longer become a peerless monster. He would no longer be qualified to compete with Jiang Haoren and Xiaoyun for the position of emperor in the future. The supreme elders of Tyrant Holy Land were full of grief and anger. It was not easy for them to have a Tsuntian tyrant body in Tyrant Holy Land, but it was destroyed like this. Hate, he really hates it. However, this was a fight inside the true dragon's nest. According to their agreement at the 6 Holy Lands, the grudges inside the true dragon's nest could not be brought out.
At least, on the surface, their tyrant Holy Land doesn't make sense.
Very good. The Supreme Elder of Batian Holy Land grabbed Wu Gang and glanced at D Tian in the sky with cold eyes. He said in a cold voice, D Tian, your Chaos Holy Land is very good. If our mountains and rivers do not change, the next real goodbye dragon nest.
After saying that, he grabbed Wu Gang and walked away in the air.
The crowd around him started talking, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. They had to be shocked. Xiaoyun defeated Li Qingdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji, and now he forced Wuhan Iron and Steel Company, limited to self-destruct the Tsungtian hegemony. This man was simply too powerful. But Xiaoyun before was not famous at all. He was simply a super dark horse. Nowadays, many strong men from sects are praying that their children will not get into trouble with the evil star Xiaoyun.
This Xiaoyun is simply too strong. He has already swept through the true dragon's nest, and no one inside is his opponent.
Above the white clouds, Di Tian had a smile in his eyes and a look of pride on his face. Lu Xianwan, who was standing next to him, sighed, this boy is young, but he already has invincible power, even more powerful than you were back then.
I can't imagine what he will reach in the future. He will definitely prove to be the great emperor. Di Tian's tone was full of confidence, and his eyes were also full of confidence.
He believed that his apprentice Xiaoyun would become the great emperor, sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and dominate all heavens and worlds.
Lu Xianwan smiled slightly and said, it seems that your Chaos Holy Land is finally going to rise.
When Di Tian heard this, his eyes were full of expectation.
Xiaoyun's performance exceeded his expectations. Now, Di Tian only hopes that Xiaoyun can grow up quickly. After all, his life is running out, and he doesn't know if he will be able to see the day when Xiaoyun rules the world. If I could see it, I would die without regrets. Di Tian sighed secretly.
He feels that this expectation may be difficult to realize. After all, he only has less than 100 years to live. No matter how talented Xiaoyun is, it is impossible for him to become a great emperor in just 100 years. In fact, it is very difficult to become a saint within 100 years. In the history of Zhouxiao continent, the youngest saint was 200 years old. Therefore, it is almost impossible to become a great emperor in 100 years.
The entrance to the true dragon's nest.
Xiaoyun and Tang Yunyun have both arrived here. Xiaoyun looked at the entrance in front of him and said to Tang Yunyun, junior sister Tang, you can go out first.
I can stay alone.
Senior brother Xiao, take care. I wish you victory and kill Emperor Li Chang.
Tang Yunyun nodded.
She also knew that staying here with her little strength would only drag down Xiaoyun. She might as well go out first and wait for good news about Xiaoyun. After watching Tang Yunyun leave the true dragon's nest, Xiaoyun took out the spirit stones from the space ring and began to arrange the formation at the entrance of the true dragon's nest. This time, he deployed all 3 formations, chaotic sky formation, locking dragon formation, and 8 door trap locking formation.
With these 3 formations, Emperor Li Chang will definitely die this time,
Xiaoyun said with confidence.
At this time, some young monks came not far away.
They were about to leave the true dragon nest, and suddenly saw Xiaoyun who was setting up a formation.
They were all shocked. Who is that? What is he doing? It seems to be Xiaoyun.